He's the Demon King's most terrifying weapon, the one man who could kill a hero. But all he really wants is to go home. The world is split in two. On one side, a war-torn landscape drenched in chaos. This is the domain of the hero, humanity's last hope. He is the champion chosen by the world itself, a beacon of light meant to protect the Empire from the encroaching darkness. And on the other side, there is the Demon King. Surrounded by crackling purple energy, he sizes up his opponent, a sharp smirk on his face. This new hero seems a little feistier than the last one. The two forces are destined to collide. The hero gathers the world's power into a brilliant golden light, while the Demon King summons his own devastating purple energy ready for the kill. And just like that, the battlefield explodes. The ground shatters as their powers meet in a deafening roar, tearing through everything in their path. From the human side, a soldier screams for backup, but a demon commander roars back, ordering them to crush the humans. A demoness with pink hair and a cruel smile declares that they'll take care of the weaker ones. With a flash of pink light, she crashes down, delivering a brutal kick to a human soldier's chest. His comrades watch in horror, realizing who they're up against. These are the core commanders. A gallery of nightmares stands ready for battle. From a hulking brute to a seductive woman with fiery hair, these are the Demon King's 12 most vicious subordinates, and with a single, terrifying roar, they vow to leave no one alive. A massive commander smashes the ground, his power radiating outwards as he charges into the fight. It is said that no one can stand against these monstrous commanders. One of them laughs like a maniac as she cuts down soldier after soldier. But even these powerful demons struggle against the hero, whose golden sword glows with holy light. A cloaked figure clutches his chest, his eyes wide with disbelief. He can't comprehend the sheer force radiating from the hero. This is a power beyond anything he's ever seen. But even among these monsters, there is one name whispered with more fear than any other. Standing alone on a blood-soaked field is the Zero Corps commander, a man known only as Arut. His single eye glows with a menacing red light. He is the Demon King's secret weapon, his ace in the hole, the talent his king treasures above all else. And on a simple desk, a piece of paper holds his one true desire, a resignation letter. A quiet voice begins to speak. I would. In an ornate office, the Demon King looks up from his work, his gaze falling on the man standing before him and the letter on his desk. Before him stands Arut, the legendary commander. With a nervous look, he finishes his sentence. Like to resign. For a long moment, there is only silence. The pen in the Demon King's hand shatters. His voice is dangerously low as he asks, "What did you just say?" A storm of dark energy erupts from him, sending papers flying. Arut flinches back, caught in the sudden whirlwind of his boss's rage. The Demon King's face is a mask of pure fury, a single tear of betrayal in his eye. "How dare you," he snarls, "try to abandon me." In a move completely unbecoming of a king, he throws himself at Arut's feet, clinging to his leg like a child. "No, never. I won't let you go." He looks up, desperate and confused. "You don't mean that, do you? Why would you suddenly do this to me?" he pleads. Arut just stares down at him, his red eyes revealing nothing. The Demon King's mind races. Is it the castle? Did your subordinates disrespect you? Did they look down on you for being human? But even as he says it, he knows it's impossible. In his mind, Arut is a legend. A human, yes, but one with an overwhelming strength that defies all logic. He is a figure the entire demonic realm respects and fears. To the Demon King, he is the most powerful card in his hand. So who in their right mind would ever dare to mess with him? The image in his mind is of a lone, powerful warrior, standing defiant against the world. Back in reality, Arut finally speaks. "No, my subordinates are fine." The Demon King's expression hardens. Then what is it? Arut looks at him and with a chilling calmness asks, "And if I don't give you a reason, will you kill me?" The Demon King flinches, completely stunned. "What?" He lets go and jumps to his feet, grabbing Arut by the shoulders. "I would never kill you. I just want to know why. Why would you say that when you know how much I treasure you?" He starts shaking Arut, his voice growing frantic. "Is it because I haven't sent you to the front lines? Are you bored?" "I can fix that," Arut just weakly protests, asking him to wait. "Please," Arut pleads, "just calm down." Suddenly, a single drop of red hits the polished floor. The Demon King freezes. You're bleeding again! Arut covers his mouth as blood trickles out, apologizing for the mess. His anger instantly vanishes, replaced by pure, unadulterated panic. He lets out a roar that shakes the entire castle. Doctor, get the Zero Corps commander's doctor in here now! What is he doing while his commander is so sick? In a lavish room, Arut now sits on a sofa, while a doctor with long green hair examines him as the Demon King paces nearby like a caged animal. The doctor, Ben, uses his healing magic, a soft green light enveloping his hand as he assesses Arut's condition. Arut looks pale and completely exhausted. Ben turns to the Demon King. As you guessed, it's an after effect. From the injury he sustained fighting the hero, the Demon King cuts him off, his voice dripping with menace. I didn't call you here to state the obvious. He sits, a dark aura swirling around him. Find a cure, and find it fast. If you fail... He leans forward, his golden eyes glowing. You know what happens, don't you? Ben breaks out in a cold sweat, but nods. Yes, I'll do my best. The Demon King's tone softens as he turns to Arut. We'll continue this later. For now, go back and focus on your recovery. He then barks at a guard. Escort the Zero Corps commander to his room. A guard immediately responds, moving to help Arut to his feet. But Arut is stopped by a firm hand on his wrist. It's the doctor. Arut insists he can walk on his own, but Ben is determined. No, I'll take you myself, he says, already helping him up. Ben and an assistant carefully place the exhausted commander onto a stretcher. Arut says nothing. As they wheel him down the hall, the other demons whisper in awe. They're shocked, he coughed up blood again, but they admire his strength, calling him the most talented warrior second only to the Demon King himself. And as he's being carted off like a fragile doll, only one thought screams through Arut's mind. He is so screwed. All he wanted was to quit and live a quiet life. But now he's trapped, surrounded by people who worship a legend that was never real. The sound of hurried footsteps echoes in the hall. Lying in bed, his mind hazy with fever, the whispers echo in his head. He killed the hero. He's so strong. A doctor checks his pulse, noting that his fever is still high. Someone places a wet towel on his forehead, but Arut swats it away in a burst of frustration. Don't be ridiculous, he shouts. The medical team stands by. Ben, the head doctor, simply tells him to get some rest before leading his team out. Arut is left alone in the grand, empty bedroom, the silence broken only by his own ragged breaths. He thinks of his real name, Dion Hart. Here in the Demon King's castle, clutching the sheets, he thinks to himself in agony, this isn't me. I'm not some talented warrior. I'm the weakest human alive. A maid brings him a glass of milk, telling him she'll be back for the cup. He thanks her quietly, but his hand trembles so violently he nearly spills the drink. The maid lets out a tiny gasp as their fingers brush. She immediately pulls her hand back, flustered, and apologizes for her clumsiness. But Arut misreads the entire situation. He looks away, his expression grim, and tells her to just leave. As the maid walks away, she's blushing, thinking to herself, "Our hands touched!" But Arut, sitting alone, is completely oblivious. He sighs, a bitter smirk on his face. She must really hate him, he thinks. It's a little pathetic how much that stings. Compared to her, the Demon King, that day, Nine takes much better care of him, but the memory of the Demon King's overwhelming concern flashes in his mind, shouting his name for being out of bed. He remembers being force-fed a mountain of food, with the king insisting he needed to recover his strength, while Arut could only protest that it was too much. The Demon King's concern is suffocating. He collapses back onto the bed. He's the only human in this demonic realm, born with a body so weak that it breaks down from the slightest stress. And yet, thanks to one massive misunderstanding, he became the Zero Corps commander, a direct subordinate to the Demon King himself. For now, he can lie and say his weakness is just an after-effect of his fight with the hero. He grimaces at the thought. But if anyone ever discovers the truth that he was just born this frail, a terrifying image flashes through his mind. He bolts upright in bed, a raw scream tearing from his throat. Clutching his neck, sweat pouring down his face, he realizes with ice-cold dread, I'm going to die. I can't stay here anymore. He imagines the other demons finding out, mocking him, treating him like a fragile toy. He has to get out of here peacefully. He's going to live a long, happy life, and the only way to do that is to escape the demonic realm. Suddenly, the door to his room bursts open. A young man with blonde hair rushes in calling his name. It's his aide, Ed. Arut looks up, surprised. Ed! Ed runs towards him excitedly, asking if he just got back from the human world. He proudly presents a small, intricate cube, telling Arut it's a new puzzle to help with his boredom. Ed is one of the few demons Arut can actually relax around. Ed starts to explain, then cuts himself off, his expression shifting to panic. Wait, that's not what I should be talking about. You collapsed. Arut, intrigued by the cube, just replies that he's fine. Ed grabs his own hair in frustration. How can you be fine? We have to do something about those after effects. Arut thinks grimly that the only cure would be to be reborn. That hero really ruined his life. Ed shouts, "That's not true! You stopped the hero to save us all." But Arut just shoots him down with a simple, "Nope." Ed clenches his fist, determined. "I'll find a way to cure you, even if I have to beat up the doctor for it." Arut just sweats, thinking, what is wrong with these people? Demons are terrifying. Ed tells him to get some rest, and Arut agrees. As Ed leaves, Arut rests his head on his hand. There aren't many demons who care about him like Ed does. He's grateful for that. He supposes the Demon King takes care of him too, even if it's way too much. It's thanks to him that he's still alive. But still, it's a lot. He just prays that nothing else happens that could cause another misunderstanding. That night, under the light of 2 moons, the Demon King's castle stands tall and imposing. Inside his office, the Demon King holds up the resignation letter, studying it. His resignation letter, he murmurs. With that expressionless face, Arut knows there's no telling what he's thinking. A slow, knowing smirk spreads across the Demon King's face. Well, his mind drifts back to the day they first met. He remembers finding Arut collapsed over the body of the hero, asking if he was the one who did it. He remembers his subordinates whispering in awe, unable to believe a man could survive the hero's final, self-destructive blast. He'd approached Arut, impressed. He couldn't believe the Empire would send someone so useful to die. He had asked for his name, and Arut, weak and clutching his throat, had rasped out, "Dion Hart." The Demon King had thought to himself that he would never let such a talent go to waste. And so, with a predatory grin, he had asked him, "Would you like to join my army?" Coming back to the present, the Demon King reflects that Arut has had it too easy lately. Maybe just letting him rest wasn't the right move. His eyes land on the resignation letter again, and a light bulb goes off in his head. Oh, I see. He stands, his decision made. Call a meeting of the Corps commanders, now. His attendant bows and rushes to obey. The Demon King looks down at the letter one last time, a smug, self-satisfied grin on his face. This, he thinks, is exactly what Arut wanted. Meanwhile, in his bed, Arut suddenly shivers. He has no idea what's coming, but he's got a very, very bad feeling about it. Right now, Arut is not having a good time. His much-needed rest has been cut short, all because the Demon King suddenly decided to call a meeting of the Corps commanders. A cold dread washes over him. A meeting with all the commanders? He's already terrified of normal demons. A room full of the most powerful beings in the realm feels like a death sentence. He wonders if the Demon King is actively trying to kill him. As he walks, other demons whisper, wondering if he's feeling better. They see his grim expression and assume he's just angry about being summoned. Arut knows he has to keep up the act, forcing his face into a neutral, almost intimidating mask. But inside, he's shaking. He knows he can't mess with these people. If a fight broke out, he wouldn't stand a chance. 2 demons whisper as he passes, finally seeing the rumored human commander in person. One of them struggles to remember his name. The other scoffs. How could he possibly forget? He leans in, recounting the tale with dramatic flair, telling his friend he was there when Arut killed the hero and that he remembers how the Demon King asked for his name, and how, covered in blood and radiating a terrifying aura, he had calmly replied, "I'm Demon Arut." The completely made-up story sends a shiver down their spines. They think it's the most demonic name they've ever heard. But that's not his name. Arut is trembling, screaming on the inside. "I said my name was Dion Hart." The 2 demons see his tense glare and immediately back away, warning each other to be careful. They're convinced he's in a foul mood. They whisper that they heard he has a lot of pent-up stress from not being able to fight. They quickly decide to get out of his way before they get themselves killed. Arut just hangs his head in despair, as if he could kill them. He knows with absolute certainty that if he fought them, he would lose. He is, after all, 100% weak. He sighs. Why does this misunderstanding just keep getting worse? He wants to curl up and die. But then he considers the one small upside, at least, thanks to this terrifying reputation. Nobody is messing with him. He knows the stakes. If anyone finds out he's weak before he can escape, he's dead. He clenches his fist, steels his nerves, and decides to act the part. He approaches the heavy doors to the meeting hall where 2 guards stand watch. He tells himself he cannot look scared. The guards see him coming and immediately snap to attention. Their casual chat dies in their throats as they realize who it is. In his mind, Arut psychs himself up, repeating the name they gave him like a prayer. I am the Zero Corps Commander, Demon Arut. The guards stammer his name in fear. With a calm he absolutely does not feel, Arut gives a simple command. Open the door. As the doors creak open, the Demon King announces his arrival. And last but not least, the Zero Corps Commander joins us. The Demon King gives him a sly, knowing smile. You're here. Arut freezes. The air is thick with the combined pressure of every powerful demon in the room. He can feel his bandages tightening as he panics internally. What is this suffocating atmosphere? Jakar, the First Corps Commander, calmly tells him to take the seat next to the Demon King. Across the table, the Third Corps Commander, Asild, eyes him with suspicion. He thinks Arut looks weak, but at the same time, he can't wait for a chance to fight him and see this legendary power for himself. The bulky Sixth Corps Commander, Velaton, grumbles about him being late. But Adelia, the 4th Commander, quickly defends him, saying she's sure he had his reasons. And from her seat, the 11th Corps Commander, Rirenel, glares at Velaton. How dare that block of muscle disrespect Lord Arut? She fumes. Arut looks around the table, his heart pounding in his chest. Why are there so many of them? This is terrifying. He just wants to go back to his room. The Demon King asks if he's all right. Arut apologizes for being late. The king just waves it off, saying it's fine. But Arut thinks to himself he was late on purpose because he really didn't want to come. An attendant approaches his seat, offering to pour him a drink. As the deep red liquid fills his glass, Arut's grim expression is momentarily replaced by a hidden, wide-eyed delight. It's here. Alcohol. This is it, the one perk of his position, the chance to drink expensive liquor whenever there's a meeting. This is the only reason he even showed up. He takes a sip, and his world stops. He blinks, confused. This isn't alcohol. It's grape juice. The other commanders continue their dark, heavy conversation, completely oblivious to the personal tragedy unfolding in Arut's chair. Arut's eye twitches. He looks at his glass, then at the others. It seems like everyone else is drinking alcohol. A dark aura begins to form around him. He glares at the juice, his red eye glowing with fury. They're discriminating against him. The Demon King quickly cuts in. Stop it, Arut. I ordered them to do that. He sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose, completely misreading the situation. You and your love for alcohol. Arut glares at him. Why am I the only one? The Demon King looks surprised. Do you really not know? Arut thinks to himself that no, he really doesn't. Is this some kind of anti-human discrimination? Then a horrifying thought hits him. Wait a minute, are they trying to save money on drinks because they found out how useless he is? Did they finally discover his secret? His blood runs cold. In that case, have they gathered everyone here to announce his execution? The Demon King leans forward with a smile. Hear me out before you get angry. You're the reason I called this meeting. Arut's mind screams. He knew it. This is the end. The Demon King turns to his subordinate. 6th Corps Commander, report the details of your submission. Velaton stands and reports that, while protecting a village, his forces were overwhelmed by a sudden, massive increase in demonic monsters and could no longer hold them back. We see a vision of a burning village, overrun by mindless beasts. Velaton explains that after the monsters destroyed half the village, they evacuated the survivors to a larger city. However, he continues, they don't know when that city will be attacked next, so they need reinforcements to hunt the monsters down. The other commanders murmur among themselves. One scoffs at being threatened by mere demonic monsters, but another warns him that even those failed creations can be deadly in large numbers. Arut listens, thinking they're making a big fuss over nothing. Demonic monsters are the Demon King's failed creations, senseless beings driven only by instinct and desire. In short, they are rejects. Arut can't believe a commander lost to these things. But more importantly, he's still wondering what any of this has to do with him. The Demon King explains that they're at war because the number of these monsters is increasing and they don't know why. He continues with a pointed look. The now deceased hero used to kill these monsters for them. So it's really no surprise. The hero was killed when a horde of them charged the village. A heavy silence falls. One of the commanders remembers, the hero, Lord Arut, was the one who killed him. Arut's mind races in pure panic. Is this it? Are they going to kill him, using this as the excuse? But in the first place, he screams internally, I never killed the hero. He glares at the Demon King, his rage boiling over. More importantly, isn't the Demon King the one who was fighting the hero? If anyone is responsible, it should be you. He desperately needs him to say something, to clear up this whole mess. But the Demon King just sees Arut's blazing, terrified eyes and completely misreads them. Those eyes, he thinks with satisfaction. I knew it. A wide grin spreads across his face. Don't worry, the Demon King announces to the room. The Zero Corps shall be dispatched as reinforcements. The world crashes down around Arut. He lets out a choked, silent scream. What? The Demon King leans toward him as if sharing a secret. Go there and relieve some stress, he says with a wink. I knew you wanted this. I did a good job, didn't I? Arut can only think, what in the world is he talking about? One of the commanders mutters in awe. The king is talking like he's sending Arut on a walk through the neighborhood. Another nods in agreement. He guesses the Demon King believes the Zero Corps commander can succeed where an entire corps failed. They all stare at Arut, wondering just how powerful he really is for the king to trust him so completely. Arut trembles, trying to find an out. But my body isn't in perfect condition, he says weakly. Inside, he's begging. Please, tell me not to go. Please. The other commanders see his hesitation. Does he not want to go? One whispers. But Jakar, the first commander, shakes his head. No, I thought he might make excuses. But he's likely just suppressing his urge to go on a rampage while calmly assessing his own condition. He sees Arut's slumped, defeated posture as a sign of incredible self-control. Asild is impressed. Oh, is that so? That's amazing. Jakar adds that while he's not fully convinced yet, that kind of composure is truly the mark of a great commander. Asild's eyes light up, his fists clenched. Strong and level-headed, his desire to fight him is growing by the second. The Demon King smiles broadly. I'm not asking you to overdo it. Just take command and release some of your stress on that village. That should be easy for you, right? Arut's eyes are wide with desperation. Easy? It's impossible. He wants to scream, I will never go. But he looks at the smiling, expectant faces of the Demon King and his commanders, and he knows he can't say no. He clenches his fist in his lap, the fabric straining under the pressure. His expression hardens. A decision has been made. In that case, a new plan forms in his mind. I don't care if the Demon King allows it or not. This is my chance. He takes a breath, and with a voice full of false determination, he says, I'll go. But inside, his real mission is clear. He will escape this damned demonic realm for good. Under the cover of night, a lone carriage and a small troop of soldiers make their way through a dark forest, the sound of hooves the only thing breaking the silence. Inside, Arut lets out a long sigh, his soul practically leaving his body. The day he dreaded is finally here. His attempt to run away only made his deployment happen faster. He remembers the Demon King peeking into his room, noticing his luggage. Arut, he'd said, surprised. Already packing? You wanted to go that badly? Arut had stammered, then lied through his teeth. Yes, I'm dying to go. It's not like he could tell him the truth without being torn apart, and it's not like going home will be easy either. He remembers the two biggest problems waiting for him, the lunatic emperor who sent him here, and his own brother who hates his guts. Still, that's probably better than being torn apart by monsters. He shakes his head, trying to stay positive. He's on his way now with his aide, Ed. The Zero Corps are supposed to be competent, so he figures he can just act the part for a bit, then let them handle the rest. Ed calls out that they're approaching the village, ordering the troops to stay alert. Arut leans back, feeling a little better. Yeah, why would he even need to step in? Even the Demon King said not to overdo it. Now that the worrying is done, he decides it's time to enjoy a little alone time. With a triumphant grin, he pulls out a bottle of the Demonic Realm's specialty wine, a rare vintage loved by all demons. He couldn't drink at the meeting, but they had another thing coming if they thought he'd give up so easily. He smugly remembers snatching it right after the meeting adjourned. They say the spirit of the person who died making this wine is out of this world. He figures he should at least try it before he potentially dies himself. He uncorks it and starts drinking. Ah, this is delicious, he sighs, a blissful look on his face. The demon realm sure knows how to make good booze. For the first time in a long time, he feels alive as the carriage rumbles on through the night. Outside, Ed looks back at the carriage, noting how quiet it is, the curtains drawn shut. He wonders if Sir Arut is still feeling unwell. A bead of sweat runs down his face as he remembers what happened before they left. He recalls seeing Arut just standing beside the carriage and how he had to rush over to stop him. I know you want to ride, Ed had pleaded, but please think of your health. The Demon King himself ordered you to ride in the carriage until you've recovered. Arut had just stared at him, completely baffled. What is he talking about, he'd thought. Of course I'm riding in the carriage. Who said I wanted to ride that ferocious beast? After a long pause, Arut had just agreed. Well, all right. He'd then shut the door, leaving Ed outside. But Ed, having served him for so long, was sure he knew the truth. Arut wasn't just looking at the horse. He was interested. He really wanted to ride it. Ed sighs. He knows his commander suppresses so much, but the Demon King's orders were clear, and even the doctor was worried. His thoughts are cut short when a soldier shouts, "Lieutenant!" The village ahead. They crest a hill and see it. The entire village is engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing into the night sky. Ed looks down at the body of a villager in the dirt. How terrible, he whispers. He surveys the destruction. It seems the demonic monsters have already passed through here. They can't have gotten far. Chase after them. He's cut off as a soldier screams, "Up ahead!" A horde of monstrous goblins and demonic wolves emerges from the flames. Demonic monsters. Ed realizes they were lying in wait. He immediately barks the order, "Everyone, get ready for battle." With a fierce cry, he rallies his troops. Fight for Sir Arut, who's depending on us. The Zero Corps charges, clashing with the horde in a chaotic storm of steel and fire. A demon soldier cuts down a monster with a powerful swing of her sword. Another parries a goblin's attack before striking back. The battle rages through the burning village, the sounds of fighting echoing off the crumbling walls. Ed weaves through the chaos, cutting down monsters left and right. But he grits his teeth in frustration. Damn it, there's no end to them. Just then, a soldier screams a warning. "Sir Ed, watch out!" A massive, bear-like monster lunges at him from behind. Ed's eyes widen in shock. He let his guard down for just a second. Back in the castle, Jakar reports to the Demon King, wondering if the Zero Corps will be all right on their own. The Demon King looks up from his papers, unconcerned. Oh, the monster subjugation? Jakar presses, noting that with so many monsters, perhaps they should send reinforcements, but the Demon King just waves a dismissive hand. It's fine. The Zero Corps are strong, I guarantee it. A sinister smile spreads across his face. Besides, he says, even if they face real danger, they have him. He pictures Arut, a blur of motion, single-handedly destroying the horde. Back on the battlefield, blood sprays through the air. The monster's claws tear across Arut's face. Ed looks on in absolute horror. Arut had thrown himself in front of Ed at the last second, taking the blow meant for him. "Sir Arut!" Ed screams, his voice filled with panic. He starts to thank him, but chokes on his words when he sees the look on his commander's face. Arut stands there, blood dripping, a knife held casually in his hand. His eyes glow with a terrifying light, and a chilling smile is plastered on his face. He looks at Ed. "Are you my opponent as well?" Ed is terrified. Is this Sir Arut's drinking habit? He frantically denies it, his mind racing. Is he drunk? How did he even get alcohol? Arut's gaze shifts, his eyes narrowing. "Then," he says, turning away. He faces the towering monster that attacked them. Is he my opponent? Before the monster can react, Arut lunges and punches it directly in the gut. A shockwave ripples through the air, but the impact sends Arut flying backward. Ed screams his name, watching in terror. Arut coughs up a mouthful of blood as he lands hard. He slumps against a shattered wall, bloodied and battered, his bandage stained red. He glares up at the monster, a single red eye burning with intensity. He is, huh? He plants his foot firmly on the ground, and in a flash, he's moving again, dodging the monster's clumsy swipes. The beast's massive claws just barely miss him. With blinding speed, Arut grabs the monster's arm, twisting and using its own momentum against it. When you're this drunk, he thinks, you only need enough sense to tell friend from foe. He leaps, hacking with his small knife in a whirlwind of brutal, imprecise strikes. The other soldiers watch, completely stunned. One of them stammers, "So that is the commander of the Zero Corps, Demon Arut." Arut's first rule for survival: do not leave a whole corpse behind. He brings his foot down, crushing a part of the monster. He turns, his face a mask of sadistic glee, and points his bloody knife at the next one. Now it's your turn. Rule number 2, even when you think the opponent is dead, do not stop mutilating it. A crazed, terrifying light shines in his eyes as he continues his assault. Blood splatters everywhere as he tears into the monsters, not with clean kills, but with brutal, terrifying efficiency. And the third and final rule: deliver pure, absolute fear to your enemies. The remaining monsters back away, their instincts screaming at them to flee from this unhinged demon. Arut knows that with this weak body of his, laughing like a maniac amidst the carnage, covered in blood, this is the only way he has ever managed to survive. Meanwhile, back in the human empire, a hooded figure kneels before a throne. "Commander of the Zero Corps?" the emperor asks. The figure replies, "Yes." The hooded man reports that a spy has confirmed the Zero Corps commander fought in the recent subjugation. He was as strong and brutal as the rumors claimed. The man on the throne murmurs. A prized talent, Emperor Eduardo Deserte, leans back, a thoughtful smile on his face. "It's making me miss someone." His expression turns sharp. "If the demon realm is going to show off like this, we should make preparations of our own." He looks down at the hooded figure. "And I have the perfect candidate in mind. What do you think?" The figure flinches, sensing an order. The emperor smiles. "I am giving you a special opportunity to prove yourself." The hooded figure bows his head deeply. "I accept your royal orders." Emperor Eduardo looks down at him, a chillingly pleasant smile on his face. "Yes. Why don't you become that talent for me, then?" It was an 8-year-long battle. A flashback to a blood-soaked field littered with bodies. A war fought for the glory of the empire. The vanguard fought on the front lines, their so-called noble sacrifices paving the way to victory. A younger Arut, cloaked and splattered with blood, stands amidst the carnage. But he saw no nobility here. No, he thinks, his eyes filled with despair. They're just meat shields thrown away by the empire. All around him, soldiers scream, "Do not fall back, for the empire." But to Arut, this is simply hell. He never wanted to come to this hell, and he never wanted to risk his life fighting. He scoffs as an enemy blade clashes with his. For the empire? What a joke. He didn't want any of this. He had absolutely no intention of sacrificing himself for the empire that threw him away. Lying in a pile of bodies, coughing up blood, he simply did whatever it took to survive. He refuses to die just because they wished it. His bloodied hand reaches out, grasping for a future that was his own. He would walk away from that battlefield and turn his back on the empire. He had to survive. No matter what, he had to survive, see, and take his revenge. The memory flashes, and Arut gasps, jolting awake. He sits up in bed, his heart pounding. A dream? What did I dream about? He clutches his head, a vague sense of dread washing over him. I think it was serious. He looks around, confused. "This is my room?" a familiar voice asks. "Are you awake?" It's Ed and Ben the doctor. Ed rushes forward, frantic. "You were asleep for a whole day. We finished your treatment while you slept. But do you know how shocked I was when you came back covered in blood?" Arut is completely lost. "What are you talking about? When did we get here? What about the mission?" Ed explains that the mission was a success. The monsters fled in terror, and they rushed back to the castle to treat him after he collapsed. Ed looks down, ashamed. "I'm so sorry. If I were just a little stronger, Arut's mind short-circuits. What? The mission is over? And I collapsed? Ben chimes in calmly. Oh my, it seems you have temporary amnesia. It was a severe injury after all. Ben continues. You were struck by the beast, but you got right back up, so we didn't think much of it. Arut can only think. What is he saying? Amnesia? The word triggers something. Flashes of the battle hit him. Chugging wine, getting punched, the fight, collapsing. Ugh, what is all this? He clutches his head, a horrifying realization dawning. Did I get drunk and cause trouble? He tries to piece it together. He must have blacked out from drinking too much, not from an injury. He probably got beat up because he was messing around while drunk. Just then, a nurse bursts in, starry-eyed. I heard the Zero Corps finished their mission without a single casualty. You're incredible, she swoons. And so humble, too. Arut just sighs in defeat. No, I didn't do anything. He gives up. He looks at Ed, filled with guilt. I seriously did nothing. Did you and the Zero Corps handle everything? I'm sorry, Ed. I just got in the way. But Ed's face lights up with adoration. Not at all, Sir Arut. You were amazing. You fought at the front lines and defeated countless monsters. You were a true role model. Ben steps forward, his expression serious. But Sir Arut, you overdid it. We know you're strong, but your body is still weak from the after effects. Ben gently dabs his face with a cloth. Please, be careful. Arut flinches, his mind reeling. What are they talking about? How could I have defeated so many monsters? Ed clenches his fist, his eyes burning. We exist for your sake, Sir Arut. We'll get stronger so you can trust us, and rest easy. Arut's stress level skyrockets. I'm going insane. The pressure is killing me. I don't have those kinds of abilities. He just wants to escape. But as he's about to break down, his door bursts open. Adelia and Aseeld stride in. The 4th Corps Commander, Adelia, announces, We heard you were awake. The 3rd Corps Commander, Aseeld, immediately shushes her. Lower your voice. He's recovering. Adelia shoots back. You're the one yelling. Why are you following me anyway? Aseeld tells her to stop joking. He's here to pay his respects. But Arut is just screaming internally. Why are you guys here? Are we even friends? A third voice cuts through their bickering. You two are the same. The 1st Corps Commander, Jakar, enters the room. Arut just wants to scream. Jakar tells them to just greet him quietly and leave. Can't you see the commander is uncomfortable? Aseeld gets too close, and Adelia shoves him. Aseeld stumbles and falls right on top of Arut. Sir Arut, I'm sorry. That's the last straw. Arut explodes. Get lost, all of you. He shoves them away, his face a mask of rage. Once they're gone, he sighs, exhausted. How can he get rid of them? Outside, the commanders look embarrassed. Aseeld mutters, Damn, he must be sensitive after the mission. I was too careless. Jakar just warns them not to kill each other in the castle. Inside, Arut overhears them and is baffled. Huh? What does he mean by kill? He thinks to himself, Kill? Who would kill you? It would be a miracle if I could even land a punch. Then another terrifying thought hits him. If these monsters ever found out how weak he is, they wouldn't show him any mercy. No, wait, mercy. An idea sparks. Maybe he should teach them about mercy for his own future safety? The 2 commanders look back, startled by his sudden change in tone. If he plays this right, maybe they'll spare his life when they find out the truth. He lowers his head. If you are angry, I will apologize. With a cold blare, he continues, Yes, I am angry. He has to speak carefully, his voice low and steady. He can't show any weakness. The sheer intensity of his gaze makes Aseeld and Adelia flinch. But there's no reason to be violent just because I'm angry, he says, his voice menacing. It wouldn't hurt to grant mercy sometimes. That is what mercy is. Even when someone lies or is weaker than I am, we should learn to show them mercy. He's practically begging them on the inside. Please. He thinks he's done a good job. Remember this lesson, he says, and make sure you forgive me, La. He's cut off by their reaction. All 3 commanders bow their heads in unison. We will keep that in mind. Arut is stunned. What is this atmosphere? He thought he said that nicely. Did it sound like a sermon, even though he's just a human? Jakar, however, is deeply impressed. He is terrifying even when he's being forgiving. He changes the subject. Anyway, I heard you completed your mission. You must have worked hard. Adelia leans in excitedly. The whole castle is talking about you, Sir Arut. They said you wiped out half the monsters by yourself. Her enthusiasm nearly makes him sick. He clutches his mouth. I'm fine, he lies, while his mind screams. I wiped out half the monsters? What is that ridiculous rumor? At this rate, he'll end up taking credit for everything. He looks over at Ed, filled with guilt. Sorry, Ed, but Ed is just beaming, blushing with pride for his commander, completely oblivious. Arut is dumbfounded. What is with that look on his face? Isolde steps forward, a wide grin spreading across his face. I also heard about your heroism, and I came to ask you for a favor. A favor? Arut has a very bad feeling about this. Isolde leans in, his grin widening. It's nothing big. Once you've recovered, could I request a spar with you, Sir Arut? Arut's mind goes completely blank. Huh? A spar? Between him and the Third Corps commander who could wipe out an army? The thought sends arcs of pure terror through Arut's entire body. Sparring? With me? Arut looks up, his face a perfect picture of horror. Isolde grins, completely missing the sheer terror in Arut's eyes. Yes! I keep hearing how great you are, so I want you to teach me a thing or two. Jakar, standing behind him, murmurs, Oh ho, that does sound fun. Jakar's eyes narrow. Come to think of it, the Zero Corps commander has never sparred with anyone since taking the job. He, too, wants to see Arut's skills for himself. He wonders if he'll accept. Adelia claps her hands, buzzing with excitement. Oh my! A spar with Sir Arut. I'll get as many spectators as possible. Isolde tells her he doesn't care who comes, as long as they don't interfere. Arut tries to protest. Wait, I don't want to, but it's too late. The three commanders are staring at him with sparkling, expectant eyes. The pressure is suffocating. He can't even say no. He screams internally, why are they deciding this on their own? How does this make any sense? He imagines what would really happen. He'd be obliterated with a single punch. He clutches his head, trying to think of a way out, his own stressed-out aura filling the room. He manages to say, I think it will be difficult to accept a spar. He desperately searches for an excuse. Because I'm still feeling the aftermath, and my strength. I could die. No, you could die. He's rambling. Damn it, he thinks. What am I even saying? Isolde's expression turns serious. Huh? Is he avoiding the fight? Why? Arut sees the suspicion and panics even more. Excuses won't work, but Isolde just says one word. Amazing. Arut looks up, completely lost. Huh? It's Jakar who explains their twisted logic. Even against a commander, you have such confidence. He says he'd always wondered why Arut never sparred, but now he gets it. The Zero Corps commander was worried about his opponent. Arut and Isolde just stare at each other, both utterly confused for entirely different reasons. The silence stretches on. Then, a look of dawning comprehension spreads across Isolde's face. Could it be? Arut flinches. What is it? Jakar continues his explanation. Exactly. He rejected your proposal for your own sake. Besides, after his last battle, it's probably harder for him to control his temper. He leans in, delivering the final, terrifying conclusion. Meaning, once the sparring starts, it wouldn't end until one of you is dead. A shiver runs down Isolde's spine. He's shaken. Arut was so confident that he would be the one to win. Isolde had always thought he could fight any commander equally, but he'd never assumed he would be the clear victor. What kind of insane confidence is this? He looks at Arut, who is just sitting there with a vague, pleasant smile born of pure confusion. Isolde is in awe. This is the super talent the Demon King himself acknowledged. Isolde lets out a breath and bows. As much as it upsets me, I can't guarantee I won't die. I don't have the heart to fight you to the death, Sir Arut. He pats Arut's shoulder. It hurts my pride a little, but thank you for your consideration. Arut is just baffled. He accepted it. Ed, watching from the side, is filled with pride. As expected, Sir Arut is incredible. Even these hostile commanders treat him with such respect. Arut lets out a sigh of relief. He doesn't get it, but it looks like he managed to get out of the spar. But then Isolde looks at him, his eyes burning with a new fire. But I haven't given up yet. When I'm strong enough to know I won't die, I'll ask for a spar again. Arut loses it. I don't want to. Just give up, he screams internally. Isolde strikes a pose, completely fired up. All right. Since making this promise, I feel so much enthusiasm. He turns to Arut, but Arut is already cowering. Then, I'm off to go train, Asil declares, and in a flash, he's gone. Arut stares at the empty space where he was just standing. "Whew, he's gone!" The other two commanders look on as Arut tries to grab at empty air. Adelia remarks that Asil usually has no ambition, but Arut has finally fired him up. She thinks it's a good thing. Then she adds, anyway, he's so loud. All the while, Arut is just shaking, thinking, this is driving me insane. He starts to wobble, and Ed rushes to his side. "Sir Arut." He feels his forehead. Damn it, his fever is rising again. Ed supports the fainting Arut, telling the other commanders, apologies, but Sir Arut needs his rest. Jakar apologizes for intruding and wishes him a speedy recovery before they leave. As he's being helped, Arut's mind is a broken record, chanting a single mantra. Escape from the demon realm, escape from the demon realm. But just as they're about to leave, Jakar turns back with a charming smile. "Oh, also, when you're well enough to spar with him, may I request a spar as well?" He gives a small nod. "I look forward to it." "Sir Arut!" Ed and Ben scream as Arut collapses again, steam practically coming out of his ears. They rush him to bed, trying to calm him as he deliriously mutters, "I must escape the demon realm." Later, Arut slams his hand against a stone pillar in a dark hallway. He leans against it, completely drained. "So exhausted, I managed to run out of there somehow. All he can hear are their voices echoing in his head. Ed telling him to see his core, Ben suggesting exercise. Asil vowing to train harder. What does everyone want from him? He can't take it anymore. He kicks a loose rock in frustration. "Please, just leave me alone." The rock sails through the air and hits something with a loud thud, followed by a scream. A group of demons look up, startled. Who was that? One of them holds the back of his head and turns to see who threw it. His eyes land on Arut, and he freezes. "You are," Arut realizes with a jolt of horror. "Damn it, I'm done for." The bully stammers his name. "Sir Arut." The lead demon immediately drops to one knee. "Greetings, Zero Corps Commander. Sorry if we caused a disturbance." Arut is just confused. "Disturbance? Huh?" The demon explains they were just teaching a lesson to a lowly incubus who was in their way. He promises to take care of it. Arut looks down and sees who they were bullying. It's a young incubus, trembling on the floor. He recognizes Arut, his eyes wide with fear. Arut remembers hearing the incubus race was the lowest rank in the demon realm. They were ganging up on him. The bullies, seeing Arut's cold expression, decide to run. They think he's in a bad mood and that they should get out of his way. It's good that they ran, but now he's left with this kid. And for the first time, he's looking at a demon that's even weaker than he is. For some reason, it bothers him. The incubus is shaking, thinking, he's looking at me. He's heard the rumors. Arut is quiet, but when he's angry, he's more brutal than any demon. He's sure his presence disturbed him. Arut just sighs. He could die this time. He holds out a hand to the boy. "Can you stand?" With a surprisingly gentle expression, he tells him, "Those guys are gone, so don't worry." The incubus looks up, stunned. His eyes aren't looking at him with disgust, but with genuine goodwill. "How long has it been since I've been treated with kindness?" he thinks, tears welling in his eyes. He takes Arut's hand hesitantly. "I'm an incubus. Aren't you disgusted by touching me?" Arut just grabs his wrist firmly. "What's wrong with that?" he asks, pulling the boy to his feet. "If you think that way, I'm a human. Am I disgusting?" The incubus is flustered, blushing furiously. "Oh, of course not. How could you be? It's the same for me, so don't worry." Arut pats the dust off the boy's clothes, thinking to himself, "You're trying hard to survive in this tough world too, huh, kid?" The incubus is overcome with emotion. How could you be so kind? He's so overjoyed. He's never been treated this way before. His eyes sparkle as he looks up at Arut. "I would love to repay you. Do you have some time to spare?" Arut flinches. Time? He has a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling. He feels like he's just gotten involved in something extremely bothersome. Back in Arut's room, the Demon King enters. "Arut, how are you feeling?" He stops. The room is empty. "Huh? Where did he go?" Arut considers the offer. "Time? It's not like he has anything to do, except maybe hide in his room and have a panic attack." The incubus's eyes light up. He eagerly explains his idea, a personal tour of the garden, with special herbs that are good for fatigue. Arut just looks back, taken off guard by the sheer earnestness of it all. The incubus quickly backtracks, his face falling. He assumes a great commander must be too busy for something like this, but the disappointment in his eyes is obvious. A garden? The idea that a garden could even exist in this gloomy castle is baffling. A flicker of genuine curiosity cuts through his constant anxiety. The incubus suddenly remembers his manners and bows deeply, apologizing for the late introduction. He straightens up, beaming with pride. His name is Hian, and he's the gardener for the entire Demon King's castle. Arut processes this. A gardener. It's a peaceful, normal-sounding job. For a moment, he's almost relieved. Maybe not everyone here is a bloodthirsty monster. He thinks Hian seems like a decent person. A garden. The word echoes in his mind. A slow, thoughtful smile spreads across Arut's face. He imagines it, a beautiful place filled with flowers, a sanctuary with fresh air, far away from the suffocating pressure of the castle. For someone whose nerves are constantly shot, it sounds perfect. Arut puts on his best commander face calm and a little mysterious. He says it sounds like the perfect place to calm his nerves and asks Hian to lead the way. Hian is practically vibrating with excitement. As they walk, a wave of relief washes over Arut. Finally, he can breathe. Hian points ahead, excitedly telling him it's this way. Hian gestures towards a beautiful archway covered in glowing flowers. Over here, he announces proudly. Arut stares, amazed. Wow, this garden is actually beautiful. Arut can't help but smile, genuinely impressed. Hian looks shyly pleased with the reaction. The air is thick, with the refreshing scent of plants. For the first time in a long time, Arut takes a deep, clean breath. He closes his eyes, savoring the moment. Yes, this is what peace feels like. But just as the thought crosses his mind, a massive, shadowy form lunges at him. A giant, toothy plant snaps its jaws shut right where his head was a second ago. He's thrown back, his moment of peace shattered by pure terror. Arut stumbles back, heart pounding. Meanwhile, Hian casually pats the giant plant, scolding it for pouncing on Sir Arut. Hian's expression turns cold. He asks the plant menacingly if it wants to be educated again. The casual threat sends a shiver down Arut's spine. Hian turns back and apologizes, explaining the plant was just happy to see him. Arut just stares, dumbfounded. He thought he'd finally found someone weaker than him, someone normal. But no, a dreadful realization dawns on him. This entire garden, it's a death trap. He looks around and sees it now. Beyond the pretty entrance, the garden is filled with monstrous, writhing plants. His survival instincts scream, "Get out of here!" Arut quickly tells Hian that something urgent has come up, and he has to leave. Hian's face falls, tears welling in his eyes as he says, there are even cooler plants deeper inside. That's exactly what he's afraid of. Arut panics, frantically searching for an excuse. He blurts out the first thing he can think of, the training grounds. With wide, panicked eyes, he explains he needs to see the Zero Core right now. It's a terrible lie, but it's all he has. Without another word, he shouts, "Farewell!" and practically bolts, leaving a stunned Hian reaching out after him. Hian watches him go, a sad look on his face. He strokes his pet plant, murmuring that Sir Arut must be a very busy person. He pets the giant plant again, asking if it's sad the commander left so soon. He sighs, admitting that he is too. A dark, hopeful glint appears in Hian's eyes. He wonders if Arut will ever visit again. His expression hardens with determination. Yes, he'll see him again, and next time he'll bring a present, the cutest plant in the garden. He hopes they can become even closer. Meanwhile, Arut is power-walking down the hall, still covered in goosebumps. He can't believe how foolish he was to think he'd find a single, normal person in this castle. He comes to a firm conclusion. His room is the only safe place. Everywhere else is dangerous. He stops dead in the hallway. He lets out a weary sigh. Even though he just used it as an excuse, he probably should go see the Zero Corps members. He's been putting it off, ashamed of the drunken mess he made on the last mission. But with the Demon King and Ed constantly pestering him, he can't avoid it forever. He remembers Ed's nagging voice, telling him to offer his troops a word of encouragement. Arut winces. He knows Ed's not wrong. He resolves to do it. Since he's already out, he might as well show his face. But after that garden, the thought of facing his troops is terrifying. He finally arrives at the massive, empty training ground. He was expecting his soldiers, but no one's here. He looks around. He could just leave, but he knows avoiding it won't solve anything. Plus, a small part of him is curious to see how strong the Zero Corps really is. His eyes land on a rack of wooden swords. He picks one up. Since he was blackout drunk during the mission, he doesn't remember how he fought. This is a good chance to see what he's capable of. He lifts the sword, getting into a stance, but his eyes widen in surprise. The wooden sword feels like it's made of lead. He strains, his arms shaking just to hold it up. It's so heavy, he grimaces. Right. Even back in the human world, he could barely lift a wooden sword. He curses his pathetic strength. He should probably just stick to a dagger. Just as he's about to put the sword down, he feels a presence behind him. His eyes dart to the side. His blood runs cold. A group of silhouettes are standing at the entrance. It's the Corps members. When did they get here? They're all staring at him with wide, shocked eyes. He hopes they didn't see him struggling just now. But of course, they saw something completely different. Their commander, standing alone, leaning heavily on a wooden sword, a grim expression on his face, surrounded by a dark, powerful aura. They all snap to attention, bowing frantically. "Greetings, sir. Are you all right?" they shout, worried that he hadn't come by. They assure him they were just taking a break. Suddenly, they're all swarming him, their voices overlapping with concern and admiration. He's completely overwhelmed. What is wrong with them? He holds up his hands. "Hold on," he shouts, trying to sound composed. "I'm fine, so please, relax." He clutches his chest, trying to calm his racing heart, but notices his soldiers are still muttering. They don't look convinced. What are they whispering about? They whisper that there's no way he's all right, not after he pushed himself so hard last time. Their eyes fill with tearful resolve. Their commander is pushing through his pain for them. They swear to protect him. Arut just stares at their weirdly emotional faces. Why are they looking at him like that? He sighs. Whatever. Let's just get this over with. He clears his throat and starts his speech, explaining he was kept away by various circumstances and offers a clipped apology. He tells them they did good work and that his training method is neglect. He'll just give them some encouragement, then sit and watch. He finishes his speech and turns to walk away, planning a swift exit. But as he walks past, a hooded figure in the crowd watches him with a sharp, calculating gaze. Arut is just about to dismiss them and tell them to start training, when his legs suddenly buckle. His eyes fly open in horror. All that straining from the sword has caught up to him. Panic floods his system. If he falls here, he'll be humiliated. He grits his teeth, his eyes flaring with desperate intensity, screaming at his own body to stay up. In that split second, the hooded soldier lunges forward, swinging a sword right at him. "Die!" the soldier screams. Arut's survival instincts kick in. His body, already tensed, twists away just in time. The blade misses by a hair. The attacker stares in disbelief. How did he dodge that? Arut's mind is blank with shock. What just happened? The other Corps members cry out, rushing forward in a panic. They scream in outrage, wondering what's wrong with the attacker. Arut is frozen, his brain trying to catch up. Did that guy just attack him? The shock finally gives way to raw terror. He's in danger. He needs to run. But before he can move, the attacker's eyes widen with fury as he lunges forward again. Adrenaline floods Arut's system. With no time to think, he swings the heavy wooden sword with all his might. It's a clumsy, desperate flail. There's a sickening crack as wood connects with bone. The attacker lets out a choked cry as the blow sends him reeling backward. He collapses to the ground, coughing. Arut stands over him, holding the sword, completely stunned. What just happened? The attacker clutches his face, blood trickling through his fingers. He stares up at Arut, his voice a low growl. The legendary Sir Arut actually hit him. He glares at Arut, his face a mask of fury and confusion. But as he wipes the blood away, his expression changes. Wait, that face, he sees it clearly now. The fear in Arut's eyes, the complete lack of demonic energy, the pale human sweat on his brow. This isn't the face of a cold, powerful commander. The one person who could expose Arut's secret is lying at his feet. The attacker, Cain, is reeling. A human? How could a human be in the Demon King's castle? Arut stands over him, frozen, the heavy sword still in his hand. The shock is wearing off, replaced by the ice-cold dread of being discovered as his soldiers rush over shouting his name. Kane sees the soldiers closing in. He knows he's in deep trouble. His only option is to run. He scrambles to his feet, ready to bolt. But as he's about to run, he looks up and meets Arut's eyes, and he freezes. Arut raises the sword, pure panic driving him. His mind is just screaming one word, damn it. But another thought cuts through the terror. If he lets this guy escape, it's over. The secret is out. His eyes narrow with a cold resolve. He can't leave him alive. Just as Kane gets to his feet, Arut makes his move. He drops the sword and pulls out a communication device. He has to play the part. He has to be the commander. His voice comes out cold and steady, laced with an authority that surprises even himself. He orders his soldiers to report this to the Demon King and lock the man up. His troops snap to attention. "Yes, sir." Arut turns and walks away, not daring to look back, his own legs threatening to give out with every step. The Zero Corps members watch him go, awestruck and ashamed. One of them murmurs that Sir Arut seems disappointed in them. They let an intruder get this close, and worse, their commander had to deal with the culprit himself. One of the soldiers replays the scene in his mind. To him, it wasn't an accident. His commander's movements were too fluid, too quick. They saw Sir Arut, seemingly just strolling, suddenly dodge an ambush with impossible speed. And not only did he dodge it, he instantly struck back, taking the enemy down in a single blow. The clumsy, panicked swing they witnessed was transformed in their minds into a calculated, inescapable attack. As one of the soldiers ties up the unconscious Kane, they all come to the same conclusion. Their commander is on a completely different level. His presence alone overshadows all of them. They feel utterly useless. The lead soldier clenches his fist. He'd trained so hard to be acknowledged, but Arut's skill is beyond his wildest dreams. He realizes with despair they haven't even come close to his level, but that despair quickly turns into motivation. He shouts that there's no time to waste and orders the troops to begin training immediately. A chorus of determined shouts fills the hall. They will train until they can finally be of use to Sir Arut. Meanwhile, Arut clutches his wrist. He definitely overdid it just lifting that sword. He stumbles back toward his room, exhausted. He managed to hand off the problem. Now he can finally rest. Arut wakes up, blinking slowly in the comfort of his bed. He lets out a sigh of relief. He slept so well. He wonders what time it is when a smooth voice cuts through the silence. "Did you sleep well?" Arut looks up. The Demon King is sitting across the room, sipping tea, noting how tired he must have been. Arut freezes. Is he dreaming? The king calmly replies, "No, it's not a dream." The reality crashes down and Arut bolts upright. "Your Majesty, what are you doing here?" The Demon King calmly places his teacup down, unfazed. He apologizes for bothering him, but asks if Arut has a moment. Arut knows he can't refuse. The fact that the king waited for him must mean it's urgent. Urgent, then it hits him. His eyes widen. "Is this about the intruder?" "That's right," the Demon King says, standing up. "Come with me." He leads Arut down a dark, torchlit staircase deep into the castle's underground dungeon. Arut's anxiety spikes. The intruder must be locked up here. But why bring him? Did the guy say something? The king gives a sharp command to the guard. "Open it!" The heavy cell door groans open, revealing a gruesome scene. Kane is chained to the wall, bruised and bloodied. Arut's mind spins. Is the king going to make an example of him? The Demon King clicks his tongue. "What a mess," he says, almost bored, telling Arut to take a good look. He grabs Kane by the hair, forcing his head up. "Doesn't he seem familiar?" he asks with a smirk. Kane groans in pain. Arut just stares. "Familiar? What do you mean?" The Demon King explains that this human possesses the sheer force to strike down a demon. He's not just any intruder. He leans in close, his golden eyes glowing. "The ever-growing strength when it comes to me, the Demon King." His words are cryptic, but they trigger a memory. A dawning realization hits Arut. That specific kind of power, could he be a hero? The Demon King explains. When a hero faces death fighting him, they have two options: self-destruct to cause massive damage, or use their life force to scatter their power across the continent as fragments of a hero. Most heroes, fearing complete erasure, chose the second option. The human empire then collected those who possessed these fragments. Unofficially, they were all called heroes, but only the best were given the official title. Arut understands. It's the Empire's way of bluffing, making their forces seem larger than they are. But sending even a fledgling hero into the heart of the demon realm is a suicide mission, the Demon King clarifies. It's better to call him a hero candidate. Or the remnant of a hero, he adds with a sly grin. Arut thinks, he's right. If this guy were an official hero, he wouldn't be so weak. But still, it's a waste of a valuable asset. The Empire wouldn't have sent him here without a very good reason. A dark thought crosses the Demon King's mind. Just what is that Emperor thinking? Arut speaks up, addressing the king, who turns, surprised by the interruption. Arut looks the king dead in the eye and makes a bold request. Please let me have a chat alone with this person. For a moment, Arut lets his mask slip, glaring at Cain with a cold fury. He needs to know what's really going on. The Demon King agrees. All right, I'll be waiting outside. As the king leaves, Arut's mind races. The attack was too precise. Cain only targeted him. Why? He has to figure this out. As Arut contemplates, Cain looks up, his eyes filled with hate, and snarls a name. Oh, Dion Hart, you traitor. Arut freezes. He heard him. He called him by his real name. Cain spits blood, accusing Arut of betraying the Empire and switching sides. And then, Arut does something completely unexpected. He starts to laugh, a wild, almost manic laugh. I never thought he'd deliver a message this way. He clutches his head, his laughter echoing in the cell. Cain just stares, bewildered. What? Arut's laughter dies, replaced by a chilling grin. Okay, fine, he says softly. You must be the deserted pawn, right? Cain screams. Bullshit! Cain insists he's on an important mission, but Arut cuts him off. No, he says flatly. The proof is that you called me a traitor. Arut's eyes glow. He leans in close, his voice a low whisper. What sins did you commit to be cast aside by the Emperor and deserted like this? A single tear, marked with the Empire's symbol, rolls down Cain's cheek. He stammers, What do you mean deserted? Arut grabs him tighter. His Majesty, he says with mock sympathy, is aware of everything. He pulls Cain close, whispering in his ear. Cain trembles, a horrifying realization dawning. This man, he knows everything. His mission, his objective, all of it. Arut pulls back with a satisfied smirk. Could the Emperor have really? He asks the question that shatters Cain's world. Why would His Majesty send you here, to the dangerous demon realm, just to eliminate a traitor? The truth hits Cain like a physical blow. The impossible mission, the lack of support, it all clicks. He whispers in disbelief. He really deserted me? Arut steps back, dismissively. Well, think about it carefully before you die. Cain collapses, the betrayal crushing him. I sacrificed everything for the Empire. His grief turns to pure rage. He screams, cursing the Emperor, swearing to kill him. Arut watches, his expression cold. Such superficial loyalty, he mutters, turning to leave. A waste of my time. The Demon King is waiting. Done talking already? He asks. He notes that, judging from Arut's expression, his curiosity has been satisfied. The king smiles, a predatory glint in his eyes. So, what should we do with him? Maybe we can use him? Arut looks back, his red eyes cold. That's your call, Your Majesty, he says. But I think you should just kill him. The Demon King seems pleased. All right, your decision then. I'll take care of it. The king's smile widens. But you should grant me a favor in return. Arut looks up at the Demon King, a silent tension filling the air. He solved one problem, only to find himself in a new, far more dangerous bargain with the one person he can never cross. The price of survival is never cheap. The Demon King stands before Arut, a smug smile on his face. He's decided how Arut will repay him for dealing with the intruder. Arut looks back with tired, dead eyes. He's already exhausted from just surviving the day, and now this. A knot of dread tightens in his stomach. The king gets straight to the point. The First Corps needs immediate backup. Apparently, it's not just another hero candidates this time. A real hero has joined the battle. The words hit Arut like a punch to the gut. A real hero. Not some disposable pawn, but the genuine article. His expression hardens, a flicker of old battlefield terror returning. The king continues, his tone casual, as if discussing the weather. He reminds Arit that heroes and demons don't exactly get along. He explains that if this hero isn't just another fragment to be cast aside, then the average demon won't stand a chance. His words paint a grim picture, one Arut knows all too well. The king's smile turns sly, and more than anything, he says, his golden eyes gleaming, "You're curious too." He's curious about the emperor's motives. He claps a hand on Arut's shoulder, a gesture that feels more like a claim of ownership than friendship, and tells him to take care of this mission. Arut blinks, and the world rushes back into focus. He's somewhere else entirely, dazed and confused. When did he even get here? The Demon King's voice cuts through his haze, telling him to get ready to leave. Arut sees ghost-like images of himself, his mind completely disconnected from his body. His eyes are wide with panic. Where am I going, he thinks, his mind supplying the only answer. To hell. And just like that, he's outside, cloaked for travel, standing before a demonic carriage pulled by horses of purple flame. He's being sent off with no say in the matter. He closes his eyes, a single tear of despair escaping. "Damn it," he whispers, his mind is a blur. He remembers following the king to the dungeon. But as soon as he came to, he was being sent to another terrifying place. He keeps blacking out from the stress. He wonders if he has some kind of disease. He tries to piece it together. He recalls that the intruder Cain is going to die, and that the Demon King ordered him to the front lines to deal with a new hero. His thoughts are interrupted by Ed's cheerful voice. "Sir Arut, all preparations are complete." Ed is practically bouncing, completely oblivious to his commander's inner turmoil. Arut just nods, his face a mask of grim resignation. Understood. He is being sent to deal with a new hero. He walks toward the carriage like a man heading to his own execution. Arut slumps into his seat. If he's going to go, he might as well see the face of this new hero. After all, he admits to himself, he is curious. Ed, of course, sees something else. He's sure the last mission wasn't enough to quench his commander's thirst for battle. He knows things are dire, but looking at Arut's face, he sees only happiness. To Ed, Arut looks like he's going on vacation. Just as they're about to leave, a cheerful voice calls out, "Sir Arut!" A figure with vibrant pink hair leaps down from above. It's the 11th Corps Commander Ryronel. She lands gracefully, a huge smile on her face as she tells Arut she really missed him. Arut stares, surprised. "Ryronel?" he asks what she's doing here. As usual, she seems completely smitten. But Arut isn't falling for it. After the harmless gardener, he knows not to be fooled by cute appearances. She possesses power second only to the king himself. Ryronel explains that she heard he was going to the front lines and wanted to give him something. She holds out a beautiful necklace with a shimmering pink gem. Arut is immediately on guard. It looks incredibly suspicious. His first thought isn't gratitude, it's doubt. He probably shouldn't accept it. She explains she cast a powerful defensive spell on it, one that will prevent him from dying at least once. She wanted to help. For a moment, Arut is genuinely stunned. He quietly says, "Thank you." This is an incredibly useful item. His mind starts working again. She's giving it to him, so he should accept it. Rejecting it would just be rude. He takes the necklace and, in what he thinks is a smooth move, places it around her neck and pats her head. He immediately recoils internally. He let his guard down without even realizing it. But Ryronel absolutely melts, giggling happily as Arut awkwardly pats her head. Arut looks at the thing moving behind her, the tentacle. It's unpleasant. But she seems happy, so he's going to stop patting her now. He pulls his hand back and thanks her again. Ed watches with tears in his eyes. He tells Ryronel that thanks to her necklace, he can finally rest easy, knowing his commander is safe. Ryronel is deeply moved. To care for Sir Arut so much, she declares Ed a truly great lieutenant. She grabs Ed's hands, telling him with fiery determination to continue serving her Sir Arut just like that. Ed puffs up with pride and promises he will. Arut watches them, a black cloud of exhaustion forming over his head. "Great," he mutters. "Do what you want." As Ed tries to escort him, he just brushes him off. "It's fine. You stay here and play with Ryronel." Inside the carriage, Arut sinks into his seat. The aftermath, the reputation he gained after killing a hero. As Ryronel waves him off, a memory floods Arut's mind, a memory of the real aftermath of a hero's death, a time when he didn't stop a hero from self-destructing, nor did he absorb the blast. He was just there. At that time, he was merely a comrade of the hero. He's back in a desolate forest. This is all that's left, he thinks, sadness weighing on him. We lost so many people. The hero approaches him. Sir Hart, he says calmly. He smiles kindly. Please stay here. This is the previous hero, the real one. Dion Hart looks at him in disbelief. Are you serious? The hero confirms he is. The hero declares that he will finish the battle with the remaining troops. Hart tries to protest, but the hero cuts him off. He says this is more than enough. He explains that this Demon King is the strongest in history, and they need someone to report the results of the battle back to the Empire. He asks Hart to be that person. So please, go back, the hero insists, gently pushing him away. He gives Hart a knowing look. You also have something you need to do while you're alive, right? Hart is stunned. How could he know? The hero explains that he knows a war hero like Hart only came on this adventure because he needs a greater achievement to fulfill his wish. Reporting the results will be that achievement. The hero wonders aloud what Hart could have possibly wished for from the Emperor. An entire nation? Hart just looks down, silent. The hero just smiles. He says he'll hear about it when he returns. And with a final, confident grin, he promises, I'll be back. The memory fades. Arut sits alone in the dark woods. He wonders how much time has passed. Is the battle over? He wants to check, but he can't move. He doesn't know if it's guilt, shame, or fear, or maybe, he thinks with a scowl, it's all three. A comrade is supposed to clear a path for the hero, but when he was asked to stay behind, his first instinct was relief. He clenches his fists. He wants to live. No, he must survive. He decides to at least see the results of the battle. If they won, he'll pretend he just arrived. If they lost, he'll report it. It should be fine if he's just watching from afar. He creeps to a cliff overlooking the battlefield. As he peeks over, a wave of energy washes over him. Damn it, what is that? He looks down at the clearing. The human forces are gathered, but it's already over. The Demon King stands victorious amidst the bodies of fallen soldiers. It's a scene of absolute defeat. The Demon King approaches the last one standing, the hero kneeling and bleeding. The king looked down on him, his face shadowed and unreadable. His golden eyes glow. Any last words? The hero just smiles, a final act of defiance. A brilliant golden light erupts from his body. He's chosen to self-destruct. The explosion rips through the battlefield, turning rock to dust. Arut is thrown back by the force. Self-destruct, he gasps in horror. His mind flashes back to the promise. Is this how it ends? I need to report this to the Empire. He lies in the dirt, dazed, when a deep voice grunts, You there. Who are you? An orc-like demon looms over him, club in hand. Arut's eyes snap open in terror. A demon! The demon roars. This small fry was hiding, and swings his massive club down. A purple light flares around Arut's neck as Ririnel's necklace deflects the blow. But the protection won't last. He's been found. He's cornered. He's out of luck. Damn it. Cornered, terrified, and out of options, Arut is about to be crushed. The demon's club slams down, shattering the ground where he just stood. Arut scrambles back on pure instinct, putting some distance between himself and the massive demon. His heart hammers against his ribs. Damn it, he thinks. Why did you start swinging without any warning? The demon doesn't give him a second to breathe, swinging its club again in a wide, vicious arc. He's not fast enough. The edge of the club grazes his cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. He knows he can't escape at this rate. He needs to buy some time. He fumbles for the rope at his belt, his hands shaking. But the demon is on him again, moving with surprising speed. Arut has no choice but to dodge desperately. Seeing an opening, he lunges forward with the only weapon he has left, a small dagger. He slides under the demon's guard, a blur of motion. The demon roars in fury, calling him a mousy little rat. Arut pivots, driving all of his weight into a single, desperate thrust. He aims for the demon's shoulder, hoping to disable its arm. With a sickening squelch, the dagger sinks into flesh. The demon cries out in pain, but the wound is shallow. It's not enough. It glares down at him, its eyes burning with rage. You bastard, it growls. Arut looks at the insignificant wound, his heart sinking. Was it too shallow? A massive hand reaches for him. He knew it. He was too weak to pierce its thick skin. He needs to dodge, but his body won't respond. He's frozen, wondering what he can possibly do now. Suddenly, the ground beneath them gives way with a deafening crack. The demon looks down in surprise as the cliff edge crumbles. They both go tumbling down into the darkness below. Arut is still clinging to the demon, his dagger buried in its side as they fall. "Damn it!" he screams into the wind. Just then, a brilliant red light shoots up from below, engulfing the area in a blinding flash. On the ground, several demon soldiers shield their eyes. They stare in confusion. What's happening? As the smoke clears, they can just make out a silhouette on the ground. Arut pushes himself up, a wave of nausea washing over him. He can't believe it. I survived. He remembers the demon he was fighting and looks down at his dagger, still buried in something bloody. He looks at the massive body he landed on. Its eyes are wide and lifeless. It's dead. He pieces it together. He survived because he fell on the ogre. He supposes you can stab an ogre to death if you put your entire body weight into it while falling off a cliff. But that's not important. This place must be. He stands up on the corpse and looks around. He's surrounded by dozens of other demons, all staring at him. He's in the center of the enemy camp. The demons are in shock. They recognize the body. "The 7th Corps commander," one stammers. They look at Arut in disbelief. Who the hell is that human? How is he so powerful? The words hit Arut like a ton of bricks. The 7th Corps commander? That means he landed in the middle of the enemy camp and killed their commander in front of everyone. He stands there, frozen. Wait! His eyes drift upwards, and he sees him, the Demon King, radiating immense power, staring right at him with an expression that says, "I'm going to kill you." A faint, dying voice whispers his name. Dion. Arut's eyes snap to the source. It's the hero. The same hero from his past, beaten and bloody, but alive. "Hero," he gasps. The hero asks him what he's doing here, why he came back. Arut stumbles forward. "I'm sorry," he says, his voice thick with guilt. "I wanted to fulfill my duty." The hero grabs his arm, a sad smile on his face. I hoped that at least you would survive." Arut stares at him, confused. He stopped his self-destruction? Why? The hero looks up as if speaking to the world. He says that Arut is ridiculously kind and loyal, and that if he had the chance, he could become the next hero. In his last moments, he makes a final request: "Please, let that man live." A brilliant golden light erupts from the hero's body, not in an explosion, but in a focused surge. The light flows from his hands, enveloping Arut. "Please," the hero begs, "let him have at least one fragment." The light intensifies, pouring into Arut. The Demon King watches from above, shocked. That light? It's different. Is the hero transferring his powers? How is that possible? Arut holds the dying hero as the light fades. What a fool, Arut thinks, his heart aching. The hero should have known it was impossible. He can't believe he stopped his own self-destruction just to try and give him his powers. The hero's body goes limp, his life finally gone. Arut checks himself. As expected, there is absolutely no change in his body. He clenches his cloak in despair. "I'm still the weakest." But the onlooking demon saw something else entirely. "Did that human just kill the hero?" one whispers in awe. "He stopped the self-destruction and killed him." "Incredible!" Another demon notes that Arut seems to be in agony, reasoning that he must have absorbed the brunt of the hero's power. Arut looks at his hand, covered in blood he just coughed up. "I threw up again," he thinks miserably. Is this from the shock of falling? He sighs, looking at the army of demons surrounding him. It doesn't matter. There's no way he can get through them. This is the end. Just then, the Demon King floats down, a slight smile on his face. "Wow," he says, amused. "How can you laugh in a situation like this?" He lands in front of Arut. "Hey you, what's your name?" Arut knows he has to humor him. He gives his real name. Dion Hart. "Good. I like it," the Demon King says with a predatory smile. He then asks a question that throws Arut completely off. "Have you ever considered joining the demon army?" Without thinking, Arut blurts out, "Yes, I'll join, huh?" He freezes. What did he just agree to? The king tells him not to worry about any opposition. He gestures to the battlefield, to the dead commander and the dead hero. After witnessing what just happened, he says, no one would even dream of opposing him. The camera pans over the dead commander and the dead hero. Arut stands there, his mind completely broken. I tried to survive, but I never thought I'd survive like this. And so, it started from that day. Everyone in the Demon King's castle, the king himself included, shared the deluded opinion that he was astoundingly powerful. He became deathly afraid of the future. Sir Arut, we have arrived. Ed's voice pulls him back to the present. They are at the front lines, the border between the human world and the demon realm. Arut looks out at the demon encampment, a familiar dread washing over him. I've come to such a place. Waiting for him is the First Corps commander, Jakar. Jakar greets him. I've been waiting for you. Arut looks at Jakar's slightly disheveled state. Things must be really bad here. He shakes Jakar's hand, his mind racing. He should have refused the king right then and there, but he knew he would die if he did. He lets out a small, bitter smile. There was never really an option, was there? My life. Jakar misreads the situation completely. He thinks Arut's expression has eased up, sure that he's looking forward to the battle. He apologizes, informing him that there's a lull in the fighting. Arut snaps at him. What? Who's looking forward to what? He catches himself, asking if Jakar meant the Corps. No, Jakar says, looking at him with respect. I'm naturally referring to you as well. He says he expects Arut to join the battle as soon as the Empire attacks. The image of armored knights charging fills Arut's mind. His eyes go wide with terror. You want me to fight too? On the human front lines, inside the Empire's command tent, the air is heavy with unspoken tension. A grim voice cuts through the silence. The Zero Corps commander, you say? A man with sharp green eyes and dark hair leans over a map, his expression hardened by countless battles. An officer confirms the report. Their scouts have seen it. The demon army's morale is soaring, all because he has arrived. The officer continues. On the other hand, our troops, but the commander waves him off. Enough, he sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose. Why now? Why is that monster on our doorstep? The name itself is a weapon against them, the Zero Corps commander. They call him the Demon King's ultimate trump card, a being whose power is rumored to eclipse even the legendary First Corps commander, the strongest of them all. The officer's voice trembles slightly. What do we do? If the rumors are true, our victory is. But the commander simply stares at the map, lost in thought. His decision is swift and cold. We send an assassin. The officer is stunned. An assassin? Against the Zero Corps commander? That's a suicide mission. The commander taps a location on the map. Only if the Zero Corps commander actually exists. He doesn't trust the stories. A warrior who took down a hero with a single glance? It sounds too fantastic. He suspects it's all a ghost story, a phantom created by the Demon King to break their spirit. This is the hero of humanity, Cruel. And he is not a man who believes in ghosts. He issues the order. The mission isn't to kill, but to confirm. Find out if the legend is real. If one assassin can expose the lie, it will be a massive victory. Meanwhile, back at the demon camp, the subject of all this fear is having his hands wrapped in bandages. Ed works with meticulous care, while Arut, the legend, shivers uncontrollably. Inside his head, Arut is screaming. Do I really have to fight? He'd always found his fearsome reputation convenient, since it made everyone leave him alone. But now, he hates it more than anything. Ed leans in, his brow furrowed with concern. Sir Arut, are you feeling all right? You're shaking so much I can barely wrap the bandages. Not at all. Arut forces a smile, but Ed just gives him a confused look before continuing his work. Arut tries to play it cool. Ed, you don't have to be so careful. I'm just planning to see the new hero's face and then fall back. Ed freezes, staring at him as if he's just said the most absurd thing in the world. The look makes Arut's skin crawl. What are you saying? Ed bursts out. The human world is right there. The battle could start any second. He insists this is exactly why he has to be more careful than ever. Ed sighs, shaking his head with parental disappointment. You really don't look after yourself. You have no idea how much I worry. Arut is just baffled. It's sweet, but he can't understand this blind loyalty. He genuinely wonders what Ed sees in him. He vomits blood, faints at the drop of a hat, and gets sunburned in seconds. By all accounts, he is, completely and utterly useless. A weak human. Why would a demon like Ed stick by his side? Is he secretly an angel? Probably not. Ah, Ed suddenly brightens up. These bandages were specially made by the Demon King himself. They're enchanted to deflect the sun and regulate your temperature, so you can fight as much as you want. He adds with a proud grin that they'll even magically repair themselves if they aren't completely torn. Arut is speechless. He remembers the Demon King bragging about it, even putting a transparency spell over the eyes, nose, and mouth so he could see and breathe. Ed is practically gushing. His Majesty must treasure you so much to use his magic so freely. But Arut has a different theory. The Demon King probably just has so much magic he doesn't know what to do with it all. After all, using magic has consequences. It bends the laws of the world. A demon's magic is finite, and the more they use, the faster a new hero appears to challenge them. Arut glances at his newly wrapped hands. If the king is spending this much magic, he must be confident he can handle any hero that appears. Not that it's any of Arut's concern. All finished, Ed announces cheerfully. Arut stands up, wrapped like a mummy from the neck down, and mutters a quiet, "Thank you." He hates to admit it, but the bandages are, actually, really comfortable. Ed is beaming. With you leading the Zero Corps, Sir Arut, our victory is guaranteed. Arut just thinks to himself, life is pain. With dead eyes, Arut plays along. Yes, I'm counting on all of you, so please take care of me. He then announces he's going for a walk to check on things. Ed looks confused. What? Shouldn't you be saving your energy for the battle? Arut waves a dismissive hand. Phew, I'm more than strong enough. As he leaves, Ed marvels at his commander's enthusiasm. Of course, Arut is lying through his teeth. His real mission? Find a good hiding spot before the battle starts. He steps outside the tent and freezes. Huh? Why are there so many demons out here? And why are they all staring at him with awe-filled eyes? It's really him, one whispers. We don't have to worry anymore, says another. Arut panics internally. Why are they so confident all of a sudden? The First Corps commander, Jakar, approaches with a confident smile. There's no doubt about it. Victory will be ours this time. I look forward to fighting alongside you. Jakar thinks to himself that the Demon King was right. Just by being here, Arut has reignited their will to fight. Arut just wants to disappear. Please, just ignore me, he mutters, trying to slip away unnoticed. But he is being noticed. From the shadows of a nearby tree, the assassin sent by Cruel watches intently. So that's him. The infamous Zero Corps commander. The assassin is shocked. He's actually real. He studies his target. He looks surprisingly small, almost frail, with that indifferent posture, the immense pressure he radiates even while just standing there. The rumors must have some truth to them. The assassin figures that even if he's strong, the stories are probably exaggerated. He could report back now, having confirmed his existence. But since he's here, why not test those skills? He discreetly pulls out a small dart, coated in a lethal poison. He takes aim just as Arut turns to walk away. The dart flies through the air, silent and true, aimed directly for the back of Arut's neck. At that exact moment, Arut's foot catches on a loose rock, and he stumbles forward awkwardly. The dart zips past his head, missing by a hair. The assassin's blood runs cold. He dodged it? Arut turns his head, a look of pure annoyance on his face as he glares at the ground. The assassin panics. Did he see me? He found me instantly. Arut furiously kicks the offending rock. Damn it, I almost fell. Don't these guys ever clear the paths? A nearby demon soldier approaches timidly. Is there a problem, sir? She looks confused. You just sat down all of a sudden. I was stretching, Arut lies, popping back to his feet. The soldier's face lights up. Ah, of course, Sir Arut, you're already warming up for battle. How reassuring. Sure, Arut thinks sarcastically. Seeing no good hiding spots, he decides to just head back to his tent. The assassin watches him leave, his mind racing. What was that? Is he safe now that Arut is going inside? No, he realizes with a jolt of terror. Arut isn't letting him go. He's choosing not to alert his subordinates, planning to deal with the intruder himself in secret. The assassin is awestruck. He's my enemy, but that's incredible. He can't go back now. He has to know more. Gauging the commander's true power could change the tide of the war for the Empire. All right, he vows, melting back into the shadows. The next chance will be the last. Inside the tent, Arut finds Ed with a bottle of wine. You're back already? Ed asks, surprised. Arut feels a flash of embarrassment. He was gone for barely a minute. He quickly changes the subject, asking what Ed knows about the new hero leading the human troops. Ed reports what little they have. The hero wears a helmet, so no one's seen his face, but his swordsmanship is said to be exceptional. Hidden in the rafters above, the assassin listens closely. He's confused. Why is Arut asking about Sir Cruel? And then a horrifying thought strikes him. Does he already know? Did he figure out that Cruel was the one who sent him? Arut's gaze falls on the bottle and glass on the table. What's that? Is that alcohol? Ed flinches like he's been caught. Wow, he wouldn't let Arut drink, but he's having some himself? Ed panics. It's not what you think. I took it out for you, Sir Arut. Arut's eye twitches. A spark of hope appears in his eyes. Oh, can I drink it? Yes, Ed stammers, relieved. Since we're on the battlefield, it's all right to drink a little to calm your nerves? He thinks he's just narrowly avoided his commander's wrath. Besides, Ed thinks, he seems to be in high spirits for this battle. A little drink should be fine. Score, Arut thinks, his mood lifting instantly. As Ed pours the wine, the assassin in the rafters flicks a tiny, poisoned pellet with perfect aim. Arut looks up slightly. Did you hear something? Ed glances around. Hear what, sir? Arut stares into his glass, where the pellet has already dissolved without a trace. Ah, it must be nothing. The assassin smirks from his hiding spot. What a fool! He threw a rock to create a distraction, and it worked perfectly. This is it. A poison so deadly, one sip is all it takes. Arut raises the glass to his lips, still wondering if he imagined the sound. The assassin watches, his heart pounding with victory. This is the end for the Zero Corps commander. Die. Arut takes a small sip. Ed watches him, a little concerned. Is there a problem, sir? And then, in a violent spray, Arut spits the wine directly into Ed's horrified face. The assassin is completely, utterly stunned. Arut glares into the dark rafters, his eyes cold as ice. There seems to be a pest among us. In a world of monsters and legends, the most terrifying thing isn't always a demon. Sometimes it's a lie. Arut's cold words hang in the air, freezing the entire tent in silence. There seems to be a pest among us. His aide, Ed, just stares, completely stunned. Arut holds the pose. His red eyes narrowed, projecting the perfect image of a legendary commander who can sense a killer's breath from a mile away. But inside his head, it's nothing but pure, unfiltered panic. He's screaming at himself. No, why did the glass fly out of my hand like that? He didn't mean for that to happen. He was just trying to swat a fly that was buzzing around his face. In his frustration, he'd flicked his hand, but his body is so pathetically weak, the tiny motion sent the whole glass flying. He remembers the moment perfectly. Annoyed by the bug, he'd muttered under his breath for it to get lost. A simple twitch of his wrist and the glass went sailing. The pest he was talking about wasn't a deadly assassin, it was an actual fly. His eyes widen in horror as he realizes what a scene he's just caused. He has absolutely no idea how trying to get rid of a bug turned into this dramatic, high-stakes confrontation. On the floor, a shattered glass in a pool of dark wine is all the proof anyone needs of his power. But to everyone else, it's a sign that a deadly threat was just neutralized. Arut starts to tremble, trying to explain himself to Ed. He stammers, Ed, I didn't mean to do that, I was just, but the words die in his throat. How could he possibly explain this? He glances down and sees a strange, hissing steam rising from the spilled wine. A single bead of sweat rolls down his face as a horrifying new possibility dawns on him. Ed stands frozen, his eyes locked on the floor where the spilled wine is emitting a toxic-looking vapor. And then it clicks. Poison, he shouts, his voice a mixture of fury and shock. Arut flinches, the word hitting him like a physical blow. What? Ed whirls around, clutching his own glass, the terrifying realization sinking in. The drink he was about to serve his commander was poisoned. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows of the rafters, the assassin watches, his mind completely shattered. He scrambles away into the night, his heart hammering against his ribs. He was so sure he was invisible, untraceable. But he was discovered instantly. Panic fuels his escape through the dark woods. He has to get back. He has to report this to Sir Cruel immediately. The stories weren't just rumors. They weren't exaggerated in the slightest. The Zero Corps commander is a truly dangerous man, and the human forces just made a terrible, terrible mistake. Just then, the First Corps commander, J-Car, arrives. His face is grim, his voice low and dangerous as he announces that someone dared to infiltrate their camp to assassinate the Zero Corps commander. The nearby soldiers erupt in panicked whispers. An assassination attempt? Here? How did no one notice? No one, except for Arut. J-Car's voice cuts through the noise like a whip. He promises to deal with their failure later. For now, their orders are to sweep the area and find any other intruders. The soldiers scramble to obey. Arut just stands there, hooded and silent, arms crossed. He looks calm, almost bored by the whole affair. But inside, his mind is racing. Wow, I seriously could have died. The thought sends a cold shiver down his spine. If he hadn't spat out that cheap wine, he'd be a corpse right now. Ed approaches him, his head bowed in shame, and offers a deep, sincere apology. He blames himself entirely, saying it was his own foolishness that let an intruder get so close. Arut, still reeling from his near-death experience, just waves it off. He mutters that he didn't think anyone could get past Ed's watch, which just proves how skilled the assassin must have been. He's only trying to make Ed feel better, but it just adds to the assassin's growing legend. Arut lets out a heavy sigh. This is too much. He thinks to himself that he should just quit. Because of this stupid position, now the entire human empire is trying to kill him too. A soldier brings him a fresh bottle of wine, and Arut's focus snaps back. All he can think is, I didn't even get a drink because of that assassin. But then, a vital question hits him. Ed, he says, his voice suddenly serious. Ed tenses, ready for any punishment. But Arut just asks, before you poured the drink, the bottle was sealed, right? Ed is completely lost. Pardon? Yes, sir, he stammers, having no idea where this is going. Arut presses the point, grabbing a nearby soldier for emphasis. He asks again, making sure everyone hears him, the poison was in the glass, not the bottle, correct? The poor soldier looks like he's about to have a heart attack. A slow, dawning realization spreads across Arut's face. That means this wine, a wicked grin spreads across his face as he holds the new bottle up like a sacred artifact, is perfectly fine to drink, right? The booze is innocent. In the middle of a high-level security crisis, our commander has finally solved the only problem he actually cares about. Miles away, in the human command tent, the mood is far more somber. The hero Cruel sits hunched over a map, listening to the report from the terrified assassin who barely escaped with his life. The assassin's conclusion is simple and chilling. He is dangerous. Cruel's advisors are starting to panic. It seems there wasn't a single lie in the rumors. If this continues, the Empire stands no chance. Cruel considers it. That assassin was one of their best, a shadow who had never been caught, and he came back absolutely terrified. Clenching his fist, Cruel accepts the grim truth. They've confirmed it. The Zero Corps commander is every bit as powerful as the legends claim. And if the demon army has a weapon like that, then the humans need to bring out their own ultimate weapon to stand a chance. An advisor asks if he means the other hero of the Empire. Cruel confirms it, but adds that he isn't here right now, and without their strongest warrior, there's only one logical path forward. We will retreat. Cruel leans back, his expression firm. The decision has been made, but one of his officers objects. If we retreat now, it will look like we ran away in fear of the Zero Corps commander. He slams his hand on the map, arguing that if the demons think they're weak, it will be a disaster for morale. Cruel calmly explains his plan. They'll pull back, but if any demon is foolish enough to pursue, they'll be met with overwhelming force. They'll turn any chase into a slaughter. He wants to send a message. The human army has no interest in these desolate, sunless lands. They will retreat without showing weakness, making it clear they won't fight unless the demons invade human territory first. It's a strategic withdrawal, not a flight of cowardice. The subordinate agrees to pass on the orders, but he asks what to tell the Empire's leadership. Cruel gives a sly smile. His official orders were to reclaim the Empire's lands, not to invade the demon realm. He plants his sword into the map, marking their current position. As far as he's concerned, they've already accomplished their mission. Their report will state that they see no reason to escalate the conflict, so they're pulling back. A clever bit of political maneuvering to keep everyone happy. That should work. Privately, Cruel admits he doesn't want to risk his debut as a hero on a losing battle. He's worked too hard to let his reputation be tarnished now. His advisor seems relieved, noting that the Zero Corps commander rarely joins battles directly, so they should be safe. Cruel just hopes the commander doesn't decide to cause trouble. That's a relief, Cruel says. In that case, let's begin the retreat. But before he can finish, a soldier bursts into the tent screaming, "Commander!" The scout is gasping for air, his face pale with terror. He yells that the demon army is charging straight for them, and leading the charge is the Zero Corps commander. The entire tent freezes. Cruel and his advisor just stare at each other in disbelief and horror. "Damn it," Cruel grits out, his careful plan shattering before his eyes. Nothing is going right. On the battlefield, Arut stumbles forward, wildly swinging his sword at a human soldier who can barely block the sloppy attacks. Arut is laughing. A wild, unhinged cackle rings out across the field as he swings his sword, drunk on both wine and the relief of being alive. He fumbles with the wine bottle, somehow managing to take another swig in the middle of his attack. He brings his blade down in a messy, brutal arc, fueled by nothing but drunken chaos. The soldier screams as the blade slices through his hand. "My hand!" Arut stands over him, a terrifying, blood-soaked silhouette against the dark sky. This isn't skilled swordsmanship, it's the unpredictable ferocity of a cornered animal. He continues to laugh as he kicks the downed soldier, his movements clumsy but savage. From a safe distance, Ed watches with a pained expression. He knows Arut drank the entire bottle and is completely wasted. But he tells himself it's a good thing. Thanks to his commander's fierce display, troop morale is at an all-time high. Arut brutally kicks the soldier again, sending him tumbling backward. The soldier trembles on the ground, his sword lost. He stares up at the approaching figure in pure terror. One word forms in his mind, a name for this laughing, blood-soaked monster: Devil. To him, Arut, cloaked in shadow and splattered in red, is the very definition of a demon from the deepest pits of hell. Who else could you possibly call a devil, if not this man? The look in Arut's eyes is wild and unfocused, but to the terrified soldier, it's the gaze of pure, malevolent evil. If not him? A close-up on Arut's single, glowing red eye, burning in the darkness. The soldier's mind is screaming. He knows he has to fight back to live, but tears of despair stream down his face. He can't. He's paralyzed by fear. He scrambles backward, begging, "Don't come any closer." He glances at the mangled corpse of a comrade nearby. If he fights back, he'll just end up like that. The sight of his fallen friend completely shatters his will to resist. Arut grips his sword, the blade dripping with fresh blood. The soldier's mind breaks. "Somebody, please." Arut looms over him, his voice a drunken, slurred growl. "Why are you just sitting there?" Tears stream down the soldier's face. He doesn't understand the words, only the terrifying tone. As Arut rambles on about needing to struggle to survive, the soldier can only whisper a single, broken word: "Save." Arut raises his sword, slurring, "If you don't, you'll die, just like this." He's no longer talking to the soldier, just drunkenly projecting his own deepest fears. The soldier's silent plea becomes a desperate scream in his mind. "Save me!" Suddenly, a brilliant flash of golden light explodes across the battlefield. A sharp clang of steel rings out as Arut's sword is stopped just inches from the soldier's face. The soldier stares, his eyes wide with shock and a tiny, dawning spark of hope. The force of the impact sends Arut stumbling backward. He hits the ground hard, letting out a pained grunt as the shock sobers him up slightly. Ed sees his commander fall and rushes forward in a panic, shouting, "Sir Arut!" He kneels by Arut's side. "Are you all right?" Arut just coughs, his head spinning. Ed turns, his expression instantly shifting from worried aide to vengeful demon as he glares at the newcomer. "How dare you harm Sir Arut?" Standing between them and the cowering soldier is a figure in shining, full-plate armor, radiating an aura of calm, protective power. Ed's breath catches in his throat. He recognizes the crest, the holy light surrounding them. It can't be. It's the human's ultimate weapon, a hero. The battlefield falls silent. The hero stands firm, his armor gleaming, thinking to himself, "I was going to end you in one shot." He'd expected an easy kill, but something is wrong. Ed stares in horror, recognizing the figure instantly. That man, he's the hero. Behind him, Arut coughs, the force of the block rattling his entire body. Ed rushes to his side, his voice filled with panic. "Sir Arut, are you all right?" He's terrified his commander has been mortally wounded. Then, Ed notices a faint, pulsing pink light coming from Arut's chest. He sees the shattered remnants of a necklace in Arut's hand. He knows that necklace. It was a defensive charm from Miss Ryronel, made to protect its wearer from a single, fatal blow. Ed's blood runs cold. If it wasn't for that, Sir Arut would be dead. On the other side of the field, the soldier who was moments from death finally collapses, the tension draining from his body. Tears of pure, overwhelming relief stream down his face. He's alive. He was saved. He was saved by the new hero of the Empire. The star of the battlefield, Cruel, stands before him like a divine savior, bathed in a holy golden light. The soldier reaches out a trembling hand, his voice choked with emotion. Finally, I'm saved. But just as the word leaves his lips, a blur of red cuts across his vision. Arut is suddenly standing over him again, pushing him aside. The soldier is shocked. Huh? Wait. Arut stumbles to his feet, ignoring the man completely. His mind is a fuzzy, drunken haze. What just happened? He looks up and finally focuses on the armored figure standing before him. Arut, still bloody and swaying on his feet, looks the hero up and down. With the casual air of someone completely unimpressed, he slurs, "So, you're the new hero." Cruel responds with formal humility. "That is what they call me, though I feel I am undeserving of the title." Arut nods slowly. "Yes, I've heard a lot about you." He tilts his head, a strange look in his eyes. "But your voice sounds oddly familiar," Arut says, a smirk playing on his lips. "Have we met before?" "Ah, never mind. Just take off your helmet." The request is so absurd, so disrespectful, it stuns everyone listening. Cruel scoffs. "You want me to remove my helmet in front of an enemy? I refuse." But even as he says it, a strange feeling prickles at him. There's something familiar about this commander too. Arut shrugs, idly spinning a dagger. "I guess you will take it off for me." Cruel is certain this is their first meeting, so why this nagging sense of déjà vu? "Well then," Arut says, sinking into a low stance, "I guess I'll have to take it off for you." With a terrifying grin, he lunges forward, aiming straight for the hero's head. Cruel's eyes widen in surprise. Arut moves in a blur, his blade flashing through the darkness. He's fast, Cruel thinks, barely able to follow the movement. I lost sight of him for a second, but he parries the blow just in time. But that doesn't mean I can't track him at all. Sparks fly as their weapons clash. Arut digs his feet into the ground, using the momentum to pivot. Cruel mirrors him, matching his opponent's speed. The hero sidesteps another wild slash, the blade missing him by inches. Arut lets out a low chuckle. "You dodged that, huh? You must be pretty good. He sounds like he's just toying with him." Cruel doesn't answer, readying his sword for a counterattack. Their blades meet again in a brilliant explosion of light and sound. Arut leans in close, their swords locked. He taunts him. "Come to think of it, you said the title of hero was too much for you, right? Should I test that for you?" Cruel grits his teeth. "I don't think you need to confirm anything." With a roar, Cruel shoves him back, the sound of scraping metal echoing across the field. Cruel unleashes a flurry of attacks, his blade a whirlwind of red light. He thinks to himself that although the commander's speed is a problem, his attacks have almost no force behind them. They're fast, but they're incredibly weak. The two continue their deadly dance, a blur of motion and clashing steel. Arut grimaces, feeling the strain. Each block sends a jarring shock up his weak arms. Cruel presses his advantage, his confidence growing. He thinks, "I can win this. I just need to keep pressuring him with strength and stamina." Arut's eyes glow with a dangerous light. He knows he's being overpowered. He brings his dagger up to block a powerful downward strike. The impact is immense. A massive shockwave erupts from where their weapons meet. A spider web of cracks spreads across Arut's dagger. Arut lets out a pained grunt as he's thrown backward by the sheer force of the hero's attack. He goes flying, tumbling across the battlefield like a broken doll. Cruel stands his ground, confused. Why are his attacks so weak? Is he not fighting seriously? He can't tell if he's being toyed with or if his opponent is simply bored. Either way, he'll use it to his advantage. Arut gets up slowly, his body screaming in protest. He looks at his trembling hand, then back at the hero. He thinks to himself, he's figured it out, hasn't he? Then, in a move that shocks everyone, Arut dusts himself off, spreads his arms wide, and declares with a casual shrug, "Too bad, but that's it for today." He's calling off the fight. Cruel is furious. How dare you? The war isn't over. You're the ones who attacked us first. No, it's over, Arut says calmly. You killed the Ninth Corps commander. Cruel retorts that they were just taking back what was rightfully theirs. Arut's voice becomes dangerously low. And yet, even after retaking your land, you weren't satisfied and decided to invade the demon realm. Arut sighs, as if he's dealing with a petulant child. Are you serious right now? Anyway, he gestures to their two armies. Let's not waste our energy. Why don't we just agree that we both defended our own territory? Cruel hesitates. He's right, he thinks. I don't need to push this, but if I keep fighting, I might actually be able to kill the Zero Corps commander right here. Arut presses his psychological attack. Or does the new hero want to declare all-out war? I don't think your troops would be too happy about that. Cruel flinches. He glances back at his exhausted, battered soldiers. They're in no condition to fight a prolonged battle against this monster. He clicks his tongue in frustration. I lost my cool for a moment. I will back off this time, Cruel announces. He reasons that the demons are fired up, while his own men are nearly broken. It's wiser to retreat as he'd originally planned. Arut, looking like he's barely holding himself together, gives a slight nod. Okay then. As he turns to leave, he waves a dismissive hand over his shoulder. I hope I never see you again, he mutters under his breath. I really hate the sound of your voice. Cruel turns to his own army. We will retreat as well. Arut stumbles back toward the demon lines as a massive cheer erupts from his soldiers. Cruel watches him go, a flicker of doubt and confusion behind his helmet. The demon soldiers are ecstatic. They can't believe it. They made the hero retreat. That's our Sir Arut, one of them shouts. Jakar, however, watches with a slight frown. He thinks it's a waste to back down now. This was the perfect chance to push forward while the Empire's troops were demoralized. But he trusts his commander's judgment. There must have been a reason Arut stopped the fight. He decides not to question it. As Arut passes, Jakar places a hand on his shoulder and says simply, "Good work." The moment Jakar touches him, Arut's body goes limp. He collapses forward, completely unconscious. Jakar catches him, shocked. Hey, are you all right? Arut can only groan, "This damn body of mine," before passing out completely. Jakar feels Arut's hand, which is trembling violently. He touches Arut's forehead and recoils in shock. His entire body is burning up. A new, profound realization dawns on him. He fought like that while he was in this condition? Jakar finally understands. I was wondering why he retreated. He must have suppressed his desire to fight so the enemy wouldn't notice how sick he was. The lie has just reached an entirely new level. The other demons rush over. Ed screaming, "Sir Arut, are you all right?" Jakar knows that if the army saw their commander fall, it would crush their spirit. Ed looks on with pure awe. He's exhausted from fighting in that weakened state. He truly is incredible. Jakar yells, "Carry him inside immediately." As Ed and a medic carry Arut away, Jakar reflects on the commander who appeared from nowhere. He thinks of the legends, how he killed the former 7th Corps commander, Brigiades, Tides, Hors, Horos, Power, and how, above all, the Demon King himself brought him into their ranks. Jakar admits to himself, even though I knew I couldn't deny him, I couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. A part of him always doubted, but today he showed us exactly why he's called the Zero Corps commander. His faith is now absolute. He looks down at the unconscious Arut and thinks, "Leave the rest to me, Demon Arut." Far away in the Demon King's castle, a frantic attendant runs up to Ririnau. "Miss Ririnau? What happened?" Ririnau looks distraught, holding up the shattered remains of a necklace. It broke, she screams, grabbing her attendant by the collar. The attendant panics. "Do you mean the seal? This is a catastrophe. What if the monsters get inside the castle?" "No," Ririnau yells, kicking the wall in frustration. "My seal is perfect. The necklace I gave to Sir Arut broke." Her anger instantly melts into panicked adoration. Her hands fly to her cheeks, her eyes sparkling with worry. "I'm sure Sir Arut is in terrible danger right now. What should I do?" Her mind is made up in an instant. "I have to go to him." Her attendant is horrified. "What? No. Where are you going? His Majesty ordered you to guard the seal," he pleads. "But it's too late. Ririnel is already engulfed in magical flames, her love for Arut overriding everything else. Don't worry, Sir Arut, Ririnel is coming. Sometimes, the end of one battle is just the beginning of a much more dangerous game. As Arut and Ed arrive back at the Demon King's castle, the king himself is waiting at the top of the grand staircase. His voice echoes in the vast hall. "Welcome back." A warm, satisfied smile spreads across the Demon King's face. "Good work," he says, his tone filled with genuine praise. Arut, looking exhausted and now sober, can only bow his head. "Your Majesty." The Demon King descends the stairs, clapping a hand on Arut's shoulder. "I heard it all from Jakar. You really did a number on them this time. You never let me down." He leans in, his voice dropping. "So, how was your meeting with the new hero?" Arut's expression turns serious. He doesn't know what Jakar reported, but he knows what he needs to say. "There's something I need to inform you about him." The Demon King's golden eyes glint with interest. He can feel the tension still radiating from his commander. He thinks to himself, judging from his mood, he still hasn't cooled down from the battle. "Why don't we go inside and talk?" the king suggests smoothly. The second corps commander also brought new information about the hero. Arut visibly flinches at the mention of that commander. A sour memory flashes through his mind, the flamboyant Second Corps commander trying to force him into frilly new outfits, cooing about how good he looked. The thought alone makes him grit his teeth. The Demon King laughs, noticing his reaction. "From the look on your face, you don't care for them very much." He pats Arut on the back. "Don't worry, they're very busy sorting through information. I've buried them in so much work. They won't be leaving their room for a while." The king's tone is casual, but the threat is clear. "Now, get changed and come to my office." A stack of papers slams down onto a table. The new intelligence report. The scene shifts. Arut is on a sofa across from the Demon King, who gestures to the papers. "Take a look. There's some fascinating information in there." Arut picks up the report. His eyes scan the page, and then they stop, widening in utter shock. His breath catches in his throat. His mind goes blank. "This..." The king's voice seems to come from a great distance away. "Sir Arut? Arut's mind spins. "Wait, where am I?" He looks around, dazed. He's in his room at the castle. "When did I get back?" he wonders. "I was just on the battlefield." Suddenly, a weight crashes onto his chest. Risnal is hugging him tightly, sobbing with relief. "I'm so glad you're safe." Arut is completely startled. "Ririnel?" He's utterly confused. What does she mean, safe? Safe from what? His last clear memory surfaces. He just wanted to get drunk before he died. He remembers holding the bottle of wine, a wicked grin on his face, thinking it was perfectly fine to drink. "Wait, what?" "I blacked out after drinking that?" he exclaims, clutching his head. He only had one bottle. Ririnel explains that her necklace broke, so she rushed over, only to find he'd already returned. The realization hits him like a ton of bricks. The necklace from Ririnel, it was designed to prevent sudden death. It broke, which means he almost died? The thought sends ice through his veins. Ririnel, oblivious to his terror, beams up at him. "But you managed to corner the new hero and even took back our territory. That's our Sir Arut. Arut can only stare, horrified. He must have gotten drunk and acted out again. He really has to quit drinking." All the while, Ririnel is just thinking about how cool he is. He feels something in his hand and looks down. "Huh? What's this?" It's the parchment from the Demon King's office. He unrolls it, revealing a portrait of a man with dark hair and a serious expression. "The Hero." And beneath it, a name written in elegant script. "Cruel Heart." A cold, sharp sound escapes Arut's lips. His face twists into a grimace. This is a name he could never ever forget. The person he couldn't help but love, my older brother. The name echoes in his mind. A memory rips through him. He sees his brother, Cruel, looking down in shock. Cruel is staring at a younger version of Arut, at Dion, lying in a pool of blood, weak and dying. The memory is a nightmare. Dion, covered in his own blood, tears in his eyes, clutching a dagger. He remembers reaching out a blood-soaked hand, his voice a desperate whisper. "Brother, help me!" He remembers his brother's face, twisted in agony, raising a sword as Dion begged him, "Please." The memory fades, leaving Arut staring into nothing, a single tear rolling down his cheek. "Brother?" A splash of red like blood fills the screen. Arut crushes the parchment in his fist. "So he's the hero," he says, his voice dangerously calm. "Since when?" Raironel looks up at him, sensing the sudden, terrifying shift in his mood. "Sir Arut?" He abruptly stands. "Sorry, something's come up. I have to go." Raironel can only stammer, "All right, please be safe," as he storms out. Raironel's attendant shivers. The Zero Corps commander is really scary. Why do you think he got angry so suddenly? Raironel just stares after him, completely lovesick. "An angry Sir Arut is so hot," she swoons, lost in her own world. Arut's mind is made up. "That's it. I'm quitting this job as soon as possible." He has to get back to the human realm, now more than ever. He sits on his bed, seething. That bastard emperor, he knows everything that happened, and he still made Cruel the hero? He lets out a frustrated sigh. Of all the times for this to happen, it had to be now. He realizes that seeing the parchment has jogged his memory. Everything that happened in the Demon King's office is flooding back. He remembers the king's words. "Arut, isn't it about time you made a trip back to the Empire?" He remembers his own reply, his voice cold and determined. "Yes. With your permission, I'll also find out more about the new hero." And the king's casual agreement. "All right, go. They'll get suspicious if you stay away for too long anyway." He was being sent back as a spy. He remembers the king placing a hand on his chest, a pulse of purple magic glowing brightly. It was a seal. A combination of tracking magic and insurance to make sure his prized commander didn't just disappear. The king had smiled, that sly smile of his. "Of course, let me know if you find anything useful." The pieces click into place. The core commander of the demon realm and the hero of the empire. That was the conversation they had. Arut touches the seal on his chest, a wave of despair washing over him. Why do I have to act as the Demon King's spy? The fact that the seal is real proves it wasn't just a bad dream. He starts connecting the dots. He's certain he loses his memory whenever he gets extremely stressed. Every single time he was completely overwhelmed. He rubs his temples, the constant pressure crushing him. He comes to a simple yet impossible conclusion. If I don't want to lose my memory, I have to not get stressed. How am I supposed to do that? A knock at the door interrupts him. "Sir Arut, it's Ed," Arut calls out. "Come in." Ed enters, looking grim. "I heard from His Majesty. You're going to the human realm today." Arut thinks to himself, I was wondering where he was. I guess he was with the Demon King. "Yes, it's about time I returned," Arut says, "and there's something personal I need to find out." Ed nods, sensing his commander's serious mood. Arut looks at him. "Is there something you need to tell me?" Ed hesitates. Well, His Majesty." He recalls his own meeting. The king's words echo in his mind. "Ed, what do you think about becoming a corps commander?" Ed had been stunned. "I beg your pardon?" The king explained that with the 9th Corps commander position now open, he needed a replacement, but he'd already placed Ed as vice commander of the Zero Corps. "But you are more than qualified," the king had said with a charming smile. "I'm offering the position to you first, Ed. What do you say?" Ed stood there in silence, his mind racing. A corps commander. He clenches his fist. He had forgotten while serving Sir Arut, but it was the position he'd always dreamed of. His first thought was of his duty. If I become a corps commander, what about being Sir Arut's vice commander? The king had simply replied, they'd find someone new. The king hadn't forced him, but he'd added a little poison to the offer. If you refuse, the offer goes to someone else. Are you all right with a junior, someone weaker than you, becoming your superior? Back in the present, Arut sees Ed's troubled expression. "Ed, did the Demon King say something to you?" He immediately worries. "Was he scolded because of my drinking?" Ed snaps out of it. He forces a smile. "It's nothing," he thinks to himself. "It's better not to tell Sir Arut." Ed quickly changes the subject, offering to prepare food for his trip. Arut thanks him, but he can tell something is weighing on his aide's mind. A guard announces that Arut's carriage is ready. Yes, I'll be right out," Arut replies. He turns to Ed. "Well then, Ed, take care of yourself until I get back." He pauses. Wait," Ed just bows. "Please have a safe trip." But Arut is frozen, a new horrible thought crossing his mind. Did he ask to quit because serving me is too hard? He stops, just before walking out the door. "Is there something you want?" he asks awkwardly. Ed looks up, confused. "Pardon?" Arut struggles to find the words. Since I'm going to the Empire, maybe you want something that's only available there? You seemed to like the snacks from the Empire. Arut continues, trying to be thoughtful. Maybe I'll get you something you can use for a long time. Ed just stares, speechless, as Arut rambles on about grabbing a bunch of stuff. And then Ed starts to laugh, a genuine, warm laugh. He thinks to himself, is there any other commander in the entire demon realm who is this concerned about their subordinates? I don't need anything, sir, Ed says, smiling. Flustered, Arut just says he'll pick something appropriate himself then. As Arut leaves, Ed nags him like a worried parent, reminding him to wear his new gear. Arut just waves him off. Yeah, I will, Ed thinks. Then again, there's no other superior who needs so much help either. I'll be waiting for you, Sir Arut, Ed calls out. He thinks to himself that the fact Sir Arut needs him doesn't bother him at all. In fact, it just makes him respect him even more. His mind is made up. As expected, I'll want to be a corps commander. A bright, determined smile lights up his face. I enjoy being the vice commander for Sir Arut. And above all, I want to be of help to him. His resolve is absolute. So, Zero Corps Commander, wherever you go, he watches the carriage pull away. Please have a safe trip. I will be waiting right here for you as your vice commander. Returning home should be a comfort, but for Arut, it's just stepping from one cage into another. At the gates of the Grand Heart Estate, 2 guards stand watch, one letting out a long, bored yawn. He complains to his partner that it's another quiet day. But just then, the other guard spots a figure approaching in the distance. Someone's coming. A lone, cloaked person walks steadily up the path. The guards watch, their hands tightening on their spears. Halt! One of them shouts. This is the estate of Count Hart. The figure stops, their face hidden in the shadow of their hood. The guards cross their spears, blocking the path. They warn him that the Count is not here and outsiders are forbidden. The cloaked figure doesn't even flinch. His voice is quiet, but carries an unmistakable authority. Open the gates. The guards are taken aback. Who is this person to act so bold? They give a final warning. If you come any closer, we will attack. The figure slowly reaches up and pulls the cloth from his face, revealing white hair and tired red eyes. I'm trying to enter my own home, he says, his voice dripping with annoyance. And you dare to stop me? The guards stare in stunned silence. My lord? One of the guards turns and sprints towards the mansion, shouting at the top of his lungs. The Count has returned! Everyone, hurry! The massive doors to the manor swing open. A line of maids and servants bow deeply as Arut walks in, their voices echoing in unison. Welcome back, my lord. A servant quickly takes his cloak. Arut lets out a quiet sigh. Yes. He thinks to himself, I told them they don't need to do this. The formality is just another weight on his shoulders. As he removes his coat, a calm, familiar voice speaks from the doorway. You have returned. My lord. An elderly man with neatly tied white hair bows respectfully. This is Remember, the butler of the Hart Estate. Arut feels a rare moment of peace. Remember has been here since he inherited this land. Seeing him makes Arut feel, for the first time in a long time, like he's actually home. They greet each other, and Remember asks if the monster subjugation was a success. Arut is confused for a second before he remembers his cover story. Pardon? Ah, yes. The world thinks he was on a mission for the Emperor, not a prisoner in the demon realm. As he starts to confirm the mission is over, Remember's gaze sharpens. He cuts him off, his voice laced with concern. You're injured. He reaches out and gently touches the bandage on Arut's cheek. I am too old to punish monsters myself, he says, his tone implying he would make them pay dearly for harming his master if he could. Arut gently pushes his hand away, embarrassed. It's fine. I'm not a child. Remember smiles softly, a hint of pride in his eyes. That's right. You are an honored count now. You must be tired from your journey, the butler says. Shall I prepare your room? Arut starts walking, waving off the offer. No need. I'm going to see the Emperor immediately. Remember is surprised. Right away? Arut is exhausted and would love nothing more than to sleep for a week, but this can't wait. Yes, please make the preparations. He knows the Emperor has already been notified of his return. He glances at his old tattered cloak, a relic from a battle no one here knows he fought. And besides, he has to ask the Emperor about Cruel. The weight of that name hangs heavy in the air. Remember bows his head, understanding the urgency in his master's voice. Right away, my lord. Elsewhere, in a lavish office, a nobleman receives a report. Dion Hart has returned. Duke Illister. Starbay leans back in his chair with a sinister smirk. The dog of the Emperor. Is he finally back to see his master? An aide asks. So, what shall we do, Sir Cruel? The hero stands by the window, his back to the Duke. The Duke informs him, your younger brother is back. Cruel's voice is cold and decisive. I will make a request to the Assassination Guild. The Duke chuckles, amused. Oh my, Cruel, what if you get caught? We have another option, the Duke says with a sly grin. Don't we, Shylin? A woman with glasses, Shylin, responds. Are you referring to the Revolutionary Army, sir? The Duke confirms. That's right. His plan is simple. If that group of radicals who are dying to kill the Emperor gets involved, it won't matter if their own hands stay clean. The chaos will be enough. The Duke leans forward, whispering conspiratorially. I didn't think Sir Cruel would miss something so obvious. Cruel turns, his expression unreadable. My apologies. I will contact the Revolutionary Army. The Duke smiles, satisfied, wondering just how skilled the Emperor's new hero really is. Back at the Hart estate, Alrut is now officially honorary Count Dion Hart once more. The maids finish getting him ready, sighing in admiration. It's complete! Dressed in a pristine white and blue noble's uniform, he looks every bit the part. It suits you so well, my lord. Alrut, however, just feels exhausted. Bathing, dressing, it was a whirlwind of activity. Finally, it's over. The maids are swooning over the outfit. They debate fashion, one wondering if a military uniform would be better, another arguing this austere look is the current trend. Alrut just stands there, completely drained, thinking, all the outfits are white, so what are they even talking about? Remember approaches and hands him a white mask, suggesting he wear it against the strong sun. Alrut takes it with a simple, thank you. As they prepare to leave, he turns to his butler. Remember, I know I'm late in saying this, but thank you for taking care of the estate while I was away. Remember gets a teary, emotional look in his eye. That small young master has grown into such a fine count. I could die now with no regrets. Alrut quickly tells him not to talk like that, but the butler just sighs that his whole body aches. I was planning to discuss my retirement once you returned, my lord. The words hit Alrut like a lightning bolt. Retirement? No way. He internally panics, thinking about how Remember manages everything from the property to the finances. Where would I ever find someone so talented? He thinks desperately. He's about to beg him to stay, but the old butler just smirks. I'm just kidding. Alrut freezes, his face a mask of pure relief and annoyance. Remember chuckles, covering his mouth. Seeing you flustered is this old man's only joy. Please don't mind me. Alrut can only think, this old bastard. The butler playfully shoves him toward the door. Anyway, the carriage is ready. You can head out now. A beautiful white carriage waits in front of the estate, ready to take him to the capital. As he gets in, he tells the guards he only needs a small escort. Few in the Empire know I've returned, he explains, and it won't take long. He wants to keep a low profile. As he sits down in the carriage, the exhaustion hits him again. In the demon realm, he had to suck up to the Demon King. Now, he's on his way to suck up to the Emperor. He leans his head on his hand, feeling the familiar dread creep in. But the Emperor is just as fearsome as the Demon King. The current Emperor, Eduardo Deserte, the man's history is written in blood. The 9th Prince, who clawed his way to the throne by killing all of his siblings, crowning himself while his hands were still stained with their blood. It's a story people still whisper about, even 10 years later. At the end of that bloody coronation, the king was crowned. He declared that since he had taken his position through blood, he would renounce the old kingdom's name. This nation shall henceforth be known as the Empire. And with a simple declaration, the kingdom was gone. Naturally, the other nations didn't just stand by and watch, and so the war began. The war that changed the entire course of Alrut's life. The impossibly long 8-year war. He rubs his head, a weary smile on his face. Damn, it was hell. The stress was so bad that half his memories were wiped clean, and honestly, he has no desire to get them back. Ignorance truly is bliss. But that empire, which swallowed a third of the continent, became a true empire, ruled by a true emperor. And it was thanks to his own actions during that war that he was given the title of Count. Even if he can't recall the details, he knows he fought desperately just to survive. He doesn't remember much, but he remembers the one mission he chose for himself back then. And because of it all, he now has to shuttle back and forth between two terrifying rulers. He slumps in his seat, utterly exhausted, when suddenly the carriage lurches violently. "What is it?" he yells, jolted from his thoughts. Outside, chaos has erupted. The sounds of battle ring out as his guards are ambushed. What in the world is going on? He peers out the window and sees them, soldiers in dark uniforms with winged crests on their armor. The Revolutionary Army. How did they know his location? This ambush feels far too precise to be a coincidence. His eyes narrow. This is bad. Before he can even process the situation, the carriage door is ripped clean off its hinges. An explosion of splinters and dust fills the carriage. Arut coughs, trying to see through the smoke. A large figure steps through the opening, wielding a massive hammer. Ugh! What is this? The revolutionary glares at him, his face twisted with pure hatred. "Found you, you dog of the empire." When a ruler builds their throne on a foundation of blood and bone, it's only a matter of time before ghosts come seeking revenge. The Revolutionary Army was born from the fires of the dreadful 8-Year War, a war started by the emperor himself. Though their symbol was a dove of peace, their methods were anything but. They were the survivors of conquered nations, people who had lost their homes, their families, and everything they held dear. With nothing left to lose, they were consumed by a single purpose. They had lost their minds trying to destroy the empire and the emperor who created it. And now, one of these fanatics stands over Arut, his eyes burning with hatred. "Found you, you dog of the emperor?" Arut clutches the report on his brother, his own anger flaring. That damn emperor. He thinks to himself that it's because of men like him that reckless fanatics like these even exist. But whatever their cause, he has no intention of being their victim. The revolutionary scoffs. "I was nervous when they said you were a hero, but you're just a scrawny weakling." Arut, pinned to the floor, weakly protests, "I am not the emperor's dog." The revolutionary slams his fist down, pinning Arut's shoulder to the floor. The man leans over him. "I'm sorry, what was your name?" Despite the situation, Arut answers clearly. "Dion Hart. That is my name." His defiance only enrages the attacker. "You are the emperor's dog." But as Arut glares back, his eyes seem to flash with a strange, cold light. "No, my name is Dion Hart, but I am not his dog." The revolutionary is stunned. The white hair, the red eyes, the defiant attitude, it's just like the rumors. He panics, fumbling for his weapon. "My dagger! Where is my dagger?" He let his guard down for just 1 second. And that was a fatal mistake. A blur of motion erupts from below. In a flash, Arut is on his feet, holding a dagger to the revolutionary's throat while blocking his axe with his other hand. "Damn it," he blocked. The man's thought is cut short as Arut shoves him back with impossible strength, yelling, "Stop fooling around." He lands hard on the floor, gasping for air. The pressure on his throat was immense. He coughs, blood trickling from his lips. "Damn it, I can't breathe." He looks up at the frail noble, who now stands over him with a cold, predatory gaze. To think this man is a hero, were all the rumors wrong? The revolutionary raises his axe for one last desperate strike. "Blame the emperor for this, you fake hero." The axe swings down, aimed straight for Arut's head, but from outside the carriage, a voice yells. A spear shaft slams into the axe head, deflecting the blow just in time. The revolutionary stumbles back, his weapon knocked from his grasp. "What the hell?" he mutters, confused by the sudden interference. A new voice, filled with manic glee, says, "Yes, bullseye." Standing outside are 3 figures in white coats and red-striped suspenders. They look more like street thugs than soldiers. The revolutionary's eyes widen in horror. He recognizes their uniform. "Wait a minute!" A slash through the Empire's emblem, the murderous Ghost Knights. The devils birthed by the 8-Year War, led by Dion Hart. The revolutionary screams at his men. "How did they find us? Block them." The leader of the Ghost Knights chuckles. "I don't think we can just let them go. Should we cause a scene?" He adjusts his glasses, a sinister smile on his face. What's terrifying about them isn't their skill. It's that they have absolutely no rationality left. The Ghost Knights are completely unhinged. "Kill them all," he screams, leading the charge. What makes them terrifying is their sheer joyful brutality. They descend on the revolutionaries like a pack of wolves, laughing as they cut them down. Their fighting style is just like their masters, cruel and efficient. In moments, the revolutionaries are slaughtered. The few surviving guards from Arut's original escort can only stare in shock. The revolutionary captain grits his teeth. If we fight them head-on, we lose. We have to finish him and retreat. His eyes lock onto Arut, still inside the ruined carriage. But in his desperation, he makes a fatal error. He turns his back on Arut for a split second. In that instant, Arut moves, his arm a blur as he swings a dagger in a vicious arc. The revolutionary can only let out a choked gasp as blood pours from his arm. He clutches the wound, staring in disbelief. "My arm, you damned lunatic!" Arut, his mask now stained with blood, looks at him with cold, glowing red eyes. "Sorry," he says, his voice devoid of all emotion. "I meant to take it off completely, but I was too weak. Since I feel bad, let me finish you quickly." He raises the dagger high. The revolutionary can only scream, "You son of a..." The blade comes down, and a fountain of blood erupts into the sky. Arut steps out of the carriage, his white uniform now splattered with red. The revolutionary's headless body slumps to the ground. One of the revolutionaries screams, "Captain!" Arut just stands there, holding the bloody dagger, a terrifyingly calm figure in the midst of the carnage. He looks down at his own arm, where his opponent's blood is gushing. The man is already dead. Should he stop? Isn't this enough? But a cold voice in his mind answers, "No, I need to make an example of him, so no one else will ever dare to attack me again." He can't stop. Just a little more. He raises the dagger again and plunges it into the corpse, over and over and over. He needs to burn this image into their minds. From a distance, one of the ghost knights watches with admiration. "Wow, that's our count, absolutely ruthless." Another knight looks at the carnage, then at his own comrades. "Doesn't it seem like he didn't need us in the first place?" One of Arut's original guards overhears them and scoffs. "What are you talking about? He only brought a few of us. If it weren't for you guys, there would have been big trouble." The young guard shudders, clearly terrified by what he just witnessed. The ghost knight leader approaches Arut. "What are you doing?" "There are still enemies left." Arut looks up, his eyes cold and empty. "Kill them." The order is simple, absolute. The ghost knights move to finish the job. One of the last revolutionaries, still alive, trembles in pure terror. Later that night, a blood-spattered carriage rattles towards a grand, brightly lit palace. Two guards at the palace gate notice its approach. Why is that carriage so dirty? As it gets closer, they realize the truth. "Wait, those aren't spots, that's blood." A royal guard steps forward to block the carriage. "This is the royal palace. You cannot enter without an invitation." Arut steps out, hood up, his white clothes stained crimson. "It's Dion Hart. I have come to see His Majesty." His voice is cold, and his red eyes glow from beneath his hood. The guard immediately panics and bows. "My apologies." He knows the Emperor gave Count Hart permission to visit any time, but he never imagined he'd show up looking like this. Arut asks where the Emperor is. The terrified guard stammers, "His Majesty is in the banquet hall." "The banquet hall?" Arut asks. The guard explains a banquet is being held to congratulate the new hero on his debut. Arut pulls down his hood, his face a blood-streaked mask of bandages and grim determination. "The new hero?" His gaze hardens. "I guess my elder brother is here." In a grand, gilded hall, the most powerful man in the Empire sits on his throne, his voice smooth and satisfied. He speaks to the Empire's new hope, casually remarking on his success. "So, you retrieved the land that was taken by the demons? How outstanding." But this is a calm that is about to be shattered. The hero he is praising is a man named Cruel Heart. Cruel kneels, his head bowed in respect. His voice is steady as he answers that he was merely doing his duty. He is the perfect picture of a humble, capable hero. The Emperor raises his glass to the nobles, his voice booming through the hall. He declares that today they celebrate the birth of a new hero. As he invites everyone to enjoy the festivities, the doors to the hall suddenly burst open with a deafening crash. A wave of shock ripples through the lavishly dressed crowd. Women gasp and cry out as a figure walks in, splattered in blood from head to toe. The cheerful atmosphere freezes in an instant. Whispers immediately break out. The nobles murmur about the disrespect until someone notices the startling details, white hair and piercing red eyes beneath the blood-soaked hood. A young nobleman's eyes go wide. Beside him, a lady covers her mouth in shock. They know who this is. The name echoes in hushed, fearful tones throughout the hall. The honorary count, Dion Hart. Dion walks forward, his boots leaving a trail of blood on the pristine red carpet. He doesn't say a word, his silence more intimidating than any threat as he approaches the throne. The blood stains his white cloak, a stark, brutal message for the royal court. He has come straight from a battlefield. Standing behind Dion, his brother Cruel looks down, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. He thinks to himself that somehow his beloved brother has gotten his hands on the hero's fragment. Dion, meanwhile, is completely focused, a grim smirk on his face. Dion drops to one knee before the emperor, his head bowed. Blood pools around him as he announces his presence, a chilling formality in his voice. The brilliance of the empire. He looks up, his red eyes burning with an intensity that cuts through the room. Your servant, Dion Hart, greets the emperor. The whispers start again, fueled by the gruesome sight. Look at all that blood. The rumors about him run wild. They call him the Vampire Count. One noble wonders if the prestigious Hart family adopted a vampire and raised it as their own. The gossip spreads like wildfire. Another rumor surfaces, a whisper about him being abused as a child. Do you think they shunned him in the Hart family? No one knows the truth, but everyone has a story. From the crowd, Duke Illuster Starbay watches with a sly, knowing smile. He thinks to himself, Dion Hart, you came back alive. How tenacious. He looks almost pleased, knowing full well he arranged the attack. The nobles part like the sea as Dion follows the emperor, the bloody trail staining the path behind them. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a knife. The emperor, however, is completely unfazed. He greets Dion with a slight smile, his voice dangerously calm. It has been a long time, Count Dion Hart. I did say you could come see me whenever you like, he continues, his tone hardening slightly. But to come looking so bloody and disrupt the banquet? What kind of disrespect is this? Dion bows his head and apologizes, explaining there was an ambush on his way here. The emperor's eyes narrow with feigned surprise. An ambush? Who would dare attack a hero of the empire? He adds with a hint of pride that it was a good thing he sent knights to escort him. Dion remains silent. He knows the emperor's knights were nowhere to be seen. He lets the lie hang in the air between them. The emperor gives him a calculating look, a slight smile on his lips. He suggests they take this conversation somewhere private, since they both have things they want to discuss. Now, in a private room, the emperor relaxes on a sofa. He correctly guesses it was the Revolutionary Army behind the attack, confirming Dion's suspicions. He calls them sick bastards, then offers to call a doctor for Dion. It sounds like concern, but it's a test, a way to gauge his condition. The emperor thinks of Dion's title, a hero of the empire, a title earned through bloodshed. Dion simply replies that he's fine. He's fully aware of his reputation, that everyone looks at him with suspicion and fear. The emperor scoffs internally, calling the nobles fools. In his eyes, no one has achieved more than Dion Hart. He recalls Dion's role as the vanguard of the brutal 8-year war, a vision of a younger Dion, standing on a mountain of bodies, holding a severed head. The emperor remembers that he accomplished more than anyone on that horrific battlefield, and when he left with the previous hero, he succeeded where no one else could. He retrieved the hero's corpse from the heart of the demon realm. Normally, a hero defeated by the Demon King is simply tossed to the demons as food. Their bodies are torn apart, leaving nothing behind. The emperor knows that if Dion hadn't been there, the hero would have met that same gruesome fate. To do that while facing the Demon King himself was an incredible achievement. However, the emperor knows there was a price to pay. He asks Dion directly, "Have you figured out a way to undo the curse?" Dion's mind immediately snaps to what he means. It's not a curse. It's the tracking seal the Demon King placed on his chest. Dion lies smoothly, saying he hasn't found a way. He knows the emperor thinks he's been weakened, and he lets him believe it. It's a useful misunderstanding. The emperor watches him, frowning. He sees the same reckless attitude, a complete disregard for his own well-being. He sent him to the demon realm because only the Demon King could undo such a curse, but Dion seems unfazed. The emperor sighs, feigning disappointment that he has to send such a rare talent back to that horrendous place. But Dion knows the truth. The Emperor is just using him as a spy. The Emperor sips his drink and changes the subject, asking what's happening at the Demon King's castle. Dion replies that there isn't anything new, but the Emperor leans in, his interest piqued. But Dion drops a bombshell. He tells the Emperor he found the assassin that was sent to the castle. He presses further, demanding to know why the Emperor would send a hero candidate to the demon realm, treating him like a disposable pawn. The Emperor leans back, his expression cold and dismissive. He calls the assassin trash, who soiled the name of hero. He admits he figured the man would die before even reaching the demon realm, but supposes the hero's fragment kept him alive. Then, with a smug smile, he twists the situation, saying that, thanks to that trash, Dion's status in the demon realm has improved. It's a chilling display of his manipulative nature. Dion is inwardly stunned. The Emperor knows everything, even his demon name, Zero Corps Commander, Demon Arut. Dion can only apologize, saying he had no way to reject the Demon King's offer. The Emperor waves it off. It's fine. He praises Dion, saying that the more the demons accept him, the easier it will be to get information. Being acknowledged in the demon realm is just further proof of his talent. The Emperor leans forward, his voice low and serious. He tells Dion this is his last chance to ask him anything he wants. The one name that's been burning in Dion's mind comes to the surface, Cruel Heart. Dion finally asks the question that brought him here. With cold fury in his eyes, he demands, "Why did you place him in the position of the hero?" Before the Emperor can answer, Dion gives his own twisted reason, a lie to mask his true goal. He claims his only regret is that he wasn't the one who got to kill Cruel Heart. He frames it as a matter of family pride, stating that his brother is the only other survivor of the Hart family besides himself. He corrects himself with venom in his voice. "No, he is the only one who survived me, Dion Hart. The threat is clear, but its true meaning is known only to him." The tense confrontation sends Dion's mind reeling back in time. We see him as a small child, standing alone in a grand hall, staring up at a family portrait. He looks so small and out of place. A voice calls his name, Dion. It's his older brother, Cruel, looking down from the top of the stairs. He tells him their parents are waiting. Young Dion looks up, his eyes wide with a hint of adoration. "Brother." He apologizes for spacing out and hurries to catch up, asking if it's already lunchtime. Cruel just tells him to hurry. As they walk, Dion reaches for his brother's hand, his small voice filled with worry. "What if you get scolded too because of me?" But just as his fingers are about to touch, Cruel pulls his hand away. Cruel explains that he's dirty from training. It's a simple excuse, but for a child desperate for contact, it feels like a rejection. Dion stops, a look of disappointment on his face. "Ah," he quickly recovers, bowing his head and murmuring that it's okay, even if his hands are dirty. He calls out for his brother to wait for him, struggling to keep up as Cruel walks ahead, seemingly unaware. Physically weak even as a child, Dion can't keep pace and stumbles into a wall. Cruel turns back, his expression unreadable. He notes that Dion must really like that family portrait, since he's been staring at it for days. Dion's face lights up. "Yeah," he says brightly. He explains that when he looks at it, he feels like they're really a family. Cruel just frowns, his response blunt and dismissive. "It's just a painting." Dion's smile falters. "Is that so?" he stammers. Cruel turns away, telling him not to wander around so much. He walks away, leaving Dion standing alone once again. Dion's thoughts drift to the whispers he always hears. "But brother," we see the maids gossiping in the hallway, their words sharp. They talk about the second young master freak, wondering why he's the only one with red eyes and white hair. Dion overhears them and thinks to himself that he has always felt alone. One maid even questions if he's really a heart. The words cut deep, planting a seed of doubt. But whenever he looked at that family portrait, standing there in the grand, empty hall, it felt like he was a part of this family. It was his only source of comfort, a fleeting moment of belonging. In those lonely moments, he wished he could have been born with the green eyes and black hair of the Hart family, just so he could fit in. The memory shifts to a tense family dinner. His father sits at the head of the table, his voice stern. "Dion, Cruel, you're late." He looks pointedly at Cruel, reminding him they have a royal banquet tonight and he should have hurried. His mother looks at Dion with concern, asking if he's feeling unwell again. She worries his fever might return and suggests he stay home. But Dion insists, "No, I want to go too." He apologizes for being late, desperate not to be left behind. His mother continues to fuss, but his father tells her to calm down, stating that Dion can't stay at home forever. His father's voice hardens. Are you suggesting we lock him up? He says they've never shown his face to the Empire, and rumors are already spreading. They can't live like this any longer. His father's gaze lands on Dion, his words like a physical blow. Do you understand? You must always be careful outside. You cannot let anyone know about your flaws. Dion agrees, his small voice trembling, certain that even his parents are dissatisfied with him. And he knows exactly what his father means by flaws. An appearance that doesn't match theirs, and a weak body. In the renowned Hart family, these are huge defects. Just as the tension becomes unbearable, Cruel speaks up, changing the subject. He asks his father about a new swordmaster he'd hired. Dion looks over at his brother, surprised. He wonders if Cruel changed the subject for his sake. But he quickly dismisses the thought. No, there's no way. Brother isn't interested in anything else around him. He assumes it was just a coincidence. The father laughs, praising Cruel for his ever-improving skills. The atmosphere in the room changes instantly as everyone focuses on Cruel. His parents praise him, and Dion can only watch, thinking how amazing his brother is. He feels like a lacking child, and wonders, am I lonely even when we're all together? He concludes that this loneliness is completely his fault, but he tells himself it's all right. He is a part of the Hart family too. He resolves that if he tries, he's sure he can do as well as his brother. And then, maybe then, his family will love him more. That simple, desperate hope became his driving force. The memory fades, and we're back at the royal banquet from his childhood. A sharp voice shouts, "Hey!" startling young Dion. He turns around, his footsteps halting on the red carpet. Are you talking to me? A group of young, sneering nobles stands before him. The one in the lead smirks. That's right. Are you Dion Hart? Dion just stares back, his expression a mixture of confusion and nervousness, a small, lonely boy in a world that already seems too big and too cruel. The flashback continues, pulling us back to that cold, gilded banquet hall. A group of young nobles corners the small, isolated Dion, their leader's question hanging in the air. Are you Dion Hart? For a moment, Dion is filled with a nervous excitement. He thinks to himself, he's talking to me. It's the first time he's ever spoken to someone his own age. He stammers out, hi, happy but terrified of saying the wrong thing. The lead boy asks why he's alone. Dion explains his family went to see his brother's swordmaster. The boy just smirks. Without you? He laughs, a cruel edge to his voice. You really have no idea, do you? Dion is confused, the mocking tone not quite registering. The boy leans in, his words dripping with venom. He says there's a rumor that Dion is the black sheep of the Hart family, asking if it's true they locked him up. Dion immediately denies it, his voice shaking as he explains that he just gets sick easily. Lies! The boy shouts, kicking Dion's foot. The casual cruelty takes him completely by surprise. The bully's face twists into a sneer. He calls Dion a dirty bastard, saying his white hair and red eyes are a bad omen. He spits that there's no way his family could love something that looks like him. He declares that Dion has been abandoned. You monster. Before he can finish, Dion lashes out. Stop it, Dion shouts, his voice cracking with desperation. He can't stand it. Why are you saying such nonsense when you don't know anything? My family is nice to me. Fueled by a surge of desperate rage, Dion throws a punch. How dare you? But his fist hits nothing but air as the other boy easily dodges and strikes back, landing a hard blow to Dion's face. Dion is sent sprawling to the floor. The bully stands over him, sneering. You think you're a Hart just because you have the name? You're a monster, a failure. His face is contorted with rage as he screams the words that will haunt Dion forever. You are a monstrous bastard that was abandoned by your own family. Lying on the ground, bruised and bleeding, Dion's mind screams in denial. No, I'm not a monster. The other children hold their leader back as Dion lies on the floor, the word monster echoing in his head. His family, what will his family think? A voice cuts through the chaos, sharp and panicked. Dion! Dion looks up, dazed, his face a mess of bruises and blood. It's his brother, Cruel. He runs towards them, his face a mask of fury. What the hell? Cruel's eyes are wide with shock and anger as he takes in the scene. A single tear traces a path through the grime on Dion's cheek. The fight is over, but the pain is just beginning. The memory shifts. We're outside the Grand Heart Estate. A voice asks, "How is he?" Inside, a doctor examines Dion, who lies pale and still in his bed. The doctor explains to his parents that their son has a very weak body and is extremely vulnerable to stress. He needs special care and must avoid the sun. He adds an odd detail that his liver seems quite strong. Dion's mother covers her mouth, her voice trembling. "Is it that bad?" His father looks away, his face etched with frustration and shame. "We've never had a child like this in the Hart family. How could this happen?" Lying in bed, Dion overhears every word. "Father, mother, I'm sorry," he thinks, his heart sinking with guilt. He feels like a burden. As his parents' disappointed figures loom in his mind, he makes a silent vow. "I'll try harder," he begs them in his heart. "Please don't hate me." Just then, a hand gently takes his. It's Cruel, sitting by his bedside. He looks down at their joined hands, his expression serious, and says softly, "It's all right." Dion looks at him, his mind hazy with pain. "Brother?" A small, triumphant thought flickers in Dion's mind. "See? Look how much my family loves me." Then Cruel's voice cuts through his thoughts, cold and dismissive. "You don't need to do anything. Nobody has any expectations of you anyway." The words, whether real or imagined, hit him like a physical blow, worse than any punch. The bully's taunt echoes in his ears. Monster. Suddenly, Dion snaps back to the moment. His parents have just returned to his room. "Dion!" His father is furious, his voice booming. "What happened? How could you get into a fight at the palace?" His mother stands beside him, wringing her hands. He continues, "I told you to be extra careful outside. Look what you've done." "I'm sorry," Dion whispers, sitting up in bed. He tries to explain, "But father, they started." But the words die in his throat. The bully's insults flash through his mind again. "You're a monster, a failure, abandoned by your own family." Dion's shoulders slump in defeat. He thinks to himself that his father won't listen anyway. What if he thinks the same way? The fear silences him. He gives up trying to explain. "It's nothing," his father sighs, pulling his distraught wife into his arms. He tells Dion it was too early for him to go outside and that he's forbidden from leaving for a while. His father's final words are a command, delivered with a cold, stern look. "Reflect on your actions in your room." All Dion can think is, "I don't want to be abandoned." Curled up in his room, he feels the weight of their disappointment crushing him. He wants to be loved. He tells himself he can't cause any more trouble. He needs to try harder. He has to become someone they won't be ashamed of. Days pass. The maids whisper outside his door, "Is Master Dion not coming out of his room today either?" Another maid sighs, "Yeah, don't even mention it. I feel so bad when I look at him." They wonder who would even acknowledge him, no matter how hard he tries. Inside his room, Dion sits alone at his desk, surrounded by stacks of books. He forces a weak laugh, trying to block out the loneliness. He presses his ear to the wall, trying to hear his family's laughter from somewhere else in the large, empty mansion. He imagines them outside in the garden, his parents praising Cruel. "You must do well, Cruel." And Cruel's confident reply, "Yes, just trust me." It's a happy family scene he can only dream of. Back in his room, Dion's resolve hardens. He opens a drawer but quickly shuts it, scolding himself. No, don't get greedy, he can't afford distractions. He picks up a wooden training sword, his small hands gripping it tightly. He tells himself that if he just tries hard enough, his family will acknowledge him. And to make that happen, he needs to become stronger. He pushes himself to train for another 30 minutes, swinging the sword with all his might. Night after night, he trains in the dark, pushing his frail body past its limits. His sweat drips onto the floor. "It's so hard," he gasps, feeling like he's going to die. "But I can't stop." He grits his teeth, forcing himself to lift the heavy sword again and again. More! A little more. Suddenly, a hand clamps down on the sword, stopping him. "Dion, stop! It's Cruel!" His face etched with alarm. Dion looks up, panting, blood trickling from his lip. "Brother!" Cruel grabs him by the shoulders, his voice filled with anger and concern. "What the hell are you doing?" Dion stammers. "I just wanted to train to become strong. I told you not to do anything and just stay quietly in your room." Cruel shouts, his frustration boiling over. "You don't need to do anything." The words echo what Dion heard in his feverish state. His brother's words crush him. I don't even need to try at all, because I'm a failure. The thought solidifies in his mind, a painful, undeniable truth. Cruel's expression softens slightly, but the damage is done, Dion agrees numbly. Okay, I won't do anything, he internalizes the message. Nobody expects anything from me. Dion turns away, his voice distant and cold. I'm sorry, brother, but I think I should rest now. Would you mind leaving? Cruel looks on, silenced by his brother's sudden withdrawal. After Cruel leaves, Dion stands alone in the dark, a single thought consuming him. Then, what do I need to do to be loved by the Hart family? Time passes. We hear a soft knock on a door. The butler, remember, opens the door to a dining room. Young master, will you be eating in your room today as usual? Inside, a now 14-year-old Dion sits alone, staring blankly. He asks about the others. Cruel, now 17, appears at the door. He explains that their parents went out to handle something urgently. Dion looks up. Brother, weren't you training? Cruel replies that he finished this morning. Come, Dion, let's play chess. Dion thinks back. After he gave up on trying to be strong, his brother started coming by occasionally to play chess with him. Dion agrees politely. Yes, with pleasure. Cruel notes the formal language, asking if he's interrupting. Dion doesn't recall seeing much of his parents during this time. He puts on a sarcastic front. You're joking, right? How could I be busy when I have no visitors and I'm just cooped up in my room? He immediately regrets his mocking tone, catching himself before he can push his brother away. He corrects himself, his voice flat. I'm not busy. They sit down to play. Cruel explains that their parents are extremely busy because of the chaos in the nation. Dion listens, but he doesn't believe it. He's sure it's just because they don't want to see his face. He knows it's a lie, but he wants to believe it. So he just says yes. He remembers another small, secret hope he clung to. Sometimes, when he was supposed to be sleeping, within, he would sense his mother visiting him. He'd feel a gentle touch and hear her whisper, Dion, I'm sorry, sweet dreams. A flash of light, like a dream ending. Even though he vowed not to expect anything, he found himself putting meaning into these trivial actions, burying his face in his pillow and crying. He felt so pathetic for getting his hopes up over and over again. Back at the chessboard, Cruel continues, saying that because their parents are so busy, he won't be able to come play for a while either. Dion's fragile hope shatters once more. He forces a smile, apologizing for being a bother. Cruel shakes his head. That's not it. He explains that when a war starts, at least one member of a noble family must be conscripted. Just then, the doors to the room fly open. A royal messenger stands in the doorway, his uniform immaculate. He announces that he has come to deliver a message from the Empire. His eyes scan the two brothers, and he asks the question that will change everything. Which one of you is Dion Hart? The world freezes, a single question hanging over Dion's future as the chapter comes to a close. The final thread of hope is about to snap. At the royal banquet, a messenger's question hangs in the air. Which one of you is Dion Hart? Before anyone can react, the family's loyal butler, remember, bows his head and points. That person over there is young master Dion Hart. Dion flinches as the messenger's hand lands firmly on his shoulder. It's a gesture that feels less like an invitation and more like a capture. The messenger's face is impassive. Please come with me. He pulls Dion to his feet, adding that he'll provide the details on the way out. Dion's mind races, a spark of panic igniting in his chest. As they walk away, Dion hears the whispers of the soldiers. They question if this scrawny child is really Dion Hart, wondering if he can even hold a sword. One mutters with disgust that the family is just trying to get rid of him. Cruel shouts for them to wait, but it's too late. Cruel grabs the messenger's arm, his voice tight with desperation. Please wait. He insists that the conscription notice can't be for Dion, that there must be a mistake. The messenger coolly brushes him off. He states that the Hart family filed an official document with the royals. He tells Cruel that they are only following orders, and if he has a problem, he should take it up with his parents. Dion is led away, turning back to see his brother standing there, helpless. His mind screams, "What is happening?" The horrifying truth crashes down on him. His parents sent him to war. He remembers his mother's whispered apology. It wasn't for his suffering, it was an admission of guilt. They knew. They sent him away to die. No way, his heart cries out in denial. He turns to his brother, a desperate plea on his lips. "Brother, I—" But the doors close, shutting him off from the only person who might have saved him. There is only silence. Clutching the soldier's uniform, the full weight of the betrayal hits him. A single, soul-crushing question forms in his mind. Did they all want me to die? Because I'm a failure who brings shame to the Hart family. The realization is absolute. In the end, my family abandoned me. A sword is thrust into his hands. An instructor barks at the new recruits, telling them they're heading to the front lines. His advice is simple and brutal. If you don't want to die, become stronger. Dion struggles to hold the weapon. It feels impossibly heavy in his small, weak hands. The other soldiers start whispering as soon as they see him. Is that child Dion Hart? They wonder what a boy from such a renowned family is doing here, noting all the other noble sons were sent somewhere safe. The conclusion is obvious and cruel. The rumors about his family hating him must be true. They pity him, saying he can barely hold a sword and will probably die on his first day. Dion overhears it all, his body trembling. A single, desperate thought consumes him. I don't want to die. From that day on, his life became a different kind of hell. He was thrown onto a blood-soaked battlefield, a place of constant death and destruction. The screams of dying men became the soundtrack to his life. He stands there, trembling, overwhelmed by the horror. Endless fighting. An enemy's sword slashes across his body, the pain sharp and searing. The air is thick with the sickening scent of blood. He gasps for breath, his eyes wide with terror. He watches a fellow soldier get stabbed through the chest, the man's dying words echoing his own feelings. No, I don't want to die. I don't want this. Tears stream down Dion's face. He is paralyzed by fear. He wants to run, but there's nowhere to go. He swings his sword wildly, desperately trying to survive. I don't want to die in a place like this. A veteran soldier grabs him, his voice a harsh roar. Get a hold of yourself. How long are you going to stand there crying? He tells Dion. If he can't hold a sword, to pick up a dagger, and if he has no weapon, to tear them apart with his teeth. So what if you're weak or young? As long as you're here, you fight to survive. The words snap something inside Dion. He picks up a dagger, his hands shaking but his eyes burning with a new resolve. That's right, I can't die like this. A tear falls, but this one isn't from fear, it's from determination. I will survive, no matter what. And so he did. He killed. He killed and killed and killed again, becoming a ghost on the battlefield, moving through the slaughter in a numb haze. But when the fighting stopped, the adrenaline would fade, and he would become paralyzed with fear all over again. The trauma was too much for his young body. He would retch, cursing his own weakness, and wonder when or if he would ever go home. He tried to run from the fighting, but death was everywhere. As he tries to flee, an enemy soldier swings at him. He thinks, I want to go, oh, huh. Instinct takes over. He dodges and plunges his dagger into the man's gut, and he ended up killing again. And the only thing he could think about was home. But what was home? A happy place? He looks around the desolate battlefield, at the bodies scattered around him, and realizes that idea is a lie. But against all odds, he survived. One day, an officer shouts for everyone to come collect the gifts that were sent from home. Dion, now a bit older, watches from a distance. He's never heard of such a thing before. The other soldiers celebrate, sharing letters from their children and food from their mothers. A small moment of warmth in this hellscape. Watching them, Dion feels a flicker of something he thought was long dead. Hope. Am I still hoping for something? Of course, there was no gift for him. Instead, they handed him a letter with the royal seal. An official appointment, naming him a commander of the front lines. It wasn't an honor, it was the final, ultimate abandonment. That's when he made up his mind. A cold, terrifying smile spreads across his face. He decided that he would make sure the Hart family that threw him into hell would suffer the same fate. The flashback blurs into a dark, agonizing fantasy. A vision of revenge. He imagines returning home, not as a son, but as an executioner. He sees his parents dead on the floor at his feet. He grabs a bloodied dagger, a sense of grim satisfaction washing over him. Finally, I can achieve it. He stands over them, his eyes cold and empty. I have come to greet you. In his mind's eye, he drives the dagger into his father's chest. His father coughs up blood, his eyes wide with shock. His mother collapses, crying out for her husband. He thinks, The dream I've wanted for years, he swings the blade, goodbye, was finally fulfilled. He collapses amidst the carnage, laughing a hollow, broken laugh. But the victory is empty. He clutches his head, his laughter turning to sobs. It's agonizing. He screams at their imaginary corpses. Look at you. You shouldn't have done that to me. When I wanted your love, you should have treated me better. Why is it so agonizing? His revenge fantasy continues. He stumbles through the mansion, whispering that this is what he wanted. A voice calls out, Dion? He turns to see his brother, Cruel. Tears stream down his face as he collapses, clutching his bloody dagger. Brother? Cruel stares in horror at the scene, demanding, What have you done? Dion's voice is a desperate whisper. Help me, brother. He reaches out a blood-soaked hand. Please help me. But his own mind turns against him. A voice sneers, Help you? Cruel is going to help you? He remembers his brother just standing there as he was taken away. What a joke! The fantasy twists again. Now he's attacking Cruel, their blades clashing in the dark hall. Dion's face is a mask of tear-streaked rage. He screams, You were just a bystander. You abandoned me in the end. A voice in his head whispers for him to just die, that if he dies, the agony will stop. The lines between reality and his tortured imagination have completely blurred. The flashback finally breaks. Dion is on his knees in the present, coughing up blood. He wonders if he's reached his physical limit, cursing his damn weak body as he starts to fall. He fights to stay conscious. I can't lose consciousness here. The last vestiges of his revenge fantasy flicker. I must kill Cruel. A voice cuts through the haze, calling his title. Count! Dion's eyes snap open, pulling him back to the present. A woman with long dark hair stands before him, her hands on her hips. What are you thinking about? You didn't even hear me. It's Leanne Reiner, commander of the Lofty Knights. Dion straightens up, a relieved smile on his face. Ah, Dame Leanne. Long time no see. He thinks to himself that she's one of the only normal people he knows. He's so happy to see a familiar, sane face. He looks around, confused. This is the royal banquet hall? He's completely disoriented. He remembers the ambush, but nothing after that. When did he get here? When did he change clothes? Leanne notes that he doesn't look well and asks if he received bad news from the Emperor. Dion can only stammer, No, when did I see the Emperor? He wonders. He has no memory of it. He also has no idea how he defeated the revolutionaries. He decides to just brush it aside for now. He asks Leanne, What's the occasion for this banquet? She looks at him in disbelief. What? You're joking, right? She tells him he really didn't know. This banquet is for the new hero. She explains that it's a celebration for the birth and debut of the new hero, Cruel Heart. Just then, Cruel himself walks into view, a confident smirk on his face. You're here, Dion. A wave of dread washes over Dion. The world spins, and he realizes with sickening certainty, Damn it, I knew I had a bad dream for a reason. His nightmare is real, and it's standing right in front of him. The noise of the party fades away. Suddenly, the one person Dion never wanted to see again is standing right there, his brother. The words, Long time no see, hang between them, cold as ice. Dion stares into those familiar green eyes, a stark contrast to his own. It's the face of the Hart family, a face he had hoped to forget forever. This was the person he never wanted to meet again. The air crackles with years of unspoken history, and Dion can feel his composure starting to crumble. Cruel finally breaks the suffocating silence. He starts talking about a recent mission, about running into the demon army's Zero Corps commander. Dion's blood runs cold. His hand clenches as he manages a single word, and? His mind is racing. Does he know? Did he recognize me? Cruel looks off, lost in the memory. He says that watching the commander lead his troops so effortlessly, it reminded him of Dion. He adds that the demon army's morale seemed incredibly high. The irony is so bitter, Dion can barely breathe. Cruel tries to bridge the gap, saying he's heard of Dion's skills on the battlefield, that if they fought together, but Dion snaps. A harsh, ugly laugh cuts through the air as he clutches his head, saying the idea is just too ridiculous to bear. He glares at his brother, his face twisted into a sneer. I have no reason to fight with you, he spits out, so stop making things up, brother. Cruel's face remains a mask of calm. All right, he says, but inside he's seething, faced with the same cold, indifferent eyes as always. Just for a second, the hero's mask slips. All he can think is, what a wretched bastard. Dion turns his back on him completely, muttering for Cruel to enjoy the party. All he wants is to get away. His blood sugar is crashing, his patience is gone, and he desperately needs some pudding. He snags a pot of pudding from a table, hoping to just lay low until he can go home. But Cruel follows, pressing on about a monster subjugation mission as if nothing happened. Dion is at his limit. Why won't he stop talking? He decides to just ignore him, to mentally block him out. Just get lost. But Cruel's question cuts through his thoughts, sharp and laced with something that sounds like concern. Are you hurt anywhere? Dion stops dead. The question, the fake sympathy, is infuriating. He tells Cruel he can take care of himself and that there's no need for this act anymore. His voice drops, cold and hard. Even if I were hurt, I would never let you know, brother. The words land like a punch, and Cruel's expression tightens. A wave of resentment washes over Dion. Just watch from the sidelines. That's what you've always done. Just like he watched when I was dragged off to war that day, the memory is still a fresh, open wound. Just like that. The two brothers are locked in a silent standoff, the air thick with years of pain and betrayal. Just as Cruel opens his mouth to speak, a smooth voice cuts in. What a touching brotherhood! Do Gilester? Starbay approaches, a sly, knowing smile on his face. Dion recognizes him instantly, the leader of the faction opposing the Emperor. The Duke smoothly waves off Cruel's attempt at a formal greeting. The Duke turns his charismatic smile on Dion, extending a hand in greeting. But Dion is just thinking, why is he talking to me? He simply stares at the outstretched hand, saying nothing at all. Then, with everyone watching, he deliberately turns his back and walks away. A wave of shocked gasps and whispers ripples through the hall. Did he just ignore the Duke? The nobles can't believe their eyes. To snub the only Duke in the entire empire, they murmur to each other. That's Dion Hart for you. For an honorary count to show such an attitude, the audacity is simply on another level. The Duke just keeps smiling, completely unfazed, while Cruel watches the scene unfold in silence. Leanne rushes to Dion's side, whispering urgently, Count, Dion knows he messed up, but his mouth is completely full of pudding. He can't speak. He's desperately trying to chew and swallow without anyone noticing. He can feel the Duke's simmering anger and starts to panic. Maybe he can just shake his hand later and pretend this never happened. But before he can, another voice rings out, loud and cheerful. Long time no see, Duke Illister. It's the Crown Prince of the Empire, Elpidius Desire. Dion groans internally. What is this, a party or a beehive? The prince casually slings an arm over Dion's shoulder, trapping him. The Duke bows his head, but the prince's attention is already locked onto Dion. Why is this happening to me? The prince waves off the Duke's apology with a charming smile, but Dion sees right through it. He's just as cunning as his father, the Emperor. The prince's eyes narrow. He's not about to let his rival get close to a valuable asset like Dion. I have to protect Count Hart, he thinks, reaching for the pudding in Dion's hand. But just as he makes his move, a new voice screams, Count, oh my brother! The princess of the Empire, Alethea, barrels into the group and latches onto Dion's arm. You should have called me if you were going to see the Count, she gushes. Count, I've really missed! But the impact makes Dion choke. A piercing scream rips through the elegant hall. Dion collapses, spitting a mouthful of red, pudding all over the pristine floor. The princess is kneeling beside him, frantic. Count! There's blood! The prince is already shouting for the royal doctor. It's just a puddle of strawberry pudding. But in the panic, everyone sees blood. Dion is horrified, not by the scene, but because his peaceful pudding break has ended in total disaster. Leanne rushes to his side, trying to stop the chaos. No, there's no need for a doctor, she says, clamping a hand over Dion's mouth. This isn't blood. Shh, please don't speak anymore. She blames herself for not noticing his poor condition. Meanwhile, Dion is screaming on the inside. It's not blood, it's pudding. Listen to me. A commanding voice silences the entire room. What is all this ruckus? Dion's heart sinks. Oh no, the Emperor is here too? And right behind him is the legendary hero, General Nemesius. This just went from bad to catastrophic. The princess tearfully explains to her father that she was just so happy to see the Count, she couldn't control her strength. The emperor calmly accepts her apology. Then he turns to the crowd and masterfully seizes control of the narrative, declaring that a hero like the Count wouldn't collapse just because a princess bumped into him. He reminds everyone that Dion was ambushed on his way here. This must be the result of his internal injuries. Dion can only scream in his head, "I told you, that's not it." He realizes that with the entire hall saturated in perfume, no one can smell the sweet pudding over the imagined scent of blood. The emperor suggests calling the doctor, but Dion quickly refuses, insisting he's fine. He has to clear up this misunderstanding before it spirals even further. But the emperor twists his refusal into more proof. It must be the Demon King's curse, something no doctor can fix. Dion is trapped. But then he sees it, an escape route. He's seen his brother. His mission is done. He can finally go home. He bows to the emperor, saying he should be heading back. The stress of the day is making him feel unwell. As he apologizes for leaving early, a genuine wave of dizziness hits him. He stumbles forward, and the emperor calls out his title in feigned concern. A hand grabs his arm, steadying him. For a split second he thinks, "I'm safe." He looks up and sees Cruel's worried face. He starts to whisper, "Thank." But the gratitude instantly curdles into pure rage. Safe? With him? Never. He violently shoves his brother's hand away. "I don't need your help," he snarls, leaving Cruel stunned. Why does he keep pretending to care? All the hatred from those 8 long years of war comes rushing back. His brother was the target of all his pain. How dare he act concerned now? "I swear I will." But the emperor's hand lands firmly on his shoulder, stopping the thought dead. The emperor looks at him with cold, calculating eyes. "You seem considerably unwell. You should go back." Dion realizes he's being officially dismissed. For anyone else, this would be a public insult. But for him, it's a godsend. He bows his head and apologizes again, accepting the emperor's consideration and taking his leave. He can't stand it a second longer. He turns and walks away as the grand doors swing open, offering him his escape. Cruel watches him go, his expression unreadable, his silence heavy with unspoken emotions. And from the sidelines, Duke Illuster watches the entire drama unfold, a slow, predatory smile spreading across his face. Oh, the real games have only just begun. As the chaos of the banquet settles, a new scheme quietly takes root under the night sky. In the palace gardens, a single thought hangs in the air. The emperor is far too tolerant of Dion Hart. Duke Illuster. Starbay stands with Cruel, remarking on Dion's incredible audacity. He knows the emperor simply used Dion's illness as an excuse, shielding him from any real consequence. The duke turns to Cruel, a sly smile playing on his lips. "Sir Cruel," he says, "you are also far too gracious with your brother." Cruel claims he only wanted to preserve the mood of the party, but the duke just laughs, telling him he knows exactly why Cruel really sought him out. The scene shifts to an earlier time, in a dark, opulent office. Cruel stands before the duke, his request simple and direct. "Could you become my sponsor?" The duke looks up, intrigued by the offer. He saw before him a man with the perfect story for a tragic hero. A man who supposedly lost his family at the hands of his own younger brother. Cruel makes his pledge, his voice firm. "If you become my sponsor, I will become the greatest sword you have ever held." The duke considers this. If Cruel merely wanted to survive, he had plenty of other, simpler options. This was about more than survival. He smiles, his voice like silk. "Well, all right. I'm not foolish enough to turn away a loyal dog that comes begging." Still, he wonders why Cruel chose him, of all people. Cruel's answer is simple and chillingly clear. "To make sure I can protect." Back in the present, the Duke tells Cruel that he finally understands what he meant that day. "To protect yourself," the Duke says, his words sharp as a blade. A vision of Dion flashes in his mind. From Dion Hart. Cruel looks down, his silence a confession. "Yes." A satisfied smile spreads across the Duke's face. Then our paths align. He declares that the Emperor's loyal dog, Dion Hart, is an obstacle that must be removed. Cruel bows his head. "As you wish." The Duke places a hand over his heart, feigning sincerity. But he knows Dion being the Emperor's man isn't the only reason he wants him gone. He can feel his own heart pounding. His intuition screams that Dion Hart is a grave danger to the entire empire. A dark vow forms in his mind, aimed at the man who just escaped the palace. "I will kill you, Dion Hart, no matter what it takes." Meanwhile, Dion is finally leaving, with Leanne escorting him. She asks if he needs support, but he just waves her off, saying he'll be fine with some rest. Then he stops. Why do I smell something burning? Leanne stops too, her expression clouding with confusion. He rounds the corner and freezes in horror. His entire front yard is engulfed in flames. It was fine when I left, so why is my house on fire now? And in the middle of the inferno, he sees them. The lofty knights? What are they doing here? He just stares, his exhausted mind refusing to process the chaos. Is this a dream? He tries to convince himself it's just an illusion, a nightmare brought on by stress. The searing heat hits his face. "No way," he screams. "The heat on my skin can't be an illusion." His former subordinates are running through the flames, yelling his name. Suddenly, something is tossed towards him. He thinks, since when did my home become a zoo for rabid dogs? He catches it out of reflex. It's a round metal object with a lit fuse. Huh? What's this? It looks exactly like a bomb. Leanne's face drains of all color. "Count!" Dion's eyes widen in terror. No matter how you look at it, it's a bomb. A surge of adrenaline hits him, and he spins around, hurling it back. The bomb bounces across the stone courtyard and erupts in a massive, fiery explosion. Dion is thrown backward by the blast, his mind reeling. What the hell? What are these lunatics throwing in my yard? Leanne and one of the knights rush to his side, asking if he's all right. Dion pushes himself up, his eyes locking onto a figure emerging from the smoke. It's one of the attackers, bloodied but alive. He coughs, a grudging respect in his voice. A real hero, to throw back a surprise attack like that. Dion and Leanne stand back to back, now surrounded by enemies. One of the lofty knights looks shocked. There was someone still alive? They thought they'd cleared everyone out. Dion can only think, how would I know? Then they spotted on the attacker's uniform a white dove, the symbol of the Revolutionary Army. "That's what I'm saying!" one of the knights yells. "Those revolutionary bastards threw a bomb at your house, so we hurried up and took care of them." Dion fixes them with a dead-eyed stare. "And why were you at my house?" Their triumphant grins immediately vanish. He presses on, reminding them that the lofty knights are now part of the official Royal Knights. His eyes narrow with suspicion. "Were you kicked out for being troublemakers?" They instantly mob him, clinging to him and whining. Dion screams for them to get off, desperately calling for Leanne to help. Leanne steps in, scolding them for their behavior. Dion can only gasp for air, muttering, "Lunatics." He takes a moment to compose himself, his thoughts turning back to the real threat. Anyway, those revolutionary bastards, it wasn't enough to ambush my carriage. They even attacked my knights. They seemed desperate to kill me, but what did I ever do? Just then, one of his knights spots a survivor trying to drag a wounded comrade away. The revolutionary panics when he realizes they've been spotted. A knight moves to finish him, but Dion stops him. He needs to capture at least one of them alive to get answers. But before anyone can move, a silent blur cuts through the night. The two revolutionaries are taken down in an instant. Standing over them is his butler. Remember calmly straightens his suit, his face impassive. "We almost lost him." Dion is stunned. This is no ordinary butler. Remember notes that he also hadn't expected the Count to throw the bomb back. The butler then smoothly changes the subject, asking if something happened at the palace. Dion looks utterly drained. Remember explains to Leanne that the Count was ambushed earlier and is suffering from exhaustion and internal injuries. He tells Dion to go inside and rest. He will take care of everything else. As the captured revolutionary is dragged away, he glares at Dion, his face twisted with pure hatred. "Dion Hart!" Back in his office, the Duke reviews his plans. He knows 3 people stand between him and the Emperor, General Nemesius and Chancellor Ardal. And lastly, the Emperor's loyal dog, Dion Hart, a man who operates in the shadows, making him nearly impossible to track. He may have gone on a simple monster hunt this time, but who knows what secret orders the Emperor truly gave him. The Duke's resolve hardens. If the revolution is to succeed, Dion Hart must be eliminated. Back at the estate, Remember interrogates the captured man, who spits defiance, cursing the Emperor's name. Remember's associate grabs him, his voice low and dangerous. "Who are you calling a dog of the Emperor? We have never raised our swords for him. We simply raise our swords for Dion Hart." Remember gives a single cold command: "Die." A blade flashes in the dark, and the man is silenced forever. Remember stands over the body, surveying the fiery mess in the yard. Now there's more to clean up. He glances at his blood-stained hand, already composing his report. I suppose I'll tell the Count that a dog bit him to death. The conspiracies around Dion are growing deeper and far more dangerous. In the shadows of the capital, there are places the light never touches. Here in the slums, forgotten buildings lean against each other, and the very air feels heavy with despair. Curled up in a cold alley, a young girl shivers, her mind echoing with a single, gnawing thought that's more painful than an empty stomach. I'm hungry. She remembers the last time she tried to get food, a man's angry face screaming at her for daring to touch his things. It's been days since she's eaten. At this rate, she knows she's going to die. People die in the slums all the time. No one would be surprised if she was next. But the real question that stings is, would anyone even cry for her? Just then, a pair of boots stops in front of her. A voice mutters, "Look, she's practically dead." A young boy with messy hair and a conflicted look on his face holds out a small loaf of bread. He sighs, as if giving in. "I guess it can't be helped," he says. "I'll give you this." The girl's eyes go wide. "Bread?" She snatches it, her voice laced with suspicion. "Where did you get it?" The boy, Paul, sits down beside her. "The Redemption Church." Paul's face lights up with a genuine smile. "Yeah, the Redemption Church came and gave everyone free bread and water," he says, his voice full of excitement. But the girl is skeptical. "Free? Nothing is ever free here." Her eyes narrow as she inspects the bread. "Did they put something inside?" Paul gets defensive. "No! The guy next door ate it and he's fine." She sniffs it, still not convinced. "But that guy would eat anything for free," she mumbles. Paul's frustration grows. "Don't you believe me? I thought of you because you've been starving for a week." He tries to grab the bread back. "Then give it back." But she pulls it away, a new worry on her mind. "But isn't the Redemption Church a religion? Don't you have to pay them?" She stares at the loaf. The idea of free food with no strings attached feels more like a trap than an act of kindness. Paul jumps to his feet, fed up. "Don't believe me if you don't want to." "I'll go by myself." He starts to walk away, leaving her clutching the bread, shocked and uncertain. He calls back over his shoulder, "You're the one who'll lose out. Just toss that bread away." A small, desperate sound escapes her lips as she watches him go. For a long moment, she sits there, staring at the bread. Her hunger is a physical, clawing pain. But then, Paul stops and turns back, his own desperation clear. "Paul," she stammers. He looks at her and says, "Yeah, who cares if they poisoned it? Wait for me," she shouts, scrambling to her feet. She runs to catch up, thinking it makes no difference if she dies from starvation or poison. As long as they give out bread and water like they say, that's all that matters. She reaches him and he takes her hand. Holding hands, the two small figures walk down the grim street, not caring if this church redeems them or curses them. All they want is to not be hungry anymore. Meanwhile, back with Dion, a week has passed since his return to the Empire. The fire-damaged yard has been restored, and he's even provided a place for the lofty knights who showed up uninvited. He thought all he had to do was wait for the Emperor's call and enjoy a quiet life. But instead, he's buried under a mountain of paperwork. "Another dam in the Heart territory?" he mutters in frustration. "Are you crazy? Who would even suggest this?" A calm voice cuts in. "I did. It's his butler, remember?" He explains. "It's a necessary precaution." Dion's mood flips instantly. "Well, it wouldn't be the worst to have another dam," he says, quickly stamping his approval. "Approved." Dion leans back with a strained smile. Ever since seeing, remember, take down those assassins, he can't act casually around him. If the butler hadn't brought him these documents, he would have just burned them all. A loud shout from outside breaks his thoughts. "What do you want, you dweeb?" Dion looks out the window, annoyed. The lofty knights are at it again. "You bastards! You took our rations and damaged our property," someone yells. The other side just scoffs. "You're angry over that? How petty." As expected, the estate knights and the lofty knights are clashing. Dion sighs. He knows exactly whose fault this is without even looking. He pinches the bridge of his nose, completely drained. "Do the lofty knights have nothing to do?" He groans. Remember replies, "I believe His Majesty used to send them on various missions. But," he continues, "since they are under your command again, their duty is to train and await your orders." Dion slumps in his chair. Why did he give those things back to me? He moans, almost missing the demon realm where he had no responsibilities. Remember offers a different view. Is it not because His Majesty cares for you greatly, my lord? Dion looks up, completely baffled. Who does what now? He quickly changes the subject. Remember, are you tired? Please let me know if you need a vacation. But the butler just smiles politely. Oh my, you can't treat me as if I'm senile, but Remember's expression turns serious. Is it not standard to return a family's knights? Unless His Majesty had complete faith in you, he would not have done so. Dion is stunned. Wow, I guess it could be seen that way. But Dion knows the real reason. He sent them back because he couldn't handle them. Those mad dogs wouldn't change for anyone, not even the Emperor. He stares at the towering stack of documents. Anyway, why is there so much overdue business to take care of? He had given the Heart Estate to the Emperor years ago. He was only supposed to be managing it temporarily, so why is there all this work? Remember just watches him, a slight frown on his face. Dion grumbles, if he cares so much, I'd love for him to take this land back. You don't seem to be aware, Remember says quietly, but His Majesty has officially transferred the property ownership back under your name, my lord. Dion freezes. The realization hits him like a physical blow. He hasn't heard anything about this. His face contorts in pure horror as he lets out a silent scream. Emperor! Remember calmly gestures to the mess of papers. Yes, the official document is somewhere in there. Dion clutches his head, fuming. I need to return this estate to him. He realizes his mistake. He let it slide when he got the Count title, thinking it was just in name only. Now he's stuck with all the responsibility. The image of the Grand Heart Estate fills his mind. He doesn't want it. He has no good memories here. Good? No, that's not the right word at all. It was the worst. Dion slams his hand on the desk, his expression hardening. I will not let this slide, he says firmly. I will have to pay the Emperor a visit. But just as he makes his decision, Remember announces, my lord, the Crown Prince and General Nemesius are here. Dion's resolve instantly shatters. The Crown Prince and the General are here. Why? Panic sets in. Wait, but that General Nemesius really despises me. The two visitors ascend the magnificent staircase. Crown Prince Elpidius walks with an easy confidence, accompanied by the stern-looking general. The general pauses, his eyes drawn to a large, cloth-covered object on the wall. Is that a family portrait? He wonders. He shakes his head, refocusing. I'm surprised he brought that here. He turns to the prince. Thank you for waiting. The reception room is this way. The Crown Prince offers Dion a charming smile. Sorry for coming unannounced, he says smoothly. I had something to tell you, Count. Elsewhere, Princess Alethea is pouting. She's heard the news that Count Hart captured the revolutionaries all by himself, and she's sulking over his name. Her brother, the Crown Prince, sits across from her. Now, why are you being sullen? He asks teasingly. She covers her face dramatically. I'm sure he no longer wants to see me. It's over. All my efforts have been in vain, Elpidius scoffs. I don't think your efforts amounted to much, she snaps. Admit it, I'm pretty and I'm a princess. I may be inexperienced, but I've never had to seduce anyone before. I never meant to cause such trouble, she wails. Count Hart vomited blood. Elpidius sighs. I told you that wasn't because of you, although you did hurl yourself at him with brute force. Alethea sits up, a new idea forming. I should apologize, right? Are you going to see him? When he confirms, she declares, yes. The prince takes a slow sip of tea, his expression flat. No way. His thoughts are firm. I wouldn't stop you from anything else, but this is forbidden. Alethea's face falls. Diesque, she mutters. Regardless, there will be a scandal if I use that as an excuse to just marry him. Alethea! The prince sets his cup down with a sharp click, his voice cold and commanding. He thinks to himself, to put it nicely, she's naive. To put it frankly, she's a dumb princess. He looks her straight in the eye. You do not love Count Hart. Her cheerful mask falls away, replaced by shock, and we see the truth. This is all an act she has created to fool the world. The pout vanishes, replaced by a cool, confident smile. Though I may not love him, she says smoothly, for the sake of the royal family, I can like him. Elpidius leans back. If you show him how logical you are, your act will be suspected. Though if you want to quit, I'd welcome it. She shakes her head, her eyes gleaming with cunning. It's fine. The plan hasn't failed yet. We must stick together. Her plan is simple. By publicly expressing her feelings, she's ensured no other noble family will dare make a move on him. She's tying a talent like Count Hart directly to the royal family, taking a powerful piece away from her father. "Brother?" she asks. He smiles and gently pats her head. "Yes, I'm sure you have your reasons. You have good intuition." He looks at her, his expression encouraging. "And I know I say this often, but you can quit any time you want." She gives him a genuinely sweet smile, the mask of the doting sister back in place. "Hee, thank you, brother." Then she leans in, her expression playful again. "Speaking of which, could you find out what Count Hart thinks of me?" She winks mischievously. It will be quite a predicament if the Emperor's precious talent is upset by such an incident, right? Back at Dion's estate, the prince knows his sister is a problem, but he's here to smooth things over. His goal is clear. "I will definitely recruit you for the Emperor." And in his office, Dion is having a complete meltdown, staring at his uninvited guests with pure dread. Why the hell are these guys here? For a man who just wants to disappear, being the center of royal attention is a special kind of hell. Dion forces a polite mask onto his face, greeting the powerful men who have invaded his home. Dion Hart greets the future of the empire. Crown Prince Elpidius offers a disarming smile, gesturing to a seat. "Sorry for coming so suddenly," he says smoothly. "Please sit down." Dion sits, his composure a thin veneer. "Thank you. May I ask what brings you here?" The prince leans back. "I came to speak with you, and the general has separate business. Since we're all busy, we'll be quick." Dion glances at General Nemesius, who answers with a harsh glare. The man's eyes are practically burning a hole through him. He thinks, "Why does the general hate me so much?" "No," Dion corrects himself. "It's more than just hate." Before he can finish, the prince speaks. "First, I'd like to apologize." Dion assumes it's for the sudden visit, but the prince just laughs. "That too, but I'm talking about the banquet." The princess was extremely impolite. The memory flashes through Dion's mind. The princess, the pudding, the collapse. Ah, that! He keeps his face a perfect blank. "I scolded her quite severely, so it shouldn't happen again for a while," the prince says with a smile. The phrase, "for a while," hangs in the air like a threat. Dion dismisses it. "That is a trivial matter you need not apologize for." The prince looks pleased. "Is that so? I'm glad you don't find it unpleasant." Dion thinks, "I was taken aback, but it's a show of affection, so I can't even be angry." A polite lie to smooth things over. The prince's smile sharpens. "Truthfully, there's a favor I wanted to ask." Dion's internal alarms blare. Finally, he's getting to the real point. The prince leans forward. "Count, if you're all right with it." Dion's hands clench in his lap. "What kind of favor requires a personal visit from the crown prince? Would you mind becoming friends with me?" The question lands like a bomb in the silent room, simple words loaded with political dynamite. A bead of sweat rolls down Dion's face. He is completely blindsided. "Pardon?" he manages to ask. The prince puts on an almost childish pout. "I wanted to become closer, but you're always so busy." Dion is baffled. "You came all the way here just to ask me that?" The prince's expression turns melancholic. "The title of crown prince is too heavy. I can't even pay a friendly visit to someone I admire. So I'm using the banquet as an excuse." He gives Dion an expectant look. Panic floods Dion's mind. There's no way he can refuse. The words, "How could I dare?" are stuck in his throat. As if on cue, the pressure in the room intensifies. He can feel the general's menacing aura from the corner, a silent threat. The prince watches, a hint of feigned worry on his face. Dion's entire body is trembling. He feels like he's about to be executed if he says no. With loyalty born from pure fear, he stammers, "I would be honored to become friends with the crown prince." The prince's face lights up. He grabs Dion's hand, his smile triumphant. "Then we'll be friends starting today. I'll do my best for us to become closer." Dion can only manage a week, yes. To think I've become friends with someone the Emperor treasures most. "I'm so glad," the prince gushes. Dion's face is a mask of pure dread. "It is my honor," he says, his voice flat. The prince gives a gentle, knowing smile. He thinks, it's clear he feels pressured, but he's not rejecting me. He's kind-hearted, just as I thought. "I'm glad we can get closer." The prince throws an arm around a completely rigid Dion. Then please come see me at the palace. We can spar, have tea, and talk. He beams, while Dion looks like his soul is leaving his body. Dion tries to politely refuse, but the prince is already standing. Since I've heard my answer, I'll be off. No need to see me out, you still have to talk with the general. General, I'll be heading off then, the prince calls as he breezes out the door. Dion shoots up. Your Highness, please have a safe journey back, he calls out weakly. The prince turns at the door with one last beaming smile. I look forward to seeing you again, my friend. Dion's internal voice is screaming. Wait! But he's gone. Dion is left alone with the one person he fears almost as much as the Demon King. Don't leave me alone with the general, he pleads silently. The silence is deafening. He starts sweating again. What should I say to him? The general breaks the silence, his voice cold. Honorary Count Dion Hart. It's been a long time since we have greeted each other like this. Dion tries for small talk. It has been a while. How have you? But the general cuts him off. I won't keep you long. His Majesty would like you to hand over the revolutionary soldier you captured. It's an order, not a request, the general adds. The objective is to find their base. Of course, since you captured him, you have the right to refuse. But his tone makes it clear refusal isn't an option. Dion is relieved. He's glad the general is getting straight to the point. Not at all, he says readily. Of course, I will hand him over. Let me guide you. Down in the dungeon, Dion presents the captive. This is the man. The revolutionary is bound and defeated. One of the general's men takes the prisoner. I've bound him so you can take him right away, Dion says, hoping this is the end of it. But as the soldier is led away, the general remains, staring at Dion with that same intense gaze. He finally speaks. There were 3 that ambushed you. 2 of them died. 1 from an explosion, but the other's cause of death was not specified. His eyes narrow, searching Dion's face. Dion is completely lost. I'm sorry, what are you trying to get at? Dion Hart, the general says, his voice low. Do you know how that man died? The scene flashes back, the general's voice narrating. I do not dislike people for no reason. During the 8-Year War, I watched him from a close distance, and I found out, the truth behind Dion Hart's sudden personality change. We're taken to a gritty military camp. The general couldn't help but notice the young noble conscripted into his unit. He remembers finding Dion huddled in a tent, a broken mess. He'd asked him, Hey, are you all right? The general knew the boy was too weak to survive this war, so he chose cruelty as his only means of survival. To live, he had to brutally end the lives of others. The choice was driving him insane. The general remembers pulling him from his stupor. It's been 3 days. You need to come to your senses. He knew the boy was barely holding on. He tried to reason with him. This is your survival method. No one will blame you, but you also need to accept the guilt that comes with it. But the child was being tormented by guilt after every single battle. Dion looked up then, his eyes wide and innocent, as if he had no idea what the general meant. Pardon? What are you talking about? And that's when he did it. He finally split his own personality to escape the pain. The change was immediate. Dion would dismiss any concern with a weak smile. If you're concerned about my injury, I'm fine. It wasn't just a switch. It was his nature. The other Dion, the one who fought, would snarl with cold, remorseless eyes. I have no idea what you're talking about. He had split himself into 2, the insane survivor who fought with primal instinct and the normal boy who only remembered regular battles. The normal Dion would smile weakly after a slaughter he couldn't recall. It must have been exhausting. I don't remember the details. But since I survived without killing anyone, I must be incredibly lucky. The flashback ends, the word echoing in the general's mind with pure contempt. Lucky? Back in the present, the general's face is twisted with disgust. No, you couldn't withstand the guilt. You simply chose to escape. He leans in, his voice a low growl. Let me put this another way. How the other one died? Can you even recall it? He stares at Dion's confused face, thinking, I wonder how much longer he can fool himself by turning a blind eye to his own actions. Dion has no idea what he's talking about, but the disgust is palpable. I find you disgusting since you've given up on being human, the general spits. Dion hazards a guess. If you're talking about the other one, the general's eyes flash with a warning. But if you choose not to disregard it this time, I will. Dion cuts him off with a lie. I wasn't there at the time. From what I heard, wild dogs tore him apart. He just wants this to be over. The general has heard enough. All right, I'll get going then, he says flatly, turning to leave. No need to walk me out. As he walks away, his face is a mask of fury. As expected, nothing has changed. Wild dogs? Bullshit. He's the one who killed him, using that convenient other nature of his to do the deed. The general strides out of the estate, his mind set. The weakness of someone with such responsibility could lead to disaster, which is why Dion Hart is an absolutely dangerous element. His thoughts turn to his ruler, his expression darkening with frustration. So why does His Majesty keep Dion Hart by his side? Back in his room, the stress of the day finally overwhelms Dion. He slumps forward and passes out cold. He wakes with a start to see Remember standing over him. I guess I fell asleep, he mumbles, then flinches. You scared me. Remember's voice is calm. You're awake? How long did I sleep? Dion asks. Remember's expression is placid. No, it hasn't been that long. How are you feeling? The butler asks. I was quite startled when you lost consciousness. Dion is confused. I lost consciousness? He sits up. I'm all right now. The doctor says it's mostly fatigue and stress, Remember informs him. Dion sighs. As expected, my blood pressure goes up at least once a day. Remember's expression turns serious. So this old man would like to suggest something, my lord. Dion eyes him nervously. What is it? Why don't you command the lofty knights on an expedition to subjugate monsters? The idea hits Dion like a bolt from the blue. Monster subjugation. That's a great idea. His mind races. They've been causing trouble everywhere. If they exhaust themselves, they'll finally calm down, right? Remember nods. It's not because I think it's unfair that I'm the only one working hard. Dion doesn't care. Since there happen to be monsters near the border, I will send them there. Dion's eyes sparkle with hope. Please proceed as soon as possible. Those mad dogs will finally be out of my sight. I'll finally be able to breathe, or so he thought. The scene changes to a troop of riders traveling through a forest. Leanne Reiner calls out, Count, we are almost at the border. And right behind her, cloaked and miserable, is Dion. He's been roped into the very mission he thought would bring him peace. His face is a picture of utter despair, one thought screaming in his mind, but why did I get dragged along? Riding towards the border, Leanne Reiner calls out cheerfully, Count, we're almost there! But Dion, huddled in his cloak, can only manage a weak groan. This was supposed to be his break. One of the lofty knights grins beside him. Dion asks, his voice dripping with exhaustion, Why did I have to come along? The knight looks offended. What? Why would you miss out on such a fun mission? The knight's mind is a whirlwind of misunderstanding. He thinks, That's right. You must have been so bored in your office. We know you're just looking after us since we've been going stir-crazy. Don't you feel stifled? He thinks, his logic completely warped. You haven't seen blood in a while. Dion sighs, remembering how he got here. He pictures them clinging to his leg, begging him to come on the expedition while he tried to kick them away. They insisted he was their leader, so how could he send them to a fun place, alone? Fun? What part of a monster subjugation mission sounds fun? He remembers trying to use paperwork as an excuse, but Remember shut that down instantly. I will handle the documents, the butler said. You may go. He called it a vacation to repay Dion for the past week of hard work. Of course, the knights saw their poor, overworked lord and decided it was their duty to rescue him from his office. When Remember gave his blessing, that was it. See? Even the butler allowed it, they cheered, insisting they all go together. But as they dragged him off, Remember spoke a final, quiet word. Dion had pleaded, You can't treat me the same as them. But the butler's reply was chillingly practical. And if you were to make a move, my lord, wouldn't the bastard hiding in the county follow you? His eyes were sharp. This old man will catch the rat, so please go and relax. Dion sighs again. So this vacation was just him being used as bait to catch a spy. Yes, we do need to catch the spy, because if they don't, with this crew, he might actually die from getting strangled over a piece of meat. Another knight tries to cheer him up. Hey, it's just us. We heard you went on an expedition by yourself and came back with the biggest smile on your face. Dion grimaces. No, that's because I got rest at the Demon King's castle. So please relieve your stress this time, too, the knight cheers. Just then, a guttural shriek rips through the air. A horde of monsters charges out of the woods. Monsters! Everyone get ready! A joyous roar erupts from the lofty knights. Let's go! They scream, charging forward with manic glee. Dion watches them go, a look of agony on his face. These lunatics, he mutters. I miss the demon realm. At least I was comfortable there. Dame Leanne sighs deeply beside him, the only other sane person here. Dion glances at her with sympathy. Yes, I'm sure Dame Leanne is tired too. He remembers she was the knight the Emperor personally recommended to control these murderous ghost knights, and she's perfect for the job. An incredible warrior, the complete opposite of the mad dog she leads. He feels a pang of guilt. Is this what a parent feels when their children are troublemakers? Leanne turns to him. Will you not be participating, my lord? Ah, he starts, searching for an excuse. I think it would be best to let those things battle to their heart's content. Below them, the knights are tearing through the monsters with brutal efficiency. You're being considerate, she says, accepting his answer. Consideration, my ass, Dion thinks desperately. How the hell would I get between those lunatics? Please, just kill them all so I don't have to step in. The knights are already fighting each other over kills. Hey, I called dibs on that one yells. One of them, covered in blood, calls out, My lord, aren't you coming? I think we're enjoying your vacation more than you are. Dion just waves them off, utterly drained. I'll take care of my own vacation, don't worry. Leanne just sighs again, rubbing her temples. Hurry, we're almost done, a knight yells. Dion snaps internally. I don't plan on going, so hurry the hell up. He has a bad feeling, a familiar chilling premonition that if he steps in, something is about to get wrecked. In that split second, his instincts scream. A red glint of danger, an arrow whistles through the air. He twists, but it still slams into his shoulder with a sickening thud. My lord. Are you all right? Leanne cries out, her face a mask of fury. The arrow sticks out of his shoulder. Dion's mind races. If I didn't turn, that would have been my throat. Where did that come from? An ambush? A nation past the borders? No, that would be an act of war. His eyes narrow, the pieces clicking into place with cold certainty. If that's not the case, they're assassins. From the trees, more emerge. One curses, Shit, he dodged that? Leanne glares at them. Disgusting fucks. She turns to Dion, but he cuts her off with a sharp order. Dame Leanne, fend this off. His eyes are cold, his voice hard as steel. This is no longer the anxious count. He looks at Leanne and commands her to stand in front of him. As close as possible, so you can't see it. Leanne understands. But if I do that, you'll be wounded further when I remove the arrow. But one look at his face tells her he won't ask twice. Understood. With a sharp yank, she pulls the arrow free. But the arrowhead breaks off, digging deeper. Dion grits his teeth, blood staining his cloak. He looks over the battlefield, his eyes burning with a cold fire, and gives an order. Lofty knights, take out your drugs. Unseen on a nearby hill, soldiers from a neighboring kingdom watch the chaos. Hey, one says, isn't that the third hero of the Empire, Dion Hart? A commander squints. It seems so. Who is he battling? The commander's face grows pale. Shit. Is this an internal conflict? That injury he just sustained doesn't seem shallow at all. Wait, an injury? A slow, greedy smile spreads across his face. It's only been 2 years since the war ended, and the infamous Dion Hart is injured. The Empire wouldn't want a war right now. If we framed those bastards for attacking our kingdom, we could probably get a hefty reward. Back on the battlefield, the lofty knights obey without question, downing small vials of liquid. Leanne is horrified. My lord, what is that drug? Dion answers, his eyes glowing with a strange light. It's a drug that shuts down your common sense. Leanne gasps. Isn't that drug prohibited? Dion scoffs. You just can't be obvious about consuming it. Leanne is completely baffled. What does that even mean? The lead assassin roars. What are you waiting for? Kill them all. But it's too late. Dion moves, launching himself from his horse in a blur of motion. He lands with impossible speed right in front of the charging assassins. He leaps into the air, a phantom moving through their ranks. His eyes glow a demonic red. Before the assassin can react, a spray of blood erupts. Dion is already behind him, his voice a cold whisper. Stay still if you don't want the same thing to happen to you. The captured assassin chokes in terror. Dion looks at the remaining assassins, his expression devoid of emotion. Since I captured one alive, I don't see the need for the rest of them. Another assassin, enraged, charges. You bastard! Dion doesn't flinch, spinning and driving his sword through the man's chest. In a single, fluid motion, he cuts down two more with inhuman grace and brutality. He lands lightly, holding the captured assassin by the collar, and looks at Leanne. Dame Leanne, make sure this bastard doesn't die, she snaps to attention. Yes, order received. Dion's red eyes scan the battlefield. Now then, I will. He stops. He sees one of his knights hesitating over a wounded assassin. Look at those bastards, he scoffs. In a flash, he appears and drives his own sword through the wounded man. What do you think you are doing? He snarls. The knight stammers, Captain. Dion's voice is laced with ice. You mad dogs have become knights. Is that why you think you should fight like decent human beings? He glares at his frozen men. Did you not take your drugs? You're still so weak? If you won't even do this, none of you will survive. It's not like you have the talent to grant your enemies mercy and still survive. His voice echoes in their minds. Didn't I tell you? Abandon your guilt. Leave only enough sense to distinguish foe from friend. Be consumed by lunacy. A twisted, terrifying smile spreads across his blood-spattered face. Everything is for your survival. The surviving assassins are paralyzed with fear. We chose the wrong opponent. Why were we so greedy? But it was too sweet of an offer to reject. Will it really be all right? We cut to a quiet office. Cruel Heart sits at his desk, his expression unreadable. An aide questions him. Even if we only inflict a wound, you will pay us half the reward? Cruel's voice is flat. I merely put in an additional condition to the Duke's murder request. It will be fine. The aide is confused. But the order was to kill Dion Hart. Why pay out of your own pocket for such a condition? If the Duke finds out, I will take full responsibility. Don't worry. The aide is baffled. He knows Cruel despises his brother, but sometimes he does these odd things. What does he want to do with him? Cruel remains silent, his eyes dark with thoughts he shares with no one. His gaze is fixed on something far away, his true intentions a mystery. What will be that child's end? The mask is off, and the monster is out. But in a world of kings and schemers, even the most terrifying monster is just a puppet on the string. The battlefield is a canvas of carnage, a cruel and dirty battle of screams and swearing, and in the midst of it all stands Dion, or at least the part of him born in the blood and fire of the war. His eyes, glowing with a demonic red light, sparkle with a chilling glee as he tears his enemies apart. It's the look of a bloodthirsty ghost, a being that finds purpose only in destruction. One of the last surviving assassins stares up in horror from the mud. Such a man is the hero of the Empire? He chokes out. The man trembles, his mind shattering. We should have never gotten involved. How could anyone remain sane after facing such lunatics? It's no wonder they're called the murderous ghost knights. The assassin looks at Dion, silhouetted against the carnage, and a terrifying thought dawns on him. Aren't they closer to being demons than humans? Dion walks over to the captured assassin, his voice dripping with cold contempt. I don't know if you were blinded by money, or if you're just plain stupid. Or is it both? With a flick of his wrist, he ends the man's life, not out of necessity, but sheer disdain. He stands over the body, the last of the assassins now dead at his feet. His work is done. He turns back to the one he left alive, a sadistic smile playing on his lips. I'm not fond of torture, he says, his voice a low purr. So I'd really like for you to tell me who's behind this. The captured assassin can only tremble in absolute terror, muttering, "Shit, the threat needs no further explanation." The scene shifts. Back in the gleaming halls of the imperial palace, a new problem has arisen. There is a complaint from the Kingdom of Ilion. The Emperor, Eduardo, listens with a bored expression. A complaint? Count Dion Hart was subjugating monsters near the borders, the Chancellor explains. They're insisting the battle was an attempt at an armed invasion. The aide panics. What ambush? Is Count Hart all right? The Chancellor clarifies. He was shot in the shoulder. He'll have difficulty using his arm for a month. The Emperor taps his chin, a thoughtful, predatory look in his eyes. And the Kingdom of Ilion is asking for compensation, the Chancellor confirms. A slow, dangerous smile spreads across the Emperor's face. He understands their pathetic scheme perfectly. I bet they decided we wouldn't engage in war since Count Hart was injured. They should at least have brains if they don't have brawn. I guess I've been too quiet. The Chancellor sees the look in the Emperor's eyes and starts to panic. He doesn't mean, Your Majesty, he pleads. We could blame the ambush on them to corner them. But the Emperor cuts him off with a single, decisive word. No. He leans back in his throne, his eyes half closed, his smile serene and terrifying. Prepare for war. Both the Chancellor and General Nemesius recoil in shock. A war? No, Your Majesty. The Chancellor argues it's too soon, too costly. But the Emperor is unmoved. 2 years is a long time to rest. We can get money and resources while we conquer. It worked last time. He looks at his frantic Chancellor, his expression calm and utterly absolute. Chancellor, I am a tyrant. The Chancellor lets out a strangled gasp, completely defeated. I was thinking about conquering the continent, so this is just as well. The Emperor continues casually. The Chancellor sighs, making one last plea. If you wish to be a tyrant, you should not succumb to your responsibilities, Your Majesty. The Chancellor knows the truth. The Emperor is obsessed with responsibility because of his guilt over killing his own siblings to claim the throne, and his priorities are completely wrong. He's putting his guilt over the citizens of the Empire. If a disaster cannot be avoided, the Chancellor thinks grimly, I hope it doesn't reach the Empire. He bows his head. I will work out a budget in secret, the Emperor smiles. The Chancellor is quick-witted. Then I should get to work. He turns to his general. Have you heard of the Redemption Church? The Redemption Church, the general replies. You mean the cult increasing their forces in the slums? He knows people cling to religion in chaotic times. But they have gotten too powerful, the Emperor states, his eyes narrowing. It would be best to eliminate any threat prior to war. I wonder who would be fit to take care of it, he muses, then glances sideways at an imaginary, stressed-out Dion. Of course, I should leave it to Dion Hart, but General Nemesius's voice cuts in. Did you say Dion Hart? Yes, the Emperor replies casually. Even if he's injured, I'm sure he can take care of a few fanatics. He stops, feigning forgetfulness. Oh my, I had forgotten. Nemesius's patience snaps. I object, Your Majesty. That man is dangerous. The Emperor looks at him, intrigued. You sure dislike him? Is it because of his cruelty? No, the general admits. That's just his method of survival. However, Count Hart has 2 split personalities. The Emperor simply listens, his expression unchanging. The general's voice rises with passion. He has a mentality as strong as a sandcastle. What do you think would happen if it fell apart? As soon as he comes to terms with reality, the wall he has built will crumble. The Emperor remains calm, cutting through his rant. What of it? Nemesius stares, confused. Your Majesty? A slow, knowing smile spreads across the Emperor's face. I'm already aware of that. The general is floored. So why? That's a decision Dion Hart will have to make, the Emperor says coolly. Even if something happens because of him, that will be his responsibility to uphold. Nemesius is aghast. How could you say that? If a sword is broken, it will affect the owner. You may take on that burden with him, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, he shouts, but the Emperor raises a hand, silencing him with absolute authority. Stop. That's enough. I know I chose to become a tyrant, the Emperor says softly, but I can be a great king to those I treasure. His gaze is sharp. I will excuse your current disrespect. I'm not so incompetent that I cannot forgive a loyal subordinate for his mistake. Nemesius bows his head, defeated. Apologies. However, the Emperor smiles. Don't worry. There's no way I would leave a dangerous person nearby without a reason. A flashback begins. The Emperor remembers a young, broken Dion kneeling before him, asking for one thing. Please allow me to destroy my own family. He remembers the hatred and rage radiating from the boy. Shoved into war at 14, Dion survived by building a fortress of rage against the family that abandoned him. And when he was finally acknowledged, he requested only one thing: revenge. The Emperor knew Dion was a liability to the Hart family. Are you so valuable that I should allow you to destroy a renowned family? He'd asked. But in his mind, a plan was forming. If I'm going to use him as a sword, I should refine him as much as possible. He remembers Dion asking what he must do. The Emperor's offer was a death sentence. The hero is going to kill the Demon King. Why don't you go with him, in order to face the Demon King as the hero's comrade? The result was incredible. Dion managed to retrieve the corpse of the dead hero. The Emperor remembers asking him that day, "Do you still harbor the same feelings?" And Dion, kneeling, had answered, "Yes, Your Majesty." With such an achievement, everyone had to acknowledge him as a hero, even without a fragment of the hero. The flashback ends. The Emperor looks at his trembling hand, a dark, satisfied smile on his face. "I believe the Heart County will be more quiet than usual today. What do you think?" He thinks back to Dion kneeling, thanking him. Destiny is something to be shaped. Cruel Heart came home late that night. He arrived in the pouring rain, sword drawn. He had just witnessed Dion murdering the people of his household. He fled on his horse through the storm. He screamed Dion's name into the rain and managed to survive. This is the Emperor's masterstroke. Cruel Heart became a great card to deal with Dion. Whatever the reason, Dion spared his brother. Cruel is the only family he has left. To be the hero of his own tragic story, Dion needs the Emperor, and Cruel, terrified, serves the Emperor to survive. The brothers hold each other by the throat in a perfect stalemate, and the Emperor holds the strings to both. His voice is a cold, final declaration. "So as long as Cruel Heart is alive, Dion Heart will be on my side. The battle is over." But for Dion, the real war is the one happening inside his own head. The side of him that thrives on chaos is still wide awake. He stands amidst the bodies, spattered with blood, a strange sense of calm settling over him as he looks down at his hands. A flicker of panic, of the other's Dion, breaks through. What is that? He stares at the blood on his fingers, as if for the first time. He looks at the carnage around him, at the frozen expressions of terror. What the hell is all of this? But the killer persona quickly regains control. "Be consumed by lunacy," he whispers, pushing the fear back down. A little more. He embraces the madness, the power of the fight. The mantra echoes in his mind, the first and only rule he created for himself. Everything is for your survival. But the real Dion is still in there, overwhelmed by the horror, on the verge of breaking. And then, the killer persona does what he was made to do. A phantom hand covers the real Dion's eyes. "You don't have to remember," the killer whispers. "Even if you do, just ignore it." He pulls the terrified, crying part of himself into an embrace, shielding him from the slaughter. "That's not something I did." In that moment, the killer takes the memory, the guilt, the blood, all of it. Sometime later, Dion groans, his eyes fluttering open. "I think I just had a dream," he murmurs before a sharp pain lances through his shoulder. One of the lofty knights peers into his carriage. "My lord, we've arrived at your estate." Dion tries to piece it together. "I arrived at the border, an assassin shot me, the rest is a complete blank." He steps out of the carriage. The sun is setting. "When did we get back?" he asks, confused. By the time he woke up, the situation was already over. He remembers nothing. His knights help him walk. "If it weren't for my shoulder, I'd think I was dreaming." He looks around. Where is Remember? At that moment, Remember is dealing with a problem of his own. He's cornered the spy. "I did expect this," he says, his voice cold, "but it's still surprising to find a rat." The terrified spy stammers, "You! Who are you?" "You're no ordinary butler. I wanted to find out." "But he died." Remember stands over the spy's lifeless body. The man chose death over revealing his master. Remember's eyes narrow. He hasn't failed yet. Well, he's not the only one I can get information from. A messenger bird takes flight from the spy's body, and Remember watches it go, a new plan already forming. One of his hidden subordinates appears. "Sir Remember, Count Hart has returned." Remember straightens his tie. "Oh my, we're running late." He gives his orders with chilling efficiency. "Follow that bird and find out who's behind all of this." He dusts off his shoes. "Oh, right." He pulls a blood-stained document from the dead spy's coat. "I will be terminating your employment under the authority of the butler." When Dion gets to his room, Remember is already there. "My lord, you're home." Dion looks up, relieved. "Remember, I heard you were injured. Are you all right?" The butler asks. Dion touches his bandaged shoulder. "It was my left shoulder, so it isn't affecting me too badly." Remember seems relieved. "I see. You're right-handed. What a relief. The documents have been piling up." Dion deadpans. "You shed neither blood nor tears, old man." Then he pauses. "But were you injured as well, Remember?" "I smell blood." Remember sniffs his own collar delicately. "Oh my, you could smell it? I just apprehended the spy. It must have splashed on me." Dion's face says it all. Apprehended? You found? No, you killed the spy? I was trying to capture him alive, but there was an accident. My apologies, Remember says, not sounding sorry at all. Dion just accepts it. No, since it was an accident, I guess it can't be helped. Remember moves on. I heard you also encountered an assassin. Did you find anything out? Dion shakes his head. Ah, they also died. I can't recall a thing, but I'm sure that's what happened. Remember's expression is grim. If you also failed, my lord, then the person behind this isn't to be taken lightly. That narrows it down. The Revolutionary Army, an enemy nation, or Duke Illuster, and the Duke seems the most likely. Either way, this isn't an enemy you can handle alone, Remember advises. Why don't you seek help from the Emperor? Dion is stunned by the logical suggestion. Wow, my butler is so useful. If I have overstepped, I apologize, Remember says with a bow. Dion shakes his head. No, thank you. He was planning on visiting the Emperor anyway. A spark of determination ignites. I will obtain a peaceful life as soon as possible. But when he arrives at the palace, he's stopped. His Majesty is in a private meeting with Duke Illuster. You might have to wait. Dion is annoyed. Ah, yes, understood. As he turns to wait, a cheerful voice yells his name. Count! Princess Alethea comes barreling down the hall, with her brother trying to hold her back. Excuse her, Count, the prince says with a strained smile. The princess just pouts at her brother. You meanie. Dion gives a formal bow, but the prince waves it off. No need to be so formal. Aren't we friends? Dion dies a little inside. Friend, the prince continues smoothly, I heard you have some time to kill. Why don't you join us? And just like that, Dion is trapped at a tea table with the royal siblings, surrounded by an overwhelming sea of roses. The princess beams. I'm so glad we could have tea like this. He takes a sip, his face a mask of misery. It's my honor. Internally, he's cursing. Shit, if I knew I'd run into these guys, I would have come later. The princess offers him a cookie. Please try this. Before he can refuse, she shoves it into his mouth. Dion resigns himself to his fate. Let's not think about anything as the siblings proceed to stuff his face with sweets. The prince's tone turns serious. I heard you were injured. You should take extra caution because of the curse. Why did you participate in the subjugation? What, Count? You were injured? The princess exclaims. Dion can only mumble, I was coerced into it. The prince gives him a concerned look. Please be careful. You must serve His Majesty for a long time. Dion is horrified. For a long time? That's horrendous. I'm going to be free soon. The prince leans in, lowering his voice. I'm only saying this because it's you, but I really don't want to become the emperor. Dion chokes on his tea. I'm crown prince because I have to be, he continues, but I should prepare to retire when he does. Dion is screaming internally. Shit, what is he saying? Don't tell me this. I have no interest in politics. And if I were to take the throne before that, it would mean something happened to him. I hope that never happens. His expression is one of sincere devotion. Princess Alethea adds softly, As you know, His Majesty is like a real brother to us. We only wish for his happiness. Dion is sweating. Yes, I know how much you look up to your uncle. But he also knows the brutal history. The current emperor was the 9th prince, and he killed all of his siblings and their children, which makes the existence of the crown prince and princess a strange exception, let alone the fact they don't despise their uncle. But there's a reason. Their father was the 1st prince. He was kind, even to the 9th prince, who had no hope of claiming the throne. He visited the 9th prince every day with his children, which is why they treasure each other like real siblings. Their relationship is closer than family. They say if the 1st prince were alive, the prince says wistfully, the 9th prince never would have wielded his sword. He takes Dion's hand. We worry for His Majesty, so please, take good care of the Emperor, Count. Dion is speechless. Yes? The princess scolds her brother. Brother, why are you burdening the Count? Dion's inner voice groans. He'll do fine on his own. The prince just laughs. You are right. Sorry, Count. Dion sees his chance. May I excuse myself to go to the restroom? The prince nods. You did drink a lot of tea. Go ahead. Thank you. Dion practically bolts from the room. Once he's gone, the friendly demeanor vanishes. He ran away, Alethea says with a sly smile. The prince muses. The conversation was too heavy for him. But I was sincere. Swords are always aimed at our uncle. I will assist you in obtaining the seat of the supreme ruler. The nobility are raising their voices in complaint. Please take action against the tyrant. The prince clenches his fist. Their appeasement has turned into a threat. We don't know when they may act, so it's good to prepare. The Empire, no, His Majesty, needs someone that's absolutely on his side. Alethea smiles. Dion Hart is outstanding, which is why I'm trying to coax him, right? Of course, I'm sincere about my feelings toward the Count. The prince laughs. All right, I hope Count Dion Hart will be a faithful ally to His Majesty. An ally so faithful that he would kill anyone who gets in the way of serving the Emperor, even royalty. They aren't just making a friend, they're forging a weapon. In a palace full of people who think he's a god of war, Dion Hart is completely lost and panicking over a very simple, very human problem. He scans the opulent hallway, a nervous sweat on his brow. He's never actually explored the palace, so now he's completely turned around and has no idea where he is. Desperate, he yanks open the nearest door, hoping for the best. "You there," he calls out, trying to sound authoritative. The official inside nearly jumps out of his skin, looking utterly terrified. Dion is just confused. He's only asking for directions. Why is this guy reacting like he's seen a ghost? Dion takes a hesitant step forward, trying to calm the man down. He can see the guy is about to bolt, but he can't let him run. He really has to go. He pulls on what he thinks is a friendly smile, but to the terrified official, it looks like the grin of a predator. The man snaps, screaming, "Failure!" and lunges with a hidden dagger. The attack is so sudden, Dion barely has time to react. The blade slices his arm, drawing blood. He's just stunned by the sudden violence. A wave of pure frustration hits him. Blood is dripping down his arm, and all he can think is that he just wanted to find the damn washroom. The official stumbles back and collapses, coughing. The official clutches his chest, trembling. After so many failed attempts, he had finally stolen this crucial document. And of all the people to run into, it had to be him. His face twists in despair as the name echoes in his mind, Dion Hart. He knows his chances of running are zero, not against the legendary commander, so he figures his only shot is to attack when Dion least expects it. But before he can move, another hand flashes out, grabbing him by the throat. The official chokes out a name in disbelief. Cruel Hart? We see Cruel's face, his expression grim. There's a cold fury in his eyes as he clenches his fist. Dion just stares, bewildered. "Brother," he whispers, "what is Cruel doing here, and why did he just intervene?" Cruel glances at him, his gaze unreadable, before turning his attention back to the spy. Without a word, he tightens his hold. The sound of the man choking is the only thing that breaks the silence. As the man struggles, a folded document slips from his grasp. Dion's eyes lock onto it, wondering what was so important. He leans down to pick it up. This document, his eyes widen. He knows this seal. It belongs to Duke Illuster. And on cue, the Duke himself steps into the room, a smug smile on his lips as he takes the document from Dion's hand. "Long time no see, Count," Illuster says smoothly, as if he didn't just walk in on a violent struggle. The Duke asks if Dion is here to see the Emperor. Dion, flustered, stammers that he's just taking care of some things. It's a clumsy lie. Illuster smirks, knowing he's lying. "You managed to catch a spy in the palace during a short wait." He glances at Cruel, who is holding the unconscious spy, and suggests that with this achievement, the Emperor would grant Dion any request. Dion tries to protest, but the Duke cuts him off, saying he has no plans on stealing his glory. Illuster adds that even without Cruel, Dion would have caught the spy easily. The praise just adds to Dion's mounting stress. That's not what happened, he thinks desperately. Just then, a voice shouts his title. It's the royal siblings rushing toward him. Dion panics. He was just having tea with them. They say they were worried, but their words are cut short as they see the blood. Prince Elpidius grabs him, alarmed. "You're bleeding," he yells, ordering someone to call for the doctor. Dion feels blood trickling from his nose. His weak body is giving out from the stress. "This stupid body of mine," he thinks. He tries to brush it off, but Princess Alethea insists the doctor will be there soon. The princess asks what happened. Cruel speaks up, stating Dion was likely wounded while apprehending the spy. Duke Illuster chimes in. "I see, the weapon could have been laced with poison." The word spy sends a jolt of shock through the princess. Here they go again, Dion thinks, his vision blurring. He can feel himself about to pass out as the prince shakes him. A doctor comes sprinting down the hall, bag in hand, looking completely frazzled. "The patient," he pants. He arrives to see the crowd gathered around one person. A horrible sense of dread washes over him. Could it be? He sees Dion's face and despairs. Dion Hart yet again? The doctor collapses to his knees, utterly defeated. A flashback shows the doctor as a child, complaining about Dion even then. Now, as an adult, he grabs onto Dion, wondering why he's always getting into trouble. The doctor mutters that these scary high officials are always so worried about the Count's health. He begs Dion to stop getting injured, saying every emergency call shaves 10 years off his life. Prince Elpidius anxiously asks, "Was it poison?" The doctor stammers that there's nothing wrong with him, and thankfully the injury is light. The princess is in disbelief. What? But he vomited up so much blood. The prince demands to know if he examined him properly. Dion weakly insists he's all right, thinking the number of his enemies just keeps growing. The doctor confirms he did a thorough examination. Cruel offers a simple explanation, then I guess it's because of the Demon King's curse. Just then, General Nemesius arrives, annoyed at the commotion. He announces the Emperor has summoned Count Dion Hart. Dion realizes he can't put it off any longer. With a sigh, he says he should get going. He turns to the royal siblings, his expression distant. "And your highness," he says coolly, "as much as I appreciate it, you do not need to concern yourself so much next time." He walks past, leaving the prince speechless. Prince Elpidius is stunned. "Do not concern yourself." He realizes Dion feels there's no need to make others worry when there's no way to free him from the curse. The prince looks down, a shadow on his face. How can anyone keep misunderstanding him when he's being so considerate? It's truly unfortunate. Dion adjusts his collar, hoping he didn't come across as too arrogant. Elsewhere, Duke Illuster and Cruel get into a carriage. The Duke looks thoughtful. He looks at the document he took, a budget for war. A cunning smile spreads across his face as he realizes the Emperor has no intention of stopping. Illuster tells Cruel to be more careful, reminding him that, to achieve his own goals, he's willing to assist with his plans. An alliance forged in secrets and shared enemies. Back in the throne room, the Emperor remarks that Dion doesn't look well. "No," Dion says, drenched in a cold sweat. The Emperor presses, pointing out his condition. "It's all right," Dion insists. The Emperor just smiles, "If you say so." But then his tone turns serious. "Do not hide your condition from me. You're one of the most treasured talents in the Empire." Dion can only manage a weak, duly noted, the stress twisting his face into a grimace. He tries to explain he's all right. The real issue is he just really needs to use the washroom. The Emperor, changing the subject, asks why Dion came to see him. Dion immediately asks about the Hart estate, saying he'll reject it if the Emperor tries to return it. The Emperor also shuts down any talk about the lofty knights. Dion is so baffled his urgent need has been completely delayed. Dion tries one last desperate attempt. "Then what about my resignation?" The Emperor dismisses it as nonsense. A wave of blue fire erupts from his frustration. "I need to rest." "But," the Emperor says, sliding a document across the table, "if you can grant my request, I will grant you one wish." Dion's eyes fix on the paper. The mission? The Redemption Church. The Emperor explains it's a cult growing rapidly in the slums, and he wants Dion to eliminate them. We see a robed figure before a crowd of followers. The word eliminate makes Dion's head spin. He thinks he might as well reject the offer. He opens his mouth to refuse, but the Emperor adds the final piece of his plan. "I gave the same task to Duke Illuster and Cruel Hart. I will grant a wish to whoever manages it." The mention of his brother is the perfect bait. "I'll do it," Dion shouts. The Emperor calmly allows it. A moment later, the reality hits Dion. He thinks, "I acted rashly." He realizes he took the bait. He doesn't know what wish Cruel might ask for, but he has to stop him. The Emperor thinks. The Duke was the one who actually requested the church's elimination. The Emperor can't let things go as the Duke planned, so he's turned it into a competition. Between Cruel Hart and Dion Hart, he'll grant a wish to whoever finishes first. The offer of a reward is the perfect motivator. And if he's rewarding someone, wouldn't it be better to reward Dion Hart, the one who is on the Emperor's, no, on Eduardo Desire's side? Dion, unaware of the Emperor's thoughts, is now filled with a new resolve. He clenches his fist, his eyes burning. Since things have turned out this way, there's only one thing to do. He will defeat that bastard Cruel, no matter what it takes. Even in the quiet of his own study, after all the chaos at the palace, Dion Hart just can't seem to escape his problems. He looks up at his butler, a weary expression on his face. This is the only tea. Remember seems to serve him lately. Remember calmly explains it's the special tea from the Crown Prince. But every sip just brings back the panic of his desperate search for a washroom at the palace. He's silently begging for an escape, and his suffering isn't over. Remember gestures to a steaming elixir, reminding Dion that he has to drink it for his health. Dion looks at the murky liquid with dread, asking if he really has to. Remember practically begs him for everyone's sake and reassures him it's been tested for poison. It's not the poison he's worried about. He just hates bitter things. But remember, ever prepared, has brought sweets, leaving him with no more excuses. Just then, the door opens, and Leanne Reiner, commander of his knights, enters. She announces her return, and Dion immediately asks if her investigation is complete. As he reluctantly sips the bitter elixir, he asks for information on the Redemption Church. Leanne confirms she has a report. She explains their methods. They unconditionally offer free bread and water, but unlike most cults, they don't demand faith or money. Instead, they just spread the word to believe in redemption. Dion is skeptical. The concept is too vague, the whole operation too suspicious. He notes it must have cost a fortune. Remember adds that while they have a few noble sponsors, the sheer scale of their activities is a huge burden for any normal noble. Dion thinks as he sips his tea, they don't want money, and they don't seem to have a religious leader. So what is their real objective? He clenches his fist as a familiar, urgent feeling returns. Between the elixir and the tea, the urge is coming back, and it's getting stronger. He stands up abruptly. He tells Leanne he's heading to the bathroom first, and they can figure out the rest later. But Leanne completely misunderstands. Her eyes sparkle with admiration. Are you going to investigate them yourself? To her, this is just more proof of what an amazing commander he is. She declares that since it might be dangerous, she'll accompany him. Dion freezes, completely confused. Where? He asks. The bathroom. What do you mean where? Leanne says, fired up. I'm obviously referring to the Redemption Church. And just like that, Dion finds himself standing in a dark alley in the slums, shell-shocked. Leanne points down the path to their headquarters. Dion is in a total daze, wondering where he is and who he is anymore. She hands him a tattered robe that, remember, prepared. But Dion is panicking internally. He didn't even have time to mentally prepare. On top of everything, he still hasn't had a chance to go to the bathroom. He decides he'd better find one now. He pulls the hood over his head, telling Leanne he'll be right back. He's determined not to repeat the same mistake. Leanne starts to ask if he'll be okay, but he's already gone, scurrying away down the alley before she can stop him. She watches him go, noting his pale face and cold sweat. Her mind jumps to the worst conclusion. The Demon King's curse must be acting up again. Meanwhile, Dion lets out a huge sigh of relief. He's finally found a place to take care of his business. He thanks his lucky stars someone let him use their bathroom. As he steps back into the alley, he stops short. A figure stands in the shadows. He turns a corner, and his heart stops. Leaning against a wall as if waiting for him is his brother. Cruel! You! Dion shouts, stumbling back in shock and rage. The shock is so intense, his weak body betrays him. He doubles over, coughing up blood. Shit, this stupid body is vomiting blood just because I was startled. But he refuses to show weakness in front of this bastard. Fueled by anger, he draws his dagger, the red energy of his power flaring to life. Cruel watches him, his eyes glowing. He remarks calmly, I guess you can't sit still with an injured arm. My arm? Dion thinks, remembering the cut from the spy at the palace. The wound glows with red energy. He tries to brush it off, but Cruel suddenly strikes, grabbing his other arm. Dion cries out in pain. Cruel has grabbed his left shoulder, not his right arm. And then it hits him. His left shoulder, the injury from the assassins during the monster hunt. A cold dread washes over him. How could his brother possibly know about that wound? Cruel looks down on him. I'm sure you were injured, he says, yet you can move to this extent. I guess they did not carry out their task properly. The realization hits him like a physical blow. You sent those assassins? He seethes, his grip tightening on his dagger. A murderous rage boils up inside him. Just as the tension is about to snap, a voice calls out, "My lord!" Leanne appears, sword drawn. She apologizes, saying she was worried, and positions herself between Dion and Cruel. She glances between Cruel's cold stare and Dion's furious expression, realizing she's walked into something serious. Dion forces himself to calm down, muttering her name. The interruption snaps him back to his senses. He nearly lost his rationality. Leanne rushes to his side, asking if he's all right. She sees the blood and blames herself for not being there. Cruel watches the scene, recognizing Leanne as the commander of Dion's knights. Leanne decides she'll deal with Cruel first and apologize later. But Dion stops her. "Step away, Dame Leanne," he orders, his voice low and dangerous. He thinks that while it would be great if Leanne could kill Cruel, his brother is the hero of the Empire. Against the hero, Leanne would be at a disadvantage. Cruel asks if they're trying to infiltrate the Redemption Church. Dion deflects the question. He decides to end things here, now that he's regained his composure. Cruel turns to leave, but gives a final, chilling warning. "If you get involved in this, you will be in danger, Dion Hart." Dion's voice is dripping with ice. "How nice of you to be concerned when you've already hired assassins to kill me, brother." Cruel clenches his fist but doesn't turn back. As he walks away, Cruel thinks to himself, "What a fool." He believes Dion should just live out the rest of his life in peace. He looks at the map of the church, his thoughts cold and calculating. He wonders how much longer his brother has to live. Born weak and cursed by the Demon King, Dion's time is short, and Cruel is just waiting it out. He's sure his brother doesn't have long. As long as he can endure until his brother's inevitable death, he can finish everything he needs to. Back in the alley, Dion takes a handful of mud and dirt. He smears it on his face, then tells Leanne she needs to do the same. She's a noble from head to toe and will stand out. Leanne hesitates, disgusted by the dirt. Dion sighs, realizing she's never had to do anything like this before. He puts on a pitiful expression. "You aren't planning on leaving me by myself, right? I thought you said you'd never leave my side again." "That does the trick." "Not at all," she shouts, horrified. With a cry of resolve, she plunges her hands into the mud. She gags as she reluctantly smears the dirt on her face. Dion feels a little bad, but it has to be done. Cruel's voice echoes in his head. "You better put some dirt in your hair." Dion grits his teeth, annoyed. The advice came from that bastard. He knows Cruel is here for the same mission. He can't finish this task later than him, and he refuses to see him again. "I think we better hurry," he says, telling Leanne to hide her sword and come back. She looks confused. He tells her he'll go inside first. Leanne panics again, wondering why he's going by himself. "I'm sorry," he says over his shoulder, "but I have no time to wait." He strides purposefully toward the entrance of the Redemption Church. Watching from a short distance is the mysterious man with light green hair, his expression unreadable. Dion is fueled by a single thought. "I need to complete this mission before Cruel." He takes off at a run and immediately trips on a loose stone, crashing face first into the ground with a loud thud. Both Leanne and the mysterious man stare in utter shock. Dion lies there motionless in the dirt, a single thought echoing in his humiliated mind. Just kill me. For a man trying to project menace, the most formidable enemy can sometimes be gravity. Face down in the dirt, Dion's grand infiltration has started with total humiliation. The man with green hair who was watching approaches, kindly asking if he's all right. The man, Riel, helps Dion sit up, assuming he must be so starved he has no strength left. As Dion tries to say he's fine, the stress causes him to cough violently. When he pulls his hand away, it's covered in blood. Riel is horrified. For Dion, it's just another moment of awful timing. Dion quickly explains it's a chronic illness, not contagious, but Riel just tells him to come inside and rest. From a distance, Leanne watches, her mind spinning. "Oh my God, my lord." She doesn't see an accident. She sees a masterstroke. "You really are incredible," she thinks. "You put on a great act to infiltrate in the most natural way." Watching Dion being helped inside, looking genuinely poor and sickly, Leanne is filled with determination. She decides to follow his lead, but when she approaches, Riel stops her, saying they're full for the day. Leanne is confused. Riel presses bread and water into her hands, asking her to come back another time. As the door closes, Riel's kind expression vanishes. Pests are starting to appear, he thinks, his eyes cold. He saw right through her. Leanne's noble aura is something dirt could never conceal, and her stride is too powerful, the walk of a trained fighter. His conclusion is simple. That person is a spy, most likely a noble. Compared to her, the other man is perfect. Riel watches Dion, whose unsteady gait makes it clear he's been starving for days. Riel offers him hot tea, noting his injured arm and the blood he coughed up. All of it clearly shows this man is genuinely from the slums. Dion's natural weakness has become the perfect, unintentional disguise. Dion accepts the tea, asking what the cost is. Riel smiles, saying he should make himself at home. He assures him they don't take anything in return. As Dion looks around, he sees a place that looks like a typical, peaceful temple. There are kindly priests and impoverished people who actually look happy. It's a picture of serenity. Even the guards look disciplined, almost like holy knights. But the fact that nothing is out of the ordinary, despite everything being so suspicious, is what makes him wary. He turns to Riel and asks, "Aren't you uncomfortable?" Dion explains that his red eyes might disturb others since the color is so rare. A sly smile appears on Riel's face. "If that's the reason," he says, "you can put yourself at ease." He leans in. "There is no one here who will judge you by your appearance." As he says this, his gesture accidentally knocks Dion's hood back. "Shit!" Dion thinks, his red eyes now exposed. Riel stares, surprised. Riel reaches out, his fingers gently touching Dion's cheek. The air is thick with tension. "Your eyes are red," Riel says, his voice a whisper. Dion's mind races, his cover is blown. "What do I do?" He cuts Riel off with a desperate gamble, his voice full of practiced misery. "It's disgusting, right?" Before Riel can respond, Dion continues his act. "I knew you wouldn't like it." Who could ever like my eyes? Even my own family abandoned me because of them. Riel is taken aback. "Not at all," he insists. "They're not disgusting." He then asks if Dion knows about Dion Hart, who is rumored to have red eyes just like his. Dion plays dumb, asking if he means the hero. Riel confirms, but adds there are rumors he's a vampire. Dion thinks to himself that a terrible man like that wouldn't be a hero. So that's what the rumors say, Riel thinks. He concludes there's no way this frail man could be the monstrous Dion Hart. The act worked perfectly. Now confident, Riel asks, "Have you come here knowing what type of place this is?" Dion says he just thought it was a place that gives free food. "Yes, that's what most people think," Riel says before beginning to reveal their true purpose. A veil is lifted. This is a religion formed to save those suffering under the rule of the tyrant, Emperor Eduardo. He tells Dion that his suffering is also because of the Emperor. "If the Emperor had ruled in peace, would you have suffered so much?" Dion acts shocked, internally praying the Emperor can't hear this. Riel even claims Dion's fall earlier was because the Emperor didn't pave the roads properly. Dion can hardly believe it. Dion pushes back. "Nobody has saved the poor, yet you blame all this on the Emperor?" Riel simply holds his hand. He explains the Redemption Church is different. They only believe in redemption. Dion feigns hope. "Will faith truly bring me redemption? Who will save me?" he asks, his expression full of sorrow. But inside, his mind is cold, wondering what's really behind it all. Dion wanders through the hall, eating the bread, observing everything. Riel tells him he'll find out the truth once he becomes a devout believer. Dion scoffs internally. Still, there's no hard evidence of anything wrong. He decides he'll have to investigate the hard way. As he turns, he bumps right into someone. It's a little girl, about 12 years old. Though poor, her face is lively. "Sorry," she says. She asks if he's a new believer. Dion confirms, noticing that the girl just seems genuinely happy. "Pleased to meet you." "My name is Sia," she says cheerfully. She assures him not to worry because he's with the Redemption Church now. She praises the church for giving out rations. Judging by her eyes, she hasn't been brainwashed. So why is she praising this cult so much? Dion smiles gently. "I really want to believe in redemption." Saya is thrilled. Dion grows more frustrated. How can this fishy place have nothing suspicious about it? He decides he needs to look inside the guarded rooms. Just then, a sharp voice calls out, "Sia!" A young boy, Paul, storms over. "What are you doing? We need to go pray." The boy gives Dion a harsh glare. Dion wonders why he's looking at him with such hostility. Sia apologizes and says she has to go. Dion just waves a quiet bye. As they walk away, Paul scolds his sister for talking to strangers. Dion watches them go, his mind set. He has to get inside those guarded rooms. Suddenly, he hears a shout from outside. "You, there, wait a minute." He freezes, thinking it's Leanne. He ducks into a corner, his heart pounding. Outside, Leanne peers around a corner. She thought she sensed movement, but sees nothing. She looks at the back of the church, frustrated. If she can't even infiltrate properly, she won't be able to face the Count. Her eyes fall on the bread and water she'd dropped. A horrifying thought enters her mind. She shouts at the top of her lungs, "Call the captain of the guards immediately." Inside, Riel is scolding a guard. "There's an intruder," the guard says. Riel tells him if the intruder weren't a hero, he'd be fired. The guard is confused. A hero? The Count? From her hiding spot, Leanne panics. "He's been caught, my lord. I'm coming to help you," she screams internally. With a powerful kick, Leanne bursts through the door, sending 2 priests flying. "What the hell?" they shout. She lands in a fighting stance, dark energy swirling around her. "Where is the lord?" she demands. Meanwhile, completely unaware, Dion is hiding in a quiet hallway. "I survived," he pants, relieved. "Phew," he thinks. "I thought I'd been caught." But the shout he heard wasn't Leanne. It was just the little girl, Sia, who had found him again. She'd given him an armful of bread, saying he looked tired. Dion explains he was startled by some movement near the back of the church. He notices a window that's slightly ajar and decides to check it out. He's able to climb inside, finding himself on a high balcony overlooking a vast chamber. "Where am I? The prayer room?" It seems ordinary. His eyes land on a thick purple curtain. Curious, he pulls it aside and freezes. Below him, a priest with purple hair is delivering a sermon to a massive, captivated audience. He's just found the heart of the operation. Down below, the head priest of the Redemption Church looks up, sensing something is wrong. He spots it instantly, a draft coming from an open window on the balcony high above. He slams his book shut, his voice booming as he warns his followers to be on guard against anyone trying to interfere with their sacred redemption. Beside him, Riel is a mask of calm, but her eyes are cold. She knows exactly who they should be watching for. From the shadows above, Dion watches, completely absorbed, until a hand suddenly clamps over his mouth, yanking him back. A muffled sound of shock is all he can manage before being pulled into the darkness. It's his brother, Cruel, whispering a harsh warning to stay quiet. Dion's heart sinks. Of all people, why did it have to be him? Down below, Riel takes the stage, announcing that only the most faithful have been gathered here tonight. Dion notices even the head priest steps aside for her. She must be a key figure in this church. Riel explains that tonight they will learn the meaning of true redemption. A wave of hushed excitement ripples through the crowd. The young siblings, Paul and Saya, stare with wide, hopeful eyes, hanging on her every word. Riel tells the chosen few that they will now move to a special room for a more detailed explanation. She walks towards what looks like a solid brick wall. She places a hand against the cold stone, and a faint purple light begins to pulse from her fingertips. The light swirls and brightens, boring a hole directly through the wall. A shimmering portal of purple light tears through the stone. Riel calmly explains that, though the wall is solid, a path has been opened for the chosen. On the balcony, Dion's eyes are wide with disbelief. Cruel's hand is still clamped firmly over his mouth, keeping him silent as Riel invites the believers to step forward. Magic. The thought hits Dion like a physical blow as the believers begin filing through the glowing archway. Sia and Paul hold hands, their faces full of awe as they approach the strange, beautiful light. Sia gently tugs her hesitant brother along, pulling him with her through the magical doorway. As soon as the last person steps through, the portal seals itself, leaving only a solid wall behind. Riel turns away, utterly unfazed, as if tearing a hole in reality is just a normal part of the evening. The moment the coast is clear, Dion shoves Cruel's hand away and finally gasps for air. He glares at his brother, biting his thumb in pure frustration. "Shit," he hisses at Cruel to stop meddling, insisting he can handle himself. Cruel just shrugs, saying it would be a problem for him if Dion got caught. The casual remark only fuels Dion's anger. Ignoring him, Dion's mind races. He remembers where Real touched the wall and reaches out, his fingers finding a small, smooth object embedded in the stone. A brilliant purple gem reveals itself, pulsing with latent power. Dion recognizes it instantly. This is an enchantment. It's a rare human magic, designed to fight demons, and it always demands a price. The fact that the church can use a gem this powerful means they have a seriously powerful backer. Who could possibly be funding this revolutionary church with such rare and expensive magic? Cruel leans against the wall, looking completely bored by the whole discovery. A part of Dion wants to just walk away from this mess, but giving up means the Emperor's wish goes to Cruel, and he would rather die than let that happen. Just then, a door bursts open below, and a guard runs in, shouting that there's an emergency. He sprints through the empty hall, yelling for Madame Riel. Dion watches from above, annoyed. Can't these people knock? The guard pounds on the wall where the portal just was, screaming about an intruder who's causing chaos while looking for their lord. Dion freezes. Lord? Did someone else manage to infiltrate this place? Suddenly, a blast of dark energy sends the guard flying. He stumbles back in terror as a shadowy figure approaches. "Who are you?" he stammers. It's Liane, her eyes glowing with terrifying purpose. She demands to know where the Lord is. Dion can only stare from the rafters, his mind reeling. "Dame Liane, what are you doing here?" The guard, confused, asks who this Lord is. Liane's expression is one of pure, unshakable faith. A lord, she explains, is someone a knight would die for. She admits she can't officially call the count her lord because of her duty to the emperor. But I can't just call him counts while he's on a secret mission. She roars, grabbing the guard's collar. "The lord is my lord." The guard is completely lost. "Is his name the Lord? Is that it?" "That's none of your business," she yells back. Watching this spectacle, Dion feels a headache coming on. Why is she being so reckless? He'd always thought she was the only sane one in his life. He was wrong. She wasn't just controlling the mad dogs in his knighthood, she was the pack leader. He glances at the enchantment gem. It's still glowing faintly. He can't leave yet, but if he reveals himself, he'll be caught. He's completely trapped. On the floor below, Real reappears, drawn by the commotion. She recognizes the knight from the front gates, the one searching for her lord. And in that instant, everything clicks. That frail man with the crimson eyes could only be one person. Dion Hart. A quiet fury burns in her. She knew the Emperor had given Dion this mission, but she'd let her guard down after Cruel arrived and security was tightened. The scene flashes back to a secret meeting between Riel and Cruel. Cruel questions how she got inside a locked building. Riel cuts him off, saying she knows he was sent by the Duke to test her loyalty. She won't be played so easily. Cruel simply asks if she's received the vital information from the Duke yet. He holds up a blueprint of the church. The Duke has given him everything. He tells her to wrap this up cleanly, confident that she can at least manage that. Riel forces a smile, her eyes unreadable. "I won't disappoint you." Back in the present, Riel tells Liane that since they serve the same master, she'll do her the favor of not calling the guards. But her thoughts are a venomous whisper. She'll reinforce security before Dion gets any further, leaving Cruel to find his own way out. The blueprint didn't show this secret room, yet Cruel knew to be here. She hopes he won't disappoint their true master. With that, she closes the door. Riel returns to the podium, her mind racing. She never imagined Dion Hart would just waltz in through the front door. Now that he knows their objective, all that's left is to clean up the mess. She puts on a serene smile, asking the empty room, "Then, shall we continue to pray?" She prays that Cruel will be the one to emerge victorious, not Dion. Everything is going according to her master's plan. As she thinks this, the guard Liane was holding finally collapses, out cold. "Well, I guess this guy's useless," Liane sighs, looking around the empty hall. "Where in the world is the Lord?" Just then, a voice calls down from the balcony. "It's Dion." She looks up, her face flooding with relief. Dion sees the gem has finally stopped glowing. The connection is cut. He tells her they'll talk later, but right now they need to leave. He drops from the balcony, landing with a soft thud. But as he turns, he freezes. Liane is on one knee before him. She apologizes for calling him the Lord, explaining she panicked and didn't know what else to say. Dion quickly tells her it's fine, given the situation. But she says, her expression turning deadly serious. I plan on taking full responsibility. She says she's finally seen his true character, a man willing to swallow his pride and even injure himself for the sake of a mission, yet brave enough to face his enemies head-on. And so, right here and now, I, Leanne Reiner, vow to serve you for the rest of my life, so long as it doesn't conflict with my duty to the Emperor. Dion is completely stunned by this sudden, dramatic declaration. With a look of absolute conviction, she proclaims, I will serve you with all my heart, my lord, my count, leaving Dion standing there, utterly speechless in the chaos. Leanne stays on one knee, her vow hanging in the air. Dion can only stare, completely bewildered. A knight's oath, here of all places? Still, a loyal, powerful knight is a good deal, even if she is a little strange. Playing the part of a gracious lord, Dion formally accepts. But he doesn't miss the fine print in her vow. Her loyalty only stands as long as it doesn't defy the Emperor. He understands perfectly. The Empire will always come first. With her new purpose set, Leanne looks up, her eyes shining with devotion. Should we head back now, my lord? She asks. Dion agrees. They'll retreat for now. To properly investigate the church, they'll need more than just the two of them. Most importantly, they need a sorcerer who can unravel the secrets of that strange enchantment gem. 3 days later, back at his estate, Dion sighs in frustration. He stares out the window, wondering if there's a single decent sorcerer in the entire Northern Empire. He leans against the window, his thoughts turning dark. He's heard that nearly all sorcerers come from the south, which is now enemy territory. Getting one from there would take far too long. He clenches his fist, anxiety gnawing at him. He just hopes Cruel hasn't already found one. Just then, his butler, Remember, enters the room. My lord, there's good news, he announces. We found a sorcerer. Dion's head snaps up, his eyes wide. A huge, genuine smile breaks across his face. That really is good news, he exclaims. Let's start preparing right away. The news is better than he could have imagined. There's a hidden village of sorcerers just a day's journey away. Without wasting a moment, they set off. Standing on a ridge, Dion, Leanne, and 2 knights look down into a small valley. I think that's the village, Dion says, while Leanne notes how small it seems. Dion feels a prickle of unease. Sorcerers are usually reclusive, hiding themselves away. But this village is right out in the open. The difficult journey is already wearing on him, and he clutches his head as Leanne rushes to his side. She gently suggests he speak to her more casually now that he's her lord, but Dion waves it off. He's just an honorary count. She's from a prestigious family. He's far too practical for formalities. As they speak, a familiar figure walks into view. Dion freezes. It's Cruel. A flash of pure annoyance crosses his face. What is he doing here? He wonders if his brother is following him, but dismisses the thought. With the same mission, their paths were bound to cross eventually. It's just an irritating coincidence. Suddenly, a small rock slices through the air at an impossible speed. It smacks Dion squarely in the forehead, knocking him off his feet. He stumbles back, blood trickling down his face as the rock shatters on the ground. Leanne panics, rushing to his side. My lord! Are you all right? Cruel merely watches, his expression as cold and still as stone. A terrified scream cuts through the air. An old woman points a shaking finger at Dion. The disaster has found us, she shrieks. We must kick him out. No, we must kill him. Her face is a mask of pure terror and rage as she screams for him to get out of their village. Leanne steps forward, her own anger flaring. How dare you show such disrespect to the Lord? But her threat is met with a dry, chilling laugh. Dion slowly wipes the blood from his brow, a dark, unsettling smile spreading across his lips. Disaster? He repeats, his voice low and dripping with menace. He takes a single, deliberate step forward. No. He leans in close, his voice a terrifying whisper that sends a shudder through the villagers. I'm closer to evil than disaster, isn't that right? He grabs the old woman, his presence radiating pure malice. The woman struggles, screaming that she has to kill that bastard. Her family rushes to hold her back, pleading with the Madam Sorcerer to calm herself. Dion's eyes widen. That frail old woman is the sorcerer? In a flash, she lunges, grabbing him with shocking strength. You must not hate anything, she warns, her voice intense. Remember that. You must never hate anyone. Her eyes begin to glow with a frightening power. If you do, she hisses, an unstoppable disaster will occur. Dion groans, trying to pull away from her iron grip. What kind of nonsense is this? He can't believe how strong she is. Just then, a young woman steps forward, gently taking the elder's arm. "Grandmother, please calm down," she says softly. The old woman cries out her name. "Ran! That bastard is the disaster you saw it too, right?" the elder demands. Ran nods calmly. "Of course, but that hasn't happened yet. You taught me not to judge someone before their time." The old woman relents. Dion just watches, thinking this is a waste of time. If this unhinged grandmother is the only sorcerer here, he'll have to find another. But as he turns to leave, Ran's voice stops him. "Wait," she says. "I've been waiting for you." He was waiting for him. Ran introduces herself as the elder's granddaughter and offers a sincere apology for her grandmother's actions. Dion tells her it's fine, that he was about to leave anyway, so she shouldn't worry. Then she changes everything. "You're here to find a sorcerer, aren't you?" Dion is stunned, silent. How could she possibly know that? "Because I am one too," she says simply. She explains that she knew he would come here, and that he needs help dealing with the Redemption Church. It all clicks into place. Ran tells him that if he takes her with him, she can help him achieve his goal. Dion is suspicious. She knows far too much. But she also seems incredibly skilled. Then another thought solidifies his decision. If he doesn't recruit her, that bastard Cruel will. The thought of his brother getting ahead is suddenly unbearable. He reasons that this is still better than trying to find a sorcerer in the south, and he'd be thrilled to sabotage Cruel's mission. He turns to Ran. "Then please take good care of me." He shoots a triumphant glare at Cruel, thinking, "I'm leaving first, you bastard." Cruel watches them go, his expression unreadable. He's not worried. It's fine if he doesn't get the sorcerer. The Duke wanted him to prove his worth, but victory is what truly matters. He can always find another way, another sorcerer. However, there is something he needs to confirm with that senile old woman. "My child," the elder says, her expression softening as she embraces Cruel. "You're here." Cruel's voice is ice. "What is the meaning of—" She cuts him off gently. "You're going through so much." "But don't worry, I do not hate you." She places a hand on his cheek. "If I hate you too, then you won't be loved by anyone in this world. My child, an unloved creature lives a shorter life, and you have to live long enough to win this battle, don't you?" Her words hang over the image of two brothers, locked in a conflict that only one can survive. The stakes could not be higher. His grandmother looks at him, her eyes filled with a terrible sadness. "I hope you win. You carry the seeds of destruction, but if you win, that disaster can be stopped. But," she adds, her voice hardening into something sharp and cold, "if you find yourself at death's door, or if you ever wish to die, then make sure you kill that child before you leave this world." Cruel turns away, a single tear of red energy streaking from his eye. He looks back at his grandmother, his voice sharp. "What are you trying to say? I will handle my own affairs. Please, do not cross the line." His mind is clear. He didn't need her to tell him. His own death will only come after Dion's. Elsewhere, Dion walks with Ran, still puzzled by the elder's words. He asks her what his grandmother meant when she said, "You saw it too." Ran confirms that she did. "Was she talking about my future?" he asks. "Yes," Ran replies. "Your fate. I can still see it now." Dion is confused. How could they see his future before they even met? Ran explains they were reading the fate of a child from their village, and his destiny was so deeply tangled with theirs, they couldn't help but see it too. As she speaks, a rustle in the nearby bushes catches her eye. A young boy emerges, watching them with a serious expression. Dion wonders who he is. Leanne whispers that the boy could be a problem, but Dion isn't concerned. He can tell Ran is still convinced he's a powerful warrior. She continues her explanation, saying there is one thing she can tell him now. To you, hatred is like a mountain fire. It starts small, but it grows until it consumes everything in its path. And that child, she says, gesturing to the boy, is like a bomb. When the bomb explodes, it will start a fire. But, she concludes, her voice dropping to an ominous whisper, if the fire starts first, the bomb will explode. The boy steps forward, dropping to one knee before them. "My name is Dan," he says, his voice steady. "Please take me with you." A boy born to be a bomb kneels before the man destined to be his fire, his voice shaking with a desperate plea. "Please," he begs, his eyes fixed on Dion, "take me with you." There's a strange, unnerving certainty in his eyes. He believes that if this man truly is the disaster everyone fears, then he isn't a threat to run from, he's a necessity. His memory pulls us back to the day his life fell apart, the day he first learned of his so-called fate. It started with a crash. His grandmother, the village elder, collapsed to the floor, her body racked with violent tremors. The other villagers rushed to her side in a panic, asking what she saw in her vision. Dan could only watch, frozen, as they helped her up. He called out to her, his voice trembling. "Grandmother, what's wrong?" "Is there something wrong with my future?" Her eyes, wide with terror and fury, locked onto him. She screamed, pointing a finger at him. "You puppet, you're the bastard who will serve the disaster." In her vision, his future was a terrifying sight. Dan was just a tiny, insignificant figure held in the palm of a monstrous shadow with familiar white hair. He was nothing but a supporter of the great disaster. After that day, everything changed. The prophecy had sealed his fate in the eyes of the village. Suddenly, he was a target. A clump of mud hit him squarely in the face, and he cried out, asking what he had done to deserve this. The children who were once his friends now glared at him with hate, calling him the disaster's puppet and telling him to get out of their village. He was completely stunned. He couldn't get used to this sudden, suffocating isolation. His entire world had turned on him overnight. Ran tried to intervene, yelling for them to stop. She argued that you can't punish someone for something they haven't even done yet. But no one listened. The neighbors he used to laugh with now turned their backs on him. He heard their whispers, afraid to get caught up in the mess that followed him. All his good memories felt like a lie. Because of a single prophecy, his world had crumbled. But being cornered like this sparked something inside him. A single tear rolled down his cheek, but his expression hardened. If this was his path, then he would walk it. He would become the disaster's right hand. He knew his fate was tied to this disaster's. All he had to do was wait. Eventually, they would have to meet. And then he heard the villagers shouting that the disaster had finally arrived. He watched as they screamed for a man to get lost. A dark, determined smile spread across Dan's face. The moment he saw the white-haired man, he knew. Finally. Standing before him, radiating an aura of dark power, was Dion Hart, the disaster's himself. And just like that, Dan's long, lonely wait was over. He had found him. His dark resolve bleeds from the past into the present moment. Which brings us back to now. Dion's group has returned to the Grand Hart estate. The butler, remember, is there to greet them. "Welcome home, my lord," he says, before his eyes fall on the unfamiliar child. But who is this? Dion's only thought is pure annoyance. Ah, this bastard. Before Dion can answer, Leanne jumps in, explaining that this is the village boy Dion decided to bring back. Dion is shocked he apparently did that while the boy introduces himself simply as Dan. Dion thinks back, realizing his mistake. He'd casually told the kid he could do whatever he wanted, never expecting him to actually follow them all the way home. Dan pledges his loyalty with fierce determination, promising that even without training, he won't fail his new masters. Dion just stares at him, bewildered. His first thought is to send him back immediately. Why on earth is this kid calling him master? He pushes the confusion aside with a sigh and tells Dan they'll talk later. The mission is the top priority. He announces they'll be leaving as soon as they're ready and orders Dame Leanne to gather 10 volunteers from the Lofty Knights. Dan immediately asks if he can go with them. Dion doesn't hesitate. "No, you wait here." He reasons that the boy has no battle experience and would only be a liability. He has guards to protect himself, and now that he's responsible for the kid, he can't let him die. Dan puts on a brave face and agrees respectfully. "Yes, master." But the disappointment on his face is impossible to miss. Dion can't figure out why the boy is so desperate to come along. He doesn't know the kid's real objective, and he's clearly suspicious. But as a wry smile touches his lips, Dion has to admit he doesn't exactly dislike him. The scene shifts, pulling us into a recent memory. It's night. The imposing building of the Redemption Church stands under the moon. This is where the plan begins. Inside, a few members are cleaning when one of them sniffs the air. "What's that smell?" she asks. Another realizes it smells like something's burning. Suddenly, the room erupts in fire. A knight stands in the flames, his voice booming. "Don't do anything foolish and get out calmly. Then we will let you live." But his words are drowned out by screams of terror. We flash back to Dion giving his orders. He'd told them he was going inside the church himself. The plan was simple. While he infiltrated, the lofty knights would start a fire as a diversion, scout the area, and kill anyone who looked suspicious. Not just believers, but any suspicious bastards. He warns them not to take any strange drugs, knowing it would be bad if they lost control. But the knights are practically vibrating with bloodlust. One complains that it would be easier to just wipe everyone out. Another calls their captain soft. Dion, looking utterly exhausted, cuts them off. "Soft? Stop talking back and just do as you're told." Then, Ron steps forward calmly and says it was her request, adding pointedly, "Since there's no need for that." "Right now." A knight presses her, asking what she means by "right now." Rand simply replies that she can't reveal everything, but it is all for the sake of the Count. For the sake of the Count? That's all they needed to hear. Their complaints vanish, replaced by a crazed enthusiasm. "Then leave it to us," they roar. At the time, they figured they just had to follow orders. But following those orders proves to be much harder than they expected. Cries of, "Why are you doing this to us?" fill the burning hall. The church members aren't fighting back, they're begging. They cry that this place is their paradise. The knights try to herd them out, telling the weak and the children to leave quietly, but no one is listening. One of the knights grits his teeth. How are they supposed to cause a commotion when the building is filled with helpless people? Then one of the believers recognizes their white uniforms. "I've heard of them before." The realization spreads like the fire around them. "Yes, the murderous ghost knights," another whispers in terror. "The knights that belong to that Count Vampire." They can't understand why someone so powerful would bother with a place like this. The name Count Vampire echoes through the panicked crowd. But their fear is quickly being replaced by desperation. A man clutches a knight's arm, crying that he doesn't care if it's a cult. Here, he finally felt alive. A young girl begs them to leave, her face streaked with tears. For these people, it doesn't matter if the church has some secret evil scheme. A boy confronts a knight, tears streaming down his face as he screams, "If you're going to destroy this place, kill me first. I'm sure it's better than starving to death." He grabs the knight's uniform, his small hands trembling. "If this place disappears, I have nowhere else to go. Mister, I'm begging you, please." The knight is torn. The boy touched him on duty, so technically he can't just let this go. He considers making an example of him, his hand moving to his sword. A man screams the boy's name, "Sia," as he's engulfed in the knight's fiery aura. The knight raises his sword, ready to bring it down on the child. But before the blade can fall, a sharp clang rings out as another sword blocks his. The knight clutches his head in frustration. "Shit, I can't do it." He wishes they'd just been ordered to kill everyone. Then they could be drugged up, wipe them all out, and not feel a thing. He understands now. This place is their last hope. They're so desperate they would rather die than see it destroyed. And in that chaos, as the church burned, the people realized something. Dion Hart is the Emperor's sword, which means the destruction of their only sanctuary was ordered by the Emperor himself. Their eyes begin to burn with a new kind of hatred. They will not forgive the one who destroyed their paradise. A sword of vengeance was now aimed directly at the throne. This was the true purpose of the mission all along, to redirect the people's anger. Meanwhile, inside the quiet prayer room, Dion, Leanne, and Ron have found their target. "So this is the gem," Dion says, looking at the jewel on the altar. He breathes a sigh of relief, glad the commotion started on time. He doesn't sense anything here. But Rand touches the wall, her expression serious. "I definitely sense something," she says. "I believe they used this gem as a medium." She places her hand on the wall, and a wave of purple energy erupts from it. She explains its functions, communication, space distortion. But then she stops, her eyes widening in shock. Why is this here?" Dion asks. "What's wrong?" But Rand is shaking, her face pale. "This isn't an enchantment," she exclaims. "This is magic, disguised as an enchantment." Dion is floored. Magic? The implications are staggering. Magic here in the human realm? What could that possibly mean? Ron is certain the space distortion proves it. This device is activated by magic. The question hangs heavy in the air. Does the Demon King know about this? Ran pushes the thought aside. I've figured out the basic structure. Please give me a moment. Dion stares, stunned. Can a sorcerer really cross into the domain of magic? As Ron works, the gem glows with an intense purple light. He can only watch in awe, realizing she's no ordinary sorcerer. A surge of energy floods the room, and the space before them begins to ripple and distort. "We can enter now," Ran announces, as a portal shimmers into existence. Dion is speechless. It's just like last time. She actually did it. For a split second, a memory of another powerful woman flashes in his mind. He shakes it off with a gulp, his heart pounding in his chest. "Let's go," he says, steeling himself, and follows Ron and Leanne into the swirling purple vortex. But as they step through, they're met with a sight that leaves them all completely speechless. Stepping through the portal, Dion, Leanne, and Ran are met with a sight that stops them dead. Dion can only stammer, They're standing in a vast empty hall, identical to the one they just left, but with glowing magic circles covering every surface. Leanne looks around, confused. "Did we just return to the prayer room?" "No, it's different," Ron says, her eyes sharp, pointing to subtle cracks in the walls. "This space isn't what it appears to be," Ron explains her theory. A massive seal on the floor is connected to a heavy, ominous door at the far end of the hall. Leanne's eyes narrow, sensing a dangerous presence behind it. Without a moment's hesitation, Leanne declares, "I will go first, my lord," and bolts forward. Dion cries out for her to wait. Leanne reappears in a strange, moonlit forest, completely bewildered. A forest? What's going on? Back in the hall, Ran understands instantly. It's more magic disguised as an enchantment. She explains the two separate spaces have been forcefully merged. To get to the true room, they can't just walk through the door. Dion gets it. Then what we're looking for is in that true room. Ran nods. "To be precise," she says, "I believe you have to perform a certain action here to be teleported automatically." She gestures, explaining how a specific trigger should activate a beam of light, sending them to their real destination. Dion asks how long it will take her to figure out that trigger. Ren kneels, admitting that since magic is unfamiliar to her, it will take at least 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Dion's face tightens with stress. That's far too long. His mind races. What if someone is already in that room? What if they've already found what they came for? He starts pacing anxiously, his thoughts spiraling out of control. All he can do is wait, and the thought of losing this competition to Cruel is eating him alive. Leanne watches him, thinking he must be anxious because the mission came directly from the Emperor. An idea strikes her. Right! She grabs one of the wooden chairs from the pews. With a bright smile, she offers it to him. "My lord, why don't you take a seat and wait?" Dion just looks at her, confused. Huh? 1 second he was there, and the next, he's gone. Leanne looks around, completely bewildered. "My lord, where are you?" she calls out in a panic. Ran looks up from her work, a flicker of understanding dawning on her face as she glances at the door. Could it be? Dion finds himself standing in a dark, stone-walled room. Before he can even process what just happened, a figure holding a flaming torch steps into view. It's his brother, Cruel. At that very moment, outside the church, Riel watches as the building is engulfed in flames. "De set a fire?" he mutters, observing the chaos from a safe distance. He analyzes their strategy. They're driving out the civilians while trying to find key members of the church. He scoffs at the thought. They're too soft. If it were him, he would have sealed the entire building and left no one alive. He would have killed every single person inside without a moment of hesitation. He turns and walks away from the fire, a stack of papers tucked under his arm. He assumes Dion's priority is securing evidence to find out who's behind the church. To cut off the head of the snake, you have to annihilate them completely. A confident smirk plays on his lips. But it will be my victory in the end. Because he is certain of one thing, Dion Hart will not get what he came for. Back in the hidden room, Cruel stands over a pile of scattered papers, the very evidence Dion was sent to find. He looks at Dion, his expression unreadable. "You sure are quick, wherever you got your information." Without another word, Cruel drops the torch. The papers ignite instantly, years of evidence turning to ash in seconds. Dion is frozen in disbelief as flames erupt around him. The shock quickly turns to pure rage. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" he screams. "Do you have any idea what it took for me to get here?" He lunges forward, his hand outstretched, desperate to save the burning documents. But Cruel is faster. He grabs Dion's wrist, stopping him cold. "I need to save something," Dion pleads. "Let go of me," Dion snarls, struggling against his brother's grip. "You lunatic! Why did you burn everything?" Cruel's grip tightens, his voice laced with cold amusement. "Don't you need it too?" Dion grits his teeth in frustration. This damned body. He doesn't even have the strength to push his brother away. He struggles to breathe as the heat from the fire burns his lungs. Suddenly, Cruel pulls him close, and then throws him over his shoulder like a sack of grain. "What the hell, you lunatic? Put me down!" Dion screams. As he's carried away, one question burns in his mind. Who is behind the Redemption Church? Not many people could pull something like this off. Wait, a memory flashes in his mind. Besides the royals, who has the most authority? Who represents the color violet? And who does Cruel serve? The Emperor's words echo in his head. "I gave the same task to Duke Luster and Cruel Heart." The truth hits him like a physical blow. Starbe Luster. An uncontrollable rage boils up inside him. "You dare make a fool out of me?" It was a losing fight from the very beginning. And he worked himself to the bone for nothing. He thrashes wildly, trying to break free. "Let go of me." Cruel looks down at him, his voice mocking. "You must have had a grand time watching me make a fool of myself." Shit. Cruel turns and walks toward the exit, carrying Dion with him. Dion's struggles weaken. He starts coughing violently, blood spilling from his lips. Cruel unceremoniously drops him on the floor. Leanne and Ran rush over, calling out his name in panic. Leanne catches him as he stumbles, a violent cough racking his body. "My lord, there's blood. Are you all right?" she cries. But Dion's eyes are locked on his brother, filled with pure, unadulterated hatred. He coughs, forcing out the words, "Cruel Heart, I will kill you." A prophecy rings in his ears. It will ultimately swallow everything whole. Cruel turns back one last time, his voice low and dangerous. "If you want to live, do not speak of anything you have discovered here." The elder's warning echoes, "You must never hate anything or anyone." Dion wakes up in his bed, bandaged and exhausted, the memories flooding back. He remembers Cruel taking the documents, the fire. That bastard played him perfectly, plotting with the Duke, then securing the evidence for himself. "I should have killed," he starts to say, but Leanne's voice cuts him off. "My lord, are you awake?" she asks, rushing to his side. He acknowledges her and asks if the sorcerer has left. Leanne confirms, "Ron just left." Dion sighs. "Is that so? I had something to ask her. That's too bad." Leanne asks what it was. He thinks about asking if she could curse Cruel, but knows he can't say that out loud. Instead, he says he wanted to ask how she was able to break the spell so effectively. "If you're referring to entering the hidden room," Leanne interrupts with a smile, "that was entirely your doing, my lord, though Ran did manage to break the spell right after." Dion is baffled. "What are you talking about?" "I didn't do anything." Leanne explains what Ron figured out. The key was to walk in a circle counterclockwise 3 times, and then clockwise twice. Doing so would automatically teleport you into the hidden room. Dion is stunned. "When did I make a circle?" Then it hits him. His anxious pacing, the memory flashes in his mind. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. He buries his face in his hands, completely speechless. Leanne smiles, remarking how incredibly lucky he is. "If I were lucky, I wouldn't be living like this," he thinks desperately. Leanne mentions Ran left a note and asks if he wants her to bring it. Just then, Remember appears at the door. "If you're referring to the note, it's here," he says calmly. He walks in, serene as always. "Also," he adds, "you have a visitor." A royal knight stands at attention, saluting sharply. "Salute, Honorary Count Dion Hart. I am here to escort you to the palace on His Majesty's orders." Dion clenches his fists under the sheets, his face grim. "I guess it's time." In the dead of night, the royal palace stands silent. But inside, the man who rules an empire cannot even rule his own mind. He gasps for air, his sleep shattered by nightmares that feel all too real. Emperor Eduardo sits up, clutching the sheets, drenched in a cold sweat. He's been this way for years. Ever since he became emperor, He hasn't known a single night of peace. The ghosts of everyone he's killed make sure of that. A whisper echoes in the dark. Emperor, he sighs, resigned. The phantoms of his past rise from the floor, their spectral forms swirling around his bed. It used to be just nightmares. Now they haunt him even when he's awake. Another voice joins the chorus, dripping with hatred. Eduardo, I hate you. The ghostly apparitions press closer, their whispers turning into a single, deafening command. Die. Why are you the only one who survived? They demand. You should die too. Just die. The accusations surround him, pulling him down into a sea of guilt. You killed all of us, they scream. So why? The Emperor grits his teeth, a bitter smile on his face. I guess you really do hate me. A voice cuts through the apparitions, sharp with worry. Uncle, his nephew Prince Elpidius stands in the doorway. Elpidius? The Emperor asks, his voice rough. The prince approaches cautiously. I've come to inform you that Honorary Count Dion Hart and the hero, Cruel Heart, have arrived. He pauses, his expression filled with concern. Are you all right? You don't look well. Elpidius pulls back the curtain, his worry only deepening. You must have had another nightmare, he says gently. The Emperor clutches his throat, feeling the phantom hands of his past. Elpidius offers, I'll call the royal doctor. The Emperor's eyes flash with irritation. You're being annoying, he snaps. Elpidius freezes. Uncle! He follows his uncle's gaze and sees nothing. Just empty space. What is he staring at? He's certain no one else has entered the room. It's just the two of them. The horrifying realization hits him. Are you hallucinating now? Elpidius rushes to his side, but the Emperor brushes him off, his voice dangerously calm. It doesn't interfere with my daily life. That's not the problem, Elpidius insists. I will summon the royal doctor immediately. Elpidius, the Emperor says, his tone leaving no room for argument. He explains it away as fatigued from war preparations, but inside he knows the truth. He has no intention of getting rid of these ghosts. Would Elpidius even believe him if he said he was glad they were here? He pushes the thought away. It's nothing, so don't worry about it. Elpidius clenches his fist, his voice filled with frustration. How can this be nothing? You're hallucinating. How much longer are you going to carry this guilt? You've already compensated the families of the deceased fairly, he argues, and you still care enough to remember every single person that died. The Emperor quietly acknowledges, I know this is an illness. He looks away, his expression somber. But if it weren't for me, they would have lived. Elpidius tries to protest, but the Emperor cuts him off. My decisions started the 8-year war. Whether they were allies or enemies, they were all sacrificed because of my choice. This is a burden I must carry, not just as an emperor, but as a human being. A dark resolve hardens his gaze. But don't worry, he says, a chilling confidence in his voice. I carry too many burdens to collapse from just this. In the waiting hall, Dion and Cruel stand in silence. Dion glares at his brother, who snaps, Why do you keep looking at me? Cruel ignores him. Dion fumes. He came here immediately without any rest, all because the Emperor summoned him. And to think this bastard was summoned too. Couldn't the Emperor have just seen them separately? Just then, a guard announces, The Emperor has permitted you to enter. They enter the throne room to find the Emperor looking bored and weary. Welcome, he says flatly. They bow deeply, offering the customary greeting. Brilliance to the Empire. They speak in unison, the tension between them so thick you could cut it with a knife. Your servant Cruel Heart greets the Emperor. Your servant Dion Heart greets the Emperor. Dion is confused. The Emperor summoned them to praise their work, but he doesn't seem happy at all. Something else is going on. Raise your heads, the Emperor commands. He rests his chin on his fist. I heard you have successfully finished the mission. Dion can feel it. The Emperor seems completely displeased. The Emperor continues, his gaze fixed on Dion. I heard that Honorary Count Dion Hart displayed rather unruly behavior. A jolt of panic hits Dion. So it was because of him? But the Emperor clarifies. You only killed those who were deeply involved and left the remaining ones alive. Dion internally curses. Of all the people to have his plan exposed in front of, it had to be Cruel. The Emperor adds, but you did create a path for us to find out who was behind all of this. Dion realizes he's not being reprimanded. The Emperor then turns to Cruel. And while I don't know how Cruel Heart behaved, he is the one who found the culprit and brought the evidence. A faint, calculating smile touches the Emperor's lips. Though both of you were outstanding, I must reward Cruel Heart with the wish, since he provided the evidence. As expected, Dion thinks, defeated. Cruel simply bows his head. Thank you, the Emperor asks. So what do you desire? Cruel begins. Dion knows it's useless to protest. Even if he knows it was a setup by the Duke, he has no proof. Cruel announces his wish to claim the Hart estate that honorary Count Dion Hart currently possesses. The words hit Dion like a punch to the gut. What? The Emperor seems amused. The Hart estate? How surprising. He turns to Dion, his eyes glinting. Well, what do you think, current owner of the Hart estate, honorary Count Dion Hart? A volcano of rage erupts inside Dion. That's my land. I don't want to give it to this bastard, is what he desperately wants to scream. But he forces the words down, his expression calm and composed. It was too much of a burden for me. I will be grateful if he claims it. The lie tastes like ash in his mouth. He did want to get rid of it, but the thought of this bastard taking it from him is repulsive. Then it's settled, the Emperor says. But you do realize you need a title to claim the estate, right? Dion's head snaps up. So that's the angle. Since the Hart County already exists, the Emperor can't just reward Cruel with another title of the same rank. The Emperor lays out the options. You can forsake the Hart name and get a new title, or you can become the real patriarch of the Hart County. Which do you prefer? Dion has been here before. He remembers his first meeting with the Emperor after the war, when he was offered the very same choice. The Emperor had said, I will offer you my full support, so why don't you become the patriarch of the Hart family? But for Dion, the name Hart was poison. As someone who survived only to get revenge on his family, why would he ever accept that position? The name alone sent chills down his spine. He had bowed and said, Apologies, Your Majesty. I do not wish to take such a position. He needed to remember his wrath, to feed his desire for revenge. He had no intention of letting go of his last name until it was all over. The Emperor had sighed, just as he was sighing now. You want neither the position nor to forsake your name. So what would you have me do to reward you? Dion's eyes had burned with hatred. If I could have one wish, it would be to destroy my family with my own hands. The Emperor had considered his words. Whatever it is you wish to do, I'm sure you will be better off with a title than without. And so, he was granted the title of honorary count. Since the title wouldn't be passed down after his death, it was a simple solution. It was the best the Emperor could do at the time. But now, Cruel has no other option but to choose one of the two paths. There can't be two Hart counts, and Cruel has no reason to refuse. Dion is certain he'll choose to become the patriarch. A dark thought takes root in Dion's mind. Yes, this is great. This time, I will absolutely annihilate everyone in the Hart family, including Cruel. Cruel's voice cuts through his thoughts, firm and clear. I do not wish to become the successor, nor do I wish to forsake my last name. Dion whips his head around, completely baffled. What? Why? The Hart County. This is the real title, one with a rich history, unlike the empty one Dion received. However, the only surviving direct descendants of that family are Cruel and him. The seat of the patriarch is currently empty. Dion can't wrap his head around it. Why is he turning down such a position? Doesn't he want a successor? And yet he refuses to change his name. It makes no sense. The Emperor sighs, sounding weary. You refuse as well? Both of you brothers are so stubborn. Cruel's motives are a complete mystery. Does he miss the family? No, maybe he wants revenge. Dion studies Cruel's face, but it's a perfect mask. The Emperor offers a solution. In that case, I will give Duke Illuster ownership of the Hart estate. I'm sure he will grant you authority as the property manager. Cruel kneels immediately. Thank you for your consideration, Your Majesty. Then it's resolved, the Emperor says. Dion breathes a sigh of relief. Finally, I can go home. Everyone is dismissed except for Honorary Count Hart. Dion freezes, a wave of dread washing over him. No, he watches Cruel walk away. His mind screams, Don't leave me alone, before he corrects himself. No, that's not it. Get lost, Cruel. Now he's alone with the Emperor. The air is thick with tension. He's just been humiliated in front of Cruel and had to watch him happily take his estate. The Emperor stands, arms crossed. Dion notes he still doesn't look happy. It must be because he lost the Heart estate. Dion just wishes the Emperor would say what he wants instead of stewing in silence. The Emperor's voice is low. You were bound to find out soon. He takes a step down from his throne. But I plan on waging a war. He picks up his royal mantle. The elimination of the Redemption Church wrapped up just in time. The kingdom of Ilion has started to make so much noise that it's becoming unbearable. Dion is stunned. You're going to wage a war against the kingdom of Ilion? That's how it will start, the Emperor says with a cryptic smile. Dion is bewildered. What does he mean by start? A wave of pure exhaustion hits Dion. I'm so sick of wars. Is the Emperor finally going to try and unite the continent? The Emperor looks at him, his golden eyes sharp. So I would like to leave the demon realm in your hands. There's no way the Demon King will just sit by while the Empire tries to conquer the continent, the Emperor continues. Since you're the only human who's earned the trust of the Demon King, I need you to stay by his side and ensure he does not interfere in this war. Dion's heart sinks. He wants him to go back to the demon realm. Trapped, with no other choice, he bows his head. As you wish. And the Emperor steps closer, a magical seal glowing on his hand. He touches the collar of Dion's uniform. I hope to see you without this seal next time. The seal fastens itself, a magical leash. Dion can only sigh in defeat. I will do my best. He can't even submit his resignation now. He's more trapped than ever before. Inside the lavish estate of Duke Illuster, the game of shadows continues long after the Emperor has made his decision. The Duke sits at his desk, his eyes fixed on Cruel. The reward you received was the Heart estate. Is that really enough for you? Cruel stands firm, his expression a perfect mask. Yes, he answers, without a hint of hesitation. The Duke leans back, a sly, knowing smile on his face. He remembers seeing Dion at the palace, who mentioned wanting to return the estate. I hope you didn't take it for your brother's sake, he says, testing him. Cruel looks away, his voice steady. I didn't have anything else I wanted. But behind that calm exterior, his mind is a battlefield. The Duke laughs it off. Of course, I suppose I'm just being sensitive because of the meeting I have in a moment. Cruel knows that's a lie. The Duke doesn't care about his motives. He just found it deeply unpleasant that Dion Hart possessed the property at all. The Duke gets up, placing a hand on Cruel's shoulder. I'm not blaming you, he says smoothly. This was just an event to give you a reward. He then asks, was there anything else of note? Nothing in particular, Cruel replies, his face unreadable. But he's hiding the most important thing. He remembers Dion's furious scream. You sons of bitches! You dare make a fool out of me? Dion knows everything. Cruel had hoped his brother would get a decent outcome and just back off. But it's too late. He's already realized the Duke was pulling the strings. The memory of Dion's face, twisted with rage and humiliation, is burned into his mind. And Cruel knows, if the Duke were to find out, the Duke addresses him one last time. Sir Cruel. As Cruel leaves, the Duke watches him go. Let's get going. We're going to be late for the meeting. Cruel walks away, his resolve hardening with every step. He has to hide it, no matter the cost. He knows exactly what will happen. If the Duke finds out that Dion knows the truth, he will order him to kill his own brother. Moments later, the leader of the Redemption Church arrives. The Duke greets them. You are back, Shylin. Your Highness, they reply. The Duke praises Shylin for their excellent work. Shylin humbly replies, they only did what was necessary. Shylin notes that many believers still remain. At this rate, the Duke should be able to achieve everything he desires. And that desire was tied to the true purpose of the Redemption Church. The plan was simple. Offer help to the poor and forgotten. Give them bread and water, and tell them it was all thanks to the generous sponsorship of Duke Illuster. The goal was to create a following of people who were absolutely loyal to him. They were flooded with gratitude. But soon, that gratitude turned into a dangerous question. Shouldn't this be the Emperor's duty? And so, the narrative was set. The Emperor is evil. He did nothing for them, and then sent his forces to destroy the one place that gave them hope. The conclusion was simple. The Emperor has forsaken us. Compared to him, the Duke is our redemption. With the Duke positioned as a savior, he tells Shylin they must lie low for a while, so the Emperor can't find them. But the church itself was never the real goal. It was merely a stepping stone for the Duke's true ambition. Shylin is confident that the Duke will achieve his desires. They pledge to succeed no matter what for his sake. Meanwhile, in the palace, the Grand Council meeting is underway. The nobles mutter amongst themselves. "A sudden meeting? Do you know what this is about?" one asks. Another replies, "I'm not sure, but it must be important." But Duke Illister sits at the head of the table, calm and collected. What fools, he thinks. A sudden Grand Council meeting could only mean one thing. A dark, knowing smirk spreads across his face. It's the one thing the Emperor excels at, something he has used for years to prove his worth. A conquest war. The doors swing open and the Emperor enters. "Has everyone gathered?" he asks, his gaze sweeping over the room. The nobles rise and bow. Brilliance to the Empire. The Emperor addresses them. "Firstly, everyone, take your seats. I'd like to thank you for attending on such short notice." The Duke notes the Emperor looks irritated, wondering if he's unwell. The Emperor sits, his hands clasped. "Let me cut to the chase. I will declare war in 3 days' time." The room explodes into chaos. "A war?" one noble cries out. "It's only been 2 years since you proclaimed the end of the war, and we're starting another?" The Emperor is unmoved. "I only did so because no nation dared to challenge us." His eyes narrow. But it seems some have forgotten their fear of the Empire in the last 2 years. A nobleman tries to reason with him, suggesting other solutions, but the Emperor cuts him off. It's not just Ilion. Other nations have grown relaxed. He explains that when whispers spread of Dion Hart, the Empire's vampire, being injured, other kingdoms saw it as a sign of weakness, a belief that the Empire would have to lie low for a while, and so they waited for an opportunity to strike. The Emperor reminds them of a simple truth: troubled times give birth to heroes. And countless heroes were born and died during the 8-year war. But in the end, only 3 survived. 3 legendary figures who carved their names into history. And the last to gain fame, yet the one who remains the most well-known, is Dion Hart. "With Dion Hart alone, we were able to suppress half of their forces," the Emperor says with a smirk. "So it's easy for them to assume he is the bulk of our strength. That is the weight the name Dion Hart carries." His expression turns dark and predatory. "The conquest of the continent is a long-term goal," he states. "We simply put it on hold." The nobles are still in shock. "But it's still too early for that," one stammers. Another protests, "We haven't uprooted the revolutionary forces yet. It's too dangerous to start a war with enemies inside our own walls." The Emperor takes a calm sip of tea. "A good point," he concedes, "which is why I have called you all here, to find a solution." As a noble begins to plead for the sake of the people, the Emperor sets his cup down with a sharp clink. "I think there's something you're forgetting." He leans forward, his presence radiating absolute power. "I and the Empire." His voice drops, low and menacing. "If you are truly speaking for my sake, for the Empire's sake, and you do not mean to insult me, I suggest you refrain from continuing that sentence." The council falls silent. The nobles tremble. "Yes, Your Majesty." The Emperor concludes the meeting. "The war has been confirmed. Come up with solutions for the revolutionary forces by our next meeting." The nobles file out, defeated. "So this is how it will be. What are we supposed to do?" But as Duke Illister turns to leave, the Emperor stops him. "Duke." The Duke turns. "Yes, Your Majesty," the Emperor says. "The culprit behind the church was from your opposing faction of nobles." The Duke bows his head in a false apology. But in a flash, the Emperor's sword is at his throat, the sharp steel drawing a drop of blood. The Emperor's eyes are blazing with fury. "Do you think I'm a fool?" He knows the Duke's methods. The Duke never leaves his opponents alive. The Duke's smile is chilling. Of course not. The Emperor reasons the Duke must have framed someone who was an eyesore to him, a fake culprit, to throw him off the scent. "And there's an interesting rumor going around these days," the Emperor muses. "The Emperor is evil. The Duke is our redemption, was it?" The Duke dismisses it as nonsense, but the Emperor agrees with a terrifying smile. "It certainly is nonsense. Since I," he declares, his grin widening into something monstrous, "am more of a disasters than an evil. Isn't that right, Duke?" The Duke's thoughts race. "Disaster? No, you are not a disaster." He looks the Emperor dead in the eye, the sword still at his neck. "Your Majesty, you cannot kill me." He explains, A disaster does not discriminate between its victims. The emperor's voice is dangerously quiet. You seem to forget I already wiped out one duchy. Do you think I will hesitate to wipe out the other? But the emperor does discriminate, the duke counters. You may not hesitate, but you still cannot kill me. It would be impossible to start a fight against a disaster. He lays his cards on the table. You cannot wage your war if the nobility resists. But if it's against a human, he says with a greedy glint in his eye, I cannot help but be greedy. The emperor lets out a sharp laugh. You call me evil. He pulls his sword back, the tip tracing a line on the duke's neck. But the real evil lies elsewhere. The duke's own ambition shines through, cold and clear. I desire your position, emperor. The duke turns and walks away, leaving the emperor standing alone. As he walks, his true plan solidifies. To steal the emperor's power, he first needs to eliminate the emperor's dogs. A wicked smile plays on his lips. It's time to start moving. The political battlefield has now been clearly drawn. Back in a quiet room, Dion is startled by a sudden question. Pardon? Prince Elpidius sits across from him, sipping tea with an innocent smile. I asked if you were heading to the demon realm now. Dion is completely floored. How did the crown prince know that? You don't need to be so tense, Elpidius says smoothly. I'm the future emperor. Did you think I wouldn't know your secret? He states it as a simple fact, a reminder that he is far more than just a kind nephew. Dion processes this. The emperor must be sharing critical information with his heir. He has no choice but to accept this new reality. Pardon me, he murmurs, his guard now fully raised. Elpidius reveals the depth of his knowledge. As you already know, His Majesty has ordered you to return immediately if the Demon King decides to wage war. He leans forward, his voice firm, an undeniable order wrapped in a polite request. No matter what happens, you must return. Dion's eyes narrow. He is completely cornered, another chain wrapped around his neck. I'll keep that in mind, he says, the words feeling like a surrender. All right. Elpidius gets up, the meeting seemingly over. As he leaves, he turns back with a gentle smile. I'm always grateful for all that you do. The sincerity is unsettling, a stark contrast to the threat he just delivered. As the prince walks through the grand palace halls, his mind is anything but calm. He thinks about the man he just spoke to, Dion Hart, a hero of the Empire and a core commander of the demon army, a walking contradiction. What if the demon realm offers Dion a better deal? The risk of betrayal is immense. He has to prepare for Dion to turn on them. He'd rather have a friendly relationship with Dion, but he knows that's nearly impossible. The man's entire personality is a wall built of fear and distrust. Elpidius understands perfectly why Dion is a subject of fear. He wonders if there's a way to bind him to the human realm for good, but his thoughts are cut short by his sister's voice. Brother! Princess Alethea approaches, her bright smile a relief from the dark political games. How was your talk with Count Hart? She asks, pouting. You left me out. It couldn't be helped, he teases back. Why didn't you become the crown princess instead? She retorts that she refuses such an annoying position and he can do it himself. Elpidius's expression turns serious. Alethea, you are next in line after Uncle and me. The weight of their duty hangs between them. She catches his tone immediately. Why are you being so impatient, brother? He pauses, considering her words. Was I impatient? No, she says softly, her playfulness gone. You had every reason. The Empire is full of talk about the war and the revolutionaries. She takes his hand, her touch grounding. Come with me. She leads him to a beautiful glass conservatory where tea is waiting. I have prepared tea for you. You need a break, brother. She dismisses the guards, creating a private space just for them. You should take it easy once in a while, she says with a warm smile. Then, with that same smile, she drops a devastating truth. Uncle has started hallucinating. A faint, dark mark is just visible on her neck, a tattoo she keeps hidden. Elpidius freezes. What? He's hallucinating now. Instead of just having nightmares? The situation is even worse than he feared. Why do the dead have such a strong hold on him? He confesses his deepest loyalty. Eduardo Deserte is precious family to me. He's worth enough to make me turn my back on the world. It's a heavy admission for a crown prince. He asks if his uncle has seen a doctor, but Alethea says it's useless. He's too stubborn, and his crushing sense of responsibility is an illness that can't be cured. Elpidius closes his eyes, correcting her with a heavy heart. You misspoke. It's guilt. not a sense of responsibility. He sighs, accepting the bitter reality. Guilt. The word hangs in the air, conjuring images of fire and blood, and the Emperor's lone figure whispering, "I'm sorry." Elpidius remembers wanting to tell him that he didn't have to carry that burden all by himself. "Do you see, Alethea?" he says, his voice urgent. "We don't have much time." I finished my preparations as soon as I realized he had started hallucinating. He tells her to focus on what she's learning while he does his best. She can only nod, the weight of their future settling on her shoulders. Okay. A memory surfaces. Their uncle, standing over them in a palace stained with blood. They were so young. In that moment, it was a sin to be young in the royal palace. Their uncle was the one who protected them. This is the root of their unshakable loyalty, and it's why Elpidius's command to Dion echoes with such desperation. No matter what happens, you must return. Back in his room, Dion is lost in thought, trying to unravel the tangled web of secrets. What does the prince know? And why did the emperor really tell him? His expression hardens. The walls are closing in on him from every side. Remember enters, informing him that Dan has been waiting. He had come to report something, but seeing Dion's state, he thought it best to wait. Dan enters, immediately sensing the sharp change in the atmosphere. He knows his master's personality shifts, but today it seems much worse. Dion's cold voice cuts through the silence. "Have you got something to say?" The boy is terrified, but he knows waiting will only make it worse. He blurts out, I would like to try my hand at investing money." Dion is caught completely off guard. "Money?" Dan rushes to explain. "It's not that I've become greedy. I want to give you all of my profits." Dion moves in a flash, grabbing the boy, his patience worn to a thread. His voice is low and dangerous. "I've been wondering what your objective is since the day I met you. There's no way you would follow a complete stranger without a reason." He remembers Dan's desperate pledge, swearing he wouldn't fail his masters. "And what you wanted all along is just money? And you're going to give me all the profits?" The story just doesn't add up. Dion lays out the two possibilities. Either Dan is trying to earn his trust to get something more, or his real objective is simply to follow him. Dan stammers, but Dion cuts him off, shoving a piece of paper into his hand. Whatever the truth is, it's irrelevant. Dan looks down at the paper. It's a note written by Dion. "If you show that to Remember, he'll loan you the money," Dion says, already walking away. Dan can only stare after him, stunned. "Master!" Dion throws one last warning over his shoulder. "I don't know what you're trying to do by my side, but just don't get in my way." That night, under a dark sky, Dion and Remember are mounted, ready to go. Dion is cloaked and masked for the journey. "I've put all the essentials in the backpack," Remember says. "I will be away from the estate for a while, so," Dion begins, but a thunderous shout cuts him off. "Count!" The lofty knights charge from the manor on horseback, kicking up a cloud of dust. How can you leave without so much as a goodbye? They surround them, their faces a mixture of fury and betrayal. "You're leaving? You're deserting us and leaving?" Beside him, Remember chuckles. "Oh my, you've been caught!" Dion turns to his ever-capable butler. "Before I leave the estate in your care, take care of those idiots first." Remember just smiles. "You're leaving a difficult task to this old man again." One of the knights opens his mouth to shout, "We're coming with!" But Remember moves with impossible speed, delivering a precise chop to the man's neck, knocking him clean off his horse. "Butler?" The knights are in shock as chaos erupts. With a sigh, Remember unleashes a massive wave of energy, sending the entire squadron flying. "Oops," he says nonchalantly, before calmly asking the groaning pile of knights if they're all right. The answer is a collective no. One of the knights pleads from the ground. "Apologies, Butler. At least make sure the Emperor doesn't take us back," he wails. "The Emperor is too scary." Remember gives a cheery thumbs up. "You do you." Leanne, ever the captain, tries to rally her defeated troops. "Stop it and get up. The last one to return will run an additional 10 laps. "Ah, Captain, we're going to die," a knight cries, clutching his head. Remember watches the scene with a tired, fond expression. He gives a small, weary shake of his head. As the knights sob and try to get back on their horses, Dion and Remember finally ride away from the chaos. Remember glances at his master. "Oh my, I don't think they will let you go quietly either, my lord." Dion looks ahead into the foreboding woods towards the path to the demon realm. Is this the direction? From the shadows of the trees, a figure watches them disappear. It's one of the lofty knights, his hand on his sword, the dove insignia on his arm glowing faintly. His eyes are filled with determination. He's not giving up that easily. While the Empire gears up for a war fought in the open, the real battles are planned in the shadows, where pawns are moved and gambits are set that will cost more lives than anyone knows. Inside the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, a subordinate asks Duke Illister if the plan is really to wait, to let the Emperor's war machine chew through half the continent. The Duke, ever the patient strategist, calmly sips his tea and simply confirms, "Yes." The man across from him falls silent, his head bowed. You can feel the weight of that order settling on him, the sheer scale of the conflict they're about to let happen. This is Daniel, the chief of the Revolutionary Army. He looks up, choosing his words carefully. He doesn't doubt the Duke's judgment, but he needs to understand why they must wait so long. The Duke sets his cup down with a soft, deliberate click. He explains the strategy. They will wait for the moment the war reaches its absolute peak, when the Emperor is so overextended he can't possibly pull back. A chilling smirk spreads across the Duke's face. That, he explains, will be their golden opportunity. He lays out the battlefield. As the war drains the Empire's resources, they'll have to pull troops from everywhere to replenish the front lines, even from the royal palace itself. A wicked grin spreads across Daniel's face as it all clicks into place. If the capital is left unguarded, it means they can run wild, and the Empire will be powerless to stop them. The Duke nods, pleased. Daniel bows his head, praising the Duke's brilliant strategy and pledging his absolute loyalty. But their plotting is cut short. A soldier throws the door open, shouting for the chief. He brings urgent news. Dion Hart has just secretly left the county on the Emperor's direct orders. And far away, under a dark, rainy sky, Dion rides on, completely unaware that he's just become the centerpiece of another deadly game. Back in the headquarters, Duke Illister's eyes light up with predatory glee. He wonders if Dion is finally making a move. He sees this as a perfect chance to find out what he's up to, ordering someone to be sent to watch him. Daniel, eager to prove his worth, immediately offers his own men as a gesture of goodwill. The Duke graciously accepts. Without a moment's hesitation, Daniel strides from the room to issue the orders. As soon as the door closes, the Duke's pleasant smile melts away, replaced by a cold, calculating expression. He already knows how this will end. In his mind, the brutal truth is laid bare. He thinks to himself that, unfortunately, the revolutionary troops sent after Dion Hart will die, and in a dark, rain-soaked forest, his prediction comes true. A revolutionary soldier gasps, blood spraying from his mouth as he's cut down from behind. His killer stands over him, sword dripping. The Duke had anticipated this. He knew the Emperor would have sent someone to guard Dion. One of the Emperor's men declares their mission complete and tells his comrade to retreat. But just as he turns, he's impaled from behind. He lets out a choked cry, looking down at the blade piercing his chest. The Duke knew the Emperor's men wouldn't be safe either, because he foresaw this entire bloody exchange. Standing over the bodies of both sides is none other than Cruel Heart, the final, lethal piece of his plan. Back in his office, the Duke continues to scheme, playing out every move in his head. He muses that if the men he sent don't return, the Emperor will grow anxious. A petty trick, but effective. And if things go well, they might just discover Dion's true objective, assuming Cruel can successfully chase him down. In the forest, Cruel stands amidst the carnage, his face as cold as stone. He was never meant to kill everyone. His true order was simply to confirm where Dion was headed. Leaving a trail of bodies behind, he follows the path, a silent hunter in the dark. The scene shifts, pulling us into a memory from a different rainy night. A young boy looks down at a shivering girl, asking how long she's going to stay like this. He calls out her name, Sia, but she remains silent, hunched over in the cold. The boy, a younger Daniel, clenches his fist in regret. If he hadn't introduced her to the Redemption Church, things would be different. They would have struggled, yes, but they never would have known a warm, hopeful world existed. And maybe that would have been better. A memory of Sia's bright, smiling face flashes in his mind. But that warmth was always destined to vanish, making the loss so much more painful. Back in the cold rain, the two children are miserable, the weight of their shattered hopes pressing down on them. Daniel makes a decision. He tells Saya he's going to join the Revolutionary Army. He looks down at her, his voice filled with a desperate resolve. He's going to take revenge on the emperor who stole everything from them. Tears streaming down his face, he forces a smile and holds out his hand. "You're going to come with me, right?" But Sia just stares at his outstretched hand, her own tears falling. She can't take it. His mind flashes back to a different time, finding a child in the slums even younger than himself. He remembers the pure joy of that moment, holding her hand as she called out his real name, Paul. He'd wondered then if this was what it felt like to have a sister. But in the present, his hand remains empty, trembling in the cold as Sia stays silent. His hope drains away, and his trembling hand slowly clenches into a hard fist. His expression hardens. "Fine," he spits out, turning his back on her. "You can keep living like that. It's your loss." He walks away, leaving her crumpled and alone in the pouring rain. His footsteps echo on the wet ground, each one a step away from the bond they once shared. He remembers an old rule from the slums: stay close, but don't get emotionally attached. He wonders if he had followed that rule, would it hurt less now? But as he wipes his own tears away, he knows it's too late. He clutches his chest, admitting there's no way he could ever ignore her. He's already in too deep. We're pulled from the grim human world to the vibrant purple sky of the demon realm, where two crimson moons hang in the night. On a high tower, a young demon girl with pink hair gazes at a constellation, thinking it looks just like her hero, Sir Arut. She wonders when he's coming back. Her eyes snap wide open. Something has caught her attention. A magical signal flares from the western wall. An attendant panics, shouting that it's happening again. She zips past him, a blur of pink energy. The attendant calls after her, reminding her the Demon King told her to stop using so much magic. But it's too late. By the time he looks up, she's already gone. She leaps gracefully through the air, her pink ribbons trailing behind her as she rushes toward the gate. Her face breaks into a massive, joyful grin as she sees a cloaked figure walking through. She screams with delight. It really is Sir Arut this time. Dion, looking utterly exhausted, is immediately bombarded by her shouting his alias. "Sir Arut!" The force of her voice seems to send a shockwave through the air. She lands right in front of him, radiating pure joy. "It's been a while," she chirps. "How was your mission?" Dion is completely startled, his heart pounding. You can almost see his soul leave his body for a second. He just lets out a tired sigh. She scared the life out of him. Realizing she might have been too forward, she backpedals, stammering that she was just asking his opinion, not prying. Dion, too tired for anything else, just gives a one-word answer. It was tiring. He decides a vague explanation is better than silence. He tells her he found people who had created a false religion and were following it with blind faith. He knows it's no secret that he went to the human realm and figures it's better to say something than get on her bad side. She is, after all, terrifying. She looks at him, confused, and asks, "What's a religion?" Dion realizes the concept probably doesn't exist here. He tries to put it in simple terms, explaining it's like how demons follow their creator, the Demon King. Her response is immediate and blunt. "How stupid." Dion sighs, thinking that, of course, that's how a demon would see it. She continues, muttering that if humans want to believe in something so meaningless, they might as well just believe in Sir Arut. Dion's eyes snap open in horror. "Pardon?" He stares at her, bewildered. A religion of Arut, a cult of Arut. He has no idea what she's talking about, and, frankly, he doesn't want to. She quickly changes the subject, cheerfully asking if he's going to see the Demon King now. She points him toward the central garden, and in that very garden, a meeting of great importance is already underway. We see the Demon King presiding over a council of rulers in an ornate gazebo surrounded by the eerie beauty of the demon realm. The Elf King speaks up, mentioning the news that the Empire is attacking the Ilion Kingdom. He knows this won't end simply. This place, the Demon Realm, is actually a domain called the Abyss, where many different species reside. The dwarf chief adds that the Emperor's goal is total conquest. Ilion is just the first to fall. The vampire queen listens, her expression grim. It's only called the Demon Realm because demons are the dominant power, but all of them are at risk. The Demon King leans back, a confident smirk on his face. He calmly notes that he wasn't aware they were all so interested in the human realm. The vampire queen scoffs. "Are you kidding me?" she asks. It's obvious that after the humans take over the continent, they're going to come for the abyss next. As a ruler, she can't just sit idly by. The Elf King voices his own concern, his expression sharp. He hopes his own clan won't be harmed because of what he calls the demon's naive behavior. The Demon King just listens, his smile never wavering. He simply calls the Elf King's comment arrogant, looking completely unbothered. A dangerous glint appears in his eye. "Well," he says, a strange satisfaction in his voice. "This is great." Just then, a guard's voice cuts through the air, announcing that the agent sent to the human realm has returned. All heads turn as Dion Hart, their legendary commander Arut, steps into the garden. The Demon King looks down from his seat, his voice echoing in the garden as he addresses his commander. "Arut," he says, his tone casual, yet carrying immense weight. "How was your trip?" He stands and walks towards Dion, a welcoming smile on his face that doesn't quite reach his eyes. He places a hand on Dion's shoulder, and the Emperor's magical seal flares with a purple light. "Good timing," the king says. "I have some questions about the Empire's plan to conquer the continent." Dion bows his head slightly. "Yes, your majesty," he confirms, feeling the seal on his neck, a constant chilling reminder of the Emperor's control. In the background, the Elf King watches, his face a mask of suspicion. The Elf King can't hold his tongue. A hostile energy radiates from him as he speaks to the Demon King. "Do you really think that human is trustworthy?" The air grows thick with tension. Dion glares back, his expression hardening. He's not scared, just completely fed up with being a pawn in everyone's political games. The Demon King simply taps his fingers on Dion's shoulder, a gesture of casual ownership, as if he's considering the question. Then, he drapes his arm around Dion, pulling him close like a prized possession. "As long as Arut is here," he says to the Elf King, "I believe he is trustworthy." The words sound like a reassurance, but they're a clear threat. Dion understands the implication perfectly. As long as he's here, the Demon King's smile is anything but kind. A cold sweat breaks out on Dion's brow. He knows exactly what that means. The moment he's no longer useful, the Demon King will kill him without a second thought. He's completely and utterly trapped. The Demon King changes the subject, asking point blank, "So, what was the Emperor's order?" Dion hesitates, glancing at the other rulers, wondering if he should speak of such things here, but he has no choice. He explains that the Emperor ordered him to monitor the Demon King and stop him from getting involved in the war, and if the Demon King does go to war, Dion must return to the Empire immediately. The Demon King just nods, a thoughtful, almost amused smile on his face. "Well," he says, "that's to be expected." Dion then makes his own strategic move. He mentions another matter. Something was discovered in the human realm. Magic. He explains that while investigating a cult, he confirmed they were using sorcery, a power different from the magic of demons. He hopes the information will be enough to distract the Demon King for a while. The Demon King's reaction is unnervingly calm. He simply says, "Is that so?" and tells Dion he'll look into it. He leans in close, telling Dion he should get some rest. Dion is taken aback. "What?" This casual response is the last thing he expected. He can't wrap his head around it. A demon used their magic in the human realm, a major transgression. Yet the Demon King doesn't seem angry at all. Something is very wrong. The Elf King interrupts, his sharp eyes noticing Dion's stiff movements. "Your movement seems unnatural," he says, demanding to see his left arm. Dion tries to wave it off, insisting he's almost healed. Suddenly, a figure bursts into the garden, letting out a silent, frantic scream that echoes only in his own heart. Sir Arut! It's his personal doctor, Ben. Ben's two assistants rush in behind him, panicking over Sir Arut's condition. Dion is just startled, cursing under his breath. When did he get here? Ben grabs him, pleading, "Show me where it hurts." Dion, at the end of his rope, just weakly insists, "I told you I'm fine." From a distance, the Demon King watches the chaotic scene unfold with a quiet, unreadable expression. The Elf King scoffs, turning his attention back to the Demon King. "What a joke," he says, questioning how the king could be so calm about a demon using magic without his permission. He glares, leveling a direct accusation. "It was probably your doing." The Demon King's smile turns sharp. What a tone. The Elf King slams his hand on the table, his frustration boiling over. "Aren't you afraid of the consequences?" he shouts. "Our species can already sense the change in the flow of the world. His voice rises with urgency. We can sense that the world is waiting. He reveals the source of his fear. Soon, the world will send out a new hero. And unlike the last one, this hero will be an absolute threat to the Demon King himself. The Demon King's response is simple, calm, and utterly chilling. Why must I be afraid of the future? He stands up, dismissing the Elf King's panic. There's no reason to be afraid. He explains that a new hero is inevitable. Their paths will cross eventually, no matter what. A bored, almost predatory smile spreads across his face. And I was getting bored anyway, he says, reminding them all that he has lived for a very, very long time. The Elf King slumps in defeat. Fine, he concedes, but adds bitterly that it's no skin off his back if the Demon King gets himself killed. He thinks to himself that as annoying as the Demon King is, he's still their most important line of defense against the humans. As the Demon King walks away, the other rulers share worried glances. They know it's only a matter of time before the humans discover their existence if war breaks out. The Elf King's face is grim. With the Demon King acting this recklessly, they have no choice but to start planning for a human invasion themselves. The Demon King pauses, his back still turned. That's all fine and good, he says, his voice laced with ice. Suddenly, an immense, crushing pressure fills the air, and the Elf King chokes. The Demon King continues, his voice dripping with condescension. But couldn't you have chosen your words more carefully? The pressure intensifies, forcing the Elf King to his knees. A dark, terrifying aura surrounds the Demon King. I don't expect you to use formal language when you're just an Elf King whose cradle cap hasn't even fallen off yet. The insult is brutal, a sharp reminder of the vast power difference between them. The other rulers gasp, buckling under the sheer force of his will. The Demon King lets out a soft sigh, as if he's grown tired of the game. Never mind. He thinks to himself, what am I even doing with children? As he finally leaves, the rulers are left panting, the oppressive weight of his power slowly lifting. The Vampire Queen sighs, telling the Elf King she knows he hates demons, but he should try not to be so obvious. From the far end of the garden, the Demon King calls back with a grin, and I will try to be more patient. Elsewhere, Ben is still frantically trying to examine Dion, chasing him into a lavish room. Sir Arut, don't just say you are okay. Can't you just let me do a quick exam? Dion waves him off, insisting he just needs to rest. Ben looks utterly heartbroken, complaining that this is why everyone around him suffers, because he doesn't take care of himself. He sighs deeply, another classic misunderstanding taking root. He wishes Sir Arut would treasure himself as much as he treasures others. He thinks with a sad fondness, I guess that hasn't changed about him. But then, his eyes widen in horror. Sir Arut! He screams. Dion has collapsed onto a sofa, coughing up a startling amount of blood. Ben gasps, seeing him covered in it. The Demon King appears in the doorway, his face thunderous. He roars, why the hell is the assigned doctor of the Zero Corps commander so late? He glares at the terrified doctor. Do you think this is why I assigned you to be Arut's doctor? Dion just sits there, wiping blood from his lips, too weak to say anything. Ben is trembling, stammering apologies. He says he doesn't deserve the title. He knew Sir Arut was suffering, yet he failed to attend to him in time. He's sure this is the end. There's no way the commander would let a doctor who failed his duties live. But from the bed where he's now lying, Dion's tired voice cuts through his panic. I'm not going to kill you. Ben stares, utterly baffled. Pardon? Why not? Dion, equally confused, asks, do you wish to die? Ben immediately flails, shouting, no, of course not. But, Dion just sighs, why would I kill you, Ben? I'm fine, so go take care of your business. The doctor is left speechless by this perceived act of incredible mercy. He stands there, frozen in a state of absolute shock and reverence. When his colleagues find him in the hall, they're amazed he's still alive. Dr. Ben, you're alive. How were you forgiven? Ben is still trying to process the sheer magnanimity of his commander. He clenches his fist, his voice filled with newfound passion. I am extremely proud to be Sir Arut's doctor. I knew he was the most gracious of the commanders, but to think he would protect even those who failed their duties, he makes a silent vow. That day, he decided to try his best and ensure that something like this would never happen again. His resolve reignited. Ben storms back to Dion's side, grabbing his arm. I must examine you, even if it's just a quick look. Dion tries to pull away, but Ben shoves something in his face. It's a beautiful, ornate magic stone, glowing with a soft red light. It's a magic stone that was created using your blood and the Demon King's magic, Ben explains. Dion is horrified. My blood? When the hell did they take my blood? Ben proudly explains that the stone alerts him to any problems with Dion's circulation or impurities in his blood. It also tracks his location, which is how Ben found him so quickly. It's a personal, non-consensual life alert. Ben admits it's a problem if Dion gets hurt outside the realm, since he can't leave without permission, but he vows he'll find a way around that with the king's help. Dion has had enough. Forget it, he snaps, stalking out of the room. Ben calls after him. But Sir Arut, if it's for you, I'm sure His Majesty will gladly do anything. In the hallway, Dion is greeted by his blonde-haired subordinate, Ed. Sir Arut, you've returned. I was waiting for you. Ed's smile vanishes when he sees Ben. But Ben, why are you here? Ben strikes a pose, haughtily declaring that it's only natural he'd be by Sir Arut's side. Ed's face immediately contorts with anxiety. If the doctor is here, it means Dion was injured. The other subordinates crowd around as Ben confirms that Sir Arut is extremely fatigued, with injuries on his shoulder and arm. Ed explodes. What? Was there no one to assist you? Those damn humans? They couldn't even guard you properly. He rages on about useless, weak bastards, while Dion just stands there thinking, I'm human too, and probably the weakest. A soft voice calls his name. It's Hyen, the quiet, dark-skinned girl. She steps forward, asking if he has a moment, but she freezes, her eyes widening in pure shock. Ed has violently grabbed her by the hair, his friendly facade completely gone. He turns back to Dion, forcing a strained smile. Sir Arut, apologies. I will be right back. Dion is just left staring, baffled. As Ed drags a terrified Hyen away, Dion is left with Ben, completely exhausted by the constant chaos. He sighs, a wave of despair washing over him. He knew a day like this would come. The demon realm is just so scary. Just when Dion thinks things can't get any more chaotic, the demon realm proves him wrong, throwing its most unhinged personalities at him one by one. In a dark corridor, Ed holds Hyen by the throat, his voice seething with rage. He snarls that this isn't the first time he's caught her, demanding to know how a lowly incubus like her dares to speak to Sir Arut. His eyes are burning with a cold fire. Have you lost your mind? He hisses. Hyen chokes out a desperate reply, tears streaming down her face. But Sir Arut likes the garden that I'm taking care of. She flashes back to a memory of Dion, a rare, peaceful expression on his face as he told her the garden was a good place to calm his nerves. She explains that she just wanted him to feel that same serenity in his room. She reveals her gift, a monstrous-looking demonic plant with a fanged mouth, squeaking like a dog toy. So I wanted to gift this child to Sir Arut. Its official name is Cutie, and its main characteristic is having a lot of funk. Ed explodes, shouting, there's no way Sir Arut would like such a weird plant. Hyen weakly defends her gift, insisting that she thinks he liked it and that it's a very pretty flower. Ed snatches the squeaking plant from her, declaring that he'll be the one to give it to him. Hyen lets out a small cry, her one chance to get closer to her hero. Gone. Hyen just wanted some praise, but all Ed can think about is preventing her from ever approaching Dion again. The only problem is he knows Dion wouldn't want the gardener to die. We flash back to a moment ago. As Ed was dragging Hyen away, Dion's voice cut through the hall, cold and firm. Ed, don't kill her. Dion's eyes were hard as steel. He stated plainly that Hyen hadn't done anything wrong. Ed looked back, his anger still simmering, but he knew he couldn't disobey a direct order. He relented, muttering that he'd just speak with her then. And so, his talk ends with a final menacing warning. Do not approach Sir Arut so carelessly. If it weren't for him, you would have been dead by now. He walks away, thinking his commander is just too kind for his own good. Later, Dion is in his room, staring at the demonic plant. It sits on his bed, its blade-like leaves and thorny stem looking anything but friendly as it lets out a cheerful, high-pitched squeak. He sits there, completely still, as the plant seems to sing to him. This is his life now. He's internally panicking. Why did Ed even accept this thing? What in the world just happened out there? The plant lets out another squeal, this one a little more aggressive. Then, with a terrifying shriek, it lunges forward, its mouth wide open, looking super excited. Dion recoils in pure terror, scrambling away. I'm so scared, he thinks, already coughing up blood from the shock. A tiny, cheerful version of Ed appears, reassuring him that the flower would never attack him because the gardener trained it properly. Dion is not reassured. That's what Ed said. But what if it's a lie? Suddenly, one of the plant's leaves shoots out like a dart, narrowly missing his head and embedding itself in the wall. He doesn't even have time to process it before something else whistles past his ear, the blunt end of a dagger. A woman's voice purrs from across the room. As expected from you, Sir Arut, you sensed my blade and dodged it in time. Standing there is a tall, beautiful demon with long purple hair and a sadistic smile. It's the second corps commander, Devilania. She saunters closer, amused by his stunned silence, wondering if her blade doesn't even deserve a reaction. She introduces herself as the specialist in stealth, infiltration, and assassination. Dion is trying to speak, to scream, but only a choked sound comes out. Sa. Devilania leans in, confused. Pardon? What did you say? He was trying to scream for his life. Save me! But he was so shocked he couldn't even make a sound. His face is pale with terror. Devilania, however, completely misinterprets his choked sound. Sa? She repeats thoughtfully. Her eyes light up with understanding. Ah, I see, she exclaims. Did you mean to say that you didn't sense any murderous intent? Of course, she explains. She couldn't possibly display killing intent towards him. She sits on his bed, her shadow falling over him. She leans in, her voice a low purr. As soon as you sense my murderous intent, you're going to turn on me and kill me. His red eyes seem to gleam in the dark, and she mistakes his pure fear for lethal focus. This is Devilania, the second corps commander. And as Dion thinks to himself, she's the person he dreads encountering most in this entire castle. Because, she gestures to a mountain of gift-wrapped boxes that have appeared out of nowhere. I prepared all of these gifts for you, Sir Arut. Dion's internal monologue is just a scream. She's so freaking annoying. She leans in close, whispering seductively, You will wear everything, right? It's not a question. Dion knows he can't refuse. Of course, he squeaks, terrified. What follows is a torturous fashion show, a dark, formal outfit. No, a frilly, light-colored one. It's not my style. A revealing outfit from the southern human realm. It's too revealing. Devilania is having the time of her life. It's so rewarding to dress you, Sir Arut. Dion is panting, completely exhausted. Stop! I'm so tired, goddammit! A timid voice cuts through his silent screaming. Sir Arut. The door opens, and a figure cloaked in shadows stands there, radiating a dark aura. It's the 8th Corps commander, Hell. He explains that Dion didn't respond when he knocked. Dion sees his chance. I'm saved, he thinks, pulling away from Devilania. She clicks her tongue in annoyance, but tells the newcomer it's all right. Hell explains he just came to say hi since he heard of his return. But as he steps forward to enter the room, he gets stuck. The sheer number of swords strapped to his back makes him too wide to fit through the doorway. He clatters to the floor in a heap of weapons and self-pity. I can't even fit through a stupid door. I knew it. I'm trash. Suddenly, another demon with light blue hair rushes past. It's the 8th Corps Vice Commander, 9. Oh no, Sir Hell, that's a common mistake, she cries out. Hell continues his spiral. I possess too many weapons that I can't even wield. I'm trash that doesn't deserve to breathe. 9 clutches her head. That's not what I meant. My brain. Dion just stares at the scene, internally screaming, What the hell are you doing? Is this a joke? Devilania has seen enough. She sighs that they'll have to continue this another time and gracefully walks out, stepping right over the groveling commander. She pauses at the door, turning back. Oh, an 8th Corps commander. Her expression turns deadly serious. She leans in and whispers that apparently there's a bastard in the first city speaking ill of Sir Arut. Are you sure you should be here right now? Hell's red eyes widen in alarm. In a flash of shadow, Hell is gone, melting into the floor and zipping out of the room. 9 screams his name, trying to stop him. She turns on Devilania, furious. Dame Devilania, aren't you being too mean? Please stop bullying Sir Hell, she pleads. Devilania just scoffs. What did you say? Are you yelling at me when you're just a vice commander? Do you have a death wish? The two of them start bickering, completely ignoring Dion. Dion pinches the bridge of his nose, absolutely done. What a shit show. he mutters, telling them to take their fight elsewhere. He's just left wondering where those two commanders went in such a rush. We get a glimpse into the true nature of the 8th Corps commander, Hell. He is a demon born from shadows, wielding the Demon King's own powers. His original assignment was simple surveillance, but he received a secret task the moment he joined the army. His true mission, to ensure that no information about Demon Arut's physical appearance ever reaches the human realm. From servants in the castle whispering about his creepy red eyes, to soldiers who saw him on the battlefield. Even during his legendary battle with the hero at the border, Hell found every single witness and made sure to shut them up permanently. He feels the immense weight of this task. He cannot afford to make a single mistake. He thinks about his failure to enter the room. That could have been bad. His shadow snakes across a blood-soaked field, leaving no trace behind. It's no coincidence that the Empire's troops and the entire world have no clue what the 0th Corps commander looks like. Back in the main hall, a puddle of shadow appears before Dion. Hell rises from it, and 9 is there to greet him. "Sir Hell, you returned quickly." Hell sheepishly admits it was his mistake. 9 beams with encouragement. "Everyone makes mistakes. How you fix them is more important." She pats him on the shoulder, telling him he did a great job. Hell asks shyly, "Then do you think I have the qualifications to greet Sir Arut?" "Of course," 9 exclaims. "I'm sure Sir Arut is waiting for you." Hell practically glows with happiness, blushing under his hood. Back in his room, Dion is trying to relax, fiddling with a golden puzzle box while the demonic plant squeaks nearby. His eyes drift towards the door. Something feels off, he gasps. Hell is phasing through the closed door, his red eyes glowing in the dark. The shock makes Dion cough violently. Hell stammers an apology for not greeting him earlier, just as Ben bursts in screaming, "Sir Arut!" Ben rushes to Dion's side. "I sensed the signal. What's the matter?" Hell looks on, horrified, and stammers, "It's because of me." He falls to his knees, utterly distraught. "Did you vomit blood because of me? I shall repent for this with my life." Shadowy tendrils and swords erupt from his back as he prepares to end himself. Dion and Ben are thrown back by the force. Dion scrambles forward, screaming, "No! I'm glad to see you. Don't die here. I don't know what your vice commander will do to me." Hell freezes, his dark form suddenly blushing. "Sir Arut said he was glad to see me. How could he be so kind to trash that couldn't even take care of his duties?" 9's voice echoes in his head, cheering him on. "Sir Hell, it's all right. You're doing well." Dion is internally losing his mind. That personality of his is so annoying, he decides he has to talk to him nicely just to get him to leave. He composes himself, putting on his best brooding commander face. "Yes, whatever it is, you did well. Since you have completed your duties, you should rest." Hell is in awe, thinking about the fierce aura seeping through his peaceful appearance and his natural downward gaze of a true superior. Dion just wants to be left alone. "I would like to rest alone, so you should leave too, Ben." Hell is completely starstruck. Is that the attitude of someone who's been strong their entire life? So cool. He clasps his hands together, inspired. "I want to learn things like that from Sir Arut. Would it be all right for me to come see him again?" He floats out of the room. "Then take care, Sir Arut." Ben follows, telling Dion to call him if he feels unwell. Finally, silence. Dion slumps onto his bed, burying his face in his hands. "Yes, thanks," he whispers to the empty room. He takes a deep breath. The full, crushing weight of his situation is dawning on him. He's really back in the demon realm. He sighs. Humans should live in the human realm. But he can't rest. He clenches his fist, the Emperor's words echoing in his mind. "Since the Emperor has tasked me to be his double agent, shall I carry out my duties?" His mission has just begun. Trapped back in the demon realm, Dion knows he has a mission to complete. And the first stop for any spy worth his salt is the Demon King's private library. A place so vast it seems to stretch on forever. He strolls past a demon librarian, who's casually flipping through a newspaper, completely unaware. But then she looks up, her eyes going wide with recognition. A wave of pure, undiluted panic washes over her face. She shoots out of her chair so fast it clatters to the floor, bowing deeply as she stammers a frantic welcome. Her shout echoes through the silent library, and in an instant, every demon present drops what they're doing to bow in unison, their voices thundering. "Sir Arut!" Dion sighs internally. He's getting used to this terrifying level of respect, but it still makes his skin crawl. He just needs to find what he's looking for and get out. His attention is drawn to a single book on a high shelf, glowing with a faint, magical light. He pulls it down and opens it. The title alone tells him he's hit the jackpot: Empire Analysis Report. The report is about the Empire's current heroes, and as he reads the author's names, his blood runs cold. One of them is Devilania. Of course it is. He can only imagine they update this thing every time a new hero appears. He skims through the pages, finding detailed entries on the first hero, who helped the current emperor with his coup. Next is the second hero, a marquis who rose to power during the 8-Year War. A dreadful thought crosses Dion's mind. If the report is this thorough, surely there's a section on him too. He cautiously turns the page, and there it is. The third hero, Dion Hart. They know who he is. But thankfully, there's no portrait. And beneath his name is a single, beautiful sentence that makes all the tension drain from his body. Under orders of the Demon King, investigation has been forbidden. A rare, genuine smile spreads across his face. It seems the Demon King's bizarre possessiveness has its perks. What a relief. But his relief is short-lived. He turns the page one last time. Staring back at him is a portrait of his own brother, Cruel Heart. The report notes he serves the Duke, the Emperor's rival. The sight of that face makes something in him snap. Annoyed, he thinks he has zero interest in that bastard. He slams the book shut and hurls it into a nearby fireplace, the pages instantly catching flame. The watching demons gasp in terror, thinking his anger is about to be unleashed on them. Now calmer, Dion spots another book. He's shocked to see the author is someone named Kabers, which he knows is the Demon King's real name. He opens it and finds a definition for the warrior. A human chosen by the world and given immense power for the sole purpose of killing the Demon King. It describes a being whose strength and talent are far beyond any normal human limits. This is all old news to him. He flips the page and finds the entry for hero, humans who, for no clear reason, absorb fragments of the warrior's power. While not as powerful as the original warrior, they are still leagues above ordinary people. Dion sighs. This isn't the kind of intelligence he was looking for. This is basic history. But just as he's about to give up, a particular phrase catches his eye, making him pause. It's a passage about the Demon King himself. This could be useful. But before he can read on, a hand clamps down on his shoulder. A familiar voice asks, "What are you doing over here?" Dion gasps, dropping the book in shock. The Demon King calmly picks it up for him. All Dion can do is stammer out an apology. The Demon King glances at the open page, his gaze landing on the very line Dion was reading. It claims that the existence of both the warrior and the Demon King is proof that the world itself is still immature. Dion breaks out in a cold sweat, trying to play dumb by repeating the line out loud. He quickly takes the book back, pretending to check for damage, while his mind races a mile a minute. He forces himself to look up at the Demon King, his heart pounding in his chest, and asks what brings him here. The Demon King just gives him a smooth, unreadable smile. "I just needed to grab a book," he says, taking the very one Dion is holding. Dion is screaming internally. Of all the books he could have possibly chosen, why this one? The Demon King's golden eyes seem to look right through him, asking why Dion is staring at him like that. Dion manages to force out a reply, telling him, "It's all right." The Demon King nods, apologizing for taking the book he was reading. With a casual wave, he turns to leave, telling Dion to carry on. Dion is left frozen in a state of panic. Did he notice? Does he know he was gathering information? As the Demon King departs, the librarians see him off with deep bows. Dion has had enough. A devious look crosses his face. Forget spying. It's too much work. He'd rather go back to his room and do a puzzle. On his way out, he overhears two demon servants whispering about a party being thrown all of a sudden. One explains it's a welcome party for the 5th Corps commander, Oeli, who has finally returned after getting sidetracked testing out all the junk she collected from the human world. Dion remembers her. A blonde with goggles, whose curiosity was so intense that even the Demon King had to banish her for a while. But that's not the only news. The servant leans in to share the real gossip. Commander Oele and her vice commander, Durnovan, are dating. A romantic image flashes by, showing the beautiful Oele with her handsome, white-haired vice commander. The other servant is floored. That emotionless man is dating someone? Just then, Dion clears his throat behind them, and they both freeze in terror. Dion, genuinely intrigued, murmurs to himself that he didn't realize demons dated each other, but the servants misinterpret his thoughtful expression as a sign of impending doom. They think he must have heard everything. They've been caught gossiping about their superiors by the most feared demon in the realm. Their imaginations run wild, picturing a furious Arut, horns sprouting from his head, screaming that he'll kill them all. In their minds, there's only one possible outcome. Sir Arut is going to murder them. They cling to each other and beg for their lives, screaming for him to spare them. But when they finally dare to open their eyes, he's already gone. Dion couldn't care less about their gossip. He only heard one important word: party. And parties mean wine. A brilliant, hopeful smile lights up his face. He arrives at the party hall, arms wide open, ready to enjoy a drink, only to find the place completely trash and utterly empty. His face falls as he stares at the mess. It looks like the party is already over. He kicks a stray bottle, annoyed to see it's just common human wine, probably something OL brought back with her. He picks up one of the few unopened bottles, sighing that he came all this way for nothing. Just then, a cleanup crew arrives. Dion quickly tries to hide the bottle he's holding, but it's too late. One of the demons approaches, his face pale with fear. He gestures to the dozens of empty bottles on the floor and asks if the Zeroth Corps commander drank all of that. Dion, holding his single bottle, just looks at him, confused. What? That one informal word is all it takes. The demon's brain short-circuits. Sir Arut just spoke to him without a threat. This is an emergency. The crew grabs a bewildered Dion and starts dragging him away. Suddenly, an alarm starts blaring throughout the entire castle. The cry goes up, "The Zero Corps commander drank." An emergency warning flashes across the realm. The news that Demon Arut has consumed alcohol is so shocking that demons start passing out on the spot. Soldiers scramble everywhere, grabbing spears and arming themselves for battle as if the castle were under siege. The dire warning repeats, a message of pure chaos echoing through the halls. The Demon King himself stops dead in his tracks, the book still in his hand. He turns, a look of utter disbelief on his face. Arut drank? In the short time since he just saw him? Without a second thought, he pivots and rushes towards the source of the commotion. The scene cuts back to Dion, now standing alone in the middle of the ruined hall, completely surrounded by hundreds of fully armed demon soldiers pointing their weapons right at him. He just stands there, holding a single, unopened bottle of cheap wine, his face a mask of pure confusion as he screams internally, "What the hell is going on right now?" The party hall has become a fortress of fear. Hundreds of demon soldiers form a wall of shields, their captain screaming orders to hold the line, warning them that if Commander Arut drinks past his limit, he'll slaughter every last one of them. Dion stands in the eye of the storm, bewildered and utterly frustrated. He clenches his fist, screaming inside his own head, "I told you, I didn't even drink." He sighs. It's been a while since he's been in a situation this tense, surrounded by people who look ready to kill him at a moment's notice. He remembers how, even back in the human realm, everyone was against him drinking. He flashes back to the Demon King himself, who had sighed and told him he had to make the rule because Arut simply loved alcohol too much. A younger, confused Dion had asked why the rule only applied to him, and the Demon King had just looked at him as if he were crazy. Dion thinks back to his own flimsy excuses. Sure, he might have some bad habits when he's drunk, but it's not like he's uncontrollable. This level of panic, however, is something else entirely. He just can't understand why they're overreacting this much. One of the soldiers watches from the side, a grim look on his face. He knew the peace wouldn't last. He knew Arut would end up drinking again, and that this wouldn't end well, just like that day. The memory flashes back 2 years ago to a welcome party. A drunk commander named Lim stumbles up to a younger Dion, slurring, "Are you an enemy?" This was the day it all began, the day every demon learned the true terror of Sir Arut. A tipsy Dion had snapped back, annoyed. But Lim got aggressive, declaring that if Arut was just going to get drunk and act high and mighty, he might as well be an enemy. His eyes gleamed with drunken rage as he challenged him. He ranted about how he never liked that the Demon King gave Arut a special position, a rank higher than anyone else. "Let's see if you're really worthy of that seat," he roared, lunging forward with a spear as another demon tried desperately to hold him back. Dion just looked at him, his expression suddenly calm. "Is that so?" he said, and in a flash, before anyone could even blink, he plunged his dagger straight through Lim's chest. Lim's eyes went wide with shock, blood sputtering from his lips as he tried to speak. Dion leaned in, his eyes glowing with a cold, terrifying light. His voice was different now, formal, precise, and dripping with venom. "You," he whispered, "you must be an enemy." And with a single, brutal motion, a corps commander was dead. Dion stood over the body, his face a merciless, empty mask. After that day, a new set of rules was established in the Demon King's castle, a survival guide for dealing with a drunk Arut. Rule number 1. If the Zero Corps commander asks if you are an enemy, you must answer no immediately. You can almost hear a soldier screaming, "Not at all," in response. Rule number 2. If he continues to ask why, provide a clear and logical explanation. "Because I belong to the Demon King's army, just like you, Sir Arut." And rule number 3. If he still seems suspicious of your answer, you must assume a defensive position immediately. The shadowy figure of Arut holds up his dagger, and the soldiers scream the order. Defensive positions! Back in the present, a terrified soldier whispers to his comrade, asking why they aren't just attacking him if they want to live. The other soldier just gives him a grim look. He explains the awful truth. If they insult the Zero Corps commander, the Demon King himself will kill them. His friend explodes. "What? What kind of ridiculous bias is that?" The first soldier quickly slaps a hand over his mouth. "You idiot," he hisses. "Don't provoke him. He lays out their only strategy for survival. The Demon King will eventually show up to handle him. Their only job is to stay alive until he gets here." Just then, Dion offers them what he thinks is a reassuring smile. But to the soldiers, it looks like the predatory grin of a killer. A chill runs down their spines as they wonder if they're about to die. Dion is screaming internally. Why are they even more tense? He just gave them his most innocent smile. But before the tension can snap, a powerful voice cuts through the chaos. "Stop, Arut. The Demon King has arrived." Dion looks up to see the Demon King, flanked by his subordinates, Ed and Ben. His mind reels. The Demon King calmly asks if Arut can hear him, but Dion can feel things spiraling completely out of control. His mind is racing, trying to figure a way out of this mess. His gaze is lost, uncertain. The Demon King, of course, completely misreads the situation. He thinks Arut is only in stage 1 of his drunken rampage, and tells him that no one here is his enemy. He gestures to the cowering soldiers, assuring him that no one intends to attack him. He tells him to put the bottle down. Trying to cooperate, Dion carefully places the unopened bottle on the floor. He raises his hands in surrender, speaking formally. "I don't have any intention of fighting either." He figures if he just does as he's told, he can explain that he didn't even drink. But the Demon King freezes. He heard it. The polite, formal speech. Dion is confused. But everyone else knows exactly what that means. It's the voice of his killer persona. The Demon King's face falls. "Arut," he asks, his voice suddenly serious, "did you actually drink?" Dion quickly explains that he didn't drink, he was just looking at the bottles because they were from the human realm. For a moment, it seems to work. The soldiers in the background let out a huge sigh of relief, thinking they're finally saved. But then the Demon King looks from Dion to the trashed hall, and a new, terrible theory forms in his mind. "Arut," he asks, "are you just really bored?" Dion can only stare back, completely dumbfounded. The Demon King sighs, a knowing smile spreading across his face. He says he should have realized it when Arut went to the library, a place he never visits. Dion can only think, "I went there to be a spy." The Demon King claps him on the shoulder. "In that case," he says cheerfully, "how about a little trip to the second city with Devilania?" Dion's face goes pale with horror. Go where? With who? His mind is just a repeating chorus of "No, no, no." But the Demon King just pats his shoulder, telling him he should go now, before the war starts. Dion's soul practically leaves his body. How did things end up like this? As the Demon King orders the preparations to be made, Dion just stands there, utterly defeated. I'm so screwed. Later, as he prepares for the trip he never wanted, he calls out to his doctor, Ben. But the Demon King appears in the doorway, asking to see him before he leaves. In the throne room, the Demon King sits alone, reading a report. The Empire is winning its war, victory after victory. He had planned to wait, to let the human nations weaken each other more, but his expression turns grim. I don't think we have much time left. He holds up a glowing blue crystal, a communication device for the entire realm. His voice echoes across the land. I proclaim that as of this moment, all use of magic is forbidden throughout the demon realm. The skies above the castle darken as his decree takes effect. He clarifies the order. No magic is to be used, aside from existing magical devices. The only exception is if your life is in immediate danger. He then gives a special order to his most powerful commanders. The 2nd, 4th, 6th, Mon, and 8th Corps commanders are to punish anyone who breaks this law. His voice turns to ice. You may kill them. Somewhere else, Devolania smiles, a wicked glint in her eye. The 6th commander sighs, muttering that she's going to be busy, and Hell feels a surge of pride, honored to be trusted with such an important mission. Back in his throne room, the Demon King thinks of his true motive. Normally, he wouldn't care about the appearance of a warrior. He paces the room, restless and grim. But with a massive war brewing on the continent, everything changes. He knows what he has to do. Right now, our only option is to delay the warrior's appearance for as long as possible. Meanwhile, Dion prepares to leave. His subordinate, Ed, and his Dr. Ben fuss over him, insisting on coming along. Dion knows the world itself is a fickle, unpredictable thing. He tells his troops not to follow, a simple command that the Demon King misinterprets as a profound statement on his own uncontrollable power. Elsewhere, in a hidden, ethereal forest, the Elf King watches through a scrying orb. He senses the change. All magic in the demon realm has stopped. He smiles faintly, but it's too late. The Demon King doesn't know that the warrior's arrival has only gotten closer. Snow-like petals drift from a massive, otherworldly tree. The world has already finished its preparations. It is merely waiting for the perfect moment. A lone figure can be seen sitting among the branches, waiting. The Demon King stands at his window, completely unaware of the plots unfolding against him. In the human empire, Emperor Eduardo sits on his throne, a cold, calculating look on his face. Beside him, Duke Illuster sips his tea, while Cruel Heart stands guard. All the major players are in position. Cruel's eyes are sharp and focused, ready for what's to come. And back in the demon realm, Dion sits alone, cloaked and ready for a journey he never wanted, staring out into an unknown future. For him, he feels that at the end of this twisted road, only death is waiting. In a court where one man's word is law, speaking out is a death sentence. But for the sake of the Empire, a lone noble is about to risk everything and tell the Emperor that this new war is impossible. In the grand throne room of the human empire, Emperor Eduardo Deserte looks down upon his subjects, his posture radiating absolute authority. The air is thick with a tense silence. His sharp, golden eyes narrow. Without a hint of emotion, he asks for a reason, the question hanging in the air like a guillotine. He's speaking to Margrave Amiable, an older noble who is visibly trembling under the weight of the Emperor's gaze. Gathering his courage, the Margrave explains that the Emperor's strategy is too merciful. Unlike the brutal 8-year war, he has accepted surrenders and spared the lives of both citizens and their royalty. A memory of a burning kingdom flashes by. The Margrave argues that as long as a royal family survives, the spirit of their nation can never truly be broken. He insists that conquered soldiers will never be loyal to the Empire. Their hearts will always belong to their homeland, making them a threat from within. His voice cracks as he reaches his final point. They lack the military strength to continue. They simply don't have enough soldiers. He begs the Emperor, for the sake of the people, to stop the war. A chilling silence falls over the room. The Margrave collapses, his mind screaming that he's a dead man. But he hopes his sacrifice might be enough to save the Empire. He waits for the rage, for the order for his execution. But there's only quiet. The Emperor is just sitting there, deep in thought. The Margrave is confused. Why isn't he angry? Another noble breaks the silence, scolding the Margrave. They can just force the commoners to enlist, can't they? The other nobles quickly agree, arguing it's the citizens' duty to fight. One even suggests rounding up peasants from the slums. Their callous greed is on full display. Suddenly, the Emperor slams his fist on the table, the sound echoing like a gunshot. He leans forward, his voice dripping with venom. He sarcastically compliments their barking, and the temperature in the room plummets. A dark shadow crosses his face. He asks them to confirm they really think they can replenish the army by forcing commoners to fight. He calls out their hypocrisy. They don't offer their own soldiers. They don't offer to lead the troops. But they have no problem sending ordinary people to die for their ambitions. He asks if they even know why citizens pay taxes, as an image of peaceful, happy commoners flashes by. Taxes, he explains, are a payment for their protection. It's a contract. The citizens have the option to protect the empire, but the empire has an obligation to protect its citizens. This is the foundation of his rule. Margrave Amiable looks up, stunned. He can't believe it. The emperor is defending the very principles he was prepared to die for. The emperor grips the hilt of his sword, his knuckles turning white. "Let me make this crystal clear," he says. He declares that the war will not stop. And if he needs more soldiers, he will order them, the nobles, to send their own sons, just as they did during the 8-year war. And there's a catch. If any noble family refuses, they will forfeit 2/3 of their private armies to the crown. The nobles look on in horror, trapped by their own greed. With his sword pointed at them, the emperor adds one last thing: forcing citizens to join will be the absolute last resort. The nobles will bleed for this war before any commoner does. His eyes flash with fury as he tells them to get out and prepare. The terrified nobles scramble from the room, leaving him alone in the silent hall. As he walks away, he thinks to himself that he has no right to be angry. If their emperor has lost his mind, shouldn't his subjects be more thoughtful instead of so selfish? A wave of disgust washes over him, disgust for them and for himself. Suddenly his body tenses, surrounded by a swirling red energy, a manifestation of his inner turmoil. A pained, twisted smile forms on his face. He mutters that his hallucinations are getting worse, breaking through into his daily life. A faint, chilling laughter echoes in his mind, the sound of the ghosts that haunt him. Ghostly apparitions rise from the floor, the spirits of those he's killed. They whisper his name, then a single command: die! He dismisses them as impatient bastards. The spirits swirl around him, their ghostly laughter filling the empty throne room, beckoning him to join them in death. He thinks to himself that he never planned on living a long life anyway. But still, he wonders why they're in such a rush for him to die. His reflection is warped by streaks of blood, a perfect image of how he sees himself, a monster drenched in the blood of his victims. The scene shifts to the empire's southern border, a war-torn land littered with bodies. Here, a brutal, unspoken war of extermination rages against the Barbai tribe. And this land of endless violence is ruled by one man, the second hero, Stigma Premiero. We see him sitting calmly amidst the carnage, reading a report that the Empire has declared war on its next target. Stigma, a man with long green hair, finally understands the Emperor's orders. A slight smile plays on his lips. This is the second hero, a man forged in the fires of the Empire's most brutal front line. His forces have grown strong from constant battle, surviving both barbarians and plagues. He laughs, declaring what great news this is. His soldiers cheer, excited for a real war after fighting barbarians for so long. A subordinate asks if he really loves war that much. Stigma turns, his smile widening, and says it's not that he loves war. Just then, a wounded barbarian crawls towards him, begging to be saved. But Stigma simply runs him through with his sword, silencing him for good. Standing over the body, Stigma says there's something he truly wants to ask the Emperor for. His eyes gleam with a dark, unsettling ambition. His thoughts drift back to the end of the 8-year war. He was given land, a title, and a mountain of gold. At first, he was satisfied, but that all changed the moment he heard what Dion Hart had asked of the Emperor. He remembers the rumor that spread like wildfire. Dion Hart requesting permission to exterminate his entire family with his own hands. Stigma recalls the feeling, like being struck by lightning. How could anyone think of something so audacious? It wasn't just shock he felt. It was pure, ecstatic inspiration. Back in the present, a subordinate asks if his junior, Dion Hart, will be joining them. Stigma is sure he will, sooner or later. A predatory grin spreads across his face. He can't wait to meet the man who inspired him so much. He gives an order: prepare for war, and burn anyone still alive, in case they carry the plague. As the camp goes up in flames, Stigma makes a vow. Just like that bastard Dion Hart, he too will ask for a reward, permission to exterminate his own family. The scene cuts to the demon realm. Devalania sits in a carriage, arms crossed, looking annoyed. "I thought we were going to be alone, Sir Arut," she complains. She points outside to the massive escort of her own troops, finding it amazing that Dion thought they could travel through the outskirts without an army. Dion, looking pale and stressed, sits across from her. He doesn't understand why he would need his troops for a simple trip to the second city. They'd only get in the way. The word outskirts echoes in his mind. The Demon King, Devalania, everyone kept stressing that word. He remembers the king's smiling face, insisting they take that specific route. A growing sense of dread fills him as he remembers all the warnings, the defensive necklace, the insistence he wear his armor. The pieces are clicking into place, and he doesn't like the picture they're forming. He wonders if they were just preparing for an emergency or something more. Suddenly, the carriage jolts violently, throwing him to the floor. His anxiety spikes into full-blown panic. He just wants to get out of here. Tears well up in his eyes as sheer terror takes over. Not like this. One of Devalania's soldiers bursts into the carriage, shouting that there's an emergency. He reports they're surrounded by an overwhelming number of demonic monsters. Outside, a deafening roar confirms it. The battle is already raging. He can see the Second Corps troops fighting hard, their blades flashing as they clash with the monsters. The creatures are relentless, swarming the soldiers from all sides. The elite demons cut down beast after beast, but the wave seems endless. The soldier shouts that despite fighting well, there are just too many of them. One of the soldiers turns to Dion, who is frozen in place, and yells at him to do something. But Devalania and Ben seem completely unfazed. Devalania casually notes how disgusting the monsters are, explaining that while cities are protected, the outskirts are not. Dion stares at them, bewildered. Why are they so calm? It's as if they were expecting this. And then it hits him. The realization crashes down with the force of a physical blow. The outskirts, this was the Demon King's plan all along. That goddamn Demon King, he screams in his head. He finally understands. These monsters are the Demon King's responsibility to clean up. By ordering them to travel along the outskirts, he was forcing them to do his dirty work. Dion, like an idiot, walked right into the trap, coughing up blood from the sheer stress and rage. Devalania calmly says she'll join the battle first, telling Dion to take his time. Meanwhile, he's having a full-blown panic attack, wishing this was all a dream. He clutches his chest, his mind racing. How can I possibly handle all of those monsters? Just then, a familiar voice calls his name. Dion wipes the blood from his mouth, his first thought that Ben is going to nag him for this. He turns and sees Ben, his doctor, but the usual panicked expression is gone. Instead, his gaze is cold, sharp, and serious. "Ben?" Dion asks, confused. Ben adjusts his glasses, his piercing blue eyes fixed on Dion. He asks a simple, chilling question. "Do you not feel like fighting today?" Dion's heart sinks. Was he too obvious? He knows that underneath all the kindness, Ben is still a demon. If he finds out he's just a weak human, he's dead. Ben continues, his voice steady, recalling how Sir Arut always seems to avoid fighting unless he's drunk, injured, or on the brink of death. Dion starts to stammer an excuse, but Ben cuts him off. Ben says that any other demon would have seen his behavior and assumed he was just a weakling. The word hits Dion like a punch to the gut. He knows. Dion braces for the end. He tries to deny it, but Ben suddenly beams, exclaiming, "But I understand you completely." Dion is completely thrown off balance, managing only a confused, "Pardon?" He quickly tries to cover his shock and asks what Ben means. Ben launches into a passionate speech, saying he knows that to someone like Sir Arut, these monsters are nothing. With absolute conviction, Ben declares that he knows exactly what Dion is thinking. "They are so insignificant, I can't be bothered to step in myself." Dion is just speechless. He has no idea how Ben's logic even works. Ben proudly states that as his personal doctor, of course he understands him. His delusion is on a completely different level. He's an idiot, Dion thinks, a wave of relief and pure exasperation washing over him. He almost had a heart attack. Ben grins. "Don't worry, prepared something just for you." He presents a gleaming bottle of booze, and Dion stares at it, completely bewildered. Not just any booze, it's the Demon Realm's specialty wine. Dion's heart starts pounding in his chest. Ben nervously explains that since this is all he has, he won't restrict his drinking this time. Every alarm bell in Dion's head is screaming. Why would Ben, the one who always limits his drinking, suddenly offer him alcohol now? This is suspicious as hell. Ben encourages him to just relax and have a drink, but Dion knows he shouldn't touch something so obviously suspicious, and yet he brings the glass to his lips. With a bright, almost manic smile, he declares, "Of course I'll drink it," and downs the entire glass in one go. He knows he can't avoid this fight. In his mind, it's better to die numb and drunk than to face the pain sober. He just has to make sure he doesn't get completely hammered this time. As Dion drinks straight from the bottle, Ben watches with a pained expression. He sighs, guilt washing over him as he apologizes under his breath. He flashes back to a conversation with the Demon King, who gave him a direct order: "Ben, if Arut hesitates, have him drink." The king had explained that Arut is too modest when he's sober, almost seeming like a weakling, but when he's drunk, he lets himself go completely. Ben had to admit it was true. He remembers thinking that Sir Arut is far too patient when sober, even though he secretly enjoys a good fight. But the Demon King, he's something else entirely. The king had finished with a sly, manipulative smile, asking if it wouldn't be better to let him have some release before he explodes. Back in the present, Ben worries that giving an ill person alcohol was too much of a gamble. He turns to apologize, but a hand clamps onto his shoulder, stopping him cold. Dion leans in close, a chilling smirk on his face. This isn't the panicked man from a moment ago. His voice is ice as he says, "You sure used your brain this time." Ben freezes in terror. This new persona explains that booze and medicine were the key used to contain his trauma, so of course they could be used to weaken that wall. He tells Ben he never meant to hide his weakness, but to think they would use the key so blatantly, he must not have had much time. He says he understands their urgency. The human emperor is on the move, and the monsters are multiplying. They don't have time to waste. But, with a flash of steel, he presses a dagger to Ben's throat. His eyes glow with a cold, red light. "Just because you understand me doesn't mean it's okay for you to use me." Ben chokes out an apology. He can feel it in his gut. This chilling aura isn't just from the alcohol. This is something else entirely. Dion says that since Ben has done a lot for him, he'll let it slide this once, but there won't be a next time. Ben feels the sting of betrayal. Dion leans in and gives him one final, quiet order. "Remember whose personal doctor you are." As he turns away, he mutters that he never had any expectations to begin with. Ben collapses, a profound realization dawning on him. "Ben, you imbecile," he thinks. Sir Arut was right about everything. He grits his teeth, his loyalty shifting in an instant. "I'm Sir Arut's personal doctor, not the Demon King's." Just then, a soldier screams a warning. A massive demonic beast is lunging straight for them. Ben yells for Sir Arut to be careful, but Dion just glances over his shoulder, completely calm. His expression is one of pure, soul-deep exhaustion. He's so sick of it all, sick of struggling just to survive. But that doesn't mean he's going to let anyone use him. His eyes harden with resolve. From now on, he decides when he steps in. In a blur of motion, he cuts down the beast before it can even reach them, its body slumping to the ground. Dion stands over the corpse, taking a deep breath, surrounded by the watchful eyes of his demon subordinates. His face is splattered with blood, his eyes cold and determined. He gives an order: "Ben, video call the Demon King." Ben panics for a second, remembering the magic ban, but he quickly pushes that thought aside. Right away, he tells himself that he almost made another mistake. He is Sir Arut's doctor. His orders come first. The Demon King appears on a magic screen, looking surprised, noting that Arut isn't the type to use magic without good reason. Dion reports bluntly, "There are more of them than we expected." The king agrees, admitting he thought 2 core commanders would be enough. The sheer number of monsters is overwhelming, a sea of glowing red eyes in the dark. The king promises to send reinforcements, but it will take 15 minutes. He then asks, "You can manage until then, right?" Dion turns away from the screen, his answer quiet but firm. "We'll try." The king disconnects with a smirk, knowing Arut must be furious. Meanwhile, Dion steps into the heart of the battle. Devalania's soldiers cheer as he engages. They think they're saved. But for Dion, it's just 15 more minutes of hell. Sweat pours down his face. This is still terrifying. But he knows one thing for sure. If he had given up at the first sign of despair, he never would have survived the 8-year war. A monster roars and lunges, but Dion meets it head-on, his mind racing. The only difference now is that his opponents are monsters. He tells himself to think. He dodges and weaves, his daggers flashing as he cuts down another beast. Think, and think harder. He drives his daggers into a monster's chest with all his strength. He narrowly avoids a crushing blow from another massive beast. About how to survive this. With a sickening crunch, a monster's claw tears through his side. He coughs up blood as pain shoots through him. One of his daggers is knocked from his hand. Ben screams his name in terror. But Dion's focus is absolute. He summons his dagger back to his hand with a flicker of magic. He ducks under a swing and plunges his blade deep into the monster's gut, twisting it with brutal efficiency. And in that moment, he finds his answer. His specialty isn't killing, it's fear. He unleashes a whirlwind of attacks, not aiming for vital spots but for limbs and eyes. Anything to maim and terrify. He knows that creatures who live by instinct will flee from overwhelming fear. It might not work on all of them, but it will work on most. He brutally disables another monster, leaving it writhing on the ground. Devilania realizes his plan. He's not just trying to survive. He's making sure every monster here remembers his face so they'll never dare touch him again. But it's not the best long-term solution. They need to thin the herd, and fast. Dion calls out to the second corps commander, "Devilania!" She turns to him. With blood on his face and a dagger in hand, he gives his command. We need to set up a trap. We need to kill as many of them as possible, right now. With a new, cold-blooded personality in control, Dion has turned the battlefield into a slaughterhouse. As soon as the monsters move, invisible forces sever their limbs and they fall without ever seeing their attacker. The monsters are completely bewildered, with no clue why they're being torn apart. In the distance, Dion's subordinates can only watch in awe. The once menacing horde is now just a terrified mob, walking blindly into a death trap. Their doom comes in the form of countless invisible threads, strung all around them. Devilania's magic has created a web of death, a nearly undetectable maze of razor-sharp wires crisscrossing the entire battlefield. Devilania looks on, impressed but anxious. She tells Dion she's trapped them, but she can't hold the spell for long. "What are you going to do now?" she asks. Following Dion's instructions, they lured the monsters into a formation designed to funnel them into a single deadly kill zone. Ben marvels at the plan. Sir Arut not only trapped the monsters, but also restricted their own movements to keep them safe. He looks at his commander with a newfound, profound respect. He rushes over to Dion, whose arm is bleeding through a crude bandage, begging him to be careful. Dion just scoffs and, to everyone's shock, leaps directly into the middle of the deadly trap. Devilania screams, asking if he plans to kill the monsters himself from the most dangerous spot on the field. She knows that, unless you're incredibly experienced, it's almost impossible to even see the threads. She tries to tell him she's not doubting him, but he cuts her off. "I'll figure it out," he says, a chilling smile on his face. "I have pretty good luck." He moves like a phantom through the web, a graceful dance of death, luring the monsters forward so their own momentum pulls them into the slicing wires. His glowing red eyes are completely focused, watching every twitch of the invisible threads. A huge monster roars, lunging straight for him. Dion effortlessly sidesteps, and the monster crashes right into a thread, its own charge sealing its fate. The wire cuts clean through it in a silent, brutal execution. Devilania can't believe her eyes. He isn't just avoiding the threads, he's luring the monsters toward them. Can he actually see all of them, she wonders. Amidst the chaos, a wild, ecstatic laugh rips from Dion's throat. He's not just surviving, he's reveling in it. In his mind, everything is crystal clear. He can see every single thread. His vision is perfectly attuned to the darkness. He can see the exact moment the faint moonlight catches a wire, making it glint for a split second. He moves with deadly grace, turning Devilania's trap into his own personal playground. He thinks about how his entire life he's hidden from the light, always more comfortable in the dark. It's because of that strange condition, that lifelong weakness, that he's able to do this now. With a grim smirk, he thinks to himself, "I guess this is just my luck." The remaining monsters start to hesitate, fear finally breaking through their primal rage. The tide of battle has turned. But Ben is still worried, knowing that Dion is pushing his body far past its limits. His arm is injured, and there's still no sign of reinforcements. Just then, Dion stumbles, coughing up blood as his body starts to give out. Ben screams, "Sir Arut, stop right there!" He tries to run to him, but Dion's glare stops him cold. Ben remembers his words. They expected all of this. Dion's voice is cold and strained. He tells Ben not to bother and to proceed as planned. He takes a ragged breath, forcing himself to stand and continue the fight. But the strain is too much. He's panting, feeling like he's going to collapse. His movements are getting slower, more desperate. He barely avoids a monster's bite, the effort sending a jolt of pain through his exhausted body. On top of everything, his injured arm has gone completely numb. Just as a monster is about to land a fatal blow, one of Devilania's soldiers heroically sacrifices himself to save him. Ben watches in horror as the hulking leader of the pack bears down on the now defenseless Dion. Dion knows he just has to last a little longer. 15 minutes. That was the deal. He collapses to his knees, his dagger falling from his numb hand. A low growl rumbles from above. He looks up, ready for the end. But the blow never comes. The monster falls dead along with dozens around it. The reinforcements have arrived. A cheerful, sing-song voice cuts through the silence. "Hello, Sir Arut." A woman with short, platinum-blonde hair stands before him, holding 2 bloody daggers. It's the 7th Corps commander, Silua. "Long time no see," she beams. She says she ran over as fast as she could because she heard there was a party. Dion, still on the ground, can only look at her in confusion. Oh, a party! The adrenaline fades and the cold strategist vanishes. Normal Dion is back, and he's terrified, screaming in his head, "I'm about to die. What party is she talking about?" Pain suddenly registers all over his body. He clutches his arm. What the hell is wrong with my arm? He looks around at the field of carnage, completely horrified. The memories are hazy. The booze. Ben offering him wine. He puts a hand to his head. Oops, did I do it again? He assumes his drunken berserker persona took over. Silua suddenly grabs him, her cheerful demeanor gone. Her eyes are wide with a strange intensity. "No," she whispers. "That's not Sir Arut. She just saw something entirely different." Dion is completely lost. "Pardon?" Silua is having a complete meltdown, muttering to herself, wondering what she has to do to see that cold, strategic side of him again. Dion is now officially terrified of her. "What is up with her? She's so scary." Silua suddenly snaps out of it. With a creepy, wide-eyed grin, she holds a still-living demonic hound in front of him. "Here, Sir Arut. Here's a demonic monster. Please grant it eternal rest," she says eagerly. Dion recoils in disgust. He can't believe it. What's wrong with this lunatic? She leans in, but Devilania has had enough, grabbing her by the collar and telling her to start defending the perimeter. Silua just laughs it off, saying her subordinates will wipe them out. Her elite troops surge forward, cutting through the remaining monsters with ease. Devilania is furious, demanding to know how Silua could just desert her post. Silua nonchalantly replies that she left her vice commander in charge. With a grin, she adds, "And aren't we the perfect reinforcements?" As her troops finish off the last of the horde, she claps her hands together, pleased with the result. She turns to suggest Dion join in, but he finally succumbs to his injuries and collapses. Ben rushes to his side, yelling that he can't overdo it. Ben pleads with him to rest. Silua looks on, disappointed. Ben, feeling immense guilt, apologizes for his actions, but Dion's mind is a fog. "Earlier? What? I can't think straight." He agrees to rest, leaving everything to them as Silua begs him to show her that side. One more time. Sometime later, the chaos has settled, and the forest is quiet again. Devilania reports that, aside from the few that fled, the battle is over. Ben finishes treating Dion's wounds. He should be able to move his arm now. Dion, looking pale but stable, just thanks him. Devilania asks Silua why she hasn't left yet. Silua feigns offense, calling her heartless. Devilania smirks. "This is for your own good. We're going to the second city. You do know who's defending it, right?" The name of their destination hangs in the air. The second city. The mere thought of the 10th Corps commander makes Silua's face twist into a mask of pure disgust. She grits her teeth. "I better get going." She spits that she doesn't want to see that bastard who's not worthy of being a commander. She says her goodbyes to Sir Arut and departs. Dion is relieved that she was less clingy than he expected. He realizes they must be talking about the 10th Corps commander, Gaysitel. He can't help but wonder why Silua hates him so much. As they arrive at the gates of the second city, a flamboyant vampire with small bat wings greets them with an overly theatrical pose. "It's been a while, Sir Arut." "It's him, Geisitel." Gagatel throws his arms up and cheers as if they're celebrities. Dion just stares at him, deadpan, and in that single moment he thinks, I think I understand her now. After a brutal fight for his life, Dion's reward isn't peace and quiet. It's a full-blown parade, complete with trumpets and cheering crowds, a hero's welcome he never asked for and definitely doesn't want. He's being carried through the streets on a throne of flowers, like some conquering king, as the entire city turns out just to see him. Dion is sweating under his hood, looking utterly miserable. Geisitel, the vampire commander, leans in with a dazzling smile and asks how he likes it. Geisitel proudly explains he prepared this sedan chair, a transport for high-status humans, just for him. But Dion is screaming in his head, "This is so goddamn embarrassing, you idiot." Dion presses a hand to his head, trying to block out the sheer mortification. Geisitel immediately panics, asking if he has a headache. "Yes, something is bothering me," Dion thinks. "This entire situation. And you." He's so stressed he could die. He finally understands Silua's pure hatred for this vampire. Geisitel fusses over him, while Ben offers to treat his headache as the agonizing procession crawls through a city of adoring fans. The citizens of the second city stare in awe, whispering amongst themselves, "So that's the Zero Corps commander?" The legendary Zero Corps commander. One citizen remarks that she thought the flowery ride was embarrassing, but on him, it just looks cool. Her friend agrees it must be his relaxed, powerful aura. The irony is completely lost on them. Since nothing was ever truly known about him, the rumors just continued to grow, fueling the legend. He's a human, yet he gives off no demonic energy. Even the other proud commanders seem to bend to his will. Everyone gathered to see the mystery, the human, given a mighty title by the Demon King himself, a man whose true abilities were completely veiled in secrecy. But those who had witnessed him for themselves all claimed the same thing as they look upon the hooded, silent figure sitting amongst the flowers, that his strength was second only to the Demon King. Dion, overwhelmed and wanting it all to stop, mutters a single, quiet word under his breath, "Begone." Geisitel leans in, not quite hearing him. Dion repeats it, his voice sharp and cold. "Begone." The vampire flinches. Geisitel immediately misinterprets this. He leaps up and screams at the crowd that Sir Arut wants them all gone, ordering the guards to clear the streets at once. "No, you bastard," Dion thinks, pinching the bridge of his nose. "I wanted the flowers gone. The pollen is making me sick." But now, he just looks like a tyrant. The guards start shouting at the citizens to get lost, telling them the Zero Corps commander is angry. Dion realizes that if this keeps up, he's going to become the most hated demon in the entire city. Even as they're pushed back, some demons are still trying to get a glimpse of him. Dion sighs. Any hope of a peaceful rest is gone. He figures the 8th commander, Hell, is going to have his work cut out for him silencing all these new witnesses. But then, his eyes land on something in the crowd that makes him freeze. What in the world is that? There are demons holding balloons and dolls with his face on them, and a banner with his name in cute, bubbly letters. The crowd starts chanting, "Long live Arut! Long live Arut!" A demon with his hands clasped in prayer shouts, "Long live Sir Demon Arut!" Dion is floored. "Long live Sir Demon Arut? What the hell?" A memory surfaces. The elf queen, Ririnel, musing that if people need to believe in something, they might as well believe in Sir Arut. He remembers her followers. A religion of Arut? A cult of Arut? The horrifying realization hits him. It can't be. Cult Arut. The image of Ririnel swooning over a godlike depiction of him flashes in his mind. Was it you, Ririnel? He remembers giving her a cookie, telling her to stop doing anything useless. He thought it was a bribe. She thought it was fan service. Dion groans. This is driving him nuts. He finally snaps and leaps off the sedan chair, completely done with this ridiculous parade. Geisitel, seeing this, immediately bows low, apologizing if he bothered him in any way. As he bows, Dion notices the faint glint of a thread around the vampire's neck. His mind immediately flashes to one person. Devalania. He looks over and sees Devalania sitting nearby, her expression calm. "You seem to be bothered by him, Sir Arut," she says. Her unspoken question hangs in the air, dark and promising. Should I kill him? Her eyes are cold. It's clear she would do it without a second thought. Dion panics. He knows commanders aren't supposed to kill each other, but if one of them feels confident enough, Devalania turns to Gaichitel, her voice laced with disappointment. It's fine. She stands, the threat still lingering. There's no need to kill another corps commander. She walks over to Dion and suggests they go shopping, reminding him that's why they came. Dion is terrified. These people are all lunatics. They could kill him on a whim. Gaichitel, feeling the invisible thread tighten, quickly agrees. He scrambles to his feet, promising to serve Dion with the best of everything, as if his life depends on it, which, at the moment, it does. Dion steels himself. He'd better stay on his guard. Devalania, his safety device, is just another ticking time bomb. And so, the strangest shopping trip begins, with Dion being dragged through the city's bustling streets. Devalania is having the time of her life, thrilled with all the amazing outfits she's found. Dion feels like he's become her personal dress-up doll, as everyone suggests more stores, and Gaichitel tries to offer him mangoes from the human realm. Devalania finally loses her patience, grabbing the vampire by the face and telling him to stop butting in. Dion is at his wit's end. He just wants them to leave him alone. He tries to slip away, but Ben grabs him. Suddenly, Dion freezes. He sees a horse in the distance. Ben asks what's wrong. Dion notes that with the monsters supposedly at bay, it's strange for the castle gates to be wide open. He also realizes that many of the items for sale are from the southern region of the human realm. Is there a border close to, he thinks aloud? Gaichitel whips around, his face a mask of shock. How did you know that? Dion is just as surprised. He was just thinking out loud. A memory of a different kind of battle flashes in his mind. Gaichitel sighs, defeated, and admits the monsters are rampant, just over there. He confesses they found a border not too far from the southern region of the human realm. An image of demons and humans coexisting peacefully at a hidden crossing appears. Ben grabs Gaichitel, furious. How could you hide this? The vampire argues that city folk like them never get to see the human realm, so they figured they'd enjoy it a little. Dion massages his temples, a massive headache forming. Another problem has just landed in his lap. Gaichitel insists they were careful, making rules and traveling in secret to avoid detection. Dion supposes that's a relief, but now they have a much bigger problem on their hands. He considers ignoring it. The southern region isn't part of the Empire, but it's still the human realm, and he's technically a spy. He mounts a demonic horse, telling them they have to report this to the Demon King. Ben, ever obedient now, agrees. But before we do, Dion says grimly, I must confirm it for myself. He needs to see exactly which human nation this border connects to. With a simple, let's go, he leads his bizarre entourage towards the secret border. On the other side is a small, unsuspecting nation in the south. A guard bursts into the throne room, shouting that a group of demons, covered in blood, have just crossed into their territory. The court erupts in panic. Those insane demons! The king of the small nation clutches his head, nearly fainting. But he waves off his attendants. This isn't something a doctor can fix. He confesses he knew demons were crossing the border, but he chose to ignore it. But now, with the Empire on the warpath, he already has enough to worry about. He can't afford a conflict with the demon realm, too. An advisor steps forward. There's another problem, Your Majesty. The king looks up, exasperated. What could possibly be worse? The advisor explains that one of the demons is the second corps commander, Devalania, and the other, judging by the respect he's being shown, it seems to be the rumored zero corps commander. The king's face goes white with terror. A vision of the legendary, bandaged warrior fills his mind. The Zero Corps commander? What is that man doing here? Silence fills the throne room, the weight of the news crushing. After a long pause, the king gives a single, desperate command. Hide it! His voice rises in panic. Whatever they do here, we must hide the fact that the Zero Corps commander and his company have crossed into our nation no matter what. Meanwhile, blissfully unaware of the international incident he's about to cause, Dion and his group head towards the border. Crossing from the demon realm into human territory, Dion pulls his hood low, his sensitive eyes stinging from the bright sunlight. But the sun is the least of his worries right now. He looks over at his companions and can't help but wonder, why did they have to tag along? Devalania is already asking where. Sir Arut wants to go first. Dion groans internally. He wanted to investigate alone, but now he's stuck with his chaotic babysitters. He knows Devalania's presence is a huge complication. He suggests they head for a crowded place to gather information, but their path is suddenly blocked. A group of armed men step in front of them. Their leader, a knight with a scarred face, says they've come to pay their respects to the mercenaries who stopped the monsters from crossing over. He thanks them for saving so many lives. Dion quickly replies that it was nothing. He's massively relieved. They think they're just mercenaries. This is the best possible outcome. The knight offers them a small bag of coins, but as he holds it out, a red alert flashes in his mind. Dion panics. Shit. He was so worried about himself he completely forgot. Devalania and Ben are still covered in monster blood. He frantically tries to think of an excuse. Anyone can tell they aren't human, so why are these knights welcoming them instead of attacking? The knight nervously pushes the bag of coins forward again, pleading with them to take it. Dion finally understands. They're scared, but they aren't surprised. It clicks into place. They've seen demons before? This small kingdom must have known about the secret border for a long time. A grim realization dawns on the knight leader. He thinks to himself that the Empire must have no idea about this secret border. And with the Empire on the verge of war, it would be a disaster to reveal they have another unsecured border. They have to conceal the fact that demons are coming and going as they please. Dion, putting the pieces together, lets out a quiet, almost maniacal laugh. The knights are terrified. Why is he laughing like that? Dion thinks that if this kingdom wants to ignore them, it's a huge relief for him. The knights assume the mercenaries just want to leave quietly. They quickly bow and wish them a safe journey. Devalania notes that Sir Arut seems to be in a great mood, but Dion is just praying they can leave without causing any more trouble. The knights hold their breath, hoping the problem is solved. But as they watch the group walk away, their leader's eyes narrow. He notes the one in the clean clothes, the one with the unusually calm demeanor. He concludes this must be the legendary Zero Corps commander. The knights report back to their king, defeated. They tried their best, but now all they can do is pray. Dion and his entourage enter the bustling market. It's lively and crowded, and for a moment he finds it kind of fun just looking around. But he knows he needs to start gathering information. Just as he thinks that, he bumps into someone. He stumbles back, and his companions immediately rush to his side, asking if Sir Arut is all right. Devalania glares at the human who bumped into him, her gaze suspicious. Dion knows he was pushed away too easily for a powerful commander. He quickly clutches his shoulder, faking that his old injury is acting up. Devalania instantly buys it. But before she can react, Ben explodes, grabbing the poor guy by the collar. Dion wonders why he is overreacting when even Devalania is calm. Then Ben remembers his role as the doctor. Of course, he should be overreacting. He and Devalania both start menacing the human, asking how they should deal with him. Dion quickly tells them to stop, but the damage is done. A commotion has started, and a group of armored soldiers is heading their way. A captain shouts, "Get that bastard!" and his soldiers rush forward. Dion realizes they're royal knights. They've caused a scene, and now they're in trouble. But the captain isn't listening to him. The knights grab the human who bumped into Dion, completely ignoring the three cloaked figures. The man is dragged away, screaming about how dare they cause a disturbance. Dion is stunned. Wow, the human realm has great public order, he thinks sarcastically. But after that, the weirdness continues. Later, a young pickpocket tries to steal from him. Ben catches the kid instantly, his voice dripping with menace. "Little human, do you have a death wish?" The kid shrieks in terror. The same knight captain rushes over, shouting for them to wait. He grabs the terrified child, stammering that they'll handle it, and quickly drags him away. It happened every single time. As soon as something was about to happen, Dion takes a bite of a fruit and immediately spits it out. Immediately, the knights are there, accusing the fruit seller of trying to poison him and arresting the poor man. The royal knights appeared every single time. People are being dragged away, begging for mercy, while onlookers wonder why the knights are suddenly everywhere. It's a complete mess. Dion stands there, observing it all with a tired, deadpan expression. He figures it out. The knights are trying to handle things themselves before his group can cause a scene and draw attention. They're essentially running interference, warning people away from the three cloaked figures. Dion sighs. Because of his companion's overreactions, they've drawn even more attention. They can't continue like this, they have to go back. As they're leaving, Dion overhears a merchant arguing about Deusa tea leaves. The name catches Dion's attention. Deusa tea leaves. The merchant is complaining about a new group stubbornly trying to import the rare tea. The head merchant's interest is piqued. The den merchantry. He's about to investigate when a cloaked figure steps up behind him. It's Dion. The merchant jumps, startled. Dion calmly asks to buy some Deusa tea leaves. The merchant, seeing a customer, immediately agrees. He sizes up the cloaked figure, noting his frightening aura. He wonders if he's a noble in disguise. Dion thinks about the tea. It's incredibly rare in the Empire, and fetches a high price. For a small southern kingdom to have it so readily available, they must be quite rich. The merchant nervously hands over a small box of the tea. Dion pays and walks away. Devalania asks if he's finished his business. With the tea leaves as proof, he now knows the name of this place. This is the nation of Itehon. The merchants watch them go. Relieved, they left without trouble, but one wonders about the Zero Corps commander being so weak. If that weakling wasn't the commander, then who could it be? The head merchant just shudders. I don't know, but I hope they never come back. And so, the three cloaked figures leave the city, their investigation complete. The scene shifts to the Empire's war camp. Duke Illuster stands before Emperor Eduardo, who asks with barely concealed annoyance what he wants. The Emperor is clearly irritated that the Duke came all this way just to ask a question. The Duke smiles calmly. I asked if you recall the death of the first prince, your older brother. The Emperor's face darkens. He dismisses everyone from the tent. Once they're alone, the Emperor thinks back to the first prince, the only one who ever looked after him. Out of all of them, the only one who ever called him Eddie. The Emperor states that Duke Gratis killed him. That's the official story. He then turns the question on Illuster, his voice dripping with venom. When you are, in fact, the one who murdered him. Duke Illuster's smile widens into a knowing, sinister grin. Oh my, you already knew. The Emperor's expression twists into a furious, predatory snarl. The air crackles with unspoken history and deadly intent. The game between these two master manipulators has just reached a whole new, terrifying level. He recalls the aftermath of his brother's murder. He let another duke take the fall, but it wasn't long before he found the real mastermind lurking in the shadows, Duke Illuster. Back then, he had no choice but to hide the truth, but now, the criminal himself is standing here, ready to confess. The Emperor's mind races. What is Illuster plotting? The Duke begins to explain his grand design. He says killing the first prince was a calculated step on his path to the highest position. With the rightful heir gone, the other royals would fight amongst themselves. His plan was to put a puppet on the throne, but he never expected the insignificant ninth prince, Eduardo, to be the one to turn everything around. He realized that if Eduardo became a duke, there was only one position left for him to claim: the throne. The Emperor's golden eyes narrow. He understands perfectly. Illuster. Starbay was born with an ambition that could only be satisfied by becoming Emperor himself. The Emperor's aide watches him, his expression tight with concern. The Duke turns to leave, pausing to throw one last promise over his shoulder. I'll be back, Eduardo. The scene shifts, pulling us back into Eduardo's memories. He's in a room with his older brother, the first prince. The prince tells him he'll be back soon and entrusts his children to Eduardo's care. Eduardo remembers telling his brother not to worry, a hollow promise now. He remembers his brother playfully ruffling his hair, calling him Eddie. But that warmth is a memory that now burns with bitter regret. He remembers offering a warm, genuine smile. If he had known that was the last time he would see his brother alive, he never would have let him leave. He remembers collapsing, surrounded by the news of his death, realizing he should have investigated instead of just picking up his sword. His hand clenches, the fabric twisting in his grip. But he let his rage consume him. The rumors that his other siblings were responsible were all it took for him to unsheathe his sword. A dark, chilling laugh escapes him as he remembers the slaughter. Ghostly figures screaming, begging for their lives as he cut them down. But now, sitting on the throne he won through bloodshed, he feels nothing but exhaustion. The man he once was has turned to dust. The Duke's voice cuts through his thoughts, listing off the secrets he holds. The murder, the church's dirty dealings, and even Dion Hart's illegal conscription into the war. With a smug smile, Illister lays his final card on the table. You already knew I was behind everything. We're pulled into another memory of Dion's frantic parents at a government office, his mother shouting about how they could take her son. They explain that their first son, Cruel, was supposed to go. It must have been an error. But the official is cold, telling them no correction was ever received. Dion's mother collapses in grief, crying out for her poor, weak baby. She's overwhelmed with regret, saying she was so scared he'd get sick she barely even held him. His father, desperate, begs to see the Emperor, but is told he's away. He screams in frustration, wondering how the Emperor could be gone every single time they came to the palace. He pleads with an aide to relay another message, handing him a formal request. But as soon as his back is turned, the aide, the very same man who works for Duke Illister, walks away with a cold expression. He hands the document to a subordinate with a simple order: burn this one too. Back in the present, the Duke confirms it all with a chilling smile. Yes, I forged the documents, so of course you wouldn't have known. He adds a little twist, at least not in the beginning. The Emperor sits in silence, the weight of the accusation hanging in the air. The Duke continues, saying that when the Emperor found out the truth after the war, he still stood by and watched while Dion Hart murdered his own family. Illuster leans in, wondering what Dion would do if he ever learned the truth about his conscription. He looks the Emperor dead in the eye. The Emperor finally speaks, his voice low and dangerous. Do you really wish to die? But the Duke just smirks. You can't kill me, Your Majesty. He knows that if the Emperor kills him without a proper reason, his reputation as a tyrant will only grow. The Emperor considers this. He knows the Duke isn't wrong. The Duke presses his advantage, adding that the authority of the royal family would hit rock bottom. I'm sure that's not what you want, he says, the silence stretching between them. Besides, Illister adds casually, you pretended not to know anything this entire time. So aren't you as good as my accomplice? The Emperor's eye twitches with rage. He rises, his voice cold as ice. All right, try and hold out for as long as you can. I look forward to executing you with my own two hands. But the Duke isn't scared. As he leaves, he thinks that the Emperor needs him alive to achieve his own goals. Illuster Starbe, the Emperor vows, I will not rest until I give you the most wretched death. But the Duke is already outside, thinking that the Emperor won't die until he kills the Duke first. And that, he thinks, is exactly why he came to see him today. He gives a sharp, knowing glance back at the tent. His plan was to drive a wedge between himself and the Emperor, while secretly gaining influence over the revolutionary army. We see the white dove symbol on a soldier's arm. Everything is going according to plan. Later, the Emperor rides alone through a dark, misty forest. Suddenly, his horse rears up, startled. The Emperor's eyes flash. He senses something. In a blur of motion, he reins his horse to a stop and yanks a knight clean off their horse. Ha, he says with a wry smile. I came out here to cool off, but it's annoying having you pests follow me. He slams the person against a tree, his sword at their throat. As the Emperor approaches, a familiar voice calls out from the ground. Have you come to see me? In a world ruled by tyrants, a rebellion is born from a simple dream. A young man, Daniel, the chief of the revolutionary army, calls out to his mother. She sits by the fire, knitting, and welcomes him home warmly. The scene is quiet, a small pocket of peace in a world on the brink of war. She reaches out and gently touches a cut on his face, her voice full of concern. Daniel reassures her it's just a minor injury, but he can't fool her. Everything he does is for her dream, a world where everyone is equal, without the boot of social hierarchy on their necks. He takes her hand. She tells him she won't ask what he does or where he goes. Because I trust you, she says. Her words fill him with a heavy sense of duty. This revolution began with one clear objective: to kill the Emperor. But despite the violent goal, his mother's one request is simple: do be careful. It was she who taught them to fight for a world that's fair for everyone. For Daniel, everything he does is for his mother. He thinks of her story, a noble woman who gave up everything to elope with a commoner. He remembers the stories of them, young and in love, running through fields of flowers. But that life was shattered when a cruel noble killed his father, leaving his mother to raise him alone. The stress and grief took their toll, and she became weak. He remembers the terrifying moment she collapsed, and he screamed her name, helpless. Through it all, his mother always spoke of her dream, A world without kings or nobles, where everyone could be an owner of the nation. As a boy, he collected all of those stories in his head. She would hold him close, hoping her son could see such a world one day. Watching her grow weaker, he made a vow that he would make the world his mother dreamed of come true. But as he rests his head on her lap, he confesses that he feels like a sinner. Because of his orders, many people have died, and now they are about to start a war that will threaten all life. His mother looks down at him calmly and asks if he wants to stop fighting. "No," he says, his voice thick with determination. For the sake of his fallen comrades and for her, he will see this through. He just asks her to wait for him. She smiles gently. "Of course, I trust you, my son, but you must come back safely." Then her hand closes around a small vial of poison hidden in her clothes. Her tone shifts, becoming chillingly serious. "If something were to happen to you, I will use this poison to follow you." Daniel's eyes fly open in shock. "Mother, you can't say such things!" Just then, the door bursts open. A soldier rushes in yelling, "Chief, there's an emergency!" Aiden took troops to bring down the Emperor. Daniel is floored. "What? The Emperor?" We cut back to the dark forest. A revolutionary soldier stands over the knight the Emperor disarmed and asks, "Have you come to see me?" The Emperor just gives a faint, chilling smile. "But it seems you aren't the only ones who have come." Out of the shadows, a whole squad of revolutionary soldiers appears, swords drawn. The Emperor calmly steps down from his horse. "Do you know how I took the throne?" he asks. It seems they don't know who they're dealing with. His hand flashes to his sword, pulling it from its sheath with blinding speed. He was one of the main leaders of the 8-Year War. Aiden's eyes widen in sheer panic. He realizes his mistake far too late. A spray of blood fills the air. The Emperor moves like a phantom, his blade cutting through flesh and bone effortlessly. Aiden can only stare in horror as one of his men is cut down. One of the other soldiers tries to calm the group, but it's a desperate lie. The Emperor casually wipes the blood from his gauntlet. "That's better," he says with a satisfied smirk. He continues, his voice dangerously calm. "The reason I don't keep hidden guards isn't because I'm arrogant. It's to protect me." Aiden screams, "What are you talking about? Don't listen to this bullshit." But as he lunges forward, the Emperor moves faster. A clean slice sends Aiden flying, a gash across his chest. The Emperor looks down at him, his golden eyes cold and hard. Have you heard the saying, "Beware of oblivion"? Another soldier screams and charges, "Die, Emperor!" The Emperor effortlessly blocks the strike. It's because those who are oblivious are bound to repeat their mistakes. He pushes the soldier back. "If you remember me when I had committed treason, if you remember me during the 8-Year War, or at the very least if you had investigated what I had done, then you wouldn't have dared to target me in such a poor manner." With each word, he lands another brutal blow. This is overwhelming strength. Aiden coughs up blood, his body broken. The way the Emperor wields his longsword with one hand is like an extension of his own body. His swordsmanship is wild, fierce, and full of terrifying spirit. The Emperor's eyes flash with killing intent. One of the revolutionaries grabs the Emperor's cape, thinking he's caught him. But it's a trap. The Emperor uses the cape as a diversion, twisting around and delivering a fatal slash. He looks down at the carnage with a smirk. "Why would I throw away the small tokens that signify I am the Emperor?" In the chaos, one last soldier, hidden in a cloak, prepares to strike. He trembles in fear, realizing the impossible odds. Standing over a field of bodies, the Emperor looks like a god of death. They had all forgotten the talent that was covered by his titles of Emperor and Tyrant. He walks forward, his voice dripping with contempt. "You all must think I'm a joke." He kicks the last standing soldier to the ground. "Are you the last one?" he asks. "I recognize your uniform." The soldier is paralyzed with fear. "But if I remember correctly, your chief isn't this stupid. Was this your own decision?" He raises his sword for the final blow. "If that's the case, I don't think I need to worry about the revolutionary armies any longer. Because the name that stood above them all, the man who possessed the fragment of the hero, was Eduardo Deserte." And with a final slash, it's over. The forest is silent again. The Emperor stands alone amidst the bodies of those who dared to challenge him. He notices a small cut on his hand, already bleeding. He wraps it, his mind already working. The Duke must have sent them, he thinks. He knew they didn't pose a threat. He realizes the Duke is using the revolutionaries to test him. He knows the Duke doesn't want him to die at their hands. He's trying to control their growing forces by making them clash with him. How dare he? A surge of pure rage courses through him. Try to use me? Back at the revolutionary base, a soldier reports the devastating losses. Daniel, the chief, can't believe it. What was he thinking? He dismisses the soldier, his head pounding. They had just finally replenished their troops. He clenches his fist. He knows Aiden could be impatient, but he was never this reckless. So why would he do something like this? The soldier points out that it's become much harder to track the Emperor's movements. How do you think Aiden figured out his itinerary? A horrifying thought dawns on Daniel. The only person with enough authority to access that kind of information would have to be someone very powerful. He sits at his desk, remembering something crucial. Before Aiden left, someone saw him speaking with Shylin. Shylin, the aide to Duke Iloster. Daniel's blood runs cold as the final piece clicks into place. He wonders, with dawning horror, did they plan for the Revolutionary Army and the Emperor to meet? A king's return is supposed to be triumphant, but for Emperor Eduardo, his grand palace walls only greet the man, not the monster he had to become to rule it. An aide rushes to meet him, his voice laced with concern. "Your Majesty, have you come back by yourself?" The aide, the Chancellor, spots the blood on the Emperor's armor. His face drains of color. "Wait, there is blood! Don't tell me you were ambushed!" Eduardo just closes his eyes with a tired smile. "If I were to die from it, I guess that would be my fate." The Chancellor is horrified. "Your Majesty, how could you say such a thing?" The Emperor laughs it off. It's a joke. But the Chancellor isn't laughing, begging his king not to joke about such things. "Chancellor, do you remember?" Eduardo asks, and we're pulled into a memory of a lavish banquet long before the bloodshed. He was just a boy sitting with his siblings. He remembers their dreams. One sister wanted to make the nation rich. Another wanted to build a powerful empire. A brother wanted to unite the entire continent. They had so many ambitions they could talk for days, while he, the youngest, just listened. But the innocence in his eyes from back then is long gone. Because he killed them, none of them will ever fulfill their dreams. He remembers standing over their bodies, telling himself, "I have the responsibility of fulfilling their wishes." He thinks of the long, dark path he's walked since then. He can't turn back. And thanks to that path, he has come to bear a heavy number of burdens. The Chancellor notices the Emperor's hand, still clutching the wound that never seems to heal. He realizes the Emperor is probably creating a fresh wound every time, a constant, physical reminder of his sins. The Chancellor tries to reason with him, but the Emperor cuts him off. "I do not deem my body to be of any value whatsoever," he says, his voice devoid of emotion. "So if I end up dying?" At that moment, the most powerful man in the Empire seemed so vulnerable. I hope you wouldn't waste our resources on recovering a hunk of meat." The Chancellor is speechless, but the Emperor turns away, a flicker of something new in his eyes. "Don't worry. I plan on burning as brightly as I can, and thanks to a certain someone, I don't even think of dying at the moment." And that certain someone is the newest addition to the Demon King's forces. The scene shifts violently to the Demon King's castle, where an explosion of power rocks the training hall. We see him, Trover, the new 9th Corps commander, a brawling, red-haired demon with a wild grin, roaring, "Earthquake!" as he slams his fist down. He claims magic is his specialty, but he just uses his own body, trained to the absolute extreme. His opponent, an agile demon with white hair and cat ears, easily dodges the attack. He grabs Trover's arm, using his momentum against him. He twists, preparing to throw the much larger demon. Trover just roars, "Shield!" Watching from the sidelines are some of the most powerful demons in the realm. Devilania, the 2nd Corps commander, yells out another spell name, "Brandish!" And sitting uncomfortably between them all is Daon. He's internally screaming, "Why the hell do I have to be right here right now?" He's completely bewildered. How did this happen? He remembers arriving at the castle. Trover immediately demanded a spar, and Dion managed to turn him down. But Trover wouldn't be deterred. He begged Dion to be the referee instead, and that's how he got trapped. While they fight, the 5th Corps commander, Oakley, cozies up to his opponent, Durnovan, asking him to dedicate his victory to her. Durnovan just responds with a flat, "Absolutely. This public display of affection is too much for Trover." He begs Dion, "Sir Arut, please let us start so I don't have to suffer any longer." Dion reluctantly agrees, but his mind is racing. What is he supposed to say? Try your best, don't get hurt? It all sounds so weak. He decides to go for something he thinks sounds suitably demonic. Then, just don't kill each other. A sudden dead silence falls over the entire hall. Everyone stares at him. Dion is completely confused. What is with this mood? He starts to panic. Did I say something wrong? I thought that would be perfect for these cruel demons. A voice calls out, Sirarut. Dion jumps. It's the 12th Corps Commander Myers, a quiet man who hasn't said a word until now. The other demons are in awe. His silence is so heavy. Myers looks at Dion, trying to speak. He seems to struggle, just mumbling, over and over. Suddenly, his vice commander, Dahar, jumps in front of him. Dahar will tell you instead. Myers is startled by his own aide's enthusiasm. He starts sweating, completely overwhelmed. Dahar bows respectfully. Allow me to relay the message. He launches into a wild interpretation of Dion's words. First of all, it was so cool when you said not to kill each other. You'll only let the battle continue until one of them is unable to fight or surrenders. And of course, you won't accept surrender. Dion can only think, wait, when did I say that? The other demons are captivated. No commander has ever been this cold-hearted. That's a root for you. Dahar finishes his speech with a simple, that's all. The demons give Dion a thumbs up. Dion is completely speechless, stunned by the ridiculousness of it all. From the stands, Jakar comments that things have become much more interesting. They note that Durnovan and Trover should be on the same level. Another commander mentions that the position was first offered to Dion's own aide, Ed. Dion is shocked. Ed? He can't believe his vice commander turned down such a great offer to stay with him. The next person offered the spot was Durnovan, and the third was Trover, who finally accepted. In the ring, Durnovan temporarily blinds Trover. Oakley muses that Durnovan must have rejected the offer because he couldn't bear to be apart from her. Just as quickly, the elf queen Ririnel appears next to Dion. Hey, Sirarut, she asks with childlike innocence. They say that you can create a baby when you love each other. Is that true? Dion freezes. Well, he starts, trying to process the question. He guesses she wants a child. Ririnel continues, her expression soft. I heard such children are referred to as blessings. The word hits Dion like a physical blow. He flinches. The chaos of the spar fades away. The word blessing echoes in his mind. A blessing? Ririnel looks at him, confused by his sudden silence. Sir Arut? If a child is considered a blessing, the world around Dion goes dark. His expression turns cold and empty. A memory flashes in his mind. A happy family portrait splattered with blood. Then I. His red eyes are hollow, completely detached, lost in a memory far darker than any demon could imagine, while the arena below explodes with power. Dion is a world away, trapped inside a silent, horrifying memory that has stolen the life from his eyes. The demons around him sense the shift. A terrifying, cold aura radiates from Dion as he stares into nothing, his face a chillingly blank mask. Noticing his dark expression, the elf queen Ririnel starts to speak, but the shadow demon, Hel, claps a hand over her mouth, warning her to be quiet. Ririnel begins to panic, wondering what she did wrong. Was the fight not entertaining enough? She scrambles for a way to break the dreadful silence and please the legendary commander. Leaning in cautiously, she tries again, offering a piece of trivia. She explains that Trover, the fighter below, used to be a powerful magic user. When Dion remains silent, she shrinks back, thinking she's failed. But then, Dion's voice cuts through the tension, low and flat. But why isn't he using it now? Ririnel's face instantly lights up. She excitably explains that it's because he's completely out of his own personal mana. She tells him that the mana a demon is born with is finite. Once you use it up, it can't be recovered. Trover was skilled, but he had a problem. His reckless personality, always chasing the next thrill, led him to burn through every last drop of the magic he was born with. Dion asks the obvious question, does that mean Trover can never use magic again? Ririnel leans in with a conspiratorial smile, saying there is one last desperate option. She explains that every demon can tap into the power of the demon king that flows through their veins, the very essence that makes up their bodies. It's the purest and strongest mana in existence, a direct connection to their creator. Dion understands immediately. Using that power is the same as burning your own life force. And Trover was doing it just for fun? He had to be a complete lunatic. Down in the arena, the fight rages on. Durnovan, the wolf-like demon, lands a sharp kick, but the brutish Trover barely budges. Trover roars in frustration, calling Durnovan a slippery bastard for dodging his best hits. Durnovan, breathing heavily, looks exhausted. He asks if Trover is finally ready to stop. "You think?" Trover yells, grinning as he winds up for one final massive attack. He calls it his lethal move. Combining all his remaining power, he slams his fist into the ground, unleashing a chaotic shockwave. Durnovan can only sigh at the sheer brute force simplicity of the attack. A huge cloud of dust and debris erupts, and Dion instinctively shields his face from the blast. But as the dust begins to clear, he sees a massive chunk of rock hurtling straight for him. There's no time to dodge. In a flash, a second explosion of force erupts right in front of his face. Dion opens his eyes, completely unharmed. Standing before him is his loyal aide, Ed, who took the full impact of the blow without flinching. "Ed?" Dion breathes out, stunned. Ed turns, his expression full of concern for his commander. "Are you all right?" he asks. Dion is floored. Ed had swatted away that giant boulder like it was a fly. "I'm fine," Dion starts to say, but his weak body betrays him, and he's suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit. "Sir Arut!" Ed shouts, rushing to his side. Dion curses inwardly as his fragile human body acts up at the worst possible time. He glances down at the silent arena, and his heart sinks. They'd stopped fighting because of him. He can read the panic on Trover's face, certain he's about to be executed for accidentally attacking the Zero Corps commander. Ed kneels before him, his voice laced with shame. "Apologies, Sir Arut," he says, bowing his head. The formal apology catches Dion completely off guard. The other demons immediately form a protective wall around Dion. Ed glares daggers at the two fighters below, furious that their reckless spar had endangered his commander. Trover looks like he's about to pass out from fear. Dion places a reassuring hand on Ed's shoulder. "Ed, I'm fine," he says gently. "Don't get involved." He stands, desperate to escape the suffocating attention. "I think I'll go rest now," he announces. "We'll call this a draw and continue another day." All he wants is to be left alone in peace, wishing they'd just fight when he wasn't around. But of course, the demons hear his words and twist them into a terrifying promise. To them, a draw means he's personally vowing to settle the score later until one of them is dead. Just then, the demon doctor, Ben, rushes in. "Sir Arut, there was a reaction from your necklace." Ed isn't surprised. The Demon King is summoning him. Ben shivers, thinking Arut is more vicious than any demon he's ever met. Dion is brought before the Demon King, who's lounging casually on his throne. "Arut," he says, "I think it's time you paid a visit to the Empire." Dion touches the necklace. "So this is why the king put a tracking seal on him." He asks if something has happened. "Yes," the king says, his voice deceptively light. He gestures to a map spread before him. "Take a look at this." "I guess the Empire isn't just for show." Dion stares at the map, and his blood runs cold. A huge portion, marked in red, shows the human empire's conquered lands. They've already taken half the continent. The Demon King points to a tiny sliver of land. The kingdom they're currently invading is called Esperanas. It's the smallest on the map. It's only a matter of time before it falls. The name rings a bell. Esperanas. Dion's mind races, and then it hits him. Last time, remember. His memory flashes back to a tense confrontation with his mysterious butler. He had demanded to know who Remember truly was. He'd asked what Remember did before arriving at his estate, knowing he was far more than a simple servant. The man was too strong, too observant, too suspicious. And Remember had answered calmly, "I came from Esperanas. Is that what you wanted to know?" "Esperanas," Dion stammers now, his mind reeling from the connection. He recalls his frustration back then, wanting to know the man's identity, not just his homeland. In the end, he had learned absolutely nothing about who his butler really was. Back in the throne room, he looks at the Demon King. The Empire is at war with Remember's motherland? The king confirms it, adding that the Empire's ambition won't stop at the human kingdoms. Eventually, they will come for the demon realm. "There's no reason for me to simply watch any longer," he declares. A sinister smile spreads across the Demon King's face. "I will start participating in this game." He clenches his fist, and a wave of dark purple energy washes over the map, a declaration of intent. I will turn the tables against the Empire. And I will change the name of this game from a petty human squabble to a war for the very survival of our two races. The magic pools at Dion's feet like a dark, inescapable promise. Dion's eyes widen in terror. The real war, the one he's been dreading, is finally about to begin, and his first panicked thought is of his own role in it. "Then I will!" The Demon King cuts him off, telling him to leave immediately. He says by the time Dion reaches the human realm, it should be morning, and he casually pulls out a familiar pocket watch. "Oh, this?" the king says, noticing Dion's gaze. "Thanks. It's really useful." He remarks how hard it is to tell time in the demon realm. Dion feels a strange pang of guilt, realizing the king genuinely likes the gift he'd given him on a whim. Elsewhere, Hel complains that Arut gave Ririnel cookies, but gave him nothing. As Dion turns to leave, the Demon King calls out to him one last time. "Arut, you don't have to bring me a gift this time, but if you must." A chill runs down Dion's spine at the king's tone. "Bring me back something useful, something like information." The Demon King watches him go, the twin moons of the demonic realm casting an eerie purple glow over the castle. He takes a slow sip of wine, thinking to himself that he doesn't want to send Dion away. But this is a game between him and the Emperor, a war to decide who gets to claim the ultimate prize, Dion Hart. The only rule, he thinks, as he stamps out an image of a blood-soaked Dion, is that if you try to hog him or kill him, you're a coward and a loser. He chuckles darkly to himself. And I'd hate for such a fun game to end so quickly. As Ed helps him prepare to leave, Dion is lost in thought. The Demon King is a powerful but incredibly dangerous tool to have on his side. He is a card that Dion knows he must play very, very carefully. Back in the throne room, the Demon King holds the communication device he gave Dion. A wicked smile plays on his lips. This is about to get exhausting. Ed gently places a travel cloak over Dion's shoulders. A war, Dion thinks. He knows a time will come when he'll have to actually fight. He wonders if he'll have to go back to stuffing cloth in his mouth just to hide his weakness. His mind flashes back to a memory from the last war. A young boy had found him collapsed and bleeding. "You must be ill," the boy had said, kindly holding out a cloth. Dion, weak but still defiant, had snarled at him. "Get lost, I'll kill you." But the boy wasn't afraid. He simply told Dion that on the battlefield, the ones who look weak are always the first to be killed. "You better hide the fact that you are ill," the boy had advised, his words echoing in Dion's memory. Ed's voice snaps him back to the present. "Sir Arut, are you all right?" Dion stumbles, clutching his head as the memory fades. "It's nothing," he lies, but his eyes are distant. He still has no idea who that kid was. He thinks that while he no longer has to hide his condition from the demons, that boy's advice was what kept him alive back then. Ed suggests a checkup, but Dion waves him off, blaming it on stress. On his travel bag, a strange, carnivorous-looking flower sits unnoticed. A small, faint light glints from a device attached to the plant. "Then I'll be back," Dion says, turning and heading for the portal. He rides out alone, crossing the desolate, purple-hued landscape of the demon realm. His bag, carrying the strange plant, bumps gently against his side. The flower glows faintly, pulsing with a soft light. In his mind, he hears Ririnel's cheerful voice instructing a new demon maid. "Make sure to look after Sir Arut for me." Unseen by Dion, the new maid, Gweg, gives a big thumbs up as he rides off, a small, strange gesture of protection as he heads straight into a world about to be torn apart by war. Back in the human realm, the Hart Estate is a picture of peace, a world away from the purple-tinged chaos Dion just escaped. His loyal butler, remember, greets him with a cup of tea, his voice a calm anchor in Dion's turbulent life. "I'm glad you have returned safely," he says. Dion thanks him for looking after the estate. Remember replies that it was merely his duty, but then his gaze falls on the briefcase Dion is clutching. He asks why Dion isn't letting the servants handle the case. "Ah, this," Dion says, forcing a casual tone. "There's something important inside, so I'll take care of it." But as he sips his tea, the bitter truth hits him. There's no way he could ever let the servants see what's inside. His mind flashes back to the journey, to the monstrous carnivorous plant, Gweg. Peeking out of his bag, he internally screams, wondering how that stupid plant even got in there. The sheer panic sends him into a violent coughing fit, blood splattering into his teacup. He has to hide this. No one can find out. Remember rushes to his side, his face a mask of concern. "My lord, are you all right?" he asks, offering a fresh cup. Dion manages a strained thank you, silently begging the plant in his bag to just stay still. Desperate for a distraction, Dion compliments the tea's aroma. Remember explains that it's the dosa tea leaves Dion brought back from his travels. Then he adds that Dion's childhood friend Dan has also been trading in Deusa leaves, and that his new merchant group is doing surprisingly well. Dan started a merchant group? Dion thinks, surprised. Then he recalls loaning his friend a significant amount of money just before he left for the demon realm. He remembers Dan, nervous but determined, asking for a chance to try his hand at investing, and how he generously agreed. Remember explains it's called the Den Merchantry, and its growth has been explosive. Den Merchantry? Dion repeats, the name sounding vaguely familiar. Suddenly, another memory clicks into place, a group of surprisingly tenacious merchants he'd seen at Tehan, the border town to the demon realm. He realizes with a jolt, that tenacious merchantry was Dan's? He is quite resourceful, isn't he? Remember says with a hint of pride, suggesting Dion should visit sometime. Dion agrees, amused by how fond Remember seems to be of his friend. But as he sips his tea, the dark reality of his situation comes crashing back down. With a war about to erupt between the Empire and the demons, would he even have time for a social visit? Then he remembers the other urgent news. "Remember, are you okay?" he blurts out. When his butler looks confused, he quickly clarifies, "Not about that. Your motherland is being attacked by the Empire right now." Remember calmly sets his teacup down. "Ah," he says, his voice steady, "you're referring to Esperanas. I heard the news as well," he continues. Dion watches him, concerned, expecting some sign of distress over his home being invaded. But Remember just says, "That's all right," leaving Dion utterly bewildered. Remember reminds him of what he'd said before. Esperanas may be a small kingdom, but it's known as a natural fortress, protected on all sides by treacherous mountains. For the Empire to conquer it, the cost would far outweigh the reward. He confidently predicts that the Emperor will soon turn his army around, because Esperanas is not an easy target. He takes a slow, deliberate sip of his tea, completely unbothered. Dion is amazed by his butler's unshakable faith. He makes a mental note to find out more about this mysterious nation. Just then, a purple crystal on the table begins to glow and beep. It's the communication crystal from the Emperor. He scrambles to answer, fumbling through the formal greeting. "Glory to the Empire." The Emperor's voice cuts him off abruptly. "Forget the greeting. I heard you were back and wanted your report." Dion quickly explains that the Demon King is finally making his move, officially entering the war. The Emperor listens, his expression grim. "In order to face the demonic realm, all of humanity must unite," he states. "I suppose I should wrap up the conquest then." The tables have turned. This is now a psychological battle against the Demon King, a war of pride, and the Emperor has no intention of backing down. "Is there anything else to report?" the Emperor asks. Dion hesitates, wondering what kind of information he's fishing for. The Emperor smiles, a smug, knowing look on his face. "Tell me. I'm sure you wouldn't keep useless information to yourself." Dion realizes the Emperor won't reveal his own cards unless prompted. Dion decides to offer a piece of intel. The problem isn't monsters, it's the border. He reveals that a new crossing into the demon realm has been discovered in Tehan. The Emperor is pleased. Tehan, the southern nation. "That is precious information. Thank you for your hard work." "Then," the Emperor adds casually, "I suppose I'll see you at the hunting competition in 1 week." Dion is stunned. "Pardon? Why would you host a hunting competition at a time like this?" The Emperor simply says an invitation was already sent and tells him to wear the garment he included as a gift. Dion's eyes drift to a pile of gifts, where a new, unopened invitation now sits. Meanwhile, in another part of the Empire, Dion's brother, Cruel Heart, stares at a report on his desk. He sighs in frustration. Why hasn't the order come? He must have heard that Dion is back. He looks out the window, thinking that the Duke would have already sent assassins after his brother by now. "Sir Cruel!" A voice calls his name. He turns to see the reflection of Duke Illuster in the window pane. "Hello, Your Highness," the Duke says with a sly smile. "You've already heard of Dion Hart's return, I presume. There's something you must do for me this time, Sir Cruel." The Duke gives his order, his voice low and precise. The time of execution is in 1 week, at the hunting competition. 1 week later, the day of the competition arrives. Dion and Remember walk down a busy street. Remember asks, "So, the place you wanted to stop by was Dan's merchantry?" Dion is beet red, fidgeting with the ridiculously flashy outfit the Emperor sent him. He mutters, "Isn't this outfit a little much for a place like this?" "It can't be helped," Remember replies smoothly. "His Majesty sent it especially for you. It suits you well, my lord." Dion is pretty sure the old man is making fun of him. "Besides," Remember adds, pushing open the door, "Dan will be happy to see you." Dion steps into a massive, bustling hall teeming with people. There are so many people, he thinks, completely overwhelmed. The place is packed with merchants loudly haggling over prices. He looks around at the huge crest on the wall, wondering how he's supposed to find Dan in all this chaos. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the noise. "Master?" Dion spots Dan on a balcony above, expertly handling a crisis with his staff. "Found him," Dion thinks, watching his friend. Dan is calmly giving orders, redirecting his people around a collapsed bridge. Dion is genuinely surprised. He actually looks like a proper merchant owner. Then Dan spots him in the crowd below. He rushes down the stairs, his face alight with pure joy. "My lord, have you come to see me?" Dion is taken aback by his friend's unrestrained excitement. Dion awkwardly compliments him on the merchantry's success. Dan beams. "It's all thanks to you. As soon as I mentioned I serve the honorary Count Hart, most of my problems just disappeared." Dion's eye twitches. "You used my name?" Dan notices his formal clothes and asks where he's headed. Dion explains he's on his way to the hunting competition. "The hunting competition?" Dan says, an idea sparking in his eyes. "I heard you could bring an aide, so please take me with you," he begs. Dion's response is instant and firm. "No." Dan is stunned by the blunt rejection. "Why not? I've been training with a sword. I'm quite competent." "I won't drag you down." Dion turns away, flustered. That's not the problem. He clutches his bag tightly, thinking, "If you come along, I won't be able to get rid of this stupid plant." He remembers all his failed attempts to destroy Gweg, stabbing it, burning it, dropping it, poisoning it. Nothing worked. It was indestructible. The hunting competition could be my last chance to finally get rid of this thing, he thinks desperately. I can't have anyone tagging along. But then Remember steps in, placing a hand on Dan's shoulder. "Why don't you trust Dan this time? From what I've seen, he's trained extremely hard for you." Dion grabs his head in frustration. No, it's not a matter of trust or distrust. He just wants to be alone. Trapped between Remember's logic and Dan's pleading eyes, he finally slumps in defeat and gives in. A short while later, they arrive at the competition grounds. Dan is still thanking him profusely for letting him come, but Dion is already lost in a spiral of anxiety. "I'm done for. Why am I so weak?" He slumps in the carriage, his mind racing. How am I supposed to get rid of this thing now? If I leave it in the bag, it's just going to chase me, isn't it? Dan just looks on, completely oblivious to his friend's internal crisis, his own expression serious and ready for the hunt ahead. Dion stands before his carriage, caught in a storm of his own making. He's been dragged into a deadly hunting competition, but all he can think about is surviving the next few hours. He sighs, deciding he'll figure out a plan for everything else once this mess is over. Of course, his most immediate problem is the tiny, carnivorous one hiding in his bag. He glances down at the satchel carrying Gweg, the demon plant that could blow his cover at any second. Even without the plant, this whole competition is a massive headache. He knows it's a political stage, and he has a sinking feeling the finale involves him getting killed. Suddenly, the quiet tension is broken by a collective gasp from the onlookers. His butler, Remember, and his friend Dan both stand frozen, staring at the source of the commotion. It's Dan. With a dramatic flourish, he's offered his hand to help Dion into the carriage as if he were a noble lady. Dion's followers are horrified, seeing the gesture as a grave insult. Dion's eyes widen in sheer panic. He's not angry, just mortified. He's supposed to be a fearsome commander, and his best friend is treating him like a princess in front of everyone. In a flash of pure social awkwardness, he reflexively smacks Dan's hand away. Dan looks up, genuinely confused. "Master? What's the problem? He asks, completely unaware of the social blunder he just made. Dion stands frozen, his face hidden by his hood. Looking at the shocked faces of his knights, Dion screams internally. There are a lot of problems, and his followers are interpreting this entire exchange in the worst way possible. One of his knights is fuming. To offer a hand to a man like that is a blatant insult, an act of disrespect. He assumes Dan must know Dion's hand is weakened by a curse, making the gesture a cruel mockery. Another knight looks on, his face grim. He believes Dan has not only ridiculed their lord, but also made a mockery of a hero's honor. It's an unforgivable offense. He mutters Dion's name, certain that even someone as gracious as their lord wouldn't let this slide. He fully expects a severe punishment. But then Dion, with a slight, almost imperceptible smirk, just says, "You're quick to catch on." The knight is completely thrown. He was expecting fury, not this. Dion pats Dan on the shoulder, quickly improvising. "I wasn't feeling well today, so thanks," he says, trying to get his friend to stop before his knights riot. "But you don't have to do this again." His knights are floored. One squeals with admiration. He forgave him. The older knight next to him nods sagely. "Well, I suppose that's our captain for you." They are in awe of what they see as incredible mercy. Onlookers whisper among themselves, amazed that Dion forgave such an insult. They conclude that the ruthless rumors about him can't possibly be true. As Dion finally moves toward the carriage, one of his most loyal knights, Dame Leanne, watches with pure admiration, thinking how amazing her lord is. A smug grin spreads across her face as she looks at the others, as if to say, "Did you see that? The grace of our lord." In her mind, she cheers, completely convinced that Dion's calm response was a deliberate display of profound leadership. Meanwhile, Dion is trembling under his hood. That was way too close, he thinks, his heart pounding. He hadn't realized how strange Dan's casual behavior would seem after his time in the demon realm. He decides to let it go. Arguing would only make things weirder, and he figures, Remember will give Dan a stern lecture on etiquette later. Behind them, Remember watches with an unreadable expression. He understands the situation perfectly and knows he'll have to handle it. As Dion approaches, Dame Leanne and the other knights rush to greet him. "My lord," Leanne says with concern. "It must have been quite a journey. Are you feeling all right?" Dion just gives a simple greeting, trying to keep a low profile. One of the knights notices the bag Dion is clutching. "Captain, what's with the bag? Want me to carry it?" But before he can reach for it, Dion recoils, shouting, "I'm fine. Don't touch it." He hugs the bag to his chest like a child, practically screaming, "It's mine." His knights just stare, completely bewildered by his frantic, childish reaction. After a moment, Dion sits down and asks where the other nobles are. A smooth voice answers from behind. "Ah, that's because I summoned you a bit earlier." A blond man in fine armor approaches. "It's the Crown Prince." He greets Dion with a calculating smile, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Long time no see, Count," he says, his tone friendly but his eyes sharp. "You did hear we were hunting monsters, right?" Dion nods carefully. "Yes, I heard it was to eliminate the monsters," he replies, catching himself before he says demonic monsters and reveals too much. The prince smirks. He explains that hunting monsters is just the official reason. The real purpose is to show the world the Empire is so powerful, it can host a lavish festival even during a war. Dion silently curses all politicians. The prince continues, saying that a group has to go in first to clear the hunting grounds of excess monsters, and he wants to entrust that task to Dion and his lofty knights. A cold dread creeps up Dion's spine. This is a setup. "Of course, I won't force you," the prince adds. "If you refuse, I'll handle it with the royal knights." He's giving Dion the illusion of choice, testing him. Internally, they're both thinking the same thing. It's not that I don't want to. The prince mentions the royal knights are short-staffed after cleaning up a mess last night, a subtle jab at a failed assassination. Dion's knights feel the tension. Dame Leanne grits her teeth knowing the prince is trying to corner their lord. Dion, meanwhile, feels a headache coming on. Playing along, Dion gives a slight bow. "I thank you for your gracious offer," he says, feigning cooperation. In his head, he's thinking he has no idea if the prince can actually handle his rabid dogs. He finishes his thought with a cynical smirk. "But that's not my concern. I'm going to rest before the competition." He's trying to wash his hands of the whole affair, but the prince isn't letting him go. Wait, what are you talking about? He asks, his smile widening. Obviously, you have to lead them. The prince points a finger at Dion, his eyes glinting with amusement. Dion's calm shatters. What? He chokes out. He's been perfectly outmaneuvered. As soon as the hunt begins, a monstrous roar echoes through the forest. The disciplined royal knights form a defensive line, shouting orders. But the lofty knights are another story. With wild screams, they charge headfirst into the fray, a chaotic whirlwind of steel and battle cries. They fight with a terrifying, bloodthirsty glee, each one shouting to claim their kill. It's a complete, strategy-free massacre. The prince's voice echoes in Dion's mind. So clearly, you would have to control them yourself, right? The memory is a taunt. He's responsible for this beautiful disaster. A royal knight watches in horror, muttering, "What a barbaric way to fight." He's shaken by their sheer ferocity. Another knight looks at Dion, who is just sitting on his horse watching the chaos. He bitterly thinks that the knights are just like their cringeworthy leader. Dion, however, is lost in his own world. He sighs. This isn't the first time he's been misunderstood, and he's used to it by now. But a manic grin spreads across his face. He doesn't care, because he has a plan. A brilliant, simple plan. I will go home soon, he thinks with pure excitement. He calls it Operation Getting Injured and Going Home. His eyes glaze over with the sheer genius of his escape plan, which his knights misinterpret as excitement for the battle. Suddenly, a knight yells, "Watch out, my lord!" A shadowy monster lunges directly at Dion. This is the perfect opportunity. Dion sits perfectly still, an eager look in his eyes. Yes, come to me, he thinks. This is his ticket home. But just as the monster is about to strike, a blue blur flashes in front of him. It's Dame Leanne. She intercepts the monster with her sword drawn, her eyes wide with determination. With a furious cry, Leanne unleashes a powerful slash of energy. "Dare you!" she screams. "You will not," the Claude, "lay a finger on my lord." The blast of energy completely obliterates the monster, saving Dion from his glorious, much-needed injury. The battlefield falls silent. Leanne stands protectively in front of Dion, her sword still ready. Her intervention was flawless, and for Dion, utterly devastating. Dion looks down at her, a single tear of frustration in his eye. He forces a smile and says through gritted teeth, "Dame Leanne, you are so good at protecting me, even giving a small thumbs up." Leanne beams with pride, completely missing his sarcasm. "It's nothing, my lord," she says, puffing out her chest happily. Dion screams internally, "I wasn't complimenting you." His perfect plan was ruined by his hyper-competent subordinate. Leanne continues, smiling brightly, "I will ensure that you do not have to participate, and protect you to the best of my ability." Dion thinks, "I don't need your protection this time." His dream is falling apart. "No, it was almost done," he wails in his head. "If this keeps up, he'll actually have to fight." "I don't want to." A new, desperate idea sparks. He gives his horse a sharp kick, making it rear up wildly as the strap on his satchel conveniently snaps. Dion falls dramatically, landing with a thud and clutching his chest. "What's the matter with you?" he thinks, really hamming it up for the audience. He looks up with a mask of feigned pain and says, "Apologies." Dan rushes to his side, worried. Dion explains his accident, saying, "I touched the horse by mistake because my foot got caught. Are you injured?" He's trying to make it look like the horse's fault. But Dan isn't buying it. He stares at Dion, his thoughts sharp and clear. "You are apologizing, with such an expression on your face?" Dan's gaze is intense, his face shaded with suspicion. He sees right through the terrible acting. Feeling the heat from Dan's stare, Dion quickly gets up. "It's fine, just be careful next time," he says, trying to brush it off. He walks over to his fallen bag, patting it and wondering why Gweg is so quiet. Did it die? Hopefully. Of course not. The demon plant pops its head out, very much alive. Obviously, you wouldn't have died from a little fall, Dion thinks, his hope crushed. He frantically shoves Gweg back into the bag, hissing, "Get back inside and don't come out!" Just as he's wrestling with the plant, a voice calls out, "My lord!" He turns, about to dismiss him, but he freezes. The look on Dan's face stops him cold. The usual warmth in his friend's eyes is gone. He stands there, his face cast in shadow, radiating a seriousness Dion has never seen before. Dan looks directly at him, his voice low and heavy. "My lord," he begins, "why don't you ever get angry?" The question hangs in the air, cutting deeper than any sword. Dion looks up from the ground, completely blindsided. "What did you say?" he asks. The air is thick with a tension that has nothing to do with the monsters around them. Dan continues, his voice steady. He points out that he's made so many mistakes today, yet Dion hasn't gotten angry even once. Dion just stares, his mind racing. We see into Dan's thoughts. He chose to follow Dion Hart because he believed he was the disaster, a figure of immense, terrifying power. He expected a man filled with the rage befitting that legend, but all he's seen is kindness. A dangerous question forms in his mind. What if Dion Hart isn't the disaster at all? A flicker of understanding crosses Dion's face. It seems Dan wants him to get angry, to prove he's the legend. Dion starts to speak. "You." But before he can finish, a roar rips through the forest. A new wave of monsters charges toward them, and the knights shout for everyone to focus. Dion seizes the chance. He leaps onto his horse, yelling back at Dan, "We'll talk after the hunt." This is his escape, his path back to the master plan, getting home. Dan watches him ride off, his expression dark and conflicted. He's left wondering, are you really the disaster? And a more chilling thought follows. Or am I? Dion gallops into the fray, dead set on his goal. I will get injured this time no matter what, he thinks, and head home. He spots the perfect candidate, a brutish monster with massive horns. All right, that bastard will do. He thinks it's not too big, so he should get away with just a minor injury. But just as he braces for impact, he senses movement. How dare you? A familiar voice cries out as Dame Leanne once again swoops in, cutting down the monster before it can even touch him. She lands in a spray of blood, looking back with fierce loyalty. Dion is internally screaming, "You again? This won't do," Dion shouts, wheeling his horse around. "Let's find a different bastard." He's getting desperate. He finds another monster, a hulking brute with glowing red eyes. This is it, his next ticket home. But before he can make a move, two of his own knights take it down, immediately starting to argue over who got the kill. They stare each other down, completely oblivious to their captain's growing frustration. They finally notice Dion watching them, his face a mask of cold fury. "Whoa, you're making such a scary face," one of them stammers, finally realizing they messed up. Dion is at his wit's end. Why are these guys working so hard? He fumes internally. His plan is in shambles because his knights are too good at their jobs. He scans the battlefield, but his knights are clearing the monsters out too fast. He spots one lone creature left. His eyes lock onto it. That's it, he thinks, his resolve hardening. He reaches for a small, simple dagger. He's going to do this himself. "Mine," he declares, lunging forward with everything he has. This is his final chance. His knights see this and panic. He's in such a prepared stance. "It can't be," one cries. "I hope he's not planning on using that skill." Another knight is having a meltdown. No, why would he use such a stupid skill on a simple monster hunt? Why is he so serious about this? But Dion is in his own world, charging forward with a single goal, roaring in his head, "I'm going to go home." His eyes gleam with manic determination, focused entirely on the prize. A minor, debilitating injury. Just as he's about to make his move, his knights scream in terror. They dogpile him, tackling him to the ground in a massive heap, creating a huge cloud of dust. The dust settles to reveal Dion, buried under a pile of his own loyal, idiotic knights, all of them crying out, "Captain, are you hurt?" One of the knights' limb grabs Dion, shaking him. "You tried to pull a dangerous stunt, Captain. Weren't you going to use that skill just now?" Dion is completely confused. That skill? Lim explains their belief, a forbidden technique that grants the user ultimate power for a short time, but it comes at a terrible price, viciously damaging the user's body. It's a last resort, self-destructive move. He says they've only survived past battles thanks to their captain's sacrifices. Why would he even think of using it now? Lim tearfully begs Dion to take care of his body. Dion, being manhandled, is furious. "Let go of me, you idiots," he shouts. "I just wanted a light injury so I could go home." He's being suffocated. One knight suggests they head back, since the hunt is over. "What? Already?" Dion screams in desperation. "No way! Bring out more monsters!" Dan watches, bewildered. He still wants more blood after all that, he thinks. He's so scary. The misunderstanding has reached a whole new level. His knights try to calm him, promising he can kill as many monsters as he wants during the main competition. They think how lucky they are to have such a powerful warrior on their side. Lim glances back at Dan, who's been watching everything with a quiet, intense focus. His suspicion grows as he takes in the dark, unreadable expression on the young man's face. The group finally heads back to their tent, the pre-hunt subjugation officially and frustratingly over. Dion lies in bed, exhausted, with Gweg resting on his stomach. He dreads the actual competition. Do I really have to participate, he wonders, knowing the Emperor will be there? He remembers the Emperor's cryptic instruction to wear a specific garment. He knows the Emperor wants to talk, and he has a sinking feeling it's about the war. The war. A memory hits him, a desolate battlefield, the scent of blood and loss. The trauma of the 8-year war is still fresh. He clenches his fist. I hate it, he thinks. I don't even want to be a part of it. Especially not this one. A war against the demonic realm, the very place where he's supposed to be a commander. Gweg nudges him, making a small noise, and he sighs, brought back to the present. Suddenly, Lim bursts into the tent without warning. My lord, may I come in? Dion, startled, tries to shoo Gweg away as the concerned knight enters. Lim stares as Dion is caught in a bizarre stretching pose, trying to hide that he was just talking to a plant. What are you doing, my lord? He asks. Dion quickly straightens up. I was just warming up, he says with forced calm. You got a problem with that? Lim completely buys it, relieved that his captain is just excited for the competition. He gets to the point, asking Dion to take another aide for the competition. Anyone but Dan. Why should I do that? Dion asks, annoyed. Lim's expression turns serious. I feel uneasy leaving you alone with that bastard, he admits, explaining that he saw Dan's face during the hunt. He says the look he saw was something dangerous, irritation, suspicion, or maybe even burning rage. Dion just gives a slight, dismissive smile. Is that so? I see. Lim takes this as understanding, relieved. But Dion just looks past him. Dame Leanne, he says calmly, take this man away. Before Lim can react, Leanne appears and grabs his ear with an iron grip. She starts dragging him out. Ow, Captain! When did you get there? He yelps. Wait, I'm being serious right now. As he's hauled away, he pleads. It's because you didn't see his face, my lord. Please, just take another aid. Dion just massages his temples. Leanne then chimes in, agreeing with Lim that Dion should take another aid. Lim is ecstatic. Leanne, you traitor! I knew you'd agree. And just like that, they're both volunteering in unison. I will accompany you. They immediately start bickering over whose turn it is to protect their lord. Dion has had enough. He slings his bag over his shoulder and declares, Yeah, I'm not taking either one of you. They both freeze, mouths agape. Lim starts protesting again. Captain! I swear there is something suspicious about him. But Dion just walks past. I don't care. No, it's my decision. Lim yells after him. Are you a child, my lord? Why are you being so stubborn? Dion thinks to himself. Dan is suspicious? Well, he was. He remembers Dan's intense question, why don't you ever get angry? He agrees with his knights on one thing. He's definitely suspicious. Dion looks ahead with a determined glint in his eye. But if it's just him, he reasons, I'm sure even I could handle him, right? He walks away, leaving his bickering knights behind. He hasn't come this far on luck alone. But as he approaches the main gathering, another group stands in his way. A nobleman in extravagant clothes watches them with disdain. How dare they treat a real count and an honorary count with the same courtesy, he scoffs. The world must be coming to an end. The man steps forward, blocking their path. What did you just say? Lim asks, his hand on his sword. But Dion's expression has changed. The anxiety is gone, replaced by a cold, quiet anger as he thinks, who the hell is he? Just when Dion thought things couldn't get more complicated, a pompous nobleman steps forward, declaring that treating a real count and an honorary one the same means the world is ending. The other nobles just whisper, wondering who this fool is. His knights are furious, but Dion steps forward, his voice dangerously calm. And who might you be? The cold glare from under his hood is a threat in itself. The man has no idea he just insulted the Emperor's favorite weapon. The nobleman puffs out his chest, thrilled to be the center of attention. Good thing you asked, he booms. I am the true patriarch of the Hart family. The true Count Hart, he declares, striking a ridiculous pose. He's so proud of a title that Dion sees as nothing but a curse. Dion is genuinely shocked. Count Hart, he repeats. Beside him, his knight Lim looks like he's about to explode. The nobleman points an accusing finger. I'm not a fake like you. The onlookers gossip, remembering that the main Hart family was thought to have been wiped out. They figure this man must be from a distant, collateral branch of the family. Lim grits his teeth, ready to defend his lord's honor. How dare he? He seethes. But Dion puts a hand out to stop him. He remembers that his brother, Cruel, had rejected the title. A small, chilling chuckle escapes Dion's lips. So, that's it. Since Cruel refused the title, some random relative crawled out of the woodwork to claim it. Dion walks right up to the man, his shadow falling over him. "Congratulations," he says, his voice flat and empty. He leans in close, his red eyes boring into the nobleman's. "I hope you do your best," he whispers, a threat veiled as encouragement. It won't be long before the Hart family completely disappears from history. A slow, terrifying smile spreads across Dion's face, the scars around his eyes making it look even more menacing. "I'm so happy I'm getting chills," he says, "to see my family perish." The words hang in the air like a death sentence. The so-called Count Hart can only stare back in fear and rage, stammering, "Just you wait." Dion turns away, his face a mask of contempt. He thinks it would have been better for the family to be destroyed completely than to have an idiot like that in charge. A loud voice suddenly cuts through the tension. The main event is about to begin. The Crown Prince stands before the assembled nobles. The hunting competition is finally starting. He welcomes everyone with a charming smile, announcing that the hunt is about to begin. "I do hope everyone enjoys their time without any accidents," he says, though his smile suggests he knows there will be plenty. "You may start when you are ready. It's a tradition for lovers and friends to give tokens of luck." A young lady shyly offers a ribbon to a knight, who blushes furiously. He accepts it, promising to return victorious. A sweet, romantic moment. Dion watches this, then turns to his knights with a deadpan look. "Not that I expected anything," he says sarcastically, "but aren't you guys going to give me your handkerchiefs?" Lim just looks confused. Then it hits them. "Did you want one?" one of them shouts. "I'll get a handkerchief for you right away." Dame Leanne just rolls her eyes. Elsewhere, a little girl gives a handkerchief to her older brother, telling him not to get hurt. Watching them, Leanne grows quiet, a flicker of memory in her eyes. "I'm reminded of my past," she says softly. She tells Dion that 8 years ago, she also gave her brother a handkerchief before he left for the war. "My parents prohibited me from volunteering," she explains, her gaze distant. "She was stronger with a sword, but it was her sickly younger brother who was sent to fight. The anxiety of watching him go was unbearable. She vowed she would never again watch a sick sibling go off to war. So she became a knight, a position her parents couldn't object to. It was her way of taking control." Dion is visibly moved. He touches the reins of his horse, his voice soft. "That is very commendable." He adds that her story is similar to one he knows. A warm, hazy memory surfaces of his own family, young and happy together. But the memory sours, replaced by an image of himself, broken and bloodied, kneeling amidst the bodies of his loved ones. He whispers, "Although the ending is completely different." With that heavy thought, Dion and Dan ride off into the forest, leaving their knights behind. Deep within the woods, Duke Illuster's assassins are making their own preparations. Their leader is confident. The preparations are perfect. They've gathered a small army, armed with crossbows and blades. They're certain that with this many people, not even the great Dion Hart will survive. Cruel Hart stands with them, his expression cold. His subordinate says this is the perfect opportunity to kill his brother. Cruel simply agrees, "Of course." He gives the order, arranging assassins and archers for the competition. In his office, Duke Illuster voices his plan. He trusts that even if the assassins fail, Cruel will finish the job. The Duke's strategy is simple. Dion Hart hates crowds, so they will use monster tracks to lure him into an isolated area and corner him. Duke Illuster smiles, a cruel, knowing look on his face. Isn't it time for his tenacious life to end? He knows his target's weaknesses perfectly, while Dion knows nothing of the monster the Duke truly is. And so, completely unaware of the fate awaiting him, he participates in the hunting competition. Dion, Dan, and the annoying Count Hart are now on foot. Dion asks where they're going. The Count explains it's hard for horses to enter this area. Dion immediately asks, "Why are you following us?" The Count sputters indignantly. Dion ignores him, focused on his own agenda. Now that they're alone, he can get rid of the plant. He looks around for monster tracks, walking right into the trap. Suddenly, a panicked shout of, "My lord!" rips through the quiet forest. A rain of arrows shoots from the trees, aimed directly at him. Arrows? He thinks, shocked. The world slows. He moves to deflect them, but they're everywhere. Both Dan and the Count are hit, crying out as they fall. Ignoring his own wound, Dan throws himself at Dion, shielding him with his body. "My lord, are you all right?" he gasps. Dion looks at his friend, his eyes burning with fury. Another volley slams into the ground around them. Dion can only grit his teeth. God damn it! He pulls Dan up, seeing how pale he is. From the shadows, a voice mocks him. "Don't you ever get tired?" Assassins drop from the branches, surrounding them. Their leader gives the order, "Kill Dion Hart." They charge in a wave of steel and murderous intent. Dion is forced to fight, but he's already at a disadvantage. An assassin's blade gets through, and he gasps in pain. "Why do I have to work so hard?" he curses. He glances around. The Count is useless. Dan is just a beginner, and he's bleeding. He's on his own. He takes one assassin down, but another catches him from behind with a vicious slash across his back. He lands hard against a tree, his dagger knocked from his hand. He's cornered, wounded, and out of options. The lead assassin smiles. This is it. He gives the signal to his archers. "Now, shoot." The sky darkens with a final, massive volley of arrows. Dion looks up, helpless. How am I supposed to dodge all of that? He's covered in his own blood, trapped and exhausted. All he can mutter is a single, defeated word. Dan sees the arrows and cries out, "My lord!" He tries to stand but collapses from his injuries. But then, a figure moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion deflecting every single arrow with a storm of green energy. The figure lands silently between Dion and the arrows, the impact creating a shockwave. A cloud of dust erupts, obscuring the mysterious savior. Dion is shielded from the attack, left coughing in the aftermath. He struggles to breathe, blood trickling from his lips. He looks up at the cloaked figure. "Thanks," he manages to say. He can feel it. The aura, the presence. He knows who it is. His eyes widen in pure horror as the figure turns. It's his brother. Cruel Heart. The world goes silent for a beat. The man who just saved Dion is the very same man who was sent to kill him. Dion stares at the cloaked figure, his voice shaking with disbelief and fury. "You," he shouts, "Cruel Heart." The name echoes in the silent forest. Cruel doesn't say a word, he just moves, knocking Dion's hand away with a sharp, dismissive strike. He sneers, grabbing Dion by the collar and asking if he really thought a simple robe could hide him. Dion's mind races, but before he can demand an answer, Cruel shoves him aside and silences one of the last assassins with a brutal stab. But before any explanation can be given, a horrifying ripping sound tears through the clearing. Dion's satchel explodes, and something monstrous erupts from within. It's that crazy plant, Gweg. It grows to a colossal size, towering over the terrified assassins. It's a whirlwind of vines and teeth, and it's systematically slaughtering every single one of them. A monstrous shriek rips through the air as Gweg tears them apart with brutal efficiency. The survivors can only watch in horror. Gweg lets out a guttural, satisfied sound, its fanged mouth dripping with blood. It finishes its rampage and turns to Dion, waving a leafy appendage as if expecting praise. Dion thinks that while it's nice the assassins are gone, he feels like he's in even greater danger now. Just then, Dion's knights arrive, drawn by the noise. They freeze, mouths agape at the sight of the giant plant monster. "What the hell is that?" one of them shouts. "I've never seen a monster plant before." The true Count Hart, who was cowering nearby, recognizes the scene. Pointing a shaking finger, he screams that the monster came right out of Dion's bag, realizing it was the plant that saved him from the assassins. The Count comes to a terrifying conclusion. Dion must be the one controlling it. The knights look at Dion, his face splattered with blood, his red eyes glowing. Count Dion Hart's monster? The Count continues his frantic explanation, but the knights are too focused on Dion, who fits the description of a monster tamer perfectly. The Count is horrified, realizing he's been taunting a man who commands such a creature. Dion glances around. Cruel has vanished. He's surrounded by problems and everyone is annoying him to death. He decides his priority is to deal with this stupid, oversized plant before things get any worse. He stands before the massive Gweg, which coos at him expectantly. He draws his dagger, his eyes cold. Should I kill it for real this time, he wonders. But then he remembers, it's indestructible. He lunges at it anyway, but Gweg is surprisingly fast, dodging his attack. Before he can react, one of Gweg's thorny vines wraps around his blade, stopping him cold. What are you doing, he thinks, bewildered. Gweg suddenly lifts him into the air and slams him into the ground with a massive explosion of dirt and leaves. The plant then wraps its vines around him in a tight, crushing embrace. Dion coughs, struggling to breathe. The onlookers are horrified. The Count yells, "I told you they were on the same side," before catching himself. No way! Weren't they just fighting? He can't wrap his head around it. Why would anyone risk their life just for an act? A knight orders the others to help. Dion lies on the ground, coughing up blood as a realization dawns on him. The plant was waving at him earlier. Why is it acting like this now? Gweg tightens its grip, and Dion gasps, "I can't breathe. It's all an act." A very convincing, very painful act. "Stop!" he chokes out, before screaming, "Let go of me!" With a final, desperate surge of strength, Dion breaks free and drives his dagger deep into the plant's core. He wrenches the blade free, and the massive plant collapses, twitching before going still with a pathetic whimper. The knights erupt in cheers. "Hooray! He defeated it!" Dan rushes to Dion's side, yelling, "Master, he's in awe! He defeated such a formidable new monster." Another knight agrees. "That's Count Dion Hart for you." Dan helps him up, his face full of concern. "Are you all right? You've bled a lot." Dion catches his breath. Thanks to his weak body, he coughed up some blood, but he didn't actually suffer any serious injuries. He pieces it together. It might have looked like a violent attack, but Gweg had used its own vines to protect his head from the impact, and when he was flailing his weapon around out of pure instinct, the plant had perfectly positioned its vital point onto his blade, essentially killing itself to make him look like a hero. The knights gather around the massive corpse, remarking how grotesque it is up close. They poke at it with a spear, confirming it's dead. Dion holds his injured friend, realizing Gweg knew they'd be in trouble if people thought they were allies. So it attacked him. He thinks that no matter how many times it happens, it's always for his sake. He looks down at Dan, then at the dead plant, and mutters, "Idiot." Meanwhile, the Count is still trying to convince everyone that Dion controls the monster. But another knight interrupts him. "I saw it too. It's one of Dion's men. He says the plant coming out of the Lord's bag was suspicious, no matter how you look at it. But," he continues, "with the monster attacking the Lord and then killing itself, it got rid of everyone's suspicions. It was the perfect way to end things." The Count is still screaming, but no one is listening. Dan just looks on, thinking, how can a human control a monster? He looks at Dion, his eyes intense. "Are you satisfied now?" Dion, understanding the real question, meets his gaze, grabs his bloody hand, and simply says, "Yes." A slow, knowing smile spreads across Dan's face. He admits that as soon as he saw the monster, he just watched, and in that moment he became certain. "Of course, Master," he says, his voice filled with a newfound fanatical devotion. Dion Hart is indeed the disaster. Dan's logic is simple. What kind of human could control monsters? Only the disaster. He vows to never doubt Dion again. Back at the camp, Dion and his knights are resting. Lim complains about the collateral bastard. The Count himself is panicking, realizing he has to get out of the Hart estate before he's killed. He's still insisting. Dion staged the whole thing, but no one believes him. Dion approaches him, a deceptively pleasant smile on his face. He pats the Count's shoulder. "Aren't you staying at the Hart estate right now?" Dion's face becomes a mask of pure menace, his red eyes glowing. He tells the Count he made sure to clean everything up, but there might be some stragglers, and offers his additional cleaning services. His eyes narrow. He leans in, whispering about victimized spirits that might be roaming the halls. "And if you do not wish to be a part of the cleanup," he warns, "you better stop acting out. The threat is crystal clear." Dion walks away, wiping his hand as if he's touched something dirty, musing that the hunting competition must be super scary for the poor count. Just then, a grand procession arrives. The emperor is making his entrance. The nobles bow, chanting, "Glory to the empire." The crown prince watches, thinking that Dion had a rough encounter. Dion notes that despite the disturbance, everything seems to have ended well. The emperor announces he will report the winners before the banquet. He unrolls a scroll. "Congratulations. Third place goes to Cruel Heart, and second place to Crown Prince Elpidius Desire." The crowd is shocked. If the Crown Prince isn't in first, then who could have won? And in first place, the emperor booms, "Dion Hart." Dion's knights go wild. Dion himself is stunned. "Me? How am I in first place?" He pinches his cheek. Technically, he only killed one monster, though he did manage to kill a lot of assassins. The emperor explains that for discovering a new monster species, Dion was awarded additional points. Dion is internally screaming, "I don't need them." The emperor declares the competition closed. "But," he adds, his voice turning serious, "there is something I would like to announce before the banquet. As of right now, we will stop all wars within the human realm." A collective gasp runs through the nobles, and his face is a mask of grim determination. "We will wage a war against the demonic realm." The declaration hangs in the air, a stunning promise of a new, terrifying conflict. He explains that the Demon King has already declared his intent to interfere in human affairs. The empire can no longer turn a blind eye. The nobles murmur, worried about the cost of another war. One noble asks if the other kingdoms will agree. The emperor dismisses him, saying they have no choice. But Dion finds this strange. Did the emperor not consider that some humans might try to side with the demons? He remembers the Demon King, a man who saw potential in a mere human and made him a commander. A man who holds no prejudice, meaning even if you're human, if you prove your worth to the demonic realm, the Demon King is the type of person to accept anyone. Dion wonders why the emperor isn't taking such an obvious factor into consideration. Later, the emperor summons Dion for a private walk. He asks if Dion is uncomfortable, but Dion, ever the pawn, replies, "Not at all." The emperor comments that the crimson clothes were a good choice, musing how fearsome Dion must have looked, covered in blood. Dion just thinks that he didn't want to be covered in blood either. The emperor continues, promising to reimburse him for his troubles. Dion offers a quiet, "Thank you," thinking he doesn't need the money. A stray thought crosses Dion's mind. Since when did the emperor wear gloves? He's so lost in this detail that he doesn't hear the emperor call his name. "Dion Hart," the emperor says sharply. Dion jolts, remembering who he's with, and apologizes. The emperor gets straight to the point. "I said you would also be participating in this war." Dion flinches. The one thing he wanted to avoid is now being forced upon him. He smiles grimly. "I knew it." In the emperor's mind, he's impressed. Dion's ability to know exactly what to say to whom is phenomenal. He sees Dion as a perfect, passive tool. The emperor stops walking. "So I believe it's about time you've made a decision." The question is laid bare, simple, and terrifying. Who will you side with? They stare each other down in a silent battle of wills. The emperor believes he's given Dion plenty of opportunities to prove his loyalty. He flashes back to when Dion returned with the corpse of the previous hero. It was an incredible feat, but it had left Dion a physical and mental wreck. The emperor recalls seeing him, coughing up blood despite having no serious injuries, and wondered if the seal on his neck was a curse from the Demon King. When asked how to remove it, Dion had said he believed he had to return to the demonic realm. The emperor thinks that he could never have imagined the turn of events that would follow. He remembers asking Dion if he had to return, pointing out that his intel was a great help. Dion had insisted, saying he hadn't found a way to undo the curse. The emperor now realizes how cunning Dion was being. He went to the Demon King, failed to undo the curse, yet was sent back unharmed. The emperor finds it strange that the Demon King would just let him go. What if Dion is keeping silent about being a spy for the empire? The emperor wonders what the Demon King could possibly gain from such a risky move. He recalls his intelligence reports. The information Dion brought back could only have been obtained by someone close to the Demon King himself. A key piece of information stood out. Dion Hart is not only working for the empire. The emperor's eyes widen with a flash of manic understanding. "Now I understand. The Demon King is also using him." Dion is remaining perfectly neutral between the human and demonic realms. The Emperor sighs, looking over the stacks of reports on his desk. Dion is a perfect double agent, walking the line between two worlds. Back in the present, the Emperor reminds Dion of his past actions. I did not detain you, even after I found clues that you were providing intel to the Demon King. Do you need another opportunity? Dion stands firm. I did not tell you a single lie when I responded to your questions. The Emperor smiles, a chilling, predatory grin. Yes, which is precisely why I left you alone. He admits he was disgusted at first, but it would have been a shame to kill him. He sees Dion as a unique piece on the board, belonging to neither side. He's a passive agent who won't disclose information unless questioned. He may not act voluntarily, but he follows every order. And despite the misunderstandings, he is outstandingly talented. As long as you possess him, he will become the most useful piece. The Emperor thinks of the old saying, "The one who holds the sword is its owner." That's how this game between him and the Demon King started. It's a game of chess between two monarchs. Who uses Dion Hart best? Who will lure him to their side first? Dion feels the weight of their game pressing down on him. If he were to choose a side, it would change everything. The balance of power would shift irrevocably. The game is about how quickly the opponent will realize this fact and respond. The participants are the Demon King and the Emperor. The host is Dion Hart. The reward is also Dion Hart. And the next participant is also Dion Hart. He is every piece in this twisted game. Dion stands there, the weight of two realms on his shoulders. The Emperor tries to reassure him, saying that any curse he has will surely be undone if they kill the Demon King. He places a hand on Dion's shoulder. Everything you have accomplished is here. I'm sure there's a reason you were born into this world, the Emperor says gently. You cannot live in darkness forever just because you are sensitive to sunlight, can you? You are a human, so remain here. The words are a command, not a request. Dion's expression hardens. He thinks to himself that he lasted fairly long. He knew this day would come, but the Emperor tells him he knows this is sudden and he'll give him time to think. He hopes for a good answer. And for all of your accomplishments, the Emperor announces, I will elevate your title to Marquise. A glowing crest appears on Dion's chest. Dion thanks him, but his eyes are sharp, his smile cold. I can see right through him, he thinks. Later, at the banquet, the nobles are celebrating. A beautiful blonde woman, Lady Ophelia, watches Dion from across the room, regretting not giving him her ribbon before the competition. She scolds herself for not being more calculating, thinking she could have been of greater help to her uncle, the Emperor. The other nobles gossip as Dion returns from his meeting, assuming they were discussing his reward. Lady Ophelia rushes over to him, giving a graceful curtsy. Your servant greets Dion Hart, the future of the Empire. She thinks it may not be too late. Now that she's laid her traps, she can't back down. She's about to speak when Dion cuts her off. Your Highness, if it's not too forward, could we take this somewhere quiet? He asks. Ophelia is surprised but intrigued. She agrees, thinking she would go anywhere with him if it meant they could be alone. They walk out into the cool night air. She asks if he's all right, saying she was startled to hear he was ambushed. Dion dismisses her concern. Ophelia clutches her chest, saying she still feels so upset that she simply forgot to give him a ribbon. Dion looks at her, a knowing smirk on his face. Of course it's easy to forget, he says. She's taken aback. I thought it was obvious that you would forget about me. He leans in close, his voice a low whisper. There's no way, since you do not actually like me. His red eyes seem to glow in the dark, his smile sharp and cruel. Ophelia realizes with a jolt he is blatantly mocking her. She watches him walk away, her plan in tatters. She clenches her fists. He knew everything was an act. You're right, my lord, she whispers. She tries one last gambit, suggesting a political marriage would benefit them both. But he cuts her off again. Your Highness. Dion's face is a mask of cold disappointment. I have utterly failed, he thinks. He turns back, his voice final. Please do not waste any of your precious time on me. You've only got one life. He leaves her standing alone in the darkness. She collapses against a tree, sobbing in frustration. She thinks about how curt he was, how he gave her no chance. She wonders if he doesn't want to marry at all. Does he have a peculiar preference? She wonders aloud. A thought strikes her like lightning. Could it be? In the distance, Dion flinches, feeling a sudden chill. I feel as if I've been wrongly accused of something, he thinks, completely bewildered. He turns to leave the gardens, wanting to get away from all the drama, but his path is blocked. A figure with light green hair stands before him, a smug smile on his face. "Where have you been, Junior?" the man asks. Dion recognizes him instantly. It's the southern hero, Marquis Stigma Premiero. Just when Dion thinks he can finally catch a break, another problem finds him. A voice cuts through the quiet garden air. "Where have you been, Junior?" Dion turns, and his blood runs cold. It's Marquis Stigma Premiero, the southern hero. Dion's mind is a total blank. He has no memory of how he even got to this garden. Stigma just looks at him, a slight smile on his face, asking if there's a problem, completely unaware of the sheer panic gripping Dion. Dion scrambles for an excuse, his heart pounding. He manages to stammer out that it's nothing, hoping Stigma will just drop it. He racks his brain, but the details of his conversation with the Emperor are lost in a fog. Pushing the confusion aside, he forces himself to focus. This is a threat he needs to deal with right now. Dion cautiously asks what business the Marquis has with him, trying to keep his voice steady, to sound like the powerful figure everyone thinks he is. Stigma stands there with his arms crossed, perfectly composed, an unsettling confidence about him. He lets the silence hang in the air. A smile spreads across Stigma's face as he says he's happy they ran into each other. But then he calls him Junior again, and Dion's confusion turns to alarm. What does he mean by Junior? Suddenly, another man rushes over, furious. He points a finger at Stigma, shouting that it's unfair for him to be a judge if he's so clearly biased towards Dion. Dion is completely lost. Judge? Biased? This is the first time he's ever spoken to Stigma. The older nobleman demands to know why Stigma is calling Dion his junior. Stigma just casually drops a bombshell. "Because I like him?" Stigma's words hit Dion like a physical blow. He puts a hand on Dion's shoulder, and the casual touch feels like a cage closing around him. What is he talking about? Dion thinks, his panic rising. The older man looks defeated. He gives in, saying, "Fine, they'll ask the Count to be the judge." He tries to leave, but Stigma grabs his arm, holding him in place. The man pleads to be let go. The man quickly turns to Dion and tries to formally introduce himself, shaking his hand. But Stigma cuts him off, laughing. He bows slightly, formally presenting himself as Marquis Stigma Premiero. Dion is forced to return the pleasantry, feeling utterly trapped. Dion is internally screaming, "What is wrong with these people? He just wants to go home." He manages to ask, "But what would you like me to be the judge of?" Stigma waves it off, saying it's just a slight disagreement with the Margrave, and he thinks Dion would be the perfect person to decide. Dion can't believe it. Him? A judge? Stigma reassures him their arguments are simple, but Dion just wants them to decide on their own and leave him out of it. But it's too late. Stigma starts explaining, ignoring Dion's silent protests. He explains, the issue is about the Barbari tribe from the southernmost region. He laughs, saying their tribe name is too long to remember. Stigma's tone darkens. He explains that these barbarians keep invading his estate, stealing food and killing people, becoming a major nuisance. Burning villages and bloodshed flash by, as Stigma says they've already informed the Emperor about the problem. His eyes glow with a menacing red light. He declares that before the war with the demonic realm begins, he will personally wipe the tribe out. The Margrave, however, strongly objected. Stigma mockingly calls the Margrave's way of thinking naive. A wave of dread washes over Dion. The Margrave explains that the Emperor told them to handle the problem themselves. Dion looks on, his expression strained. He's being pulled deeper into a political mess he wants no part of. Stigma lays out their argument. Eliminate the threat of the barbarian tribe now, or try to convince them to join the fight against the demons. Dion can't understand why these people would drag him into this. It makes no sense. Dion decides to speak, trying to sound diplomatic. He points out that the Margrave seems certain the tribe won't side with the demons. The Margrave passionately argues that they're humans, just like them. He insists that even if the tribe sees the Empire as an enemy, they would never stand with demons. But Dion, channeling cold logic, counters him. Who knows? There's no guarantee they will side with their own species. The Margrave is stunned into silence, looking utterly betrayed. "How could you?" he whispers. Stigma, on the other hand, looks absolutely delighted. He bursts out laughing, patting Dion on the back. "That's right. You are very smart," he exclaims, saying the Margrave's only flaw is that he's a softie. Dion tries to interject, but Stigma isn't listening. He grabs the Margrave by his collar, his expression turning dark. Leaning in close, Stigma's voice drops to a chilling whisper. He says, the forces that truly move people are absolute strength and hatred. If the demons are powerful enough, humans will gladly side with them to save their own lives. His grip tightens as he paints a dark picture of humanity's survival instincts, where loyalty means nothing. He continues, saying those same humans would sell their souls to devils just to eliminate someone they hate. To him, species isn't important at all. Therefore, he concludes, there's a high probability the barbarians will side with the demons. Now then, it's decided. He turns to Dion with a sing-song voice. I knew you would side with me, Junior. Dion is horrified. Pardon? No, I did not take anyone's side. But Stigma completely ignores him, telling the Margrave he's free to leave. Dion can only watch, open-mouthed, as the situation spirals out of his control. The Margrave quickly leaves. Stigma then turns to Dion, saying he plans on staying to talk with his junior some more. God damn it, Dion thinks, his last hope of escape crushed. Stigma turns to him, a pleasant smile on his face. Now then, Junior? Dion can only reply with a defeated, yes, my lord, he's trapped. Dion desperately wants to get out of there. Stigma seems to notice, remarking that they've attracted too much attention. He leans in close, his voice a low whisper. You don't like these types of gazes, right, Junior? With a flick of his wrist, an invisible wave of pressure washes over the room. Everyone looks away, suddenly intimidated. Dion is stunned by the mighty influence of the Empire's second hero. Stigma turns back, his smile returning. Are you still uncomfortable? Dion quickly denies it. Desperate to change the subject, he blurts out, I just realized you have brown eyes. Stigma's smile freezes. A flicker of something dark crosses his face, and he lets out a quiet, humorless, ha. He agrees, saying the color is much too common and cheap. Why not? He adds, venom in his voice. It's the same color as my mother's eyes. Dion realizes he's made a huge mistake. Stigma clearly hates his mother. He just stepped on a landmine. As Dion panics, Stigma suddenly changes his tune, suggesting a drink. To Dion's shock, Stigma pulls out a bottle of wine, a cheerful smile back on his face as if nothing happened. Stigma pours a glass of deep red wine. Thank you, Marquis, Dion says, still on edge. Stigma just smiles and tells him to call him by his name. Trying to be polite, Dion agrees. Then I shall call you Senior Stigma. He lifts the glass, and just like that, the switch is flipped. Dion completely spaces out. Stigma calls out to him, Senior? Snapping him out of his trance. Stigma suddenly bursts out laughing. I knew I couldn't trust the rumors, he says, taking a swig from the bottle. I thought you would be cold-hearted, but you are so naive. Dion is confused. Naive? Stigma continues, saying it would be great to have a junior in life. He tells Dion he can now see why the Emperor treasures him. Dion denies it, but Stigma explains that the Emperor treasures talents, especially those similar to him. Stigma begins to list the qualities the Emperor supposedly values. Someone who started from the bottom and made their way to the top. Someone who fails to acknowledge their own position and obsesses over proving themselves. And lastly, Stigma says, staring directly at Dion, someone who hated his own family. The words hit Dion like a punch to the gut. Stigma smiles. Which is why I like you so much, Junior. He asks Dion how he ever thought of such an idea. Dion, shaken to his core, just says he doesn't know what he means. Stigma's eyes narrow. You requested it as a reward after the 8-year war. The words echo in Dion's mind, and a deep, buried memory begins to surface. A voice from his past whispers his name. Oh my, Dion! Oh my, Dion! The memory hits him. A younger version of himself with his brother Cruel. His father remarks how difficult it might be for Dion to become the successor. Cruel defends him, saying Dion is intelligent. Another memory. His father putting a hand on his shoulder, telling him not to overdo it. The words seem kind, but carry the weight of low expectations. He remembers a happy moment, his family under a tree, his mother offering snacks, and his father smiling, a rare, peaceful day. But the good memories are tainted. He was the pride of the family, but also the shame. He remembers Cruel coldly telling him to go reflect in his room. He remembers his father's disappointed face, telling him no one expects anything from him. Then a voice, screaming, "Monster!" And the most painful memory of all, his mother, her face twisted with resentment, leaning over him and whispering the words that shattered his world. "I'm sorry. You should die instead." Dion gasps for air, snapping back to the present. The memories leave him breathless and shaking. Stigma looks at him with concern. But Dion cuts him off, his voice sharp. "I don't know what you're talking about." He pushes Stigma's hand away, his eyes blazing. He insists he doesn't know anything. But Stigma just stares, a knowing look on his face. "I knew it," he thinks. Seeing Dion's denial, Stigma backs off slightly. "I see. I guess you don't know anything about it." But he's not giving up. He decides on a new tactic. "Why don't we stop talking about this and have a drink instead?" He raises the bottle. If Dion's normal mind won't talk, he'll just get him drunk. The scene shifts, and we see Duke Illuster approaching someone. A voice asks, "What brings the Duke here again?" The voice tells the Duke to be quick. The Duke calmly replies that he'll get straight to the point. We see the Duke with the Emperor. The Duke is helping him with his robe, and he asks a chilling question, his voice smooth as silk. "Your Majesty, do you happen to hallucinate?" The Duke wears a smug, confident smirk. The Emperor turns, his eyes wide with shock and a hint of anger. "What?" he asks, completely caught off guard. The political games have just been taken to a whole new level. The Emperor's voice is laced with ice. What? He can't believe the audacity. He gave the Duke his precious time, only to be met with such a preposterous accusation. But the Duke doesn't flinch. He calmly tells the Emperor not to deny it, pointing out the signs, the Emperor's hand that never seems to heal, and his habit of staring off into space. The Duke's words paint a picture of a ruler trapped by his own past, focused only on those who are already gone. It is, in the Duke's eyes, just so unfortunate. Unfortunate that the Emperor feels guilty over the smallest things, and that he succumbs to that guilt so easily. The Duke is picking at the Emperor's deepest wounds. He asks how anyone can acknowledge an Emperor so easily crushed by the weight of his own crown. The Emperor finally turns, demanding to know what the Duke is trying to say. With a predatory look in his eyes, the Duke makes his move. "Isn't it time you passed it on to someone else?" He's making a bid for the throne. The Emperor lets out a sharp laugh. "Why use empty words," he retorts, "when you can try to take this crown from my detached head?" He's calling the Duke's bluff. The Duke feigns surprise, claiming he merely wanted to offer his services. The Emperor fires back, asking if the Duke doesn't already know the answer. The Duke's expression darkens. He knows the Emperor has been turning a blind eye to his schemes. The Emperor's eyes narrow. "Certainly," he says, "he knows everything." He lists off the Duke's power plays, his leadership of the nobles, his control over the hero, Cruel Heart, and his influence over the citizens through the church. The image of the Redemption Church, a powerful institution, flashes by. And, most damningly, the Emperor knows the Duke has ties with the Revolutionary Army. A white dove, their symbol, shines brightly. The Duke has connections to every major power block in the Empire. The Emperor acknowledges that despite this, the Duke has kept everyone in check, preventing any real uprising. With his arms crossed, the Emperor cuts to the heart of it. "What's the reason you want this position?" He notes there has been no real attempt to dethrone him. The Duke simply deflects, asking if anyone truly needs a reason to desire power. The Emperor sees through it. The Duke merely hopes he'll give up the throne without a fight. The Emperor doubts that's the only reason. The Duke seems amused, wondering if the Emperor understands after all. The Duke offers another reason. What if he told the Emperor he needed absolute power to protect something? The Emperor scoffs. "Do you even have somebody to protect? The man who orchestrated the murder of his own brother protecting someone? Impossible." The Duke's expression becomes unreadable. "Who knows?" he replies, leaving the answer hanging in the air. The Emperor ends the conversation, stating firmly that he won't hand over the crown because of a few simple words. The two most powerful men in the Empire stand in silence, the tension between them thick enough to cut with a knife. The Duke concedes with a slight smile. "Very well, Your Majesty." He bows and takes his leave. As he leaves, he offers a final, chilling sentiment. "I wish you peace." A rustle in the bushes signals the Duke's departure into the moonlit forest. As he walks, the Duke thinks, The Emperor has no sense of crisis. He didn't even use the Duke's treasonous words to seize his power. The Emperor isn't considering the possibility of nobles or other nations siding with the demons. The Duke realizes the truth. The Emperor is taking into account all possibilities. He's playing a much bigger game. Back in the palace, an aide asks the Emperor if he's all right. The Emperor dismisses the Duke's words and tells his aide, "It's late." As he leaves the forest, the Duke mutters to himself, "How naive!" He meets a group of cloaked figures, ordering them to start spreading anti-demon propaganda. It doesn't matter if the stories are true, as long as they portray demons as monsters who eat humans. His goal is simple: ensure that humans do not trust the demons. If the Emperor wishes to have another war, the Duke swings onto his horse, a look of grim determination on his face. "I shall assist him." With a final glance back, he rides off into the night, his own war just beginning. The Duke is convinced he cannot lose so easily. But as he rides away, the subject of his schemes is causing chaos of his own. A wild flurry of movement. Bodies are thrown as screams echo through the night. The banquet has descended into pandemonium. Stigma stands in the middle of it all, a faint cut on his cheek. The situation has escalated far beyond his control. Across from him, Dion pants, a wild, predatory grin on his face. His eyes glow with a terrifying red light. This isn't Dion anymore. This is Arut. Stigma tries to reason with him. "Junior, don't you want to give up now? The banquet will be in ruins if you don't stop." But Arut is lost in his own world, his grin widening. "You said you were the enemy." Stigma realizes his mistake. "That was a lie," he says, trying to backtrack. "I was just curious." But it's too late. With a furious scream, Arut lunges, his blade a streak of red energy. Stigma parries the attack just in time, shocked by the incredible killing intent coming from Dion. As the smoke clears, he sees Dion collapsing and rushes to his side. He leans over Dion, muttering, "Enemy." He realizes Dion is completely drunk and he just wanted an honest conversation. Stigma thinks he won't be able to speak to him at all now. But as he looks down, Dion's eyes snap open. He grabs Stigma, whispering, Are you my enemy?" The question hangs in the air. "What?" Stigma asks, but Arut repeats it, his eyes boring into him. "Are you my enemy?" A slow, mischievous grin spreads across Stigma's face. He decides to play along. Maybe," he says playfully. That's all the confirmation Arut needs. With a roar, he drives a dagger straight towards Stigma's face. Stigma catches the blade just inches from his eye. He thinks that if he'd known Dion would react this way, maybe he shouldn't have lied. He was flustered at first, but now he's analyzing the situation. This is just a drunkard's violence. The two heroes clash, their blades moving in a blur of red and green light, a deadly dance under the moonlight. Stigma is confident. He's a hero of the Empire. There's no way he could lose. But Arut is relentless, his eyes fixed on his target, his mind repeating a single deadly mantra: all enemies must die. Stigma is shocked. To think Dion would possess such incredible speed and technique, even when drunk. He realizes that if Dion weren't drunk, he might have had a difficult time. This isn't calming down anytime soon. His eyes narrow. "I guess I should overpower you quickly." He lunges forward. "This might hurt a little," he shouts, aiming to knock Dion out, but Arut reacts in a split second, grabbing the blade with his bare hands. He uses the momentum to plant his foot firmly, stopping Stigma's attack cold. Stigma is stunned. Arut stopped his attack and is now pushing back with unbelievable strength. Stigma stares into Arut's glowing red eyes, a horrifying realization dawning on him. The man in front of him, the legend he idolized. "You are." Everyone, halt. A voice of absolute authority cuts through the chaos. The Emperor has arrived. He was wondering what the ruckus was, only to find his two heroes trying to kill each other. But before the Emperor can fully process the scene, his eyes lock onto Arut. "Dion Hart," he yells as Arut shoves Stigma aside and lunges directly at him. Arut, consumed by rage, doesn't see the Emperor. He sees only one thing: "You are my enemy." Dion is gone. Only the monster remains. "I must kill them. All enemies must die." He brings his dagger down, intent on ending the Emperor's life. The Emperor's hand shoots out, catching Arut's wrist just in time. "I told you to stop, Dion Hart," he says, his voice dangerously calm. Arut glares at him, growling, "Give up." He says he can't be stopped, and with a sickening crunch, a surge of dark energy explodes from his arm. The Emperor is thrown back, his grip broken. He stares in disbelief. "What are you?" Arut stumbles, his arm hanging limp at his side. The dagger clatters to the ground. The Emperor is stunned. He dislocated his own wrist just by shifting his weight? The level of desperation and raw power is something he's never seen. Stigma watches from the side, a cold sweat beading on his forehead. This is beyond anything he could have imagined. But it's not over. Arut looks up, his eyes burning with an unholy light, the mantra still echoing in his mind. All enemies must die. His gaze is locked on the Emperor, his mind repeating it over and over. All enemies must die. All enemies must die. The line between friend and foe has vanished. He sees his brother. He sees Cruel. And with a savage, broken grin spreading across his face, he screams, "Die, Cruel! I thought I told you to stop." The Emperor's voice, sharp and cold, cuts through the rage. In a flash of motion, he slams Dion to the ground. The impact cracks the stone floor, a display of overwhelming and absolute power. Even pinned down, Arut glares up with pure, undiluted hatred, a feral grin still on his face. Insolent bastard, the Emperor thinks. He realizes Dion dislocated his own wrist on purpose, a desperate, calculated move. Just then, Cruel rushes to the scene. The Emperor looks up, annoyed. All the while, Dion continues to struggle, screaming that all enemies must die. Cruel's eyes lock onto his brother's mangled, dislocated wrist, and his face hardens with a grim understanding. The Emperor sees the terrifying truth. Dion is pushing his body past its limits. He calls him a fool, but there's a flicker of something else in his eyes, not just anger, but a grudging respect. The Emperor leans in close, his voice low and firm, trying to cut through the madness. "Dion Hart," he says, "this is not a battlefield." With a surge of energy, the Emperor presses a nerve cluster on Dion's hand. The pain is immense, cutting through the haze of rage. Dion gasps, his body finally going limp as the berserker state is forcefully broken. He collapses, and the Emperor holds him up. "Breathe. It's time to snap back to reality." For a moment, Dion's eyes seem to clear, and he slumps forward, unconscious. Dion pants, his mind still reeling. The Emperor asks if he's come to his senses, informing him he's relocated his wrist. Cruel and his aide, Senga, rush over. As Cruel asks if Dion is all right, Dion, still dazed, immediately tries to quit. The Emperor dismisses it, telling him he's not in his right mind. Cruel says nothing, but his expression is a mask of cold, silent fury. He and Senga walk away into the night. Cruel takes the blame for what happened. He admits it was his fault that his body reacted on its own. But his anger isn't for his brother, it's for the man who provoked him. But how dare he? He remembers the flash of Stigma's blade. How dare he wield his sword? His voice is tight with a raw, protective anger. "Against my dear younger brother, whom I couldn't even hate because of my love for him." He turns to Senga, ordering him to remain and deliver a message to Dion once he wakes. The message is simple and stern. Return home immediately. It's an order born from worry. Sometime later, Dion is resting in bed, the chaos of the night finally settled. His eyes flutter open, the red haze gone, replaced by his usual tired confusion. He sits up, completely disoriented. "Where am I?" he wonders. He sees the Emperor and Stigma by his bed and has no idea how he got here. His whole body aches. The royal physician explains that His Majesty already relocated the joint and advises him not to use his wrist for a while. Dion is floored. His wrist was dislocated? No wonder it's on fire. And why are the Emperor and Stigma still here? The Emperor turns to Stigma, his tone sharp, saying he didn't permit strong alcohol. Stigma apologizes, admitting he brought it himself. The Emperor looks down at Dion's hand, remarking that some weaklings rely on drinks and drugs to sustain themselves. Just then, Senga, Dion's aide, rushes in, relieved. "My lord, you're awake! How are you feeling?" Dion forces himself to sit up, embarrassed. "I'm all right," he says. "I apologize for causing such a scene." Stigma smiles, waving it off. "I'm sorry," he says. "I believe I offered you too much to drink." Dion hopes he wasn't too much of a burden, but Stigma just laughs. "Don't worry, it was fun." Dion is speechless. Fun? Stigma's smile fades as a new understanding dawns on him. He remembers the Emperor's words from earlier. This is not a battlefield. He realizes it wasn't just some drunken tomfoolery. The fight wasn't just a fight. He recognizes the symptoms, hallucinations, extreme aggression, seeing everyone as an enemy. It's post-traumatic stress disorder, the brutal, lingering scar of war. He remembers hearing that Dion went to battle at age 14. My junior is human, Stigma thinks, despite all those vicious rumors. But this doesn't inspire pity. It inspires a twisted admiration. If that's the case, then Dion is even more extraordinary than he imagined. The fact that this side of him only shows when he's drunk means one thing. When he is sober, he must be suppressing this immense trauma with all his might. He's fighting a war inside himself every single day. A small trickle of blood runs from Dion's nose. Stigma just watches, a faint smile on his face. What a fascinating junior of mine. Suddenly, Dion starts coughing violently, blood spilling from his lips. The Emperor immediately calls for the royal physician. Sendra panics, begging the physician to do something. Please, my lord, you have to stop being sick. The physician is baffled. Aside from the wrist, the injuries are minor. A nosebleed shouldn't be happening. The Emperor demands an explanation. Why is this happening? Sengur offers the only explanation he can think of. Dion is naturally weak because of the Demon King's curse. The physician is left speechless by this declaration. The Emperor has heard enough. He dismisses the physician. As the physician is escorted out, Dion sits on the edge of the bed, trying to compose himself. Stigma's eyes widen. The curse. That's right. He guesses Dion must have worked extremely hard to not appear weak. This new layer of tragedy and strength only deepens his obsession. I'm loving him even more. Dion touches the seal on his chest, feeling a faint magical pulse. He needs to get back and rest. Meanwhile, in a grand mansion across the city, another confrontation is brewing. Cruel Heart enters a lavish study where Duke Illuster sits playing chess. The Duke doesn't look up. You're late, he says, his hand hovering over the board. Cruel remains silent as the Duke calmly makes his move. Your Highness, Cruel begins, but the Duke cuts him off. Before I say anything, kneel. The command is quiet, but it carries the weight of a death sentence. Cruel freezes. Pardon? A blade flashes through the air, faster than the eye can see. It plunges deep into Cruel's leg. Cruel collapses to one knee with a thud, the bloody dagger standing upright in his thigh. The Duke hasn't even moved. Cruel grits his teeth, his eyes filled with disbelief and pain. The Duke looks up, a serene smile on his face, as hooded assassins emerge from the shadows. Cruel bites his lip, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. He forces himself to bow his head, submitting to the Duke's authority. The Duke looks down at his subordinate, a predator toying with its prey. I heard quite an interesting story, he says. He tells Cruel he doesn't have time to waste, so they should get straight to the point. His eyes narrow, his voice dripping with venom. Did you think? He casually flicks a chess piece, sending it flying. A wave of immense pressure crashes down on Cruel. I wouldn't find out? That you, he says, his smile widening into a cruel sneer, were protecting Dion Hart? Cruel's head snaps up, his face a mask of pure shock and horror. His secret is out. His betrayal has been exposed. Dion just stares at Sengur, disbelief written all over his face. What? The message is simple. His older brother, Cruel, wants him to go home immediately instead of wandering around. The sheer audacity of it makes a bitter laugh escape Dion's lips. Sengur can only offer a helpless nod, confirming the order. But Dion's disbelief quickly hardens into pure contempt. What a joke, he scoffs, swinging himself onto the nearest horse, as if he would ever listen to that bastard. He digs his heels in, leaving his bewildered aide in a cloud of dust. Sengur just watches him go, a sense of dread washing over him. This is exactly what he was afraid of. He remembers Cruel's grim face as he gave the order. Sengur had questioned him, asking why he'd send a message he knew Dion would defy. Cruel's reasoning was cold and calculated. He knew Dion would do the exact opposite, and with his injured body, he'd likely get into more trouble. And strangely, Cruel considered that the better option for them right now. Meanwhile, Dion is fuming, the nerve of Cruel acting like his guardian. Every stride of the horse is fueled by pure, unadulterated spite. Up ahead, His lofty knights spot him, rushing over with a carriage at the ready. A female knight gestures towards it, telling him it's prepared, but Dion rides straight past without even a glance in her direction. "Where are you going?" she calls out, stunned by his cold dismissal. She and Singer hurry after him, pleading for him to take the carriage, or at least let them escort him. Singer sighs. His master has forgotten him again. But Dion is deaf to their pleas. He just wants to be alone. He glances back, his red eyes glowing with irritation. He tells them he's just getting some air. To go home now would feel like admitting defeat to Cruel. His voice is ice. "Don't you dare follow me." Singer, ever loyal, makes one last attempt, holding out a dark robe. "Then please, at least wear this, master." He explains that without it, everyone will recognize Count Hart. He offers to help Dion put it on. He says it's his way of apologizing for testing him earlier, a small gesture of concern. Dion grits his teeth and snatches the robe from his hands. "It's fine, I'll do it myself." This suffocating concern, it reminds him too much of another man he can't stand. Miles away, the Demon King lets out a sudden sneeze, wondering if someone is talking about him. Dion eventually finds himself in a nearby village, the streets alive with the warm glow of festival lanterns. He ties up his horse and melts into the crowd, a shadow among the celebration. He wonders if this is another one of the Empire's pointless displays of power. Normally, his exhaustion would keep him far away from a place like this, but the memory of Cruel's command still stings, and his anger flares anew. He's only out here because of that bastard. He tries to piece it together. What is Cruel plotting? He must have known Dion would never listen, which could only mean one thing. Was this some kind of trap, or was he trying to lure him somewhere? He stands alone in the dark, his cloak pulled tight, completely cut off from the light and laughter of the festival around him. His mind drifts back to his childhood, to the endless games of chess he played against Cruel. He can almost hear his brother's voice, questioning his every move. Their entire youth was a strategic battle fought over that black and white board. Cruel would praise a good move, but always with a hidden warning, a veiled threat. Dion could never tell what was genuine and what was a lie. He was always in the dark. He sighs, a wave of exhaustion hitting him. Whether Cruel is trying to trap him or showing some twisted form of concern, both possibilities are equally draining. This petty act of defiance isn't making him feel any better. He considers turning back, but the thought of obeying Cruel is still too much to bear. As he argues with himself, his body gives out. He stumbles. A sharp, blinding pain rips through his side. A kind stranger catches him just before he hits the ground, asking if he's all right. But Dion can only double over, a ragged cough tearing from his lungs. The stranger yells for help as Dion coughs up blood, the metallic taste flooding his mouth. The man panics, shouting that he needs a physician. Dion gasps for air, his body trembling uncontrollably. What a miserable day. Back in the Duke's study, the confrontation is reaching its peak. "Did you think I wouldn't find out?" the Duke asks again, his voice dangerously calm. "That you were protecting Dion Hart?" The question hangs in the air, a final, damning accusation. The Duke's eyes are cold as ice. "You really thought you could fool me?" He reminds Cruel that this task, Dion's assassination, was entrusted to him. Yet Cruel hired common assassins from a guild, instead of using the Revolutionary Army men who would have done it for free. Worse still, he changed the contract, offering to pay them just for inflicting an injury, not for finishing the job. "And then," the Duke adds, his voice dripping with sarcasm, "I hear you personally rescued Dion at the hunting competition." He leans in, his patience gone. "Do you even want to kill him in the first place?" Cruel finally looks up from the floor, his expression unreadable. "To be honest," he begins slowly, "I wanted the opportunity to kill him myself, not entrust it to someone else." The Duke looks almost surprised by the bold confession. A slow, cold smirk spreads across his face. "Then why didn't you say so?" He sighs dramatically, lamenting the wasted resources. Cruel can only apologize, his gaze fixed on the floor. The Duke walks towards him. Whatever. It's fine for now, but his trust has been broken. So, he proposes a new game. A bet. "I will give you the chance to kill Dion Hart with your own hands, just as you wished. Cruel is free to make his move. But the Duke will be making his own moves as well." The Duke's boot grinds a fallen chess piece into the floor. The one who kills him first wins the bet. Cruel slowly rises to his feet, pulling a hidden dagger from his leg. The prize for the winner, the Duke declares, is a single wish, anything they desire. Cruel examines the bloody dagger in his hand. I'm curious about something, he says, his voice steady. The Duke stops, his back still turned to him. Cruel's hand closes around a white knight from the chessboard. What is the reason you want to kill Dion Hart, Your Highness? As the question hangs in the air, we're pulled into Cruel's memory. His brother, he begins, was born without pigment. He was premature, so incredibly small and frail, like a tiny white rabbit. A little hand reaches out from the blankets, and a young Cruel is completely captivated. Though he was so weak, the baby Dion had just enough strength to grab hold of his finger. Cruel remembers the relief on his parents' faces, just happy that Dion was alive. His mother even smiled, saying it seemed the baby liked him. His heart was stolen in that moment by that tiny bit of warmth from a hand grasping his. But there was a problem. The doctor explained that even the slightest stress could cause Dion to vomit blood. The diagnosis was a life sentence. The second young master was dangerously weak, vulnerable to everything from stress to sunlight. He would need special care for his entire life. His parents were devastated. How could this happen to their small, innocent child? Cruel remembers constantly hovering over his sickly brother, telling him it was all right, that he didn't have to push himself. All he had to do was be with them. That was more than enough. But their father worried that Dion would be hurt by being treated as different, as the odd one out, and so his parents made a terrible decision. Fearing he would become ashamed of himself, they decided not to treat him any differently. In the cold and unforgiving Hart family, it was the worst possible approach. They chose to keep their distance, watching over him from afar, and they left the difficult task to his older brother. A young and earnest Cruel promised them he would. Yes, just leave it with me. But in trying to take care of the sick child, he would find Dion hiding behind curtains, a small, lonely figure shrinking from the world. Their well-intentioned plan backfired spectacularly, creating a huge misunderstanding that filled Dion with anxiety and a deep mistrust of his own family. That distance curdled into anger. Cruel remembers grabbing a young Dion, yelling at him for training when he was supposed to be resting. Dion, already bleeding, had just told him to look at him, but Cruel screamed at him to go back to his room. It was then that something in Dion's eyes broke. A chilling coldness replaced the hurt, and he told Cruel to leave him alone. Cruel turned back just in time to see his brother crying, whispering his name like a prayer. He realized far too late that their actions had hurt his brother so badly that he'd built an impenetrable wall around his heart. And when the time came, they couldn't even stop him from being sent to the battlefield. He watched his brother walk into a sea of blood and fire, utterly alone. When Dion finally returned from the 8-year war, he was a ghost, filled with an anguish that consumed him. Cruel could barely recognize the man his brother had become. And after Dion killed their parents, his heart broke, watching his brother consumed by such agony. It didn't matter how much Dion hated him. Cruel knew, with absolute certainty, that it was their family's fault for abandoning him to his pain. He would have gladly taken all the blame. He remembers standing over his parents' bodies, his sword drawn, ready to deliver the killing blow. But he couldn't do it. He couldn't strike down his own brother. They were the ones who had failed to protect him. They were the ones who had made him this way. His eyes fill with a grim, unwavering determination. How could he ever hate the brother whose life meant more to him than his own? And so he began to investigate, to search for a reason behind it all. He found remnants of old documents, most of them burned to ash, and in those charred papers he found the hidden cause of all their family's heartbreak. A single name: Starbay Illuster. The Duke, the very man who now stood before him. The unknown reason for the Duke's obsessive, venomous hatred for Dion Hart. Cruel couldn't understand how the Duke even knew about Dion, who had never once set foot in high society, and why he targeted him so relentlessly. The Duke's hatred hadn't faded one bit, even after the war was over. So Cruel approached him. He knelt before the Duke and asked to be sponsored, becoming his subordinate for one reason only: to find the truth. The Duke had been curious, asking what drove a hero of the Empire to seek his patronage. And Cruel's answer, then and now, was simple: to protect. To finally protect him this time. His younger brother. His voice is filled with conviction as he finishes his thought. To protect Dion Hart from Starbay Illuster. Duke Alistair looks down at the kneeling hero, a slow, knowing smile spreading across his face. He savors the moment, repeating Cruel's own question back to him. Why am I trying to kill Dion Hart? This was it. The answer Cruel had risked everything to learn. His mind raced. How did the Duke even know of Dion, a boy who had never been part of high society? And why did he pursue him with such a relentless, burning obsession? The Duke speaks calmly, almost conversationally. He muses that Cruel seems to have a good reason to kill his brother, whereas the Duke himself appears to have none. Cruel keeps his silence, thinking that as long as he remains by the Duke's side, he can keep Dion safe. But the question still burned in his mind. Why? Why did the Duke fixate on that poor, sickly child? The Duke offers a simple political excuse first. Is it not reason enough to want to eliminate the Emperor's favorite dog? He claims he's merely acting as a representative of the nobles, scoffing as if the answer should be obvious. And then he reveals the truth. The real reason that underpins everything. Obviously, he says, his hand resting over his heart, it's because of the contract I hold with the Demon King. A dark, swirling energy begins to emanate from his body. He explains that this contract grants him a power that defies the natural order of the world. He shows Cruel a glimpse of that power, a pulsating mass of demonic energy. Years ago, he explains, he craved more authority, more power than any mortal could possess, and so he sought out the Demon King. We flash back to a dark chamber. The Duke stands before the Demon King, surrounded by the glowing light of a ritual circle, having sacrificed countless lives to summon him. But the Demon King's response was not what he expected. A simple, dismissive, "I'm not interested." The Duke was stunned into silence. Just as he thought all was lost, an idea sparked in his mind. A way to intrigue this bored ancient being. He would propose a game, a bet, a new toy to capture the Demon King's attention. He explained that the bet would be rather entertaining. He told the Demon King of a young master he'd seen, a human boy born with white hair and crimson eyes. He had noticed him at a royal banquet. Dion, born so naturally weak, had never once set foot outside his family home, except for that single occasion. That was the boy who had caught the Duke's eye. The Duke recalls sipping his wine, thinking that Dion hardly looked human, just a frail creature with the worst luck imaginable. And so he made his monstrous proposal. Are you not curious to see how long a child like that would last on a battlefield? The question was so cruel, so heartless, that the Demon King burst out laughing. He laughed until tears formed in his eyes, remarking on the irony. To think that a bastard this twisted was the one who had managed to summon him. The Duke knew in that instant he had him. The Demon King was going to take the bait. The Demon King noted that with war on the horizon, the timing was perfect. Humans were always so amusing. "All right," the Demon King said, a grin playing on his lips. "I bet that he survives." The Duke was shocked. "How come?" he stammered. Not how long he would last, but whether he would survive? The Demon King explained that the chances of Dion surviving were almost zero. So why make such a losing bet? He just smiled. "There's no need to think so hard. It's always more fun to bet on the underdog." The terms were set. The bet would end on the last day of the war. If the child died, the Duke won. If he survived, the Demon King won. And just like that, for the sake of a little entertainment, the bet began. Back in the present, the Duke continues his confession. The reason he sent Dion Hart into battle 8 years ago, because he had to die. It was the only way for him to win. The reason a sickly noble's child was sent to the front lines. The reason all communication from his family was cut off. The reason documents were forged. It was the only way I could win the bet against the Demon King. And yet, he became the undefeated vanguard, the immortal, the master of the murderous ghost knights, and the great hero of the 8-year war. Dion Hart just kept surviving, kept achieving the impossible. The Duke seethed with frustration. At this rate, he was going to lose everything. But when he met the Demon King again, he realized there was another way. He would propose something new. He may have lost the bet, but he hadn't failed completely. The Duke made a new offer. If the Demon King sent Dion Hart to him, he would grant the Duke a small sliver of demonic power. The Demon King agreed. It wouldn't be a full contract, he explained, but a half contract, a taste of the power the Duke craved. A wicked smile spread across the Duke's face. He had gambled that after 8 years of observation, the Demon King would be intrigued by Dion. He couldn't believe his plan had worked so easily. Now, he just had to get Dion to the demonic realm. And for that, he would need the Emperor. We see the Emperor on his throne as the Demon King's voice echoes the Duke's plan. Let Dion Hart take part in the subjugation of the Demon King. The Emperor was suspicious, but the Duke played the part of a loyal subject, suggesting they needed a suitable hero for such a dangerous mission. He proposed sending Dion. The Emperor reluctantly agreed, and so Dion was dispatched on a mission to kill the very being the Duke was trying to appease. And with that, Dion Hart left the Empire. The Duke was satisfied. He figured Dion might die on the way, but even if he didn't, the plan was in motion. No one would suspect a thing. He truly believed everything was finally going his way. But then, an aide burst into his study shouting, "Your Highness, Dion Hart has returned!" The Duke slammed his fist on the table in pure, unadulterated rage. The man he assumed was gone forever had returned, dragging the corpse of the previous hero behind him. Gripping the report, the Duke snarled under his breath. He was left reeling with questions. How did he return? Why would the Demon King let him go? What in the world happened in the demonic realm? Back in the present, the Duke turns his sharp gaze back to Cruel. "Do you have anything special to report from your mission?" He reminds Cruel of his orders to eliminate the assassins and confirm where Dion was headed. Cruel reports coolly that Dion had already left the scene. He saw nothing. He tells the Duke he's not sure if he simply missed him or turned a blind eye, but that's all he knows. With a final, chilling remark, he says, "I hope you win the bet," and walks away. The Duke is left alone in his grand, empty mansion, lost in thought. There is no place in the human realm his eyes cannot reach. But if Dion's destination was that place, the Zero Corps commander who appeared in the demonic realm, and the hero of the Empire adored by the Emperor, the pieces finally clicked into place. They had to be the same person. The Duke doubles over, a wild, manic laugh escaping his lips. The sheer audacity of it all was breathtaking. To think he was a double spy. A man who held a position of great importance in the demonic realm, and also one of great importance within the Empire. Both the Demon King and the Emperor were using Dion, but a day would come when he would have to choose a side. If he chose the Demon King, it would be a disaster for the Empire. The Duke's eyes glow with a dark, murderous light. "I must kill him before that happens, for the sake of my Empire." Elsewhere, in a quiet village, a physician is tending to Dion. He reports that there's no immediate threat to his life, he just needs rest. The blood was simply a result of stress on his already frail body. It seems he has a naturally weak constitution, the physician notes. A villager turns to the man who brought Dion in. "Did you know all this before you brought him here, Chief?" He pinches the bridge of his nose, looking weary. "No," he says. "It was my mistake. I wasn't paying attention." He claims he didn't see the man's face clearly under the robe and just rushed to get him help. The villager promises to keep quiet about the incident. He mutters to himself that he's been extremely forgetful lately, doubting the man will remember any of this anyway. Duke Lister looks down at the kneeling hero, a slow, knowing smile spreading across his face. He savors the moment, repeating Cruel's own question back to him. "Why am I trying to kill Dion Hart?" This was it. The answer Cruel had risked everything to learn. His mind raced. How did the Duke even know of Dion, a boy who had never been part of high society? And why did he pursue him with such a relentless, burning obsession? The Duke speaks calmly, almost conversationally. He muses that Cruel seems to have a good reason to kill his brother, whereas the Duke himself appears to have none. Cruel keeps his silence, thinking that as long as he remains by the Duke's side, he can keep Dion safe. But the question still burned in his mind. Why? Why did the Duke fixate on that poor, sickly child? The Duke offers a simple political excuse first. Is it not reason enough to want to eliminate the Emperor's favorite dog? He claims he's merely acting as a representative of the nobles, scoffing as if the answer should be obvious. And then he reveals the truth. The real reason that underpins everything. "Obviously," he says, his hand resting over his heart, "it's because of the contract I hold with the Demon King." A dark, swirling energy begins to emanate from his body. He explains that this contract grants him a power that defies the natural order of the world. He shows Cruel a glimpse of that power, a pulsating mass of demonic energy. Years ago, he explains, he craved more authority, more power than any mortal could possess, and so he sought out the Demon King. We flash back to a dark chamber. The Duke stands before the Demon King, surrounded by the glowing light of a ritual circle, having sacrificed countless lives to summon him. But the Demon King's response was not what he expected. A simple, dismissive, "I'm not interested." The Duke was stunned into silence. Just as he thought all was lost, an idea sparked in his mind. A way to intrigue this bored ancient being. He would propose a game, a bet, a new toy to capture the Demon King's attention. He explained that the bet would be rather entertaining. He told the Demon King of a young master he'd seen, a human boy born with white hair and crimson eyes. He had noticed him at a royal banquet. Dion, born so naturally weak, had never once set foot outside his family home, except for that single occasion. That was the boy who had caught the Duke's eye. The Duke recalls sipping his wine, thinking that Dion hardly looked human, just a frail creature with the worst luck imaginable. And so he made his monstrous proposal. Are you not curious to see how long a child like that would last on a battlefield? The question was so cruel, so heartless, that the Demon King burst out laughing. He laughed until tears formed in his eyes, remarking on the irony. To think that a bastard this twisted was the one who had managed to summon him. The Duke knew in that instant he had him. The Demon King was going to take the bait. The Demon King noted that with war on the horizon, the timing was perfect. Humans were always so amusing. "All right," the Demon King said, a grin playing on his lips. "I bet that he survives." The Duke was shocked. "How come?" he stammered. Not how long he would last, but whether he would survive? The Demon King explained that the chances of Dion surviving were almost zero. So why make such a losing bet? He just smiled. "There's no need to think so hard. It's always more fun to bet on the underdog." The terms were set. The bet would end on the last day of the war. If the child died, the Duke won. If he survived, the Demon King won. And just like that, for the sake of a little entertainment, the bet began. Back in the present, the Duke continues his confession. The reason he sent Dion Hart into battle 8 years ago, because he had to die. It was the only way for him to win. The reason a sickly noble's child was sent to the front lines. The reason all communication from his family was cut off. The reason documents were forged. It was the only way I could win the bet against the Demon King. And yet, he became the undefeated vanguard, the immortal, the master of the murderous ghost knights, and the great hero of the 8-year war. Dion Hart just kept surviving, kept achieving the impossible. The Duke seethed with frustration. At this rate, he was going to lose everything. But when he met the Demon King again, he realized there was another way. He would propose something new. He may have lost a bet, but he hadn't failed completely. The Duke made a new offer. If the Demon King sent Dion Hart to him, he would grant the Duke a small sliver of demonic power. The Demon King agreed. It wouldn't be a full contract, he explained, but a half contract, a taste of the power the Duke craved. A wicked smile spread across the Duke's face. He had gambled that after 8 years of observation, the Demon King would be intrigued by Dion. He couldn't believe his plan had worked so easily. Now he just had to get Dion to the demonic realm. And for that, he would need the Emperor. We see the Emperor on his throne as the Demon King's voice echoes the Duke's plan. Let Dion Hart take part in the subjugation of the Demon King. The Emperor was suspicious, but the Duke played the part of a loyal subject, suggesting they needed a suitable hero for such a dangerous mission. He proposed sending Dion. The Emperor reluctantly agreed, and so Dion was dispatched on a mission to kill the very being the Duke was trying to appease. And with that, Dion Hart left the Empire. The Duke was satisfied. He figured Dion might die on the way, but even if he didn't, the plan was in motion. No one would suspect a thing. He truly believed everything was finally going his way. But then, an aide burst into his study shouting, "Your Highness, Dion Hart has returned!" The Duke slammed his fist on the table in pure, unadulterated rage. The man he assumed was gone forever had returned, dragging the corpse of the previous hero behind him. Gripping the report, the Duke snarled under his breath. He was left reeling with questions. How did he return? Why would the Demon King let him go? What in the world happened in the demonic realm? Back in the present, the Duke turns his sharp gaze back to Cruel. "Do you have anything special to report from your mission?" He reminds Cruel of his orders to eliminate the assassins and confirm where Dion was headed. Cruel reports coolly that Dion had already left the scene. He saw nothing. He tells the Duke he's not sure if he simply missed him or turned a blind eye, but that's all he knows. With a final, chilling remark, he says, "I hope you win the bet," and walks away. The Duke is left alone in his grand, empty mansion, lost in thought. There is no place in the human realm his eyes cannot reach. But if Dion's destination was that place, the Zero Corps commander who appeared in the demonic realm, and the hero of the Empire adored by the Emperor, the pieces finally clicked into place. They had to be the same person. The Duke doubles over, a wild, manic laugh escaping his lips. The sheer audacity of it all was breathtaking. To think he was a double spy. A man who held a position of great importance in the demonic realm, and also one of great importance within the Empire. Both the Demon King and the Emperor were using Dion, but a day would come when he would have to choose a side. If he chose the Demon King, it would be a disaster for the Empire. The Duke's eyes glow with a dark, murderous light. I must kill him before that happens, for the sake of my Empire. Elsewhere, in a quiet village, a physician is tending to Dion. He reports that there's no immediate threat to his life, he just needs rest. The blood was simply a result of stress on his already frail body. It seems he has a naturally weak constitution, the physician notes. A villager turns to the man who brought Dion in. "Did you know all this before you brought him here, Chief?" He pinches the bridge of his nose, looking weary. "No," he says. "It was my mistake. I wasn't paying attention." He claims he didn't see the man's face clearly under the robe and just rushed to get him help. The villager promises to keep quiet about the incident. He mutters to himself that he's been extremely forgetful lately, doubting the man will remember any of this anyway. In the dead of night, while Dion is at his most vulnerable, a hand closes around his throat. An assassin has slipped past all security, his intentions chillingly clear. The attacker's face is a mask of pure hatred, a single thought echoing in his mind: die. Just die. The rage is personal, burning bright in his eyes. But as his grip tightens, Dion lets out a weak, sputtering cough, a thin line of blood trickling from his lips. The sight stops the attacker cold. A memory flashes in his mind, and a single, confused word escapes him. Mother? Suddenly, he's no longer seeing the Empire's hero. In his mind's eye, he sees a vision of his own mother, just as frail, just as pale, her life fading away. The image is so powerful, so jarring, that he recoils as if he's been burned, stumbling back from the bed in shock. He collapses to the floor, breathing heavily, the weight of the memory threatening to crush him. He looks back at the sleeping Dion, his face a mess of sweat and turmoil. He clenches his fist in frustration. Of all days, why did it have to be today? His mind flashes back to a tense meeting with the other leaders of the Revolutionary Army. The air was thick with impatience. One of the members slammed the table, demanding to know if their leader even planned on seeing their revolution through. With war looming, there would never be a better time to strike. But Daniel, the man who just tried to kill Dion, had disagreed. He accused them of being short-sighted, reminding them that their forces were not ready. His voice rose with intensity. With the human realm on the verge of total war against the demons, was this really the time to start a civil war without a proper plan? He cut off their stammered excuses, reminding them that their very existence depended on the support of the Empire's citizens. Without the people, what were they? Daniel answered his own question with a cold, firm, numb. Without the people on their side, they would be nothing more than a band of traitors. He glanced at a younger man named Paul, a brief memory of their childhood grounding him. He continued, his voice filled with conviction. They had to win the hearts of the citizens first, to make them believe in their dream of equality. Only by winning them over could they ever be acknowledged as a true revolutionary army. His point landed. The other executives had no choice but to agree. Daniel moved a piece on the map, illustrating the challenge. To get to the Emperor, they would have to storm the palace gates. But did they even have the manpower for something so ambitious? The room fell into a heavy, defeated silence. He brought up a recent failure, a reckless, unauthorized mission that had severely weakened their forces. He pressed the issue, asking who allowed the flawed plan to proceed. The memory of their loss hung in the air like a shroud. His gaze swept the room. It was people just like them, he said, people who wanted to rush things. He issued an ultimatum. Anyone who still wanted to proceed without a plan should step down from their position immediately. The challenge was met with a stark, resounding silence. The debate was over. Daniel had won. After the meeting, the young man Paul approached him. He's Daniel's younger brother, and he looked worried. "Brother, are you all right?" he asked. Daniel just said he was heading out, but then playfully smacked him on the head. Paul was completely caught off guard, confused by his brother's sudden change in mood. Daniel put a hand on his shoulder, a small, proud smile on his face. He told Paul he was all grown up now, that he knew how to take a side. "You were really great earlier," Daniel said softly. "Thanks." For the first time, he wasn't a stern leader, but just an older brother. Paul was still flustered, unsure how to respond to the rare praise. Daniel wished him a safe trip home. Puzzled, Paul asked where he was going. "I know you always go see Mother whenever you're stressed," Daniel said gently. "Go see her." Paul looked stunned, touched that his brother had noticed. Daniel laughed, a moment of genuine happiness. "You really have grown up," he repeated. But as he walked away, his smile faded. He couldn't give up, not now. He had made a promise to his mother, a promise that one day he would show her the equal world she had always dreamt of. He arrived at a quiet house at sunset. He opened the door, calling out, "Mother, I'm home!" But the world was a cruel, unforgiving place. He found her on the floor, pale and still. His world shattered in an instant, a desperate, heartbroken scream tearing from his throat. His mother had been suffering from an incurable disease, a secret she had kept for a long, long time. Kneeling beside her, he trembled in disbelief. "How could this happen? Since when have you been ill?" Overwhelmed by grief and rage, he confronted his comrades, demanding to know why they had hidden this from him. But then his mother spoke, her voice a weak whisper, blood trickling from her lips. She told him she was fine, pleading with him not to be angry with them. She confessed that she was the one who had begged them to keep it a secret. And in his mind, he understood. He knew why they did it. It was to protect him, to ensure that the leader of the Revolutionary Army would not falter. Logically, it all made perfect sense. But his heart refused to accept it. The reality was a cold, horrifying truth. His mother was going to die. She would die without ever seeing the new world they were fighting for. The pain was a physical blow, stealing the air from his lungs. And that brings us back to the present. As Daniel backs away from Dion, he starts coughing, clutching his own chest, the memory too raw to bear. He looks at Dion, who is also coughing up blood, looking just as frail as his mother did in her final moments. The parallel is inescapable. In a panic, Daniel grabs Dion, trying to calm him down, telling him this person isn't his mother. He's trying to convince himself as much as anyone. Tears stream down his face as he holds on to Dion, promising he'll do whatever it takes. He's no longer seeing an enemy, he's seeing his own tragic loss played out all over again. "Please don't die, Mother," he begs, the lines between past and present completely blurred. Even now, after pulling himself together, he can't bring himself to kill him. He stands over the bed, clutching his cloak, disgusted by his own softness. He looks down at Dion one last time. "You have no idea how lucky you are," he whispers. On Dion's neck, a faint, glowing mark is visible. He should have killed him on sight, he knows that, but he just couldn't do it. His eyes fix on the mark. He realizes this must be the curse he'd heard rumors about. The pieces click into place. Dion isn't just sick, he's cursed. He's going to die soon enough, whether Daniel does anything or not. And this changes everything. He knows it goes against everything he just told his executives, but his mother's death has changed him. They have to hurry. He turns and walks away, his steps now filled with a new, grim purpose. He needs to find the best plan of action, and he needs to carry it out immediately. He has to do it before his mother dies, but she's already gone. His grief has twisted into a new, urgent mission. If he couldn't save his mother, he can still build the world she dreamed of. He will show her that dream, even if she's not here to see it. After Daniel leaves, Dion is left alone in the quiet, sterile room. A moment later, his eyes snap open with a jolt. He sits up, clutching his throat and coughing, his first thought a wave of pure relief. He's finally gone. But then the terror floods back in. Did he just try to strangle me to death? The memory of the hand on his throat, the feeling of suffocating, it was all real. His body trembles. I thought I was really going to die. Panic sets in. He has to get out of here before that bastard comes back. He scrambles to his feet and finally takes a look around. Where is this place? He wonders. It looks like some kind of infirmary. Just as he's planning his escape, the door clicks open. Dion freezes, bracing for the worst. But it's not his attacker. It's a man with a mustache who looks like a doctor. Caught off guard, Dion immediately starts stammering an explanation, promising to pay for the treatment. The man calmly tells him not to worry about payment. Instead, he hands him a neatly folded package. "If you are leaving," he says, "please take this." Inside is a dark robe and a blindfold. The man explains that it would be troublesome if Dion were to remember their location, so the blindfold is necessary. He tells Dion to come out when he's ready to be escorted from the building. Dion holds the strange items, his suspicion growing. A secret location, a mandatory blindfold. What exactly are they hiding here? He realizes this is no ordinary infirmary. The scene shifts, and we hear a name called out, Daniel. We're now in an opulent office. Duke Illister sits at his desk, addressing the man who just entered. "What brings you here so early in the morning without any notice?" he asks. The Duke's sharp eyes narrow. He notices something is different about the man standing before him. And he's right. The caution and hesitation that defined Daniel before are gone, replaced by a cold, hard resolve. Daniel looks the Duke straight in the eye and makes his declaration. "We need to start planning the revolt." He stands before Duke Illister, the man funding his entire operation, and demands to know when they can finally make their move. The Duke, ever the patient manipulator, reminds him of the obvious. With a war against the demons looming, any internal conflict would be suicide. He points out that just yesterday, Daniel was the one urging restraint. The Duke's sharp eyes notice the change in Daniel's demeanor. He correctly guesses it has something to do with his mother. A condescending smirk plays on the Duke's lips. He'd thought Daniel was different, but he's disappointed to see him so easily shaken. He suggests Daniel take a break, put a stop to everything for now. "I think it would be a good idea for you to cool your head," the Duke says, his voice dripping with superiority. "You realize how much you're trying to rush things, don't you?" He grabs Daniel by the collar, pulling him close. "What's gotten into you all of a sudden?" The Duke thinks to himself that he'd better keep this emotional fool on a tight leash. He asks Daniel for his response, expecting him to back down like a good little pawn. But Daniel just looks down for a moment, then quietly agrees. Understood. As Daniel walks away, his mind is racing. The Duke's words, "take a momentary break," echo in his thoughts. In that moment of condescension, the Duke had helped him make up his mind. The Duke, Daniel now sees the truth with painful clarity. The Duke never cared about their revolution. He was just using them to weaken the Emperor, to seize power for himself. It was a trap from the very beginning. The Duke's words about not wanting the Empire to fall, it all clicks into place. Of course. A man in his position would never willingly give up his status. He'd suspected something was off from the start. The Duke's support was never about their cause. It was always about luring them into his game. Looking out the window, Daniel can only think one thing: how foolish. He was a fool for ever trusting him. He clenches his fist, angry at his own naivete. Just then, a voice calls out to him. "Brother, it's Paul. He's been waiting." Daniel turns, surprised. "You haven't left yet?" Paul rushes forward, grabbing onto his older brother, his eyes wide with urgency. Daniel is confused by his brother's intensity. "What is it?" he asks. Paul's voice is a choked yell. "Did you bring Dion Hark here?" Daniel is stunned. "How did you know that?" He grabs his brother's shoulders, demanding to know if anyone else saw Dion leaving. He tries to push past, his mind racing, but Paul holds him back, pleading with him to wait. "Brother, calm down. I'm the only one who saw him." Paul explains that even with the robe and blindfold, he caught a glimpse of that unique, unmistakable white hair. Daniel calms slightly, frustrated that the disguise wasn't good enough, but Paul isn't finished. "I don't understand," he says, his voice low and trembling. He grabs his brother again, his voice shaking with rage. "Why didn't you kill him? Couldn't you have at least held him hostage, gotten information from him?" Paul's anger dissolves into raw, unfiltered pain. He reminds Daniel that Dion is the Emperor's dog, the man whose military campaign destroyed their hometown and killed their sister, Sia. The memory flashes through his mind, rain, rubble, and his sister's lifeless hand reaching out from the ruins. The trauma is too much. Paul collapses into his brother's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Daniel can only hold him tight, whispering his name. Through his tears, Paul confesses that the last time he held out his hand to Sia, she had taken it, but he couldn't save her. Daniel just pats his brother's back, his own expression softening with sadness. "I see," he says gently. "Maybe your sister needs some time." He suggests they pay her a visit later, together. But Paul looks up, his face streaked with tears, asking what the point is when Sia is gone. Daniel forces a small smile. "You just have to become strong enough to protect her," he says. Paul just sniffles, nodding weakly. Daniel's thoughts drift. It feels like only yesterday that Paul was just a small child crying in his arms. Paul pulls away, embarrassed. "Don't change the subject," he says, his voice thick. "But seriously, why did you let him go?" Daniel turns away, unable to meet his brother's eyes. "It was a personal reason," he admits. "I know I made the wrong decision." He looks back at his brother, his expression serious. "Nobody is perfect, Paul. You'll see my flaws. Ignore what doesn't make sense and learn what is necessary. I'm going to teach you as much as I can, as quickly as I can. The position of my successor is not to be taken lightly." Daniel then asks a simple question. "What type of people start revolutions?" Paul is completely floored. "Your successor? Me?" he stammers, asking if this is why he's been brought to all the meetings. Daniel explains that revolutions are started by those who know the system and have suffered from it. Paul is still in disbelief. "But why me? I'm just a lowlife from the streets." Daniel just walks away, telling him not to worry. "I'll teach you everything I know," he playfully teases Paul, reminding him he just said he was all grown up. "Huh." Paul, flustered, can only stammer in response. Daniel explains that being young is an advantage. It allows you to see the world without fear. He looks at his brother with pride. Paul may be from the empire, but he survived in the slums all by himself, with no help from the nation. The Revolutionary Army is made up of people from many nations. The fact that Paul has no attachment to the empire will only prove his fairness as a leader. Paul is still struggling to understand. Daniel tells him that's one reason, but the most important reason is simpler. Paul knows how to love. Daniel clarifies. "What else would you call the emotion of pouring your entire heart and soul into one person?" Paul's mind immediately flashes to the memory of his smiling sister, Sia. Paul clenches his fist. He points out that this could also be a weakness, just like how Daniel himself gets shaken when it comes to their mother. Daniel can't deny it. "I've shown my ugly side many times because of her," he admits. "But Paul, the ideology of our army is equality for all," Daniel explains. "To create a world like that, we need a leader who knows how to love, someone who can be considerate and understand others, like you." Paul sighs, still unsure. "It's funny," he says. "Someone so young is already talking about a successor." But then, with a new look of determination, he agrees. "I'll learn to the best of my abilities." Daniel smiles, genuinely pleased. "Thanks." He tells Paul that to achieve their revolution, they must overcome great obstacles, like the emperor and the duke. Paul watches his brother, wondering why he seems so strangely happy. "We will succeed. Since time is of the essence," Daniel says cheerfully. "Why don't we get started?" Paul is once again caught off guard by his brother's sudden energy. Daniel announces that even the duke has a weakness. He gestures to a massive pile of books and says they'll start by reading all of them, much to Paul's horror. He grabs his protesting brother, explaining that their first lesson will be on the natural rights of man. The duke's greatest weakness is pride. The scene cuts to a dark forest. A monstrous wolf is struck down by an arrow. We see Emperor Eduardo on horseback, calm and collected after the hunt. His aide asks him, "That's the duke's weakness?" "Yes," the emperor replies with a smug grin. The duke looks down on everyone. He thinks he knows everything. A glint of gold flashes in the emperor's eye. He never considers that someone could be looking down on him. A powerful aura surrounds the emperor. This is a man who sees the entire board, not just the next move. "Yes, there have been times I've been used like a fool," he admits, but his expression twists into a chilling, predatory smile. The duke isn't the only one who can use people. He thinks back to the day he declared war on the demonic realm. Some nations cheered, relieved that the empire's aggression was finally pointed elsewhere. Others raged, furious at his audacity. And some, while hating his actions, knew they couldn't just stand by while the empire fell, as it would mean the end of humanity. But no matter their reaction, not a single nation considered siding with the demons. And that was exactly what the duke wanted. The emperor explains that the duke masterfully manipulated the situation. After all, he says with a smile, that's his specialty. It only makes things easier for me. The emperor recalls putting on a show for the duke's spies, pretending to be a fool who didn't understand politics. The duke, arrogant as ever, took the bait. But did he really think I wouldn't see through such an obvious play? What a joke! The emperor draws his bow. He merely let the duke fulfill his role, playing the part of the fool to feed his enemy's ego. An arrow flies, striking its target with a sickening thud. He thinks about the assassins the duke sent after him. Thanks to him, he muses, I resolved the problem without lifting a finger. I even saved manpower. His aide marvels at the bold move, but the emperor explains. That's exactly why I entrusted him with it. There is no way the duke would ever let the empire truly fall. He turns his horse, a confident smirk on his face, since he wants the empire for himself. He treated me like a child, and yet he fell into such an obvious trap. As they ride off into the night, the emperor's thoughts are cold and clear. One thing is certain, the duke's pride will be his downfall, and he cannot wait to see the look on his face when that day finally comes. While emperors and dukes play their games of shadows and spies, another faction makes its move in broad daylight, right at the front door of Dion's mansion. A young man with bright blonde hair and a cheerful disposition clears his throat, presenting a massive, sparkling bouquet of blue flowers. Dion, however, just stares at the offering with his usual tired expression, completely baffled. The young man introduces himself as Crown Prince Alan. "Long time no see, Marquis Hart," he says with a wide smile. "I stopped by to give you this bouquet." Dion is still confused. "Why would you give this to me, Your Highness?" The prince just smiles mysteriously. "Because," he's thinking to himself that he needs to find a way to tie Dion to the empire, to secure his loyalty before the war begins. But this entire plan is based on a very strange and very flawed piece of logic born from an argument with his sister Alethea. Alethea, with the unshakable confidence of a master detective, had declared that Marquis Dion Hart must be into men. The prince had choked on his tea. But Alethea insisted he think about it. Dion is only ever surrounded by men and shows zero interest in women. The prince thought she was being ridiculous, but she doubled down, reminding him that at every royal banquet, Dion is completely unfazed by the ladies staring at him. He had to admit that part was true. Dion really didn't seem to have any women around him, and all the people he was close to were men. His aide, his knights, they were all men. The prince was horrified. Could Alethea actually be right about this? The seed of doubt had been planted. Regardless, his mission was clear. Bring Dion over to their side. His sister had even questioned why he hadn't asked for a higher title for himself. But the prince knew he had to do whatever it took to win Dion over. He begins to congratulate Dion, noting that the hero Cruel Heart has become an honorary count, he says, before catching himself. I shouldn't have said that. He quickly corrects himself, saying the important thing is that Dion became a marquis. The bouquet is to congratulate you on your advancement, he blurts out. Dion just gives a quiet, thank you. As Dion offers a small, polite smile, the prince is absolutely stunned. He's smiling. The prince's mind races. Alethea tried everything and never got him to crack a smile, yet he's smiling at his bouquet. The terrible conclusion seems obvious now. Dion, completely unaware, switches to business. "Since you have reached a higher position," he says, "I'm curious about your political viewpoint." The prince immediately gets nervous, wondering if this is some kind of test. He hesitates, and Dion notices. Trying to broach the topic he now believes is on Dion's mind, the prince takes a deep breath and asks, "What if it were possible to have same-sex marriages?" The question lands like a bomb, and the prince immediately starts coughing, mortified. Dion and his men are frozen in utter, complete shock. Same-sex marriages? The room falls into a dead, awkward silence. The prince is sweating, his face a mask of panic, silently begging Dion to just say something. Anything. Dion slowly starts to speak. "I just remembered. I have something urgent to tend to." He tries to bolt, but the prince leaps up and grabs him, yelling, "Wait! Whatever you're thinking, it's a misunderstanding." Flushed and panicked, the prince tries to be accepting. "That's all right. I understand there are different orientations." But Dion grabs his hand, horrified, and shouts, "No! The prince insists he doesn't have to hide anything, but Dion is practically climbing the walls trying to get away, yelling, "That's not it! I prefer women! I told you it's a misunderstanding!" The prince is now trembling, his face bright red. He finally snaps, letting out a desperate, full-throated scream. "I, too, prefer women." His cry echoes across the entire estate, startling birds from the trees. Utterly defeated and humiliated, the prince makes his exit. He walks past the household staff, who all heard his declaration loud and clear. One of the maids looks after him, thinking to herself, "I guess the crown prince really loves women." Schwartz 6338. Another maid adds cheerfully, "Well, we won't have to worry about his successor." The prince just keeps walking, his face burning with shame. He can't believe he was so foolish. Alethea hides behind a pillar, giggling at her brother's spectacular failure. Back inside, Dan is trying his absolute hardest not to burst out laughing. Dion glares at him, hissing, "Keep laughing, you bastard." Dan, with a perfectly straight face, just says, "I respect all of your decisions, master." Dion snaps back, "Shut up!" "He said it's not true." "And why are you still here?" Dion demands, pointing at Dan. "I thought I told you to get lost." Dan insists his priority is serving him, which only annoys Dion more. Dan then asks if he can accompany Dion on his next mission for the Emperor. Dion shuts him down hard. "No, I'm more comfortable by myself." He gets on his horse, his expression dark. "I'm going to get some fresh air, alone." He warns Dan, "Don't you dare follow me." "And you returned with an injury," Dan yells after him. The reminder stops Dion for a second. He touches his neck, where the bruises from the previous night's attack are still fresh. It was incredibly risky. Those people seemed like they were treating him, but then that man, Daniel, tried to choke him to death. Even when he was leaving, they blindfolded him, desperate to hide their location. As he was being led out, a hand had grabbed him, and a voice whispered, "You're lucky." When he turned, the man was gone. Who were they, and what was that place? The questions still haunt him. He doesn't know which enemy that was, but he knows he was lucky to escape. He glances back at Dan. "Don't even think about following me." His voice drops, his eyes glowing with a cold light. "At this point, one of us will die. Since anyone who witnesses me crossing the border must die." The moment the words are out, Dion immediately regrets them. "Shit, was I too harsh?" But Dan just smiles, a look of pure admiration on his face. "As you wish, master. I won't follow you." Dan's mind is singing with joy. "Ah, my disaster." His eyes gleam with excitement. He never thought he'd see the day Dion would threaten him like this. Dion is just baffled. Huh? Why does he look so happy? What a strange bastard. Dion arrives at a dining hall to meet his escort team, the infamous rabid dogs of the Night Order. One of the knights immediately offers him a half-eaten sausage, earning a swift smack from his comrade for offering leftovers to a marquis. Dion sighs internally. These obnoxious bastards. He asks his vice-captain how long this will take. The vice-captain loses his temper, screaming at the knights to call Dion marquis now, before collapsing onto the table in a bloody coughing fit. The whole scene is pure chaos. Dion sighs, completely done with them all. The vice-captain thanks him for the last mission, and another knight adds that it's all because they love him so much. Dion just deadpans, "Not at all." Finally, the knights wish him a safe trip. Dion heads for his true destination, a tiny manhole on the border, a secret passage that exists solely for him. This passage is the result of a silent vow between the Emperor and the Demon King, a neutral ground kept safe for Dion until he finally chooses a side. This is why his escorts do not follow him past the mountains. From here, he walks alone. As he approaches, he wonders if the Demon King will keep his silence, now that the Empire is preparing for war. The answer is obvious. Of course not. The Demon King is just waiting, a smug smile on his face. The pressure is closing in. It feels like there's an expiration date on his life. It's time to make a decision. Suddenly, a flash of steel. A sword lunges for him. He barely dodges, the blade slicing through his cloak as he stumbles back, coughing. He looks up, and the attacker's identity hits him like a physical blow. It's Cruel Heart. Dion is in shock, his mind reeling. Why the hell is he here? Did he follow me? The two brothers lock eyes, one filled with confusion and betrayal, the other with cold, hard resolve. Cruel raises his sword, his voice dangerously calm. "What great timing," he says, echoing Dion's earlier threat. I have to kill all witnesses, you see. Without another word, Cruel lunges. A flash of green energy from his blade meets the red slash of Dion's. Their eyes meet in the clash of steel. The older brother, driven by a desperate hidden purpose. The younger, fighting for a freedom he can barely comprehend. The fight is a whirlwind of motion, a dance of red and green light as the two most famous heroes of their generation trade blows. But Dion is no match for Cruel's raw power. He's pushed back, his weaker body already struggling to keep up. He stumbles, clutching a dagger, his face pale with exertion. "You," he gasps, "can you at least try to be serious?" Cruel stands over him, his expression a storm of frustration and confusion. "You're supposed to hate me," he says, almost to himself. His mind flashes through their painful past. The abuse, the neglect, the day he took everything. "I was a useless, bothersome younger brother to you," he says. "I'm the one who took your family away. So why?" Dion clenches his teeth, a flicker of something new, something cold in his eyes. This isn't just Dion anymore. He pushes himself up, his breathing steady. This is Survivor Dion, the ruthless strategist who only emerges when his life is truly on the line. He grips his dagger, his eyes narrowed, calculating. "Why do you keep acting like you're trying to save me?" he snarls before lunging past his brother. He doesn't fight back. He runs, leaving Cruel standing alone among the bodies of the assassins he'd killed earlier. Cruel just watches him go, his expression unreadable. "He ran away like a rat again," he mutters, touching a fresh cut on his cheek. A strange feeling washes over him, a sense that he's missing a huge piece of the puzzle. Back in his opulent office, Duke Illuster slams his fist on the desk. Of all times, Dion Hart chose to be away now, he fumes. Just as his bet with Cruel began, his target has vanished. "I must eliminate him before the war," he thinks, a grim smile on his face. What a lucky bastard. He keeps escaping, and it just makes me obsess over him even more. He stares out the window, a strange thought crossing his mind. At this point, it feels like the world itself is protecting him. He quickly dismisses the idea. Obviously, that's not possible. After all, the world was the one that gave him such a cruel fate. He looks toward the horizon, a cold glint in his eyes. "I hope you return shortly. And when you do, meanwhile, Dion has crossed the border. The air here is different, thick with a purple haze under a blood-red moon. A horse is waiting for him. The Demon King prepared this," Dion realizes. "He knows I'm on my way." The feeling of being constantly watched is suffocating. He stumbles, clutching his satchel. He pulls out the medicine his demon medics prepared. But instead of taking it, he looks at the bag with pure annoyance. "I'm going to toss it here," he declares petulantly, throwing it away. Somewhere, his medics are screaming in agony over their wasted, coffee-flavored invention. Dion dusts off his hands, feeling childishly pleased with himself. "Wow, I feel lighter already." He continues on, approaching the massive, Gothic castle that looms in the distance. The Demon King's domain. But as he gets closer, he's met with a shocking sight, a massive crowd of demons cheering for him. "It's Sir Arut! Long live Sir Arut!" Dion is completely bewildered. What? The demons are overcome with emotion, their eyes sparkling with pure adoration. What the hell are they doing? Dion thinks, horrified. This is his worst nightmare. A cheerful voice cuts through the noise. A girl with pink pigtails and a witch's hat runs up to him. "Ririnel, welcome back!" Dion demands to know what's going on. Ririnel proudly explains that it's the Arut cult, made up of everyone who respects him. She estimates nearly half the castle are members. She says she got the idea from the human concept of religion. This is the cult he'd heard rumors about, and it's even bigger now. "Either way," he says, his voice flat, "dismiss them immediately." The cult members look heartbroken. Dion repeats his command, his voice rising in panic. "Dismiss them, or you could disband permanently." Ririnel immediately panics. "Permanently? No way!" She screams at the crowd. "Everyone is dismissed." Sir Arut is feeling uncomfortable. The crowd quickly disperses, leaving Dion standing alone, red-faced and mortified. "Just leave me alone," he thinks desperately. He finally reaches the Demon King's office. The king is sitting at his desk, a smug grin on his face. "Hey, you back?" "Sooner than I thought." Dion notices a familiar-looking brooch on the Demon King's lapel. The king explains Ririnel gave him one. He couldn't possibly miss out when it concerns Arut. The Demon King gets to the point. Anyway, Arut. He steps closer, his presence looming. Your heartbeat has increased since you came into the office. Have you heard anything important from the Empire? He asks, his voice dangerously smooth. He's thinking of the Emperor's offer to let Dion remain human. The Demon King can see the conflict written all over Dion's face. I wonder what it is, he muses. Did that cowardly Emperor finally make a decision? The King's aura darkens the room, his power palpable. He leans in close, whispering in Dion's ear. And you? Probably weren't going to tell me unless I noticed, right? He grabs Dion by the collar, cutting off his apology. Are you tempted? He asks, his voice a low threat. I wonder what the Emperor offered you. Dion struggles, but he's completely powerless in the King's grip. The King smiles, a cruel, possessive look in his eyes. Aren't you worried about how I might respond? Did you ever think that your life could be in danger? Dion's mind screams in terror. Is he going to kill him right now? Just as Dion is about to pass out from fear, the Demon King bursts out laughing. He lets go, gently touching the bandage on Dion's face. Were you surprised? He asks, his tone now playful. Well, it's not like I don't understand. But, he says, his expression turning serious again, you already know whose side you should be on, right? He reminds Dion that he's a talent so great both kings are fighting over him. Dion clutches his throat, the glowing curse mark a stark reminder of his bond to this place. The Demon King begins his sales pitch. Here in the demonic realm, all demons aside from myself will be kneeling at your feet. You could do whatever you wanted. He opens the doors to a balcony, revealing a sky with a bright moon. And over here, you need not worry about the sun at all. I won't hold you back if you want to visit the human realm, he continues generously. If you want their land, I could conquer it and offer it to you. Whatever the Emperor offered, I can top it with a much better one, he declares, his voice resonating with power. In order to win this game, the Demon King backs off, realizing he might run if pressured anymore. Well, think about it carefully, he says with a charming smile, but his thoughts are anything but kind. I refuse to lose my favorite plaything just for the sake of victory. A few days later, Dion is so anxious he can't stay cooped up any longer. He decides to take a stroll through the village where the ordinary demons live. The moment he steps outside, panic erupts. A guard runs through the streets, screaming that Sir Arut is outside the castle. Another demon points at his clothes, equally panicked. Dion is confused. What's wrong with them? He doesn't understand that there are two specific circumstances when the demons are particularly wary of him. First, when he's drunk. And second, when he is dressed head to toe in black. As he walks through the village, the demons part like the sea, giving him a wide berth. Dion is completely oblivious. Wait, I'm wearing black? He thinks, looking down. Do demons not like black clothing? The demons, however, are terrified, thinking he must be extremely irritated. They whisper among themselves, wondering why he's out here. They conclude he must be looking for a sacrificial lamb. Dion, meanwhile, is thrilled. I wore black, so I wouldn't stand out, but to think it wards off demons. Hooray for black clothing! The demons around him only hear a murderous laugh, convinced they'd rather die by the Demon King's hand. Following at a distance is Apollo. He notes that since Arut returned, he's been constantly on edge. Normally, he would leave him alone. But the Demon King ordered him to observe him closely. Apollo can see that Dion is bothered, even though he's trying to hide it. I want to cheer him up somehow, he thinks, noticing Dion sweating. He gets worried. He keeps touching his head as if it's bothering him. Where is that stupid doctor been? Apollo decides this won't do. He runs up to Dion. Sir Arut, might I suggest a place where you could freshen up? He's convinced that even Sir Arut would like that. At least, that's what he thought would happen. Dion collapses, his body finally giving out from the stress and exhaustion. He slumps against a public monument in the middle of the village. Apollo can only stare in disbelief. Are you kidding me right now? Dion's face is flushed, his eyes squeezed shut. The legendary disaster has just passed out in public. Again. One of the demon soldiers is hesitant. Apollo snaps at her, his usual cheerful demeanor gone. I'll get permission, he says coldly, so get moving if you don't want to die. Do you really want to die? He asks, his threat hanging in the air. The soldier is terrified and utterly confused. She thought he just wanted some fresh air, so why is he suddenly threatening her life? She tries to protest, stammering that she doesn't even know what that thing. Apollo is talking about is. Dion, hearing all of this from the ground, knows he has to stop this before the misunderstanding gets any worse. He calls out weakly, "Hold on a sec." Just as he speaks, a wave of purple energy bursts from his body. Dion looks down at his hand, shocked. Apollo and the soldier are stunned, speechless. His mind races. "Do you think this is some fantasy manhwa?" he rants internally. "No matter how weak my body is, does it make sense to keep tripping over myself?" Apollo gently calls his name. Apollo tries to placate him, saying he understands his frustration, but now is not a good time to be killing demons. He warns that even the Demon King would be bothered by it. Dion can only stare, completely lost. Apollo turns on the poor soldier, blaming her for wasting Sir Arut's time with such an unnecessary altercation. The terrified soldier stammers her thanks for being spared and runs off, screaming that she'll prepare it right away. Just then, the demon doctor, Ben, rushes onto the scene. The signal! It was resounding so strongly. He spots the blood on Dion's hand. "Sir Arut, your hand!" Dion looks at it blankly, realizing the scrape is just from his fall. Apollo immediately starts yelling at Ben, demanding to know why he's only just showing up. Ben calmly replies that he came as soon as he got the signal. Apollo is beside himself with worry, telling Ben that Sir Arut has been unwell for a while. Ben is shocked. "What?" "But the signal didn't activate," Ben says, confused. He looks down at the magic amulet around his neck, wondering if it's broken. Dion overhears. Ben says he's tried replacing the monitoring stone multiple times, but there was never anything wrong with it. Dion is surprised, having no memory of when Ben took his blood for the amulet. Ben asks if Dion has felt anything different about his body lately. Dion thinks for a moment. "Now that you mention it," he says, "I've stopped vomiting blood over small things like stress." Apollo is ecstatic. A positive change. Could it be that the after effects from fighting the hero are getting better? Ben immediately shoots that idea down. "That's not it!" Sir Arut's body is still a ticking time bomb. He explains that the signal from the magic stone is actually getting weaker over time. Ben theorizes the change might be due to something inside Dion's body. As he reaches to examine him, he suddenly yelps in pain. He'd been so focused, he forgot to use anesthesia while stitching up Dion's hand. Ben is mortified. "How could I make such a mistake? I have no words to say even if you kill me." Dion, however, is covering his own mouth. "No, well, it's all right," Dion says, trying not to laugh. "I'm used to pain." But honestly, he couldn't help it. Ben's pained expression was just too funny. The other demons whisper in awe. He suppressed the pain of having his wound stitched without anesthesia and didn't even blame the doctor. Apollo tells Dion he shouldn't hide his pain. They conclude that the Zero Corps commander is truly benevolent. Just then, the soldier returns with a bucket full of what look like sparklers. "Zero Corps commander, sir!" "I have brought the snowflower sticks." It turns out, Apollo told the Demon King that Sir Arut wanted to use the snowflower sticks, and the king gave permission without a second thought. Dion is just confused. He wonders why they even need the king's permission for these things. He asks how to use one, and Apollo cheerfully offers to light it for him. With a sizzle and a spark, a shower of beautiful, white, snowflake-shaped lights shoots into the sky, falling gently over the courtyard. "Snow?" Dion asks, mesmerized. Apollo beams. "Yes. Do you like it?" Apollo explains that since the demon realm has no climate, it never snows. He thought this might help lighten Sir Arut's mood. Dion reaches out a hand, a genuine small smile on his face. "Thank you," he says softly. "It really isn't bad. Snow. It's been a while." For a moment, it's a peaceful scene. Ben and Apollo look on, happy to see him finally relax. But not everyone is impressed. One of the demons complains that trash is falling from the sky before being shushed by his comrade. The first demon whispers that at least he didn't use the red stick, which is the hardest to clean up. But just as he says it, a burst of red sparks flies into the air and crimson snowflakes begin to fall. The demon groans, and there it goes. "I guess we're working overtime." The Demon King appears, sniffing the air. "Red snow, and this smell, doesn't it smell like blood?" He smiles at Dion. "How are the snowflower sticks? Did they help lighten up your mood a bit?" He gestures to the falling flakes. "This red snow, doesn't it look real? I tried putting in a bloody fragrance. I thought it would be useful when we go to war against the human realm." he says, his voice dangerously smooth. The war. A scene where the scent of blood suffocates you. The image of a blood-soaked battlefield flashes in Dion's mind. The smell, the sight, it's all too real. Dion is transported back to the war, the memory overwhelming him. The Demon King, completely oblivious, just notes how the smell should send terror into the enemy. Dion, however, is barely holding on. The Demon King laughs. As expected, Arut, not only do you have great instincts, but you also know strategies and tactics. He puts a hand on Dion's shoulder. You certainly are one of a kind. I'm glad that you're on our side. The Demon King's smile is razor sharp. Still, you aren't in the best mood, are you? Come with me. He holds out a hand to Dion. Dion is trapped. The king keeps doing whatever he wants, but to survive, he knows he has no choice but to follow. With a flash of light, they're teleported away. They reappear in a new ethereal location. We are here, Arut, the Demon King says. Dion's eyes widen in shock. Before them stands a breathtaking landscape under a glowing moon, dominated by a single, massive, luminescent tree. The land of the fairies, the Demon King announces. The king asks if it isn't beautiful. Then he adds with a smirk, unlike the fairies that live in this place. A figure appears from behind the tree, his voice dripping with annoyance. Nonsense. It's the leader of the fairies, the fairy king himself, looking every bit as proud and arrogant as described. He immediately starts complaining, but the Demon King cuts him off. The fairy king then turns his sharp gaze to Dion. That aside, why did you bring that human? The fairy king looks at him with disdain, recognizing him not as Arut, but as Dion Hart. As they approach, the massive world tree begins to glow, its leaves rustling with an unseen energy. The fairy king is surprised. Is somebody here? His eyes lock onto Dion. That man is. The fairy king's green eyes narrow in sudden understanding. The one the whole world is paying attention to. Dion stands there, bathed in the light of the world tree, a pawn who is somehow at the very center of everything. We're in the mystical land of the fairies, under a shimmering, star-dusted sky. Dion stands frozen between two kings, the smug Demon King and the arrogant Fairy King. He's a small human pawn on a chessboard played by gods and monsters. He is, as the Fairy King just declared, the man who has the world's attention. But for Dion, who just wants to go home and be forgotten, that title only brings one question to his mind. Why? The Fairy King cuts right through the tension, his voice sharp and demanding. He gets straight to the point, asking the Demon King why he's barged into his domain so confidently. The Demon King holds out his hand, revealing a dark, corrupted-looking object. He tells the Fairy King that first he needs to take responsibility for this. Dion stares at it, a sick feeling growing in his stomach. The Fairy King's condescending attitude vanishes. He identifies it as the seed of the world tree, contaminated by the reckless magic the Demon King has been throwing around. With a sharp snap of his fingers, the Demon King summons a helper. A girl materializes out of thin air in a swirl of purple energy. It's Hyen. She looks absolutely terrified, her eyes wide with shock. She stumbles, looking around frantically, completely disoriented. Her eyes land on the Demon King, and she freezes. Meanwhile, the Fairy King gives the Demon King a cold look, pointing out that for someone who banned magic, he sure is using it freely. The Demon King ignores him and orders Hyen to check if the seed can be revived. Startled, she snaps to attention and eagerly agrees. She gently takes the seed, murmuring to it, wondering why it's so moldy. She asks it softly if it's okay, a strange tenderness in her voice. But as she inspects it closer, her expression turns to one of shock. The Demon King asks if she can save it. Hyen looks up, panicked, and explains that she could probably make it grow, but the core of the seed is corrupted. There's nothing she can do. The Fairy King is distraught, crying out that the seed of the world tree is ruined, but the Demon King just scoffs, coldly calling the fairies nothing more than the dogs of the world. The insult hits the Fairy King hard. His eyes widen in disbelief. The Demon King continues to taunt him, a cruel smirk on his face. He says their panic proves they are loyal hounds. The Fairy King fires back, insisting the world respects his race. Enough, the Demon King snaps, saying he couldn't care less. Hyen sighs, figuring the seed is a lost cause, and moves on to business, assuring the Demon King they're hunting the monsters in their lands. Dion, seeing a chance to end the tension, timidly interrupts, asking if they still need the seed. The Fairy King glares at him, shocked he'd ask. With a dismissive wave, the Fairy King tells Hien she can keep it. Her face lights up with a brilliant smile as she thanks him, clutching the seed to her chest. But just as the chaos seems to settle, a new presence makes itself known. A soft, shimmering light descends from the sky, a powerful and graceful energy filling the air. A woman emerges from the light, regal and beautiful. It's the head of the mermaids, the Mermaid Queen. Dion watches, stunned, as her shimmering mermaid tail magically transforms into an elegant dress. She turns to him with a warm smile, reminding him they met once before. Dion vaguely remembers. The Mermaid Queen takes his hand, her touch surprisingly gentle, and tells him she's been wanting to talk to him. But her gaze is intense, almost possessive. Dion is immediately on edge. For someone like Dion, who's only ever known cruelty, this kind of gentle touch feels wrong. It's an unfathomable kindness, and it makes him deeply uncomfortable. Every instinct is screaming that this is a trap. But she holds his hand tighter, her expression turning serious. She tells him that she recently saw the future for the first time in a long while. Dion's blood runs cold. She reveals her vision. A new hero will soon appear, one who will be incomparably more threatening than any they have seen before. And that hero, she declares, will determine the fate of the Demon Lord. The stakes of this cosmic game have just been raised exponentially. The words hang in the air. A new hero is coming. The Mermaid Queen finishes, telling the Demon King it seems the world really dislikes him. The Demon King just stands there, completely unfazed. As usual, he smirks, remarking that since his entire race is a thorn in the world's side, being disliked is nothing new. Besides, the future can always be changed. But the Mermaid Queen shakes her head. The future she saw this time felt special. Changing it would take nothing short of a miracle. The Fairy King turns to the Demon King, asking if he only banned magic because he was afraid of a hero appearing. The Demon King casually replies that it would just be annoying. The Fairy King suddenly grabs Dion's bandaged hand. He realizes the Demon King was trying to hasten the hero's arrival on his own terms. He looks at Dion's crudely wrapped hand with disdain. With a sigh, he says he'll treat the injury himself. He leads Dion to a stone bench under a massive, glowing tree. A soft, green light emanates from the Fairy King's hands as he begins to heal Dion. The whole situation is just so incredibly awkward. First the Mermaid Queen, and now the Fairy King. He can't wrap his head around it. Why are they all suddenly showing him kindness? As he thinks, he murmurs that the Fairy King reminds him of someone named Jaikar. The Fairy King stops, his eyes narrowing. Jaikar? The commander of the Demon King's first army? Dion freezes. He said that out loud. A wave of pure panic washes over him. He's doomed. He just compared the Fairy King to a demon commander. He starts to stammer an apology. But the Fairy King's reaction is not what he expects. He says it's a name he hasn't heard in a long time. He explains that even though Jaikar is contaminated with demonic magic, he is still a warrior of the fairy tribe. Dion is shocked. Jaikar, the commander of the Demon King's first army, is a fairy? The Fairy King finishes the treatment. Dion can only manage a quiet thank you, his mind still reeling. The Fairy King looks at him, his gaze analytical. You are, he asks, if unwarranted kindness makes Dion uncomfortable. He correctly guesses that Dion would probably refuse if he offered to guide him out of here. Dion knows he's right. The Fairy King continues, explaining that he doesn't show kindness to just anyone. The reason he's being kind to Dion is because the world itself is paying attention to him. Dion flinches, the weight of those words hitting him like a physical blow. Yes, he manages to squeak out. The Fairy King explains that as a leader of the fairies, he can discern the world's will. And the moment he met Dion, he noticed it. The world has expectations for this human. But the Fairy King's gaze sharpens with doubt. The more he wonders, the more he has to ask. What exactly is so special about this human? He thinks back to their first meeting. He and the other leaders sat around a table, observing Dion. He remembers sizing him up, a small, frail frame. Nothing about him screamed special. He couldn't help but wonder, is this human really the one? He tells Dion that he always seems to have good luck. Dion, ever the pessimist, just mutters, not particularly, but the Fairy King knows better. He reveals that the record of Dion Hart he investigated was unbelievable. He suddenly grabs Dion by the collar, his calm demeanor gone. He spits out the facts. In both the demon and human worlds, Dion is a man who has repeatedly survived impossible odds. Think about it, he demands. He lists off the proof. Dion has survived seemingly fatal situations, and in moments where he should have sustained crippling injuries, Dion stares back, stunned into silence by the raw intensity in the Fairy King's eyes. He always ended up with recoverable ones. It was never a coincidence. The Fairy King lays it all out. The world, which usually never intervenes, has been directly saving Dion's life over and over again. He reminds Dion of the times unexpected powers have emerged from him, or how he's withstood shocks that should have killed him. Especially in life-threatening situations, his physical condition has always fluctuated in his favor, giving him just enough to survive. Another voice chimes in, a demon researcher, confirming it. He says that while Dion's body is a time bomb, something was subtly changing, as if the very thing constituting his body was being altered. The Fairy King explains what that means. The world isn't making him stronger. It's compensating for what he lacks, modifying him to better receive the power of the boundary world. He repeats the Mermaid Queen's prophecy. This upcoming hero will be incomparably more threatening than before. All the pieces start to click into place. He will determine your fate. Ah, the Fairy King says, a look of dawning realization on his face. Now I fully understand what the world expects from you. He tells a story. Not so long ago, there was a hero who, even as he was dying, worried about a comrade. That hero's final prayer was a desperate plea, "World, please save him." And the world responded. It made a pact with that hero. "Fear not," it promised. "I have been made to grant a request from a hero at the boundary." And so, a divine light enveloped a lone figure. The will of the world is firm. The Fairy King looks directly at Dion, all confusion gone from his eyes, replaced with chilling certainty. The next hero is you, Dion Hart. Dion has just been told he's the world's next hero. But before he can even process it, the world throws another crisis at him. In the land of the fairies, the king screams at his warriors to hold their ground as a swarm of monsters crashes through their sacred home. The glowing forests have become a battlefield. Fairies fire arrows and magic into the horde, but the monsters just keep coming. Watching from a safe distance, Little Hin clutches her corrupted seed and turns to Dion. "Sura Rut," she asks innocently, "shouldn't you be out there fighting?" Dion just crosses his arms, looking annoyed. He says there's no need for him to get involved, but inside he's just thinking, are these monsters insane? The Demon King, the Mermaid Queen, and the Fairy King are all standing right there. Attacking now is a suicide mission. There's no way they could win. Honestly, Dion's more frustrated that this mess interrupted his conversation. The Fairy King's words are still ringing in his ears. The world is focused on you. What did he even mean by that? He remembers asking the king about a strange pouch, wondering if it was responsible for making the monsters act so recklessly. Meanwhile, on the front lines, the Fairy King realizes something is wrong. His warriors cry out that the monsters are stronger, scarier than before. A small fairy reports that they all went crazy after drinking a weird brown liquid from a pouch. The Fairy King and Mermaid Queen look at the substance on the ground, and a dreadful familiarity sets in. The Fairy King's mind races. Humans don't know this place exists. The Demon King wouldn't use such a cheap trick. That leaves only one suspect, the human who can come and go as he pleases. His eyes land on Dion. He remembers how Dion seemed so disinterested in the fight. But just as his suspicion solidifies, he sees him in the distance, wildly slashing at monsters with red energy. The king immediately dismisses the thought. No, it can't be him. If this was his plan, he wouldn't be fighting so desperately. The Mermaid Queen feels a pang of guilt for ever doubting him. But what's really happening is pure panic. Dion remembers tossing away a bottle of foul-tasting medicine. He never dreamed the monsters would actually eat it. He's internally screaming, why would they eat that? And how did it make them stronger? As a monster roars in his face, Dion realizes he has no choice. He's fighting purely out of guilt, because this is all his fault. Suddenly, a hand lands firmly on his shoulder. It's the Demon King. "A root," he says, his voice perfectly calm. Dion flinches, looking up in terror. The Demon King just tells him not to worry about it. They can talk later. Dion starts trembling. A single thought echoes in his mind. I'm dead. I am so dead. The Demon King steps in front of him. Step back, he commands, as a wave of immense power begins to gather around him. His eyes glow with a menacing purple light. Let's end this quickly, he says, bored, as if swatting a fly. The Fairy King sees the demonic energy swelling and screams for his people to get back. With a single, explosive blast, the Demon King unleashes a torrent of dark magic that tears across the forest, annihilating the entire monster horde in an instant. And just like that, it's over. The battlefield falls silent, littered with the remains of the monsters. Dion stands frozen, bloody dagger in hand. One attack, the Demon King wiped them all out with a single attack. The king turns to him, completely unfazed. "Shall we go back?" he asks casually. Back at the Demon King's castle, the king sighs dramatically. "Wow," he says, "it's been a while since I was caught this off guard." A subordinate instantly apologizes, but he isn't talking to him. He's looking at Dion. He explains that the stuff he threw away was a recovery medicine. Dion is stunned. That was medicine? The Demon King seems equally shocked that he didn't realize it. A nearby alchemist, intrigued by a medicine that powerful, asks Dion who made it. Dion panics, thinking the royal doctor back home would have a heart attack if he knew. When the Demon King asks why he threw it away, Dion tells a half-truth. It didn't seem to work, and it tasted horrible. But the Demon King, in his infinite delusion, senses the powerful will imbued in the medicine, a will to help Arut, and feels pity for its creator, whose sincerity was lost on his ungrateful warrior. "It's fine," the Demon King says, waving it off. "You can go. You didn't do it on purpose." Dion can hardly believe it. He's getting away with it? As he turns to leave, the Demon King adds that he can skip the commander's meeting. He pats Dion's shoulder, telling him to rest after dealing with the monsters. Dion's eyes widen. A flicker of hope. Really? Of course not. Cut to Dion standing awkwardly in the war room as the pink-haired commander Ririnel squeals with delight. "Sir Arut, you're here." She gushes that she heard he was exhausted and resting. The first commander, Jakar the fairy, gives him a cool look, wondering why he'd show up to something he always complains about. The fifth commander, Oele, leans back with a smirk. "Could it be your Asundere?" Before she can finish, her second-in-command clamps a hand over her mouth, reminding her to be serious. Dion just screams internally. "These people are so clueless." The Demon King looks at him. "I told you that you could rest." But Dion's survival instincts, honed by a lifetime of anxiety, kick in. Don't you people know what happens when you actually listen to your boss when he tells you to rest? Have you never worked in an office before? He knows that if he'd actually skipped the meeting, the Demon King would have found some way to punish him. It's all about reading the room. But the Demon King sees this differently. He assumes Arut chose to attend to avoid raising suspicion with his human handlers, a brilliant tactical move to maintain his cover as a double agent. How clever, the Demon King muses. Dion, oblivious to all of this, just decides to find something to do to pass the time. He pulls out a puzzle cube and starts fiddling with it. The commanders are immediately in awe. Sir Arut is playing with a cube. They whisper among themselves, convinced this must mean he has a deep personal interest in the war against his own kind. This has become their ritual. Dion plays with his cube, and the commanders try to decipher its hidden meanings. The Demon King begins the meeting, saying they all know why they're here. The third commander, Asald, asks if the war is truly happening. From a strategic standpoint, it seems like a foolish move for the human emperor. The commanders have developed a whole system for reading the cube. A soft twist means he agrees. A rough twist means he disagrees. And a completed cube means he gives his ultimate approval. Ririnel wonders aloud why the Emperor would start a war he can't win. The Demon King leans forward, a dark smile playing on his lips. "Do you really not understand?" As he speaks, Dion twists the cube with a sharp click. The Demon King drops a bombshell. The Emperor wants to die. He explains that the man is crippled by the guilt of killing his own brothers to claim the throne. We see flashbacks of the Emperor's bloody path to power. He can't bring himself to end his own life, so he chose the next best thing, a glorious war. The Demon King chuckles. The Emperor's plan is simple. If he wins, great. And if he dies fighting on the battlefield, he can tell himself he died honorably, trying his best for his empire. He's a pitiful, selfish man, sacrificing thousands of lives for his own personal escape. The The Demon King clenches his fists. Well, if he wants to die so badly, we have no choice but to kill him. He leans back, a strange, almost wistful look on his face. He admits that, as a leader who has lived for centuries, he can almost understand the Emperor. The burden of living because you cannot die. He grabs Dion's shoulder, his voice low and intense. It makes me jealous, he confesses, that he has an enemy who could actually kill him. He lays out the plan, a direct, head-on battle. He warns Dion that the humans will likely attack while he's away on his mission. The commanders erupt in fury. Asild slams the table. To attack when their greatest weapon isn't there? How cowardly. The Demon King just smiles, amused by their theatrics. The entire room falls silent, all eyes fixed on Dion. And with a final, sharp click, the cube is complete. The commanders stare, their faces a mixture of awe and resolve. Lord Arut has approved the plan. There is no turning back now. Dion, having finally solved his puzzle, looks up. I'll leave for my mission as soon as the meeting is over. And with that, the stage is set. The war of destiny between the demon realm and the human empire begins. And in the human capital, life goes on, peaceful and oblivious to the storm that is about to break over their heads. The war begins not with swords, but with words. A battle between kings with Dion trapped in the middle. Back in the human empire, he kneels before Emperor Eduardo, fresh from his mission in the demon realm. The emperor looks down at him. Is that all you have to report? Dion keeps his head low, his voice trembling just slightly. Yes, your majesty, that is all. The emperor considers the intel. So, only 5 of the demon corps are joining the war. Jakar, Asild, Silas, Hel, and Trover. He scoffs, a dangerous, arrogant look on his face. He thinks to himself that even their entire army wouldn't be enough, and they're only sending 5 divisions? He sees it as a direct insult. A shadow falls over his face, his smile turning to ice. Then I'll have to make sure they regret it. Dion shivers. The raw killing intent rolling off the throne is terrifying. This man is truly scary. The emperor starts to say something else, but you, then cuts himself off. Dion looks up nervously. Yes? Never mind, the emperor says, waving him away. Go and rest. There's no need to push him for more answers. Not yet. In his mind, the emperor is playing a game of chess. He knows the Demon King expects him to pressure Dion to try and turn the empire's own weapon against it. But he won't fall for that trap. It won't go as you planned, Demon King, he thinks, confident he can outwit his rival. But just as Dion turns to leave, a man bursts into the throne room screaming, Your Majesty, it's the Chancellor, and he's in a complete panic. He yells that the demonic realm has started its attack. The news hits Dion like a punch to the gut. The Emperor jolts upright, his composure finally cracking. His eyes narrow. He sees it. A massive magical projection has appeared over the capital, broadcasting a message from the demons for everyone to see. The first commander, Jakar, declares that the demonic realm, a realm that values peace, has deemed the empire a threat. To protect the world from falling apart, he declares war. The emperor's face darkens with fury. Chancellor, he barks, bring the palace magician, now! Dion watches with weary cynicism. Values peace? That's not even a good joke. This has the Demon King's fingerprints all over it. Jakar continues, offering a hollow condition. If the Empire backs down, they will consider a retreat. The Emperor can't believe the audacity of this public broadcast. And it's working. The people in the city are confused. They wonder why the Emperor is pushing for a war if the demons don't even want one. Suddenly, the Emperor's voice booms across the city, hijacking their broadcast. I have heard enough of your barking. The whole world knows your cruelty, he roars, a ball of magic glowing in his hand. How dare you spout such lies? He calmly states that history proves the demons have always coveted their sunlit lands. Dion is amazed. The palace magician interfered with their spell that quickly. The power of this empire is no joke. The Emperor's voice drips with contempt. Why, he asks the world, should we trust the words of a demon? A new voice cuts in, smooth and amused. The Demon King himself has joined the broadcast. Why don't you pretend to be fooled and back down? He suggests playfully. You can always attack later if we don't keep our word. He just smiles, completely at ease, clearly enjoying this public spectacle. The citizens are stunned. They expected a monster, but the Demon King looks handsome, Normal even. The tide of public opinion is starting to turn. The Demon King presses his advantage, painting the emperor as a selfish tyrant sacrificing his people for greed. War is not a child's game, he chides. The emperor clenches his fist. No, he says firmly. This war is not about my greed. With masterful charisma, he reframes the entire conflict. Is it selling out their future for temporary peace? Or is it seizing a moment of strength to secure that future for generations? His words ignite the crowd into a patriotic frenzy. Watching from the sidelines, the revolutionary leader Daniel smirks. The emperor instantly shut down their curiosity about the Demon King and turned the war into a noble cause. He turns to his brother. That's how you move the hearts of the people. Paul just yells at him to shut up. The Demon King applauds slowly. Excellent. A truly excellent speech. He admits the emperor is more entertaining than he expected. But his expression darkens. Look here, he says, his voice losing all its earlier humor. No matter how you sugarcoat it, it still means you're aiming for domination, and you don't care about the sacrifices of your own people, does it? He projects an image of the emperor standing on a sea of his suffering citizens. The emperor is speechless. The Demon King has stripped away his noble cause and exposed the ugly truth. In this war of words, he has won. A tense silence falls over the city. Paul asks his brother if this means the emperor lost. Daniel explains that with public opinion wavering, the empire could fall into chaos. The damage from a debate like this can be critical. Being seen as the loser destroys morale, trust, everything. The emperor knows this. He only has one move left. A dark, corrupting energy bursts from his projection. He accuses the demons of looking for an excuse to invade, claiming they would cruelly stomp out all humans and steal their lands. His goal is simple. If he's going down, he's dragging the Demon King down with him into the mud. The royal family looks on unsettled. The public is just confused and anxious. But Paul bursts out laughing. He's thrilled. Now the empire has a righteous cause for war. He admits the emperor is great, almost great enough to win him over. The two rulers stare each other down. Then it looks like negotiation has failed, the Demon King says with a final chilling smile. I pray you'll keep me entertained. And with that, the war between the demonic realm and the human realm officially begins. The days that follow are tense. Only small skirmishes are fought as each side tests the other's strength, but everyone knows a full-scale war could ignite at any moment. Dion stands in a military camp, sighing. He's been forced to act as both the Zero Corps commander and the third hero, constantly going back and forth between realms until he's sick from exhaustion. The irony is killing him. His own demonic fan club, the Zero Corps, cheers as they clear a path for their commander, while fighting him, the hero. They're both me, he thinks. How much longer can I live like this? He genuinely feels like he might die from overwork. And on top of it all, the leaders of both sides are turning up the pressure. The Emperor's voice comes through a communication crystal, praising his command in a recent battle. Dion thanks him, saying he'll send the report. He doesn't remember a thing about the battle, but he survived, so that's all that matters. Your voice sounds weak, the Emperor says. Are you feeling guilty for the men who died? Dion is just confused. The Emperor tells him, You are my sword. A sword feels no guilt. The painful memories are mine to bear. You just need to follow my orders. For a second, Dion thought he was being comforted. But then came the final line. That's why you should start preparing to come down from that tightrope. Comfort my ass. He realizes the Emperor didn't care about his feelings at all. It was just a threat, a push to finally choose a side. Dion walks through a forest, the weight of it all finally crushing him. It's too much. The demon realm, the human realm, all of it. Is this karma? He wonders, a single tear of frustration rolling down his cheek. Then he breaks. My ass! What did I ever do wrong? He screams into the empty woods, clutching his head. Is it so wrong to just want to live a quiet life? What war? They should just fight one-on-one. A communication crystal glows. His entire body language shifts in an instant. Yes, Demon King, he answers flatly. Yes, he repeats, as another tear falls. He thinks to himself, I'm just scum that bows to power. The Demon King gives him a new mission, clear out some monsters in the northwest. It's far from the front lines, but supposedly an important strategic location. The real reason, of course, is that sending troops would attract attention, and there are only a few monsters anyway. Dion is already complaining in his head. Why does he have to do this dangerous job alone? The Demon King's voice cuts in. Oh, looks like you won't have to go far. A heavy footstep lands right in front of Dion. The monsters are headed your way. A horde of monsters with glowing red eyes emerges from the trees, surrounding him. What? He screams in terror. Miles away, in a quiet office, Cruel Heart asks his subordinate if there were any problems today. The man checks his papers. The twisted bet with Duke Illuster, who will kill Dion Hart first, is back on. He reports that there have been plenty of ambushes and poisoning attempts, but Dion has managed to handle most of them himself. Cruel's expression is grim. He is a hero, after all, but he knows the Duke won't give up that easily. He gives the order to keep an eye on things. Protect him until you hear otherwise from me. As the subordinate leaves, Cruel stops. He remembers the other assassin at the guild also received orders to kill Dion. One man, Duke Illuster, is paying to have his brother killed. The other, himself, is paying to protect him. Cruel is caught in a trap of his own making. He can only hope his man does a good job. Back in the forest, Dion is frozen. What is this? He's surrounded. There are too many of them. What am I supposed to do? He screams in his head. The monsters watch him, confused by his lack of fear, but he is scared, terrified. And that terror, mixed with exhaustion and frustration, finally pushes him over the edge. His expression goes blank, his mind goes quiet. A single thought cuts through the noise. Just one. A cold, red light glints in his eyes as he draws his dagger. His voice is a low, menacing whisper. Just one. I will beat just one bastard to death. The panicked soldier is gone. Something else is here now. Two kings are at war, but the real battle is raging inside their minds. And one of them is starting to crack. In the throne room, the Emperor's most trusted aide draws his sword, the blade humming with quiet power. The Emperor looks up, his expression like stone. "What is it?" he asks, his voice dangerously calm. The aide apologizes, but the Emperor cuts him off. He points to his own bandaged hand. The aide isn't aiming at him. He's aiming at his wrist, trying to stop his king from hurting himself again. The Emperor sighs, admitting his mind has been unclear lately. His aide offers to call the court doctor, but the Emperor is seeing things that aren't there. Dark, shadowy hands reaching for him, a malice too real to be a simple hallucination. "No," the Emperor says. "Quietly call the shaman." The aide is shocked. The shaman? This is far more serious than he thought. The Emperor also mentions a troubling rumor that the Demon's Zero Corps commander and the Empire's new hero, Dion Hart, fight with a strangely similar style. He orders it handled quietly, just as a communication crystal on his desk begins to glow. He clenches his fist around the crystal, his knuckles turning white. He has to go somewhere. He tells his aide to put the shaman on hold. The aide starts to protest. "But, Your Majesty, is it true that—" His face is grim. Dion Hart and the Zero Corps commander are not connected. The question hangs in the air, unanswered. We cut to that very same man, now a whirlwind of blood and fury in a dark forest. He drives his dagger into a monster's skull. He breathes heavily, blood spattered across his face. This isn't Dion, this is the survivor. He stands over the corpse looking at the others. Strange. Usually, they run after he makes an example of one of them, but they just stand there drooling, their eyes glowing with hunger. Have they lost their minds? If that's not it, then they must see him as an easy meal. The thought sparks something cold and dangerous inside him. Do I look like easy prey? He glares at the approaching monster. I can't allow that. With a brutal slash, another throat is torn open. I won't let you look down on me. He moves like a phantom, his blade a red blur of death. His body is feeble, but that doesn't matter. His eyes burn with a terrifying light. Having someone look down on me is something I will never allow. You are the first in a while to cross that line. He grips his dagger, adrenaline pushing him forward. With a sickening crack, his blade shatters against hardened monster skin. The muscles in his wrist have snapped. His legs are screaming in agony. Every muscle in his body is failing. He kicks off a tree, launching himself back into the fight. He can't stop. Not yet. Because if he stops, he will die. His vision narrows, a blood-red promise in his eyes. I will kill all of you. He stands panting, surrounded by carnage. The monsters that were following have long since scattered. He looks down at his hand. The skin is turning a dark, sickly color. Oh, he notes with cold detachment. So they had poison in their claws. The few remaining monsters see this as their chance and charge. He glances at his poisoned hand. He'll just have to cut it off before it spreads. Now then, he says, turning to the last of them, shall we finish this? It doesn't matter what race you are. You can always recognize a madman. The last of the monsters turn and flee in terror. He's alone. The adrenaline fades and the pain comes crashing in. He stumbles, his body finally giving out. He collapses in a pool of blood and gore. Have to get out of here, he thinks. It hurts. He can't move. And he knows those monsters will be back once their fear wears off. With the last of his strength, he pulls out a communication crystal. Demon King, I need assistance. Apo, please. His hand falls. Darkness takes him. He feels like he's fading away. Have to get up. A gentle hand touches his head. A soft voice says, Dion, it feels safe. Time to wake up. He's in a peaceful garden filled with flowers. Someone is leaning over him. His brother, Cruel. He asks, who? Suddenly, Cruel's voice is urgent. Dion, get a hold of yourself. Open your eyes. He gasps, jolting back to reality. He's back in the bloody forest. What kind of dream was that? Then he freezes. He's not alone. A monster looms over him. He remembers fighting, but when did he pass out? The monster swings. It's too late to dodge, he thinks, bracing for the end. But a flash of brilliant orange light cuts the monster down in an instant. Dion looks up, his eyes wide with disbelief and pure horror. Your Majesty, how are you here? He stammers, trying and failing to get up. What's going on? Why is my body? He looks down and sees a huge chunk of his arm is just gone. The Emperor holds up the communication crystal. Dion looks at his own hand, holding the wrong one. He contacted the Emperor while he was delirious? The Emperor says he's speechless, but since his talent was asking for help, he had to come himself. He couldn't send just anyone, not when it involves the Demon King. A slow, knowing smile spreads across his face. Still, thanks to this, I'm able to see the Zero Corps Commander Dion Hartz for the first time. The name hits Dion like a bolt of lightning. He knows. Dion can't even speak. The jig is up. The Emperor laughs. No need to be so nervous. I don't plan on doing anything to you for now. But Dion is terrified. This is scary. Why is my life like this? I'm going crazy. The Emperor leaves him medicine and fresh bandages. He tells him he'll send a knight to fetch him, seeing as he can't even walk. Dion can only stammer out a thank you, relieved he'll get help. As the Emperor leaves, he gives one last, chilling command. Since you moved for the Demon King this time, next time, you'll move for me. I'll be in touch. Dion is left alone, leaning against a tree. The Demon King, the Emperor, they all just want to use him. He just wants to get treated and rest. As he wonders when the night will arrive, he hears footsteps. A man with dark hair and glasses bursts through the trees, screaming, Sora Root! It's Ben. Dion's mind whirls. Ben? Wait, is this the demon realm? No? Why are you here? Ben explains. He followed a signal from a necklace he was given and got worried. He grabs Dion, horrified. How did you get so hurt? Did you kill all these monsters alone? Dion tries to deflect, saying the Emperor helped. He panics, knowing the night is coming. Just then, a voice calls out, Marquis Dion, I have come to fetch you by His Majesty's order. The knight has arrived. He stops dead, staring at Ben. We're caught, Ben thinks. Ben glares back. Why is he picking a fight now? The knight's eyes are fixed on the necklace Ben is wearing. His face pales and he draws his sword. Are you a demon? Dion grabs Ben, his mind screaming one single solitary thought. I'm screwed. Dion's life is a tightrope, and he's just lost his balance. He's injured, exposed, and a loyal friend is about to die for him. He has to think fast. What does he do now? The knight screams, Get away from the Marquis, you demon! As he lunges, Dion's mind races. He could probably kill the knight. The Emperor might even understand. But Dion grabs Ben's hand, yanking the dagger he's holding straight towards his own throat. In his condition, a real fight is out of the question. He has to de-escalate, and he has to do it now. He leans in close, holding the blade to his own neck, and whispers a command to Ben. Push me away and run. Ben panics. But your injuries. The knight freezes, seeing the Marquis now held at knife point. "Marquis? Are you all right?" Ben sees the desperate command in Dion's eyes and understands. With a grunt of effort, he shoves Dion hard, sending him sprawling to the ground. Ben uses the opening to flee, disappearing into the woods as Dion coughs violently. The knight screams, "Stop, you demon!" But his attention is split. He starts to give chase, but then Dion lets out a horrifying, racking cough, spitting up a spray of blood. The knight whips around, his mission to protect the Marquis overriding everything else. "Marquis Daon!" He rushes to Daon's side, frantic. "Are you okay? To spit out this much blood?" Dion just clutches his chest, forcing out the words, "I'm fine." He sighs in relief. It worked. Even faking a cough hurts like hell, but at least the knight's attention is off Ben. Good thing the Emperor gave him those painkillers. The knight is horrified. Dion's injuries are far worse than he was told, and to think he killed over 10 monsters all by himself, he tells Dion a carriage is nearby. The knight's awe is making Dion uncomfortable. He can't help but wonder just what kind of burden this man thinks he's shouldering. The knight suddenly scoops Dion into his arms, declaring, "I will escort you to safety." Dion panics. Wait, he's worried the knight will be angry. He let the demon go. But the knight's mind is made up. Dion's safety is his top priority, even if he gets punished for it later. He runs for the carriage. Meanwhile, Ben is running for his life, thinking about the magic necklace that reacted so strongly. He knew his master was in danger, but he just ended up becoming a burden. He understands now. Sir Arut is a spy in the human realm, and his carelessness almost got him exposed. It must have been an ordeal for him to create that opening. He would have accepted death on the spot, but his master found a way for him to live instead. He runs, tears of gratitude and guilt streaming down his face. I'm always being saved by him. Back with Dion being carried by the knight, it's embarrassing and it hurts, but it's also kind of comfortable, he thinks with relief. I can finally go home. We cut to the Emperor's opulent room. He's speaking with the shaman. So, he says, getting straight to the point, you're saying I'm cursed? The shaman, a young woman, looks sick to her stomach. Yes, she manages before gagging. The Emperor's aide is furious, but the Emperor just waves him off. It's fine. The curse must be very strong, he observes calmly. The shaman quickly denies it. She says she can handle the curse, but the karma and resentment he carries are so immense she has to ask how he's even sane. A dark, shadowy figure looms behind him, a physical manifestation of his guilt. The Emperor just chuckles. That's to be expected. Forget that. Tell me about the curse. The shaman explains that an evil spirit is attached to him, one that confuses his mind and slowly drains his life force. It's a particularly nasty curse, one that uses a dead person's soul to kill its target. She reveals he's been cursed for over a year. The aide is shocked. A year? How is that possible? The Emperor just sips his tea, unbothered. Don't make a fuss, it's not a big deal. He dismisses the person behind it as a coward, someone who has to use the dead to do their dirty work. The shaman is amazed. A curse on top of all that karma. Any normal person would have gone mad. She takes out a talisman to temporarily suppress the spirit. She thinks to herself that the culprit could never have expected such powerful willpower from their target. As the talisman burns, she says things should get a little better. Just then, another aide announces that Marquis Dion Hart has returned. Dion walks into the room. Glory to the Empire, he says, as the last wisp of dark energy from the talisman vanishes. His face is hidden in shadow. I was told I was summoned. The shaman gasps, clapping a hand over her mouth as she stares at him in absolute terror. She falls to her knees, babbling apologies, while the Emperor and his aide just look on, confused. Then she scrambles to her feet and runs away as fast as she can. Dion is baffled. Why did she run away after seeing me? The Emperor just chuckles, musing that the shaman must be shouldering a lot of resentment as well. He then turns his attention to Dion. Like I said before, I have something for you to do. The dread returns. Dion had hoped he might have forgotten. The Emperor sips his tea. You should be mostly recovered by now, correct? He gets to the point. The rumor that Dion is the Zero Corps commander is spreading. He needs to prove his loyalty on the battlefield, once and for all. Dion is silent for a moment. Then he just says, "Pardon?" And so, he finds himself back at a military camp near the front lines. He sighs heavily. In the end, he's right back where he started. A hand claps him on the shoulder. A man with green hair and a smirk greets him. "So you were here, Junior." Dion greets him back. It's the second hero, Stigma Primero. Primero notes that putting two heroes in the same place must mean this location is strategically vital. Dion just wants to do some simple grunt work, but even that seems too much to ask. He hears a commotion nearby. That voice, it's his squad, arguing with Primero's knights. "The crazy dogs from my own house," he thinks with a groan. Primero's knight holds one of Dion's men by the collar, telling him to act like a hero candidate. Dion's man just spits back that the snooty knight started it. A woman from Dion's squad complains about the trouble when another soldier, Milan, jumps in to break it up. The woman is touched. Milan, that punk, he's finally acting like a vice leader. But Milan is on the knight's side, yelling at his own squad mate. His friend is furious. "Whose side are you on?" "They looked down on us first." The knight smirks, adding that Dion's squad doesn't even have a proper name. The insult hits a nerve. Dion's soldier yells back that a squad's name has nothing to do with its strength. The argument devolves into childish name-calling, right below the watchtower where the two heroes are standing. "Junior," Primero calls out. Dion looks at him, startled. "It seems your squad needs a lesson in discipline." He lectures Dion, saying a leader's dignity is reflected in their subordinates. He gestures to his own knights, standing in perfect formation. Elites. Dion's men can only look on in awe. Primero finishes his lecture, saying he hopes Dion takes his advice. Dion can only agree. But the knights are done. One of them scoffs. What did the hero say? He doesn't even possess a fragment of the hero. He rants that no matter what Dion has done, it's nothing special. How can someone without a fragment of the hero even be called a hero? One of Dion's men yells that they're just jealous. The knight scoffs. Jealous? That position should have been theirs. The knight's eyes glow. Even if we fight, we'd win. Suddenly, a wave of pure, terrifying killing intent washes over them. The knight stops cold, a chill running down his spine. What? He and his entire squad are frozen, staring up in fear at Dion, whose eyes are glowing red. He doesn't even realize what he's doing. Not knowing your place, he thinks, a cold fury rising within him. We were just vanguards in a long 8-year war. Not soldiers. We were farmers, laborers, the poor, thrown onto the front lines where the fires of battle burned hottest. On that bloody battlefield, hope was the first casualty. A fellow soldier, his spirit broken, told me he couldn't go on. He'd never even held a sword before this. I begged him not to give up. But he knew the truth. We weren't meant to be soldiers. We were just pawns, sent out with no expectation of ever coming back. We had already given up on living. But then, in the middle of the chaos, something impossible happened. A little kid got run through with a spear. I could only stare in horror. But instead of collapsing, the boy grabbed the weapon, stopping it cold. I couldn't understand what he was trying to do. I screamed at him to stop, to just let go. That was the first time I met him. The one named Dion Hart. He looked up, and his eyes were glowing with a chilling red light. There was nothing childlike in that gaze. As I held him, I realized just how young he was. He was just a kid, our new commander. His voice was quiet, but sharp as glass. "Why are you stopping me?" "We only stop when we can no longer move." In that moment, I realized this kid wasn't just young, he was broken. I tried to reason with him, pointing to the dead enemy. I told him it was over, but he grabbed me, forcing me to look. "Get a grip," he said, his voice empty of emotion. "This is a battlefield. The weak are left behind." He looked at the other terrified soldiers, his words cutting through their fear. He asked if we really thought we were strong enough to survive while worrying about things like morals. He already knew the answer. We weren't. Not a single one of us could speak. We were hit with a truth so cold it stole the air from our lungs. What he taught us that day wasn't how to fight with a sword. It was how to fight with our minds. He told us that for weaklings like us to survive, we had to become terrifying. We had to make the enemy fear us, so they wouldn't attack without a second thought by swinging our swords with a smile on our faces. It was the logic of the wild. A predator must be calm to hunt, he demonstrated, moving with an unnerving, fluid speed. I could only watch, frozen, as this child moved with the efficiency of a monster. And, as he explained, a prey that's jumping around wildly is much harder to hunt. Let yourselves be swallowed by madness, he told us. If there are still fools here who have the luxury of paying respects to the dead. A cold sweat ran down my spine as I listened. They should just die instead of getting in my way. Remembering it now, it sounds insane. In my mind's eye, I can still see that small hooded figure who gave us that terrifying ultimatum. But those words, as crazy as they were what saved us. We embraced the madness. We became predators, our eyes glowing with the same desperate will to live that he showed us. The lesson was simple: do anything and everything to survive. Back in the present, the memory fades. The once desperate soldiers are now a tight-knit family teasing each other. This is the family that was forged in fire. And to us, Dion Hart isn't just a savior. He is our hero. The new war had begun. The Demon King sent his main army through a secret route, but the Emperor saw through the plan and sent his own forces to intercept. The Empire struggled to defend, forcing the Emperor to gather his strongest fighters. The second hero, Stigma Primero, and the newly appointed third hero, Dion Hart. He even called upon the hero candidates, those who possessed a fragment of the hero's power. We see one of those fragments, a glowing blue crystal, shimmering with immense magical energy. With their combined power, the tide of battle finally began to turn. But even as the fighting dies down, Dion is still lost in his own world. He's still fighting, stabbing a fallen demon over and over, growling the word die. The killing intent is still pouring off of him. One of his squad members looks on, horrified. He asks if it's okay to stop, wondering why their commander has to butcher them like that. Another soldier admits he was overconfident. He thought having a hero's fragment would make this easy, but seeing the sheer brutality of it all, he's not so sure. He couldn't take his eyes off the demons. He was scared for his life, but it felt like he was facing a predator, unable to look away. One of the hero candidates scoffs, calling the demons idiots for acting tough when they were terrified. But another soldier corrects him. He explains that the demons' morale was shattered, most likely because of their commander, Dion. He notes that while Dion's ferocity is effective, he seems to be in a trance, unable to control himself. Just as Dion is about to strike again, a hand grabs his wrist. A calm voice cuts through the haze. "That's enough! It's Stigma Primero." Dion snaps out of it, breathing heavily as he looks up at his senior. Stigma smiles. "Yeah, I came over since my side is almost done. Looks like things are finished here, too." The battlefield is quiet now. Dion's squad tends to their wounded, the chaos finally over. Stigma observes them, noting that they clearly have the skills to back up their cruel reputation. It makes sense, or they wouldn't have survived the last war. He then turns to Dion with a critical look, asking if yelling, "die," while fighting is some kind of habit. Dion just stares, silent. Stigma tells him such barbaric words don't fit his new title, and that he should really fix the habit. Dion tries to shrug it off, but Stigma isn't having it, smacking him on the back and telling him to straighten up. "Spread your shoulders, lift your chin," Stigma instructs, like a teacher correcting a student. Dion is just confused. Stigma keeps going, adjusting his posture, telling him to make eye contact and walk with purpose. He pats Dion's arm, finishing with a smug smile. "A simple change in posture will improve things." "Got it?" Dion looks away, frustrated. Here we go again. And just like that, Stigma started giving him unsolicited advice, telling him to use bigger hand signs for his commands, even criticizing his fighting style, telling him to stop throwing himself into battle so mindlessly. Dion wonders if Stigma feels like he has to look out for him. The advice is useful, he admits, but the result is always the same. Stigma finishes with his ultimate wisdom. Well, none of this matters if you just have overwhelming power. And that's the part that stings. Dion knows he can't just get something like that. To him, those words are meaningless. As he's lost in thought, his body trembles. Suddenly, a demon that was playing dead lunges forward, screaming, "Die!" It's aiming right for Stigma. Before Stigma can even react, Dion moves, throwing himself in front of his senior. Blood erupts. Dion's squad screams his name in terror. Stigma's eyes widen in absolute shock. Stigma can only yell, "Junior," as Dion intercepts the attack meant for him. In that split second, Dion's thoughts are crystal clear. "Yeah, I'm weak." The impact sends a shockwave through his body. He can't move. A wave of agony paralyzes him. To survive, I don't have the luxury of picking and choosing my methods. He has to take any path, any opportunity that keeps him alive. And right now, that means protecting a powerful ally. He coughs, the pain searing through him. Damn it! He staggers, clutching his wounded shoulder. It hurts so much. In the quiet aftermath of battle, the military camp seems almost peaceful against the mountain range. But that quiet is a lie. The assassin who attacked Dion gasps for air on the ground, a hand clamps tight around his throat. It's Stigma. He leans in close, his voice dangerously soft as he wonders aloud why his junior seems to attract so many pests. Nearby, Dion coughs, clutching his fresh wound. The friendly senior act is gone. Stigma's eyes are cold, his grip unyielding as he demands to know who sent the assassin. He can't believe the sheer stupidity of it. Sending assassins to a war zone in the middle of a crucial campaign, it's a move made by fools. With a sharp, sickening crack, he snaps the man's neck. Stigma lets the body fall. "Oops, my bad," he says, his voice flat, completely devoid of remorse. "I must have used too much strength." He rises, scanning the now silent camp. He has a feeling his junior, Dion, is completely oblivious to the dangerous games being played around him. The whole thing is just bizarre. Sure, Dion has enemies, but this is different. A constant stream of assassins following him all the way to the front lines. Something isn't right, and then his eyes lock onto a figure hiding in the shadows above. Of course. It seems there are protectors too. The hidden guard Ben freezes, realizing he's been seen. Ben's mind screams in panic. There's no way. How could Stigma have possibly noticed him? Stigma calls out casually, "So, who sent you? On whose orders are you here?" Ben is frozen in terror. He was sure his presence was perfectly concealed. Stigma waits a beat, then smirks. "You're not going to answer?" Stigma decides to let it go, for now. "Well, that's fine," he says, turning away. "I hope you do a good job protecting him. Assassins and bodyguards, all for one man." As he walks off, a deep sense of unease settles in his gut. There's a puzzle here, and he is determined to solve it. Ben collapses against a post, his breath ragged. He thought he was going to die from the sheer pressure of Stigma's killing intent alone. A single, terrifying question burns in his mind. Why is being near Dion Hart so damn dangerous? Inside a medical tent, Dion's squad is in an uproar. One of his men yells at him, calling him crazy for holding on to an enemy with that kind of shoulder wound. Dion, shirtless and bandaged, sits on the bed. He admits he doesn't really know why he did it. The memory is a blur. He tries to brush it off, but a sharp voice cuts through the tent. "So, you are awake." Stigma stands at the entrance. Dion is startled, quickly addressing him as Senior. Stigma just gestures for him to stay put. Stigma crosses his arms, his face a mask of cold fury. "Were you fighting all this time by using yourself as bait?" he asks. Dion shrinks back. He's never seen him this angry. Seeing Dion at a loss for words, one of his subordinates steps forward to explain that their captain has always fought this way, ever since the 8-Year War. It was a war he entered as a boy. We see a memory of his squad fussing over him, fixing his wrongly fastened buttons while he insists he can do it himself. The soldier remembers how, at times, Dion was like a child, blushing when they helped him with the simplest of tasks. But the moment the fighting started, he became more vicious and cruel than anyone they had ever seen. Even when his body was broken down by drink, drugs, and 1,000 old wounds, he fought with a desperate, frantic energy, as if just surviving was the only thing that mattered. Back in the present, Dion tries to defend himself, arguing he had no other choice. But Stigma cuts him off, reminding him that he also charged recklessly after the enemy commander. A flash of the memory. Dion, a blur of white hair, throwing himself headfirst into the enemy ranks. Stigma admits that killing the commander did scatter their forces. But then he hits Dion with the hard truth. Would they have retreated if I wasn't there? Dion flinches, unable to answer. Stigma's voice is harsh. He tells Dion he should have ignored the small fry and focused on his own survival. Then he reveals the true cost of Dion's recklessness. An enemy scout saw everything, including his wounded shoulder. In the sky, a demon scout turns and flies away, carrying the vital intelligence back to its army. A final, devastating kick from Stigma lands on a fallen demon. He spells out the grim reality. The news that an Imperial commander is injured will spread like wildfire. The demon army that just fled, they'll be back. Dion clenches his fist, shame and frustration washing over him. He can't argue. He knows Stigma is absolutely right. Stigma's tone softens just slightly. Do you get it? Your actions were the best choice. You need to take care of yourself. Defeated, Dion can only mutter that he'll keep it in mind. Dion's squad members are practically starstruck. They'd never gotten that kind of gentle acknowledgement from him. To them, Sir Stigma is the absolute best. Suddenly, the tent flap is thrown open. A soldier bursts in yelling for the Marquis. The army that retreated is on its way back, he shouts. Exactly as Stigma predicted. Dion's eyes widen in horror. Stigma just sighs. Already? Things are getting troublesome. Dion immediately spirals, blaming himself and his injury. As panic sets in, Stigma grabs his good shoulder, forcing him to focus. Pull yourself together. Stigma takes command. I'll hold them off with my knights so you retreat with yours. He tells Dion to take the hero fragment users for extra safety. Dion hesitates, asking what will happen to Stigma. Stigma's expression is one of pure, unshakable confidence. He scoffs. Oh my, do I look so weak that you need to worry about me? He gestures to his waiting knights. For the mere minions of the demon army, my men and I are more than enough. He looks back at Dion, a wry smile on his face. You might be injured, but you should still be able to escape by yourself, right? The thundering sound of hooves fills the air as the knights charge into battle. Dion's squad rides hard, following orders to retreat. Their scouts report that the main demon army is being diverted elsewhere. This means the battle Stigma is fighting should be the last one. Dion thinks to himself that, as long as they kill the returning forces, their mission will finally be complete. I'll see you later. Stigma's confident words echo in his mind. The scene shifts, pulling us into a dark memory. A candlelit room, a barrel of wine, and a chessboard set between two men, Duke Illuster and Cruel Heart. Their relationship has always been a strange and twisted game. Cruel may have volunteered to serve the Duke, but the Duke treats him with a bizarre level of respect, almost as an equal. The Duke moves his chess piece. Checkmate. It's always been this way between them, neither master and subordinate nor true equals, just a constant, unsettling power play. Cruel concedes his loss. The Duke notes that he seems distracted today. Ah, the Duke says, his eyes glinting with a predatory amusement. Are you perhaps worried about your younger brother? Cruel's jaw tightens. The Duke continues, his tone casual, mentioning how he sent assassin after assassin, yet none of them could even get close to Dion Hart. Then, the air freezes. The Duke's pleasant facade shatters, replaced by cold fury. However, he snarls, slamming Cruel down onto the table, my men finally caught one of your little dogs. Cruel grits his teeth, knowing he's trapped. He can't fight back here. The Duke leans in, his voice a poisonous whisper right by Cruel's ear. Cruel Heart, I have found out that you have been protecting your brother all this time. He feigns sympathy, saying he doesn't normally give traitors a second chance, but Cruel is just too precious to him to throw away so easily. He presses a dagger into the back of Cruel's hand, pinning it to the table and drawing blood. We'll leave it at this. The psychological torment begins. Do you really remember that your brother killed your parents? Don't you feel sorry for them? A flash of a memory. A happy family, Cruel as a small boy with his smiling mother and father. Were they not your precious parents? The Duke presses. And Dion Hart still killed them without a second thought, didn't he? The Duke's words are like acid. No matter what reason or misunderstanding there was, is that enough for you, who lost everything? He leans in closer. Between a brother like that and your own life, which one is more important? Through it all, Cruel remains silent, refusing to make a sound. One chance, the Duke says, lifting the dagger just a fraction. I will give you one last chance. His face is a terrifying mask of contempt. I'll have someone watching you, so don't think about doing anything stupid, unless you want to die. And then comes the final, terrible command. As Cruel's hand bleeds onto the chessboard, the Duke gives his ultimatum. Bring me Dion Hart's head. Cruel stands alone in his tent, a sword resting on the table before him. A symbol of his duty as a hero, a duty that is about to become a twisted nightmare. A voice from his past echoes in his memory, his own mother's cruel command. If you ever feel like dying, kill that child before you do. And now, the Duke's ultimatum rings in his ears, a chilling echo of that same poison. Between your brother's life and your own, which is more important? Bring me Dion Hart's head. The demand hangs in the air, an impossible, soul-crushing choice. Cruel's face is a mask of anguish as he wrestles with a decision that will change everything. He clenches his bandaged hand, the pain a dull reminder of the Duke's control. The decision is made. That's right, he thinks, his voice grim. It's about time. He rises with a sudden burst of energy, ready to finally put this tragedy to an end. But a sharp pain shoots through his hand, and he winces. The Duke's dagger must have severed a nerve. He grips his fist, blood seeping through the bandages. He can't let this stop him now. As he prepares to leave, his subordinate, Senger, appears, asking if he's heading out. Cruel turns, his eyes cold and distant. "I've thought about it," he says simply. He thinks about the dog, the Duke caught, the secret guard he'd hired to protect Dion. They were masters of stealth. Senger offers to follow him, but Cruel stops him. "No, you stay here." Senger tries to protest, saying his job is to protect him. Cruel already knows the truth. There was only one way the Duke could have found those guards. He turns to Senger, his voice flat. "Protect me?" Through bribery from someone on the inside. Senger is stunned into silence. Cruel asks him directly, "Did the Duke ask you to do it?" Cruel's voice drops, laced with ice and disappointment. "Senger, since when have you been the Duke's eyes?" He realizes now that Senger had stopped calling him Lord. The betrayal had been hiding in plain sight. He demands to know when it started. This one cuts deep. Senger had been with him for years, long before he ever served the Duke. Senger looks away, unable to meet his gaze. "Is that important?" he asks weakly. It would be a lie for Cruel to say he wasn't shocked. However, yeah, I guess that doesn't really matter now," Cruel says, a deep sadness in his voice. He turns his back on him, the dismissal absolute. "I won't allow you to follow me." His face is shadowed, his resolve hardened by the betrayal. "I'm not kind enough to keep a traitor by my side on an important mission." Senger was the last person he trusted, and now that too is gone. As Cruel leaves the tent, an old phrase comes to mind. "Acta est fabula." The play is over. It was an act without an audience in the first place. It's best to end this play without anyone knowing, and with that, he rides alone into the cold, desolate woods. Meanwhile, on another path, a demon scout spots Dion's retreating squad. "That way," he yells. Dion knows that when he's with the demons, he's public enemy #1 for the Empire. The sounds of hooves pound against the frozen earth as they flee, and when he's with the Empire, he's the most wanted man by the demons. He curses his situation. He's Dion Hart, and he's not happy about it. He cuts down another demon, his movements weary but efficient. He's been killing so many, yet there seems to be no end. His squad fights desperately alongside him, the battle a blur of motion and blood. Where do these bastards keep coming from? His soldiers wonder, their exhaustion mounting. Suddenly, one of his men spots something in the distance and shouts for his attention. Up ahead, moving through the trees, is the demon's supply convoy. Dion's eyes widen. They've stumbled upon the demon's main supply route. The demon soldiers are shocked, realizing they've been discovered. Dion's expression changes. A flicker of something dangerous, something tactical, lights up his eyes. He draws his dagger. "Stop him!" The demons scream, but it's too late. They yell out his name, trying to stop him. The demon guards are thrown into confusion, unsure if they've been caught by the main human army. Dion launches himself forward, a manic grin spreading across his face. "If the supplies are gone," the demons try to block him, screaming that he can't do it. "Yes, I can," Dion yells back, his voice filled with a desperate, triumphant energy. With this, his mission will finally be over. With a powerful strike against the rocky cliffside, the ground begins to shake violently. A massive landslide erupts, boulders and snow crashing down onto the supply convoy. The entire path is wiped out in a cloud of dust and destruction. The war had forced humanity's hand. 4 great nations had joined forces to fight back against the demons: the Empire, the San Empire, Royawesh, and Esperanas. And in the brief calm that followed, as both sides were worn out by the fighting, a fated storm was brewing back at the Empire's camp. Another commander greets Stigma, asking if his junior is back yet. Stigma reports that Dion returned yesterday and is resting. The commander asks if the rumors are true that Dion found the supply route while retreating. It's true. While destroying the supply squad, Dion caused a landslide, blocking the route and dealing a huge blow to the demons' morale. Gotta leave it to him, Stigma muses. Then he senses something is wrong. He turns to see two of his knights collapsed on the ground, unconscious. "What is this?" he exclaims, rushing over to try and wake them. A sense of dread washes over him. He throws open the curtain to Dion's tent. It's empty. Stigma's face darkens. He's gone. And we see where. Dion is being dragged through the snow by his brother Cruel, yelling at him to let go. "You crazy bastard. Why are you doing this?" Dion shouts, but his brother is too strong to break free from. He keeps struggling, screaming that he has nothing to talk about with him. Damn it, Dion thinks, his frustration mounting. Why did he come here? Why would he suddenly kidnap him like this without explaining a thing? Dion's mind races. He can't just let himself be dragged along. What if Cruel is taking him somewhere to kill him? His injuries are bad. He can't win in a fight. He tries to reason with him. "Hey, Cruel, let's just talk here." But his words are muffled as Cruel clamps a hand over his mouth. Then he feels it, a wave of pure, undiluted bloodlust radiating from his brother. He's definitely trying to kill me, Dion thinks in terror. As he tries to shout, Cruel suddenly spins, drawing his sword. "Keep heading in this direction," Cruel tells him. Dion is confused. What? He realizes this path doesn't lead to the main demon army. What do you... Dion starts to ask, but an arrow flies past, deflected by Cruel's sword. "No time to explain," Cruel says, his expression grim. "There are people after your life. It'll be hard to get away from them this time." Cruel's words drop like stones. "They sent me, a force that can kill heroes. They're surrounded by cloaked figures, assassins." The horrible realization dawns on Dion. All these people, they came just for him. Cruel shoves him forward. "This side is too dangerous now," he says, his voice filled with a desperate finality. "Go to the other side, Dion, and never come back." A brother's final command sends a desperate man running toward the one place he was supposed to fear most. Cruel stands firm, pushing Dion towards an unknown future. Go to the other side and never come back. Dion is floored. The other side, the demon realm? How could Cruel possibly know? Before he can process it, they're no longer alone. An army of cloaked assassins emerges from the trees, their presence swallowing the silence of the forest. The leader scoffs, branding Cruel, a traitor for siding with his brother. He didn't want to face two heroes, but now he has no choice. "Kill them both," he commands. The assassins surge forward like a dark wave. Cruel doesn't hesitate. He meets them head-on. His sword becomes a blur of golden light, a stark contrast to the dark figures swarming him. He moves with the lethal grace of the Empire's hero, his eyes glowing with deadly intent. But how did Cruel know his secret? The scene flashes back, revealing the truth. He had lied to the Duke. That day, he secretly followed Dion deep into the forest. He followed until he arrived at a place that was unmistakably the demon realm, with its 3 alien moons hanging in a purple sky. And when he put the pieces together, the secret mission, the sudden appearance of the Zero Corps commander, and his own brother crossing over it all clicked. It was all Dion. With a clash of steel, we're pulled back to the present. Cruel blocks another attack, his mind on what he discovered. He saw his brother being revered as a commander. He realized that Dion's life there had to be good. So, instead of exposing him, he chose to protect that new life. Back in the fight, Dion struggles to keep up. He knows he can't beat them all, and he can't outrun them. For some reason he can't understand, Cruel is helping him. And right now, he has no choice but to fight alongside him. The two brothers, back to back, a whirlwind of desperation against a sea of killers. But Cruel curses himself. This was a mistake. He shouldn't have brought Dion here now. He wanted to send Dion to safety, but he never expected the Duke's assassins to be so fast. He has to find an opening to get Dion away. But as he scans the battlefield, his eyes widen in alarm. A volley of arrows cuts through the air, aimed right at Dion. There's no time to think. Cruel moves. He shields his brother with his own body. The arrows thud sickeningly into his back. He takes the full force of the attack meant for his brother. Dion can only stare in utter disbelief. "You! What is he doing?" Acting like he's worried now? A flood of memories rushes through Dion's mind. Something feels wrong. He thought Cruel abandoned him, so why? A memory from their childhood. A small Dion in a library, telling his brother he wants to see the world. Dion always thought his brother was hiding disgust behind that stoic face. But was he? He remembers trying to lighten the mood, saying he liked reading with him. "Weren't you trying to kill me a moment ago?" Another memory breaks through, a gentler time, Cruel, smiling, promising a family trip when he was older. The truth is, Dion starts to think, but Cruel cuts him off, his voice strained. "Don't read too much into it." "Just as you've always done," Cruel says, standing over the fallen assassins. "Accept it and forget it." But Cruel's mind is racing back to the real reason, the one truth he's hidden for years. His family died at the hands of a mistaken Dion. "Yeah," he thinks, "it was a misunderstanding." He fights with renewed fury. If it wasn't for that misunderstanding, if it weren't for the Duke's manipulations, his kind younger brother, the one who loved teddy bears, would never have done something like that. The Duke's poisonous words echo in his memory. "Do you even remember that your brother killed your parents? Between a brother like that and yourself, whose life is more important?" Cruel extends a hand, as if reaching for his brother. The day his brother's hands were covered in blood, Cruel made up his mind. His resolve hardens. He would end this pain, once and for all. He fights with desperate strength, a fire in his eyes. He carves a path through the assassins. He pushes past his limits, ignoring the pain, all to protect his only family. He stumbles, and Dion rushes to catch him. "Once I die," Cruel says, his gaze clear, "you will learn the truth." Dion realizes with a jolt that his brother is in his right mind. Dion gasps. Cruel knows that if he found out the truth, he'd go mad with guilt and revenge. It would cause him to kill everyone, and in the end, himself. Cruel pushes him away. "Just go. This is my last request," he says. "I didn't want you to find out the truth." As Dion turns to run, the assassins scream, "Dion Hart is getting away." Cruel glares at them. "How are you unable to get past a single person?" The leader roars a new order. "Kill Cruel Hart first." The assassins swarm him, a final, desperate tide. Cruel's voice echoes in Dion's mind. "Don't question what happened to you." Cruel fights on, his body broken. "Just focus on your hatred for me." He gives everything he has left in this final stand. His sword flashes one last time. He coughs up blood, his strength failing. He has one last thought for Dion. "Once I die." Dion runs, forcing his exhausted body through the snow. He's panting, gasping, tears and sweat freezing on his face. "But in the end, you've never listened to me." He collapses from exhaustion and grief. If you really want to know the truth, he looks back, seeing the carnage, his brothers surrounded. Cruel falls to his knees in the blood-soaked snow. "Face everything you've done until now." Dion whispers his brother's name. Is this the end? Cruel's life flashes before his eyes. People might call him pathetic, unable to get revenge, serving his enemy. Still, I'm satisfied. A faint smile touches his lips. Have I not lost my life protecting my brother? Dion can only watch in horror, whispering his brother's name. Cruel's final wish takes form. His only hope is that it hurts a little less when Dion finds out the truth, and that he'll live a life loved by many. Dion's small, vulnerable body feels so far away. "I'm worried that after I die, you will be left all alone." Cruel's body finally gives out. "Dion, my dear brother, I truly wish for your happiness." His body falls limp into the snow. "Even in death, I will be protecting you." It's a perfect ending. The snow falls silently on a field of blood. The assassins stand over the body of the fallen hero, Cruel Hart. The leader admits that Cruel certainly earned his title. They lost a great deal of men just taking him down. Another remarks on how stubborn he was, never making a sound until the very end. The leader's gaze shifts to the forest beyond. Their work isn't done yet. "Now then," he says, a cruel smile in his voice, "shall we go finish off Dion Hart?" Dion stands frozen in the woods, his mind echoing with a single, impossible thought. He's dead? He can't process it. His brother, the one who always seemed so invincible, is gone. He thinks to himself, numb with shock. I wanted to kill him for so long. He remembers Cruel's last protective gesture, pushing him toward safety. Ooh, so I thought I would be happy. But he isn't. Instead, a wave of unbearable grief washes over him, and for the first time, he weeps for his brother. The question tears through his grief, raw and agonizing. Why did you do that? Did you have a reason to do all that? His head pounds, he clutches it, whispering to himself that he wasn't worth it. A ghostly image of Cruel appears before him, his voice echoing in his mind. Dion. He sees his brother turning his back and the ghosts of their family behind him. Don't think about it. The old command he always obeyed. But now, Cruel's final words are louder. But if you really want to know the truth, face reality. Face everything you've done. Face reality. An arrow slices through the air, aimed for his heart. But just before it hits, a brilliant blue light explodes from his chest. The protective necklace he wore, a relic he never understood, shatters, taking the blow. The assassins are stunned. "What was that?" The leader curses. It was a sure shot. He screams at his men to catch him. But Dion is frozen, his body won't obey, he has no will to move. He stumbles, his legs giving out. He tried so hard to stay alive, what should he do now? Cruel's face flashes in his mind, his last command, a simple one. Live! Dion forces himself to his feet. He runs, stumbling through the snow as the assassins close in. After him? We can't let him escape. Suddenly, a fierce snowstorm kicks up, blinding them. Damn it, where did he go? They've lost him. The storm has covered his tracks. Alone, lost in the whiteout, Dion's mind finally breaks. You died for me, right before my eyes. The truth he believed in was shattered. Rationalization, avoidance, they have their limits. Suppressing memories that keep resurfacing has its limits. The questions he buried for a decade erupt all at once. Did his parents really send him to war? Did Cruel really try to kill him? He runs, his breath ragged. Were the memories he clung to even real? That's right. Deep down, he probably knew all along. He collapses in the snow. He avoided it, thinking he wouldn't be able to turn back. He was afraid he would break. But that was the wrong decision, wasn't it? Tears stream down his face. He can't turn a blind eye anymore, not after what Cruel did for him. He closes his eyes, a sense of peace washing over the pain. Let's accept it, all of it. Back in the Demon King's castle, a purple light pulses from a magical device. Ben runs through the halls, his face a mask of panic. Another demon grabs him, asking why he's in such a rush. Ben holds up a glowing red stone. Sir Arut's magic necklace, it has never glowed like this before. The other demon's eyes widen in horror. Could it be that he's in? The pink-haired girl, sensing it too, screams in terror. Sir Arut is in danger! As Dion accepts the truth, the floodgates open. The memories are violent, brutal, and they consume him. The barricade he built for 10 years comes crumbling down. All the memories he feigned, ignorance of flood back. He sees it all. His mother, his father, Cruel, and his own hands covered in their blood. He screams at his brother's memory. Just then, a familiar voice calls his name. Sir Arut. The pink-haired demon girl has found him. She sees him, lost in his trauma, and she relives her own moment of terror. I just wanted to live, he whispers. He sees a vision of their past. In a distant village, the old woman who once cursed him now screams in terror. The final wall has collapsed. The disaster will awaken soon. The villagers are confused, dismissing her as being strange again. But the Revolutionary Army leader, Daniel, stops them. No, you should listen. For once, the old lady is correct. His expression is grim. This place is dangerous now. We should prepare to leave. We will head to Esperanza's. Meanwhile, in the human realm, the Duke's butler is being questioned by Senger. The news has spread. The third hero of the Empire, Dion Hart, has disappeared. The butler plays dumb. How would this old man know? Rumors are already swirling that he was abducted or that he murdered Cruel Hart and fled to the demon realm. Dion's loyal squad waits for him, one of them wondering aloud if he's eating well. Another sighs, wondering where he could have gone with his weak body, hoping he's safe. Their captain tries to rally them, telling them to believe in their lord. But even she can't hide her worry. I'm still worried about him, she admits to herself. Everyone who cares for him is left to wonder. The Emperor sits in his throne room, his expression cold. Have you still not found the whereabouts of Dion Hart and Cruel Hart? The aide reports that all traces have vanished. The Emperor clenches his fist. So it turned out like this. He orders them to focus on defending the Empire and finding the two heroes. In another part of the castle, the Duke places a hand on Senger's shoulder. You've done well. Senger looks away, ashamed, as the Duke says, I will let you keep your life, as promised. The Duke watches him go, a smug smile on his face. Cruel threw his life away for his brother. What a fool, he sighs. He regrets not being able to kill Dion himself, certain that he's already scurried off to the demon realm. I wonder, he muses, how the actions of Dion Hart will affect the Empire in the future. Back in the Demon King's castle, Dion lies in bed, unresponsive. The pink-haired girl watches him, tears streaming down her face. He's crying. He just keeps on crying. She begs Ben to do something, but he's helpless. The external wounds are treated, but this is a wound of the mind. There's nothing he can do. A figure stands at the door. The Demon King has arrived. He wonders, what could he have possibly seen to make him cry so painfully? He walks to the bedside and looks down at his broken commander. So, Arut, you've decided to accept the truth that is hell. His eyes narrow. He's going to die if I leave him like this. He touches Dion's forehead. All right, I suppose this is a good opportunity to test your destiny. The others are shocked. The Demon King, could it be? Everyone, go outside, he commands. He places his hand on Dion's head, a massive surge of purple energy flowing into him. This will affect your future, he tells the unconscious Dion. It might require something big in return. A sinister smile spreads across his face. Things just started to get interesting. I can't throw away such an opportunity so easily. You should take a good, long sleep for now. The energy erupts, bathing the entire castle in a brilliant purple light. As Dion sinks into the forced slumber, tears continue to fall from his eyes. His very last thought is of the person he lost. Cruel,